Welcome, everyone, to the 2026 Pokémon World Championships. We are back here after 10 years, bigger and better for this year's World Championships. We got Pokemon XP as well. There is so many exciting things. So here on your countdown show, we want to break it all down for what you want to be watching and experiencing this entire weekend. Hi, everybody. I'm Joshua. I'm going to be talking about Pokemon Unite. We got Amanda talking about Pokemon GO, Ethan talking about the Pokemon trading card game, and Rosemary talking about the Pokemon video game. We obviously have so much to talk about. The competition is so exciting. These halls are already packed with competitors and fans alike. But we have a lot of major things to talk about, one of which we are sitting on right now. This stage is incredible. Everyone is already getting a first look at it. Rosemary, what's one of the coolest things you've seen either here or at the convention so far?
Well, I got to agree with you. This stage looks amazing, but it isn't just a stage. We have so many activations all around San Francisco. There's even a Pokemon GO stamp rally, so you can see some of what San Francisco has to offer. It's going to be impossible to do everything this weekend.
That's true. How about you, Ethan?
Yeah, I mean, these events year after year continue to grow and expand. There's more and more to do each year. The competition becomes even more intense as players continue to hone their skills in all the games. It's going to be an incredible weekend.
Yeah, just bouncing off of that, 30 years for Pokemon, like you said, Rosemary, 10 years now for Pokemon GO. It's been absolutely incredible, especially as a GO player, to see everything there has been to do in San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, this event, I said bigger and better right during the intro. It really is. I'm so excited for all the competition that's going to happen on this main stage. But this convention hall goes for what seems like miles that direction, and there is Pokemon everywhere surrounding us. I wouldn't have it any other way. It is so, so fun. But our job is to focus on what's going on here on the main stage and in the tournament hall all weekend long. So we want to talk about what you should be looking to watch this weekend. We're going to start off with some major storylines. So, Rosemary, what is a major storyline of the video game that people should be paying attention to?
Well, the highlight of the weekend is that this is the first World Championships for Pokemon Champions. And what better way to be able to kick off this game's life cycle than to crown a World Champion? We've got Mega Evolution back. It's going to be just such a great display for all of our top trainers around the world to show what they've got for Pokemon Champions.
Awesome. And how about TCG?
It's really around that one big bad Pokemon, Dragapult EX. You can't run and you can't hide from him. He is everywhere, especially with top trainers bringing him to the World Championship. So we're going to see if there's another deck that could dethrone it. We had a similar metagame 10 years ago. Two very dominant decks, very dominant archetypes, and it was actually a rogue deck that was able to take the tournament down. So who knows, we could see another surprise back in San Francisco after 10 years.
Ooh, I love that. A look back is so fun. I know we have the museum as well here in the venue. I'm not sure if that rogue deck is featured. I sure hope it is. There's a lot of cool moments throughout TCG's history. But how about for Pokemon GO, Amanda? What should we be looking forward to watching all weekend long?
So I feel like GO is in this unique position right now. We're kind of at the Venn diagram middle between the video game and Unite, because as the video game has moved on to a new thing, this will actually be the last season for GO to have an individual world champion, as we are moving to 3 versus 3 for the World Championships next season. So that's a big accolade that I think a lot of people are really hoping that they'll be able to claim.
Yeah, I mean, you've had a few world champions already, and one more to take that solo throne is so exciting. Pokemon Unite, we are in a bit of a sweet and sour situation. It is the final time for Pokemon Unite at the World Championships. However, we could not have picked a bigger stage, bigger venue to crown our final world champion. That is going to be the major storyline to watch. There is going to be one final team raising that trophy at the Chase Center this weekend, by the way. We're switching venues and going to one of the biggest that San Francisco has to offer for our grand finals. That is going to be just incredible. I cannot wait to see all the competitions all day long on that championship Sunday. It's going to be a lot of fun. So that is why we think you should be watching, but maybe you're asking, who should I be watching? Well, that's our next job. So Rosemary, what players do we have to watch in the video game over the weekend?
It was so hard to just narrow it down to 3 competitors because it is the World Championships and we've got the top trainers from around the world that are going to be competing here this weekend. But We've got Wolf Glick, Marco Silva, and Ko Tsukide as your players to watch for the video game. Wolf Glick needs no introduction. This man won the World Championships 10 years ago, and now it could be his time to get a second title. He came off the back of a second place at the first regional championships that we had in Pokemon Champions, and he's always a meta innovator. He thinks about what is going to be strong and how can I beat that, and that's why he had Mega Steelix at that regional championships. Marco Silva from Italy is going to be our next player to watch. He is a 3-time international champion. Only one of few competitors that can say that they've even won twice. But he's missing the elusive World Championship title. So that's why eyes are on him this weekend to see if he can finally claim that. Last but certainly not least, Ko Tsukide. He is a world champion from the seniors division in 2019, but Ko has been on an absolute international tear this season, top cutting both the international championships that he attended, as well as the Japan Nationals just a couple of months ago. So if there's anybody that you should be keeping an eye on in Japan, it is Ko.
Wow, I mean, a absolute lineup there on the VG. We had people cheering in the crowd just for the player cards on players to watch. So yeah, some huge faces of the community here at the World Championships. So exciting. I know the trading card game is no exception though. Ethan, who should we be watching over the weekend?
Of course, this year, no exception, we've got international talent coming from all over the world. Our 3 players to watch are from a mixture of different regions. Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, a player for many, many years, had a great season coming over to a regional championships in Houston and taking it down. Eyes are definitely on him to see if Japan can win a world championship on their 10th anniversary. Tord Reklev, no introduction for this man. Did the global circuit, the Grand Slam, the only player to win all 4 international championships, is also missing that elusive world championship title. Got so close in Yokohama. He's still looking for that championship win. And of course, our defending world champion, Riley McKay, can't ride off the back of Gardevoir this year, but he's a very talented player. We'll have to see what deck he decides to bring this year to see if he can become a repeat champion.
Interesting. Okay, so maybe even a rogue option for Riley McKay. We'll have to see. I know you're already talking about Big Bad Dragapult. Do you think all 3 of these players to watch are bringing the notorious, maybe infamous Dragapult this weekend?
I know I can probably speak for Tord. Now, Tord has played Dragapult to a lot of different events, but he loves his trade ability on Zoroark. He played that to the North American International Championships where he made top cut. I wouldn't be so shocked to see him come back with another innovative Zoroark build and try and take down this Tord.
And isn't that not the spirit of the World Championships? Trainers with their iconic partner Pokemon. I mean, that just fits the bill. How about for Pokemon GO? Any players to watch that we should have our eyes on?
Oh boy, there are so many talented Go players. And I know that we say in Go, since we've been a little bit relatively more new to the scene, that we haven't had any repeat world champions. But the keyword is yet, because the first person we want to look at here is Beelzebub, last season's in Anaheim world champion. He is from India, but he's actually had a chance this season to play a couple times in North America and also international championships, and has top cut during those. So he is still really going through this season quite ferociously. Next up, we have Nighttime Clasher. We're going to call him Mr. Worldwide at this point because he's been playing in North America, Europe, and Oceania. He also got first place at the Latin American International Championships. He is also leading NA on the leaderboard, so definitely a player that wants to be able to get this World Championship title. And last, but again, we can't say last but not least. We're always saying it, but we have to really say this because the Spanish sensation Pato Man is arguably the best trainer in Pokemon GO right now. I think you could ask 10 trainers and probably 10 out of 10 will say that he's had the best season. He was the champion of EUIC 2 years in a row. He was our finalist last season in Anaheim, and I think a lot of people are wondering if he's going to take it all the way this year.
Oh, I love that. I mean, the World Championships always has that vibe. It's a championship of champions every single time. Feels like Pokemon GO really leaning into that this time around. Well, I gave everybody else the chance to say 3 players to watch. I'm, of course, going to allow Unite to talk about 15 players to watch, and they're going to be sectioned spawned off into 3 different teams. We have some teams coming from all over the world, of course, just like every title. And the first one we got to talk about is Fennel from Japan. This team is unbelievable. To tell you the truth, it doesn't feel like they know how to lose the video game at any point in time. Every single championship that this team has been a part of this year, they have won, and they are former world champions in Honolulu just a couple years ago. This team is looking on a whole nother level. Moving on to the next team, though, in North America is Root Dignitas. Zugrug, not a huge fan of Umbreon there. I am. I got a pin for it. But Zugrug leading the way for Root Dignitas. This team is looking amazing this year. Champions at LAIC and at NAIC this year, as well as a really strong performance in the Asian Champions League. A lot of players on that team hunting for a World Championship title, but this could be the one to do it. Take a look at their group stage later on the Unite show, though. Crazy start for their tournament. And after them, we have the reigning world champions, Peru Unite, who last year in Anaheim were able to dominate the competition in the arena. They're looking to do so again. Bit of a strange season for this team, ups and downs, but they are on the up going into the World Championships when they won the Latin America Regional League, taking down teams from Brazil, Latin America, South, and North. So doing an amazing season. They look poised to be a real contender at this tournament. So that is going to be what the major storylines we think you should be watching this weekend, and some of the players that you should be watching. But we also want to give you even more reasons to be watching the World Championships, as well as all the broadcasts associated. We got drops, we got distros. Rosemary, what are we giving away in the video game?
Well, well, well. We do have an Incineroar that you can grab inside Pokemon Champions for just watching 60 minutes of the stream. And alongside of that, we are also giving away some other in-game items so that if you don't want to use Incineroar on your next team, you can actually get a recruitment for a new Pokemon and train it up. So make sure that you're sticking around and watching the stream.
Yeah, with the recent launch of Champions, it's a lot of new resources. Even if you're a new player, these seem like great drops that you could add to your collection. Maybe get some of those Pokemon recruited onto your team. Ethan, I know the trading card game, you got a few of these lined up. So what's going on in the world of drops in the trading card game?
We've got a whole mixture of things. Look at all those things you can get within the Pokemon trading card game live. Of course, those exclusive Worlds accessories, deck box, some cosmetics for your avatar. There's a mixed Zero Aura playset, the Mega Zero Aura EX. It's got 2 of the special art rares, so, you know, nice way to bling out your deck a bit, as well as a special Worlds loot crate. Get all of that from watching the stream. It's going to be plenty of awesome action this weekend.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, huge shout out to Ethan, by the way. At home, I'm sure you can read that just fine on your screen, but that is some small font that Ethan was able to read on the monitor that we have in front of us. So, peek behind the curtain there, but great work, Ethan. That's in the trading card game for Trading Card Game Live. But how about for Pokemon Go? What do we got for drops?
Yeah, Ethan's eyesight is impeccable, but for Go, there's also some very cool things that you are going to be able to do just by watching. And the main thing, you can see him raising that trophy there. You will be able to get a Tinkaton based off of Beelzebub's team last year that he was able to take that World Championship. Not only that, you're going to have a little choose your own adventure for watching 30 minutes. You can choose between going down a Lickitung, Totodile, or the Wooper path. So I don't know, Zoinks, what would you pick if you're playing?
Oh, I'm going Totodile.
All the way?
Please, I love that
Wooper.
Pokemon. I mean, it wouldn't even be a joke. You're going Wooper?
Yeah, Clodsire is so good.
Ethan, what are you picking?
I agree. Clodsire is pretty cool. I gotta love that little guy.
I have to go Licky Licky is probably going to be the major Pokemon in our meta, so pay attention to that this weekend. But yes, you're going to want to make sure you're watching because you'll get Elite TM as well, so you can use that to take away a charge attack on your Pokemon.
Oh, I love that. Prepare for future competitions, even in the Pokemon Go season. That's a great job, a great time to do it right now. Pokemon Unite, we got some really cool drops this time around for the World Championships. Of course, we got your classics, that World Championships sticker, but we also have license art, and then one of my favorite drops that we have ever had. If you watch Worlds for 45 minutes, you actually get a license, a Pokemon that you can play in-game, one of the 5 Pokemon that Peru used to win that game-winning match in Anaheim last year. Leafeon, Psyduck, Zacian, Inteleon, and Crustle. Those middle 2, Zacian and Psyduck, those are going to be meta-relevant threats this weekend. They are going to be banned. They are going to be picked. We're going to see a lot of them on the Pokemon Unite broadcast. So we have so many rewards that you could be getting for watching any of our games. I know in the Pokemon XP broadcast, we also have things to be given away. So check out so many amazing moments at this year's World Championships in 2026, which is, well, not exactly a rerun, but a return. As 10 years ago, the World Championships was held here in San Francisco. Love getting the chance to showcase Pokemon to this incredible city yet again. And that's got us in the nostalgic mood a little bit. So we want to say one of maybe our favorite competitive memories of all Pokemon. Rosemary, how about you?
Well, being in San Francisco, it just makes me remember our time in Japan just a couple of years ago. Another way that we could commemorate a huge milestone for the Pokemon franchise. And so to see how the city was set up for everyone to enjoy and how San Francisco is now, it's just a great time to be a Pokemon fan.
Absolutely. Ethan, how about you?
Got a flashback to 10 years ago. What a tournament it was before in San Francisco. The change in size from a hotel ballroom to now this incredibly expansive convention center. Really seeing that rogue deck take down the tournament, shocking the entire world. I'm really curious to see if we'll have that happen.
Awesome. Rapid fire for you, Lundberger.
I mean, I think at the same point, too, just being able to be in a stadium last season was such a big thing for Go. Going from a stage to a stadium is absolutely incredible, and we're going to get to go ahead and do it again this year.
I cannot wait. I've loved all the World Championships that we have had in previous years. It has been so fun, but like I said, we are getting bigger and better for this year's Pokemon XP and World Championships. San Francisco has been home to legendary Pokemon moments across so many of our titles, but this year it is going to be so fun. So let's throw it to our opening ceremonies.
in at the start of a new day, looking out on a new adventure. No one knows where the road will take us. We're ready, set, 'cause now it's time to go. Maybe we can finally see who we're meant to be. Every step of the way tells a story. Every challenge will show us who we are. Now we ride side by side to glory. Together you and I will touch the stars. And then we'll do it all over again. 'Cause even if we lose our way, we'll always say, here we go. Here we go again. And it's even better than last time. Here we go. Here we go again. Memories last at a lifetime. It's a new day, to beat our way with all our friends. Here we go again. Look around, see familiar faces. All of us on a path to the unknown, standing tall on the edge of greatness. See you when we're walking victory road. And then we'll do it all over again. 'Cause even if we win the day, we'll always say, here we go. Here we go again. Memories last at a lifetime. It's a new day, to beat our way with all our friends. Here we go again. Here we go. Here we go again. Memories last at a lifetime. It's a new day, to beat our way with all our friends. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go again.
Hello, trainers, and good morning. To start things off, we are about to take you on a musical journey from the past through the present. Celebrating 30 years of Pokémon, we'll start today by bringing you the great music of Kanto. I'm your conductor, Charlie Rosen, and we are the 8-Bit Big Band. Thank you so much. Please enjoy. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Well, that journey through Kanto was actually only just the start of our program this morning, trainers. Now, join me as we travel across generations to celebrate the amazing 30-year legacy of Pokémon. Thank you so much.
Hello, 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 and welcome to the 2026 Pokémon World Championships and Pokémon XP. While we're at it, let's give it up one more time for our fabulous dancers and the 8-bit big band. I mean, come on. No matter when you first discovered Pokemon, I hope hearing those medleys from our orchestra transported you back to some happy and cheerful memories. Hi, I'm Gabby Durden. I'm your host for this weekend's festivities. And just like you, I've loved Pokemon since I was a small child, forming my first core memories. So I'm beyond honored to be here on this stage, coming to you live from San Francisco, California. This weekend is extra special for all of us. One part of our event commemorates the hard work of our trainers as they conclude their journey to become world champions across 4 titles. Pokemon Champions, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon GO, and Pokemon UNITE. And even more adventure awaits with our first ever Pokemon XP, where we couldn't be more excited for you to join us for activities, panels, attractions, and much more throughout the weekend. All right, 2 incredible events, 1 unforgettable weekend. And you better believe we're gonna make sure it's one for the record books. But I think we should get things started, shall we? It is my pleasure to introduce to the stage the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara.
Pokémon トレーナーの皆さん、こんにちは。ポケモンワールドチャンピオンシップ2024、そしてポケモン XP にようこそ。
Hello, trainers, and welcome to the 2026 Pokemon World Championships and Pokemon XP.
会場にお集まりいただいた皆さん、そして世界中からライブ配信をご視聴していただいている皆さんに、まずは心より感謝申し上げます。
First, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone gathered here today, as well as all of you from around the world joining us online.
世界チャンピオンの座をかけて競技に挑む方も、ご家族やご友人とともにポケモン XP を楽しむために来られた方も、この場で一緒にポケモン30周年を迎えられることを大変嬉しく思います。
And whether you're here to compete for the title of World Champion, or you've come with family and friends to enjoy Pokemon XP, I'm truly delighted that we can all be here together on Pokemon's 30th anniversary.
ポケモン XP での数々の体験から日曜日にケースセンターで行われる決勝戦まで、この週末はたくさんの楽しみが待っています。トレーナーの皆さんにとって忘れがたい週末になることを確信しています。
And from all the exciting experience we have waiting for you at Pokemon XP to the World Championship Finals we're going to have at Chase Center on Sunday, this weekend is sure to be a lot of fun and one that I think trainers will remember for many years to come.
ここにたどり着くまで戦い続けてきた選手の皆さん、皆さんの努力、情熱、そして挑戦し続ける姿はいつの日かこのステージに立ちたいと願う未来のトレーナーたちの憧れとなり希望となっています。
And to all of the competitors who have battled their way here, truly your hard work, passion, and determination inspire future trainers to dream of one day standing on this very stage. You truly represent both an aspiration and a source of hope for the next generation.
皆さんが今日ここにいることが次の世代への夢をつないでいます。そのことに誇りを持って最後まで全力で競技を楽しんでください。
Just by being here today, you are helping pass those dreams on to the future. And take pride in that and enjoy every moment of the competition as you give it your best to the very end.
それでは健闘をお祈りしています。
And with that, I wish you all the best of luck in your battles.
For setting the stage. Oh, so beautifully. Ooh, 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 ooh. I can feel the energy in this room. I can sense the excitement to compete. More than 2,000 trainers have descended upon San Francisco to test their skills and fight with all their might to become the next Pokémon World Champion. Competitors, the time has come. Please make your way over to the play tables to kick off your matches. And before we get into the action, our casters are prepped to walk you through everything in store this weekend. So everybody, let the 2026 Pokémon World Championships begin.
Open up the gates. The World Championships are here in beautiful San Francisco. Welcome into the TCG side of things. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Emily Foreman, and we will be guiding you this weekend through all of the Pokemon TCG action.
And Ethan, as the song said, here we go again. Just a couple of months ago, we crowned our NAIC champion, and now we are here to put the cherry on top of the competitive Pokemon season here in San Francisco. I couldn't be more excited to be here alongside you, as we're going to figure out what's actually going to come out on top this weekend.
We are super excited. There is so much on the line for these competitors. Of course, the prizes here at stake, $50,000 for that first place competitor, all the way down to $5,000 for those top 32 finishers. A lot on the line here this weekend.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, you think about it, right? How many hurdles you had to jump through to get to the point where you, at the end, could be holding up that trophy. And of course, $50,000 going into your bank account right after you get that big moment in the Chase Center on Sunday.
Plenty of talent from around the world competing here this weekend in San Francisco, starting off with North America, 3 of the many players to watch from that division. We covered a couple of them in the pre-show. We could take a look at those players to watch. Ross Cawthon, coming off of a top 4 finish at the North American International Championships, has attended and competed in every single World Championship held. An absolutely incredible accomplishment, the only one to do that. We'll see if he can take down that world's title that has been eluding him for all these years.
And going into our middle player here, and she is really the breakout NA star of the season, Karis Jones. Plenty of moments to really look back with her trusty Badoo, item locking Golden Go, or taking her first Masters regional win with Alakazam just as early as Indianapolis here. I'm excited to see how far she's going to go with the trusty deck.
And of course, our defending world champion, Riley McKay, back at it again. We'll see if he can defend his title as a world champion. We'll see exactly how things play out this weekend. We'll also take a look at the players to watch for Europe as well. Before that, here is the leaderboard for the Pokemon TCG from North America. You can see how dominant of a season these players have had.
And you want to talk about domination, it is going to be Liam Halliburton up at the top, who stayed up at the top, Ethan, the entire season, getting his win all the way at the first regional of the season, and then honestly staying there. A lot of players at that point kind of cruise back, put their foot off the gas, but these competitors not only get their punch to have Worlds, but they can still continue on competing to get that sweet, sweet travel award.
Next up are players from Europe, 3 of the many to watch. Of course, have Edwin, who took down the Europe International Championships. Playing a bit of a different deck this time around. Ethan Wild, a regional champion and a regional finalist this year, notably with that festival lead deck, so we could start to see a little bit of innovation come out for this tournament. And what more can we say about Tord Reklev, one of the game's best?
And there's always a storyline going on with Tord that he was so close in Yokohama, and now here's the chance to win it all for Tord. And like we had said about Liam, and it's the same thing about Tord Reklev, always at the top. Had a great regional win in Las Vegas thanks to his amazing deck building, and here we are now at the World Championship. We'll see if Tord is finally going to be able to complete the crown of the Pokemon TCG and take home all of the titles.
Of course, the leaderboard for Europe. Take a look at how things finished out. Tord Reklev having an amazing season thus far. Of course, winning a regional championship over in North America. We saw Drew have a great season as well, a finalist at that Europe International Championships. So many talented players over in Europe.
Yeah, especially with Emma Hagen and her deck creativity as well, piloting the EVs. And I know her and Tord had this best player in Norway race for this whole entire season. But like you had said, Ethan, these are the best of Europe. You also have Oyvind Sivenfund, who did so well last year with that Charizard, still up in the top 16 for Europe.
Next up, Latin America. Take a look at those 3 players to watch from that region. Pedro Pertusi, of course, that Latin American international champion, playing the game for many, many years. Very, very dominant. Looking for that super solid finish at the World Championships. Giovanni Sasso, a regional champion here in North America, having a great season. And of course, our 2024 world champion, Fernando Cifuentes, looking to repeat his title as a 2-time world champion this year.
Fernando had a great deck at NAIC that players really didn't know how to kind of maneuver around, with that Sylveon Safeguard, being able to avoid getting hit by those EX Pokemon. Wondering if Fernando is going to keep up the creativity here going into Worlds, or if he's going to kind of rely back on what seems like to be his favorite deck archetype, to be Control.
Of course, that leaderboard for Latin America, looking at those top competitors who were able to qualify. Yurko Valencia has been traveling to international events within Latin America, North America, notably. William Azevedo, another super solid player who's been playing for many, many years. Tons of excellent talent all throughout this list. Can't, of course, forget to mention Gustavo Wada, 2-time international champion, a world champion in the juniors division. So much talent here from LATAM.
And one thing that you want to notice between all 3 of our leaderboards, Ethan, is how high the championship points go, right? Usually there's about a barrier of, how we saw was about 720 championship points to lock it into Worlds this year. But look at this, players in the thousands, even closer to 2,000 for some of our players. So I'm excited to see how it all kind of ends up here at Worlds.
Last but not least, when it comes to our TPCI regions, Oceania. Let's take a look at those players to watch. Brent Tonneson, absolutely solid season thus far, regional champion, playing a variety of different decks. Natalie Millar, the strongest players from out of that region. She's had a couple of top cuts this year. I know she's looking for a big finish at the World Championships. And of course, 2019 World Champion Henry Brand is here to make a statement and try and become that 2-time World Champion.
Well, if you want to talk about Worlds, these 3 players in particular are always traveling around. I know Henry was hanging out in Europe at the start of the season, and weirdly enough, I feel like you can always find Brent at a North American regional. So these players travel far and wide, but Natalie, of course, always cinching that 2nd spot in Oceania. She absolutely is a stellar player to watch.
And of course, we can take a look at the leaderboard for Oceania. Plenty of talent from all over. Brent Tonneson, of course, the #1 championship point finisher. Natalie, as you said, at the #2. Henry Brand at #3. Still plenty of talent. Matthew Burris, another name that pops out. Angus Johnson. A lot of these players have been playing for years and years for the Pokemon TCG.
It feels like when you're in the Pokemon TCG, you are in for a very long ride across many years. And part of the reason why people love the Pokemon TCG so much is because going to a regional can take you practically anywhere around the world. I know in North America, you can go to Canada, you can go as far as wide as California, but it can also take you here to Oceania. You can go all the way to Australia. You can go to so many countries in Europe as well. I am so excited to see how these people coming together essentially is really going to influence the meta.
It truly is an international circuit. You can go anywhere, as you mentioned. Every corner of the globe, it feels like, has an event for players to compete and try and earn those championship points. And this event right here, Emily, is a culmination of all of these players' journeys. Japan to round things out. These are become essentially household names. Japan has really put themselves on the map, traveling to a lot of these international events. Ryuki Okada, of course, a two-time regional champion and an international champion. So much strength for this player. We mentioned in the pre-show, Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi won a regional championships in North America. He's had some solid finishes in Japan. No, he's looking for a great placement at the World Championships. And Senosuke Shiokawa has had an insane year in Japan. Two-time Champions League winner, and one of those Champions Leagues went undefeated. And let me remind you all at home, there are no ties in Japan.
No, not at all. And that's also what makes Worlds really fun to watch, is because Japan plays a completely different tournament style than the rest of the world does. So to see Japanese players come over and play our format, and also being in the room with the rest of us, especially because their meta is also so different because they play best of one, being able to now come here and see how they do in a best of three, always a really fun time.
We're getting the stage set, of course, to kick off Pokemon TCG action. So much in store throughout the weekend. We're going to be seeing day one action happen right now, getting into phase 2 for tomorrow. And then we will be crowning our champion on Sunday. So much to come this weekend.
I mean, Ethan, we're going to be in the Chase Center, watching the Pokemon trading card game. I know last year in Anaheim, my eyes were glowing as the stage was lighting up with Pokemon. So you got to know that, I mean, it's the 30th anniversary of Pokemon. You know, we're going all out this year. I truly cannot wait. But I think what's really important, Ethan, is we got to talk about, you know, Dragapult's kind of the big bad, like you were talking about on the pre-show, that a lot of players, are they just going to succumb and just say, you know what, I'll just play Dragapult, it's safe? What do you think?
That's definitely the question. The hardest thing to sort of comprehend, the decks that are favorable into Dragapult can struggle against the rest of the meta. And that really is the question a lot of these players are asking. Can I find a deck that beats Dragapult and handles the rest of the field well? If you get as close as possible on that question, that's definitely a strategy that can allow you to go deep and go far in this tournament. But as I'm sure a lot of these players have found out, it's not so simple.
Yeah, we very well could see a Dragapult not win Masters. It did win an Age Division last year, but it wasn't Masters. So it would be very interesting to see how exactly it is going to go. But we did have a couple of caster predictions ourselves, you know, to see what we would want to win. Got all 8 of us up there, Ethan. Oh, well, come on, Ethan. Where's your whimsy? Where's your spirit?
No, you should know this by now. I am beloved to the meta, devoted to the meta. Dragapult cannot talk about this card enough. It is truly the powerhouse in the format. But like I asked that question, you know, what deck can handle Dragapult and handle the rest of the meta well? Well, I think Zoroark could be that deck. It does wait into Dragapult. It's got an awesome built-in draw engine, and it has access to some cool attacks. It can copy the Flame Body Cannon to hit bench Pokemon, the one-hit KO potential of N's Zekrom with that Rampaging Thunder. And the N's Reshiram is really great at punishing your opponents to try and get fancy and take multiple prizes in a single turn.
Well, Ethan, I think you definitely have picked the meta picks, but you look to me, you look to Pablo, you look to Chip, and those are three casters with some taste, let me tell you. I think we're all on the Slow King train post Ross's run at NAIC. Of course, like you were loyal to Gardevoir EX for a very long time. I have to just throw my full hand into the center and say, Raging Bolt, it's time. It's going to be one of the last times I can actually root for Raging Bolt. But of course, you look to my left, that's going to be Kyle Sukovic, always repping his favorite Pokemon. That's going to be Meganium.
Yeah, definitely a cool ability, allowing your grass energy to provide 2 energy instead of 1. We've seen a couple of decks pop up that can use that ability well. The Arboliva with the Teal Mask Ogerpon. More recently, that Hydrapple EX, the Syrup Storm that can do a ton of damage, even with just a few energy in play. Could make a little bit of an appearance as a kind of wild dark horse in this format.
Pablo also looking to Alakazam. I think he is right on target as well. It is a single prize Pokemon that can swing for some very, very high damage. I always love to see what our friends in Europe have to say, as well as Ross, Joe, and Amy have all picked some very interesting cards. Ross is a big fan of those big basic decks, and especially with Dragapult looming around, you know, your 60th card, Lily's Clefairy EX, always seems to be going in, but he always goes for a trainer card, that Crispin, and thanks to Teal Mask Ogerpon, if you combine it with that, you also get an extra card draw off the Teal Dance. I see what he's going for. Ethan, talk me through it. I mean, Joe has picked 2 of the newest decks to come out of Pitch Black.
Yeah, the 2 big stars from the most recent expansion, Mega Excadrill EX, one of the hardest hitting Pokemon in the format. Now, it is a 3-prize Pokemon, don't get me wrong, but that maximum drilling attack really packs a punch, can one-hit KO Pokemon like Dragapult EX. Some of the bigger Pokemon in the format, doesn't quite get there on some of the Mega Evolution Pokemon, but there's not a ton of those in the format right now. We are, of course, in the Mega Evolution block, so to say. Some of them really haven't made their way into the meta quite yet. And that Dhelmise, of course, one of the most efficient attackers in the game. It's kind of crazy that there's a Pokemon that is a 1-prizer that deals 170 damage for 1 energy, and many players wouldn't even consider it in the top 5 decks. It really goes to show how this game has changed a lot.
It feels like hide and seek, as Dhelmise belongs to that archetype, feels just still a little bit too niche. I think players recognize, you know what, it can be good. It does kind of fill a little bit of that missing lost box of you need to fill some conditions in order to be able to go all the way with your Pokemon fully through. But as of right now, I feel like the deck had some hype and now it's gone away. But we'll look up to our hostess with the mostest this weekend, Amy. She's picked Festival Grounds, so obviously cheering for Festival Lead, but also I think the most popular A-Spec this weekend, that's going to be Unfair Stamp.
It's been in the foreground of the format ever since the rotation happened and those G-Block cards were rotated out. Super powerful A-Spec. A lot of games in the format just really come down to, does your opponent find tempo back after you play that Unfair Stamp? Festival Lead, another deck that did gain a lot of power thanks to that Gladion's Final Battle card. You do, of course, deal some more damage. This deck is able to search out cards every turn and kind of consistently use that supporter card. We'll have to see if this is Festival Lead's weekend to shine.
Yeah, it feels like Festival Lead kind of set over set gets one more thing added that makes it just a little bit better through and through. It got Brave Bengal at one point just many moons ago in Black Bolt White Flare, I believe. And now here it is with Gladion's Final Battle, like you had said, another damage modifier. Now granted, you have to have 0 cards in hand in order to be able to use it, but Festival Lead, thanks to Secret Box, its favorite A-Spec, is able to kind of work around that. So I'm very excited. I feel like, Ethan, we've all kind of countered each other in a weird way, but it seems like a lot of us are really on that Slow King hype.
Of course, there is plenty to watch this weekend, not just the exciting action, but drops happening over on the Twitch channel all throughout this weekend. If you watch for 30 minutes, you can gain some Mega Evolution Pitch Black booster packs. If you watch for 45 minutes, you'll get a nice playset of the Mega Zeraora, 2 of the regular double rare cards and 2 of those special illustration rares. And for those 60 minutes, you get this exclusive Worlds Crate. It includes some of the items you see on your screen there, the jackets, bucket hat, deck box, a lot of swag to put on your cosmetics for the Pokemon TCG Live. plenty to enjoy, as well as some more packs for watching 30 minutes. You get 6 booster packs and a build and battle event token. That's definitely a new fun feature on that TCG Live client. I don't know if you had a chance to play, but definitely a nice way to enjoy your afternoon to play some build and battle.
Absolutely, and I also love the way that Live has also gone with the aesthetic of Worlds as well. The battlefield kind of being that blue and that orange to celebrate both Pokemon World and, of course, Pokemon XP. But Ethan, it's not just about the trading card game Live. There's also another thing you can get drops for as well. It's going to be your Pokemon trading card game Pocket. Only got to watch for 30 minutes to get 24 pack hourglasses as well. Going to be ripping some packs, I know, when I am off stream. I love Pokemon trading card game Pocket. The art is just so beautiful.
Yeah, definitely a fun way to play Pokemon on the go. 30 minutes in, you can open up 2 packs a little bit earlier than you normally would. So, of course, make sure to check out the action over on Twitch for just a little bit of your day if you want to gain those rewards, as we get ready to get into our first round of competition. As we sort of previewed a little bit, we'll have the format for this event. We've got 8 rounds of Swiss today, followed up by day 2, phase 2. Let's also not forget, there's plenty more to do. Here over on Twitch, there's also a badge for everybody to have for watching the stream, an exclusive Twitch badge you can earn. Just gotta watch for 60 minutes for this stream or any of the other streams if you want to check those out too. Listen, don't fault you for wanting to watch some Champions action this weekend. Make sure you tune in and get those rewards.
Absolutely. And of course, if you were watching a little bit before the opening ceremony and then the opening ceremony, you're still here. You're probably more than halfway at this point to getting all of your sweet, sweet drops. But like you had said, Ethan, yes, there are broadcasts for all of your favorite competitive Pokemon games this weekend. We got TCG, we got Pokemon Champions, we got Pokemon GO, and Pokemon UNITE as well. The energy in this room is absolutely electric.
Plenty to enjoy this weekend, whether you're here in the venue checking out Pokemon Worlds or Pokemon XP, or maybe a little bit of both. You know, I think it's great to mix and match, dabble in a bit of each. There's plenty to do. Or if you're at home, plenty of action to catch up on and rewards. So check out all of those streams and get ready for some action this weekend. And of course, to tie everything into a knot, you got to make sure those Twitch drops are enabled. Go to Pokemon.com, log into that Trainer Central account, and make sure you link that Twitch account. Watch whatever stream you want, and you can enjoy. And don't forget, if you would like to watch in another language, there's also extensions. So we've really done everything we can this year to make it so that the broadcasts are as digestible as possible to people from all over.
Yeah, and speaking of broadcasts from all over, I know we have our friends over in Japan having their broadcast not too far from us either. Truly, Ethan, it is the World Championship, bringing everyone together to enjoy Pokemon. I know for me, I was looking around the hall right before we had our call time, and yes, it's a tournament area that you would see, and then you just look ever so slightly to your right, and then you will see 2, like the actual size of Charizard, Venusaur, and Blastoise in Lego.
Yeah. That's true.
Life size.
Yeah.
It is so cool. And that is not just it. You have tons of things. There's a whole Pokemon museum full of cards from the past, a lot of sections of the past Worlds as well, showing what those competitor kits look like. I mean, there's a ton to do this year at Worlds.
Truly is an international event, truly so much to do and digest. We've come a long way from the humble ballrooms here, even in San Francisco. Let's focus back here on the tournament. We can take a look at the meta game for this weekend to see what decks have shown up, and wow, 43% almost Dragapult EX has been brought to this event.
Can I be honest, Ethan? That's actually less than I thought it would be.
Really?
I actually thought it would be 50.
Okay.
50%. That now, granted, we do have all of the Dragapults grouped together in that 42.9% that is not straight Dragapult, as we'd like to call it, but it definitely does not surprise me if we look one deck down to see what we like to call Big Basic Box, to be there with that Lily's Clefairy EX, thanks to things like Lily's Pearl. That modifier tool allows for Lily's Clefairy EX to not be 2 prizes, just 1, but thanks to Teal Mask Ogerpon, there's always that engine there running in the background for a untimely unfair snap.
And Zoroark EX, another deck that has sort of filled itself into the void. Of course, got Alakazam with the Dunsparce as well. And let's not forget about Crustle. That deck is not on the sort of radar itself, but you know, Slowking is a deck that kind of has pushed it out of the metagame. We kind of see that kind of make its way to the top of the graphic. This is honestly the highest I think we've ever seen Slowking in terms of metagame. Almost 50 players have brought it with them here to the World Championships of all events.
I think what Ross Cawthon did really well at NAIC is showed that, okay, there may be a Shaman here or there, but there are ways to win the game if there is a Shaman in play, and that is just your prize mapping through and through. But I think you're right, Ethan. Alakazam, while yes, great deck, unfortunately, that powerful hand is an effective attack, so missed energy with Crustle, not exactly the interaction that you really want to see there. I'm excited to see how many Slowking players, but of course, right at the tail end, Mega Excadrill, there are some believers there. I'm excited to see how far they're gonna go.
Things are heating up, things are almost ready. We've got our first match down at the stage. But before we showcase that action, let's take a quick look at the format for this event.
Let's dive into the format for the Pokemon trading card game at the 2026 Pokémon World Championships. The best trainers from around the globe are here to compete for their share of a $2 million prize pool and the coveted title of Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling head-to-head in a best-of-3 Swiss round format. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. When Swiss completes, the top 8 trainers and up to 8 additional trainers tied in 8th place advance into an asymmetrical single elimination bracket until only 2 finalists remain. These final 2 trainers in each age division will compete on Championship Sunday. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion. Let's get this tournament started.
First match is ready to begin. Look at that beautiful stage as we get ready to throw things down. We have an international clash for round number 1. That is a world champion I see on that stage, Fernando Cifuentes. Of course, winning that World Championships with Iron Thorns EX has completely shifted up to a deck now based off of abilities instead of trying to shut those ones off.
Well, honestly, I mean, Dipplin was able, you know, it's a great attacker through and through. But yes, Fernando Cifuentes with the Festival lead. As we talked about a little bit earlier, this deck keeps getting better and better. But looking on over to the right, Shun Ito coming all the way from Japan with this Ogerpon Meganium deck. As you can imagine, there is a Hydrapple EX in there as well to really capitalize off of that Wild Growth ability from Meganium. But the thing is, Ethan, while Hydrapple can heal itself thanks to Ripening Charge, Festival lead tends to not really care about those numbers.
Shun, a very accomplished player in his own right, did win a Champions League this year, as well as having some solid finishes over the year. Top 4 at the Japan Championships in 2018. A super solid player who's been playing the game for upwards of over a decade. So both of these players experienced in their own right. As we get ready to throw things down to the stage, it will be a battle of the grass-type Pokemon. You have to think, you know, Shun's deck being based around a 2-prizer and the ability for Fernando to get these 1-hit KOs, or should call them 2-hit KOs in one turn. Doesn't matter what's happening as long as Fernando is taking 2 prize cards on his turn. He should be in a pretty solid spot in this matchup.
What I think is very interesting about Fernando's deck is, while yes, Dipplin is there as an attacker, it's not actually the main attacker for Fernando's deck. I think over time, players have started to realize how good Seaking is because of the ability to draw some cards. So while yes, Dipplin is there, Seaking can also now hit those high numbers thanks to, like you had mentioned a little bit earlier, that Gladian's final battle and the Brave Bengal. But of course, we're always talking about this wacky Ethan Boom Boom Groove. If you miss Pidgeot EX, boy, do I have a Pokemon for you. You get to go in, search any card you want. And especially with Gladian's final battle, you need to have no cards in hand. You'll be able to at least sift through, find those Ultra Balls or ways that you can actually discard those cards out of your hand.
And we talked about Seaking's ability to draw cards. One big thing to point out, and the reason that Seaking is secretly so good is because that Goldeen has the Festival Lead ability on it. Being able to buddy poffin for a Pokemon that then turns your Thwacky on, right? You need to have that Festival Lead ability in the active spot. Being able to just start Goldeen and not have to worry about finding that evolution piece turn 2 just makes your setup so much more smooth.
And that is going to be the big thing, but the overarching issue with Festival Lead, Ethan, is if you don't have that Festival Grounds in play, you're not going to be able to hit those high damage points because you need to be able to attack twice. This is what this deck does extremely well here. So going up against Shun's deck, this Meganium Hydrapple deck where it tends to play 4 Forests of Vitality to get into Meganium as quickly as possible, it's really going to be a matter of when Fernando is going to decide to put Festival Grounds in play.
Looks like we're just getting through a little bit of the setup right now. We'll wait a little bit to talk about these players' decks just in case, there's a little bit going on. I really like the way that Shun has built this deck. We'll talk about it. It is not how I would conventionally consider the approach of this deck to be built. Usually we see just a bunch of Teal Mask Ogerpon, a bunch of draw supporters. You're just drawing cards every turn with that ability. And you're kind of hoping, you find that, forest and you put everything in play and get it going. There's a little bit more consistency behind what meets the eye here.
Absolutely. And even cards like Team Rocket's Petrol, that supporter, being able to go into the deck and find any trainer card, especially when things get a little bit rough, you can use the combination of Meowth EX, finding Team Rocket's Petrol, and then being able to find Forest of Vitality to go all the way up into that Meganium, because you can evolve your Grass-type Pokemon all the way up into their Stage 2s if that is in play. But like you had said, Ethan, this matchup is going to be a little bit interesting just because Fernando can hit those really high numbers on Hydrapple. Part of the reason why Hydrapple came back into format is because of that ripening charge, where you're able to heal off all of that Dragapult damage thanks to the free attachments. So now that Fernando has a Pokemon that can swing all the way up to 340 with the Brave Bangle, with Gladian's Final Battle, who knows to say if Shun's going to be able to manage that?
One other important thing, we of course talked about Festival Grounds as a stadium card. A lot of times in this format, decks are not playing many stadium cards.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of powerful stadium cards in the meta, and that means Festival Lead just can kind of stick that stadium in play and just chill for the rest of the game, not have to worry about searching that out. But with there being 4 Forest of Vitality in Shun's deck, that Stadium War constantly is going to be at play, and it doesn't seem like it, but with how important that Gladian's Final Battle is, having one more card to search every turn, it really can put you on that backlog of just being one piece short of these big swing turns like you mentioned.
And the big thing is about Shun's deck is that Shun is also playing some draw support thanks to that Mega Kangaskhan EX.
That's what I was going to say,
yeah. Well, I'm on your wavelength, Ethan.
When's the last time you've seen Mega Kangaskhan in I should say, when's the last time have you ever seen Mega Kangaskhan in this Meganium deck with Ogerpon and Hydrapple? But it makes perfect sense if you have ways to move. We'll have to talk about that A-Spec card a little bit later. We're going to keep it a bit of a surprise. There's some cool stuff here in Shun's deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, right? If Shun were to start this Mega Kangaskhan and have no way to get it out, that is a prime boss's orders target and a free 3 prizes for Fernando to target down here. But like we had mentioned, I mean, it's very interesting to see the grass decks really have a little bit of a come up through and through all of these sets as well, especially with Zoroark being the second most represented deck here. But I like what Shun's idea is, right? You have to expect Dragapult, so Hydrapple heals all of that extra damage to and from, and thanks to Teal Mask Ogerpon, you are really able to hit those high numbers thanks to the combination of Meganium and, of course, that Syrup Storm.
That is going to be a big question this weekend for a deck like Hydrapple. How convincing is the Dragapult EX matchup? On paper, like you said, it seems really good. You have one-hit KO potential on Dragapult EX. You can heal off that residual damage from Phantom Dive. However, one thing that is important to notice is the setup with this deck. It can struggle to get pieces out fast, and if you're not able to take those first 2 prize cards, well, it's okay letting a Dragapult or two go down, especially if they decided to play something fun like that Moltres in the deck. It's really going to be interesting to see how Shun's build of this deck is able to take down Dragapult, assuming he can advance far in this tournament.
We're talking about grass-type decks. Let's talk about grass-type Pokemon. A lot of conversation going into this tournament, Ethan, was Shaman a wasted spot in the deck? Now, granted, one of these competitors is playing Shaman, but especially when you hit into matchups like Hydrapple, where Shaman is just going to, if you were to start it, is just going to be a sitting duck. Very interested to see if players are going to regret their choice or thank Shaman for coming out.
Anticipation is building, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate you being patient with us as we get everything sorted out between the players. We'll make sure everything is in place before we jump down into this first Swiss round.
Still, though, I mean, I'm so excited to see Fernando's build of Festival Lead leaning more towards the Sea King rather than leaning towards the Dipplin. I think a lot of players at this point have really kind of known Dipplin to be the attacker, but thanks to Brave Bengal, thanks to Gladian's final battle, it'll certainly be very different. So see our opening dice roll, Ethan. Is Fernando gonna go first? You probably are with the deck that wants to evolve up, right?
Yeah, it's always scary, blind, going first with this Festival Lead deck. Your opponent can do you, item lock you, and all of a sudden you kind of just lose the game on the spot if you don't get Pokemon into play. But you just have such an advantage going first, assuming you set up, assuming you can attack before your opponent is able to evolve their Pokemon up. There are a lot of benefits. So the opening coin flip, we'll see these cards be drawn for both of these players. Let's see how this game progresses through. It looks like a starting Pokemon for both of these players. And is that Mega Kangaskhan immediately in hand for Shun? Probably one of the best starters. Also considering that Teal Mask Opponent will go ahead and start the Mega Kangaskhan. So we take a look at these players getting ready. So the prize cards be placed out and get into this first Swiss round.
I am so excited, Ethan. The World Championship is finally here. It's been looming for so long. Players for 9 months have been vying to get to this spot. Let's check out the prize cards here. There's a couple things on both sides, Ethan. I'm not liking too much, but more so on Shun's side than Fernando's side. It's going to be double Forest of Vitality, but also that Celebi card, thanks to Traverse Time, especially because Shun is going second here. That Traverse Time attack on Celebi is actually really important for the setup, being able to grab the stadium and some grass-type Pokemon to go all the way up into your Hydrapple, into your Meganium.
Could definitely struggle to find those Forest of Vitality. We'll keep an eye on how that has played out and will play out throughout this match. So we are almost ready to get into our first Swiss round. Former world champion Marco Cifuentes up against one of Japan's best in Shun Ito. This is going to be an excellent match, as it looks like these players are super eager to get underway. We'll have to wait just a little bit longer, and there we go. Round number 1 here at the 2026 World Championships is underway.
See what the draw for turn is here. Onto Fernando's side, and like you had said, Ethan, this is exactly what you want to see in terms of a start. Already a festival leader in Goldeen into the active, and honestly, Fernando also already having at least one rookie in hand. That feels pretty good. So here comes these opening prize searches here. Secret Box in hand already, but I'm not seeing much other help in the rest of the hand.
Secret Box is kind of all the help you really need when it comes to getting set up. You also have to start thinking about what your opponent is playing on turn 1. What decks should be going through your mind, Emily, when you see that Mega Kangaskhan in the active?
Well, at that point, right, Fernando's going to start counting out these Brave Bengals, these damage modifiers like you had talked about, because that's a juicy 3 prizes right there. And, you know, for Shun, it seems pretty safe until your opponent flips over something like a Goldeen here, and then you can hit all the way up to 340 on Shun's side. So we'll see how exactly Fernando wants to go about the setup. Like you had mentioned, Secret Box in hand already, so the pass on over, no energy attachment, no problem here. But speaking of energy, here comes Shun and these Teal Dances.
Plenty of energy to be found. Starts off with a Teal Dance, attaching an energy card from the hand. Doesn't count as that attachment for turn. And Mega Kangaskhan EX immediately getting powered up, looking to potentially attack with that on the following turn if Meganium can come into play.
No energy swaps here either. No energy switch. in Shun's deck here, but the problem is if Fernando is not having the best start, and Mega Kangaskhan might have to be doing a lot of the pushing here. Now, Shun did draw into a Chikorita, deciding to kind of throw it away with this Lily's Determination. It will go back into the deck. And still, you want to draw some cards. 8 cards here for Shun, then an extra 2 off the run errand as it hasn't been used yet.
Looking to find that Forest of Vitality for the following turn. See that run errand as mentioned. Just drawing into some more supporter cards. Does find an Ultra Ball, and it looks like there is a pair of great Pokemon. That Chikorita coming down into play, and that Diplin. Applin comes down, excuse me. Sometimes get them mixed up. They're all, you know, part of the apple tree, so to say. There is the draw for turn. A bit awkward with this Secret Box discard. And one important thing to note as we get through this game, we usually see Festival Lead based around Diplin. This is only a 1-1 Diplin line in this deck. We are full on the Seeking train.
We might have to change the graphic, because the graphic did show Diplin, and we might have to start showing Seeking here instead. But Secret Box Ace spec being used right away, supporter, item, tool, and stadium. So it looks like if Fernando does have an energy in hand, he will at least be able to start getting things going. But now, Ethan, here's the question. For item, now granted, Fernando does already have a Thwackey already set up here. Is he going to prioritize something like the Buddy Buddy Poffin and then the Pokepad to get the Festival Leader Seeking into spot here, or does he want to continue getting set up here? I'm very interested to see how he's going to go.
Yeah, looks like a guaranteed going to grab. Oh, looks like the KO could be online for Fernando. Assuming there is a Thwackey of some case? Yeah, the Thwackey in play. It's all going to be lined up here, Emily. The Thwackey can guaranteed grab the energy card. Gladian's Final Battle will be able to be played since there are 2 Bangle and the Stadium in play. Here we go. Gladion played. Thwackey grabbing a Grass Energy, and look at this aggression early on. Mega Kangaskhan is going to fall on the second turn here with this Festival Lead deck.
And this is the best part about this deck, Ethan, when you're thinking about Festival Lead, like I was, thinking, okay, well, we need a full bench in order to be able to hit those high numbers. Seeking actually doesn't need any of it. Just needs the damage modifiers in of itself, this Brave Bangle and Gladian's Final Battle. And thanks to Festival Grounds already being in play, Seeking can, of course, attack twice. And Fernando, who now has no cards in hand, actually is going to be able to draw 4 cards on top.
Plus the 3 prize cards, hand filled up all the way to 7 cards. And now immediately pressure on Shun. A 3 prize Pokemon has fallen, and your opponent is already ready to go. They've got the Festival Lead Pokemon in play. Thwackey can guarantee draw pieces, and there are 7 cards in the hand to work through.
And now it's over to Shun at this point. A lot of players in this point kind of get a little bit nervous, right? I mean, players can, of course, attack into the active Seeking there because that is the problem Pokemon, but still that Thwackey onto the bench allows for Fernando to go into the deck and find whatever card he truly wants here. So we'll see what Shun is going to be able to do off of this Ultra Ball here. Still no Forest of Vitality in play either. I have to wonder, just because I didn't see the rest of the hand be out for the Petrol to find the Forest of Vitality, you have to bump the Festival Grounds.
Yeah, it is tough. There is an argument to making sure you can put other pieces into play instead of that Stadium, since your opponent's going to have 7 cards in hand, plus the draw for turn, plus the Thwackey. It's pretty likely that bumping the Stadium isn't as big of a concern, and if you're playing Petrol, what else are you really doing on the turn? So I like this start here for Shun. Grab the Pheasantipede, see these 3 cards from Flip the Script, and then kind of make that approach, make that judgment call to see what comes next for his turn.
Well, thankfully for Shun as well, I do believe there is a special red card in hand as well.
Okay.
And because of the Mega Kangaskhan going down, Shun can actually play that this turn. We'll be able to shuffle all of those cards to the bottom of the deck. That's a lot of energy in hand, Ethan. Meowth for next turn.
It could be this turn. We haven't seen a supporter card played. There's the energy attachment for turn. This Teal Mask Ogerpon has a KO lined up on Seeking. There's also a world where could consider grabbing Boss's orders here and chasing down the Thwackey just to make sure his opponent is not able to grab more pieces, and I think I like this play from Shun.
Absolutely. Not only is the boss's orders going to be played, you can only imagine that the special red card is going to be played as well. So then Fernando's hand is really just going to be up to what the top 3 cards of the deck is going to be. Boss's orders definitely onto that Thwackey. See what else?
So Myriad Leaf Shower will be able to take a KO. There's the special red card. We typically don't see disruption as early as the 2nd turn of the game. Thwackey will go down. His opponent will have just 2 cards in hand, and it seems as if this Teal Mask Ogerpon will be able to not be KO'd on the following turn. Just because that Sea King falls 30 damage short. It's great at drawing cards. With that Gladian's Final Battle, it does a lot, but there's really not a lot else in the hand. Importantly, though, finding a Buddy Buddy Poffin to get some more basics into play.
Well, the 3 cards on the top for Fernando were a Mist Energy, a Buddy Buddy Poffin, and a Gladian's Final Battle as well. But unfortunately, the draw for turn was Mist Energy, so you can't double attach in 1 turn. So unfortunately, like you had mentioned, won't be able to use that Gladian's Final Battle again, but a pair of Grookey to suffice as well. Fernando at least will be able to get a couple of hits off here, but still, I mean, that's double. I mean, that's 1 Sea King ready to go, but like you had said, it's not a knockout just yet.
So there it is. 2 use of that Sea King. Rapid draw, 60 damage plus that Brave Bangle, times 2, 180 damage. And while the prize lead is still in Fernando's favor, you have to wonder what the setup will look like on the following turn. To note, that is the only hand disruption card gone now for Shun, which means these 4 cards drawn from Sea King are going to be safely kept in the hand.
Absolutely. And still, I mean, Shun has to find a way. There's the Petrol, and does already have the Forest of Vitality in hand as well. Shun can go on ahead and start getting these Pokemon evolved all the way up.
Yeah, now it's about finding those evolution pieces, and more importantly, finding a different attacker to go into this turn. We'll see the Lily's Determination played. Now, prize card was taken for Shun on the previous turn, so we'll only get 6 cards and has used both Teal Dance abilities. Really going to need some help from these 6 cards for him to find a useful attack, because if this Teal Mask Ogerpon goes down, there's a pretty easy path to victory for Fernando on the next few turns.
And because this Teal Mask Ogerpon just took damage, wasn't knocked out, this Fezandipity is not going to be able to draw some more cards either. See what the 6 cards are. That's a couple of bug catching sets and a lot of energy.
What is this hand?
Oh, boy.
3 energy and 3 bug catching sets. We have to check the randomization here. We'll see 7 cards drawn, and that's a nice 2 cards found. The Bayleaf and the Diplin now has both of those stage 1 Pokemon. We'll have to see what these next 2 nets are going to be able to warrant to find.
Well, the thing is, Ethan, I mean, if Festival Grounds is in play, that Diplin can also attack. I mean, it's definitely a great attacker to go in versus a 1 prize Pokemon here, but not exactly the route that I think Shun is going to take just yet. We still have to spin the wheel a couple more times for Shun. Definitely needs that Meganium.
There's a Teal Mask Ogerpon does find Meganium. So as it stands, we have not seen an attachment for turn. There is a knockout lined up with that bench Teal Mask Ogerpon attachment for turn. With that Wild Growth ability in play, means there's essentially 4 energy attached instead of 2. And that seems to be the most likely scenario for Shun in this spot. As it stands, your opponent, regardless, needs to play Gladian's Final Battle to take a KO. You might as well use that Teal Mask Ogerpon before going into Hydrapple. It feels we'll have both choices now thanks to that Hydrapple EX found from this bug catching set.
And the heal off of the Ripening Charge as well for that Hydrapple will be good for Shun here, but going to at least finally going to be able to go into the Hydrapple and use the Hydrapple strategy of healing everything, being able to move these Pokemon around and being able to attack for less, like you had mentioned, Ethan. See what the attachment for turn is going to be, going straight into the Diplin, into the Hydrapple.
Yeah, so satisfying to just play a bunch of those Pokemon down, break the rules of the game, and this is a strategy that is being lined up using Fezandipity EX for that Cruel Arrow attack later on. That's one of the big weaknesses of this Festival League deck. You can sometimes stick Thwackey in the active spot and it can't use that Boom Boom Groove ability. Start sniping some Pokemon on the bench. There is that Syrup Storm taking a KO. Shun climbing back in this game, but there are just so many cards in hand for Fernando. You have to imagine he's going to be able to pull off a knockout, especially with this start. Stadium in hand, Ultra Ball, and Gladion's final battle. Doesn't even need Thwacky, and in case he actually doesn't, we're still going to see Thwacky be grabbed. Can now do something really cool, Emily, and chain these Thwackies together.
And that is the best part about this deck. Pidgeot EX was once per turn, but now it's once per Thwacky, right? And now being able to find your full board setup again. And here's the thing, Ethan, this was only possible thanks to the Ultra Ball found off of the Sea King draw and the prizes here as well. So Fernando just double checking the hand. I believe it was Gladion's final battle and another energy in hand. I could very well be wrong, but still, like you had said, this Goldeen with the Festival lead ability is the one that's going to be allowing this to happen for next turn. And there it is, Gladion's final battle, a one-hit knockout, going all the way up to 340 damage.
And now Fernando is running away with this game. Just needs a boss's orders to close things out on the following turn. How will Shun respond in game number 1?
That's really hard to say, right? I mean, before the line for Shun was just take out the one singular Thwacky there, but the problem is now there's another and a Goldeen ready to go that turns on the Boom Boom Groove as well. So here we go. I mean, for Shun, going to be able to Teal Dance, and there is, of course, an attacker here, but you don't want to put up the Meganium because the Meganium doesn't have enough hit points to survive a Festival attack here, but let's see how exactly he wants to maneuver around it.
See these Teal Dance abilities be used, flip the script, but there is no more disruption for Shun. See the Applin placed down. There's the Forest of Vitality. So another Stadium card gone for Fernando. And there's the Lily's Determination. So yet again, shuffling the hand in, drawing 6 cards, and trying to find something to keep himself in this game.
It might have to be Shun finding a way back into Hydrapple EX again and just putting the most amount of hit points forward and saying, no, you don't have it twice, being able to force that one-hit knockout. But like you had mentioned, Ethan, I mean, it doesn't matter with double Thwacky ready to go.
Yeah, and we see Shun try and go into this Hydrapple EX instead of the Teal Mask Ogerpon because there's a little bit of a cool play Fernando can do where he can use his opponent's Forest of Vitality on the same turn to evolve into a Diplin and then fill the bench up to take a KO without the use of Gladion's final battle. Not able to find that, and it looks like there are the pieces in hand for Fernando. As long as he has an Ultra Ball or a Gladion's final battle in the hand, there is the potential, and actually can thin the hand out completely. The game is over, ladies and gentlemen. Double Buddy Buddy Poffin to fail. We'll see the Night Stretcher bring back a Pokemon, and that leaves 0 cards in hand, allowing another Gladion's final battle plus the Stadium bump. Fernando Cifuentes takes game 1 in dominating fashion.
Ethan, couldn't have explained it better myself. And a classic 3-2-1 of a prize race there. Fernando's being able to thin the hand all the way down reliably each and every time. And while it was looking a little bit grim thanks to that special red card, I mean, the special red card really gave him a lot to really work with, right? Gave him the double gave him the Buddy Buddy Poffin, gave him the Mist Energy, and then being able to draw off of the Sea King, right? I mean, special red card, shuffling the hand down, but still being able to draw some cards. He was able to, while yes, just putting on damage, actually stopped Shun from drawing all the cards he needed off of Festivity, and now was able to get back into the game. Great stuff.
Love to bring in our analyst, Pablo Meza, here with us this weekend. This is a new spin on a deck, and honestly has changed my complete mind about what Festival League could be as a deck.
I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, I first thought this new version was a little fishy to me, but honestly, it's looking pretty great and needing less stuff, essentially, to be able to pull off a big attack, having the reliability of Goldeen's abilities, so you don't need to evolve in order to activate Festival Lead and be able to search for stuff. I'm liking what I'm seeing here, guys.
This could be the new approach. 340 could be that magic number of the format. Take a look at game number 2, ready to be underway. Here we go. Mega Kangaskhan start yet again for Shun. Electing to go first. We'll see that Run Errant ability be used. Just draw into a couple of basic Pokemon. It looks like an Ultra Ball to go along with that. See what this decides to grab. Lily's determination for the following turn. So as things stand, already a solid start for Shun on turn 1.
Definitely what you want to see a little bit better here, but also the Ultra Ball coming into play to immediately get rid of the next Mega Kangaskhan here. But you're looking at Fernando's start, and it's going to be Relor, and that's not exactly what you want to see in this matchup. Definitely not for this deck, at least. See what the prize cards are going to be for both of these players, because as we talked about, it's really important to note what resources aren't available. Now, granted, it's better to have one Force of Vitality prize, but still a Meganium in there, and that special red card for Shun, because we talked about a little bit earlier how Shun needs to be able to get rid of Fernando's gigantic hand.
The Relor isn't 100% the worst. That Pheasantipity line that was talked about before gets nullified if you can establish that protective barrier ability on that Rabska. So it could definitely be something that could come up into play. You are, of course, more than happy to let that Pokemon be KO'd, if anything, on the following turn. And right away for Fernando, what you love to see on turn number 1, Buddy Poffin, to start getting some Pokemon into play. We'll see if he has a follow-up on top of that.
I think Fernando has a great hand with him, too. I believe does also have a Pokepad in hand as well. Check on over into Fernando's prizes. 1 Goldeen prize. Now, granted, there are 3. It's a 3-3 line. 1 Goldeen isn't too bad, but still a Grookey and a Festival Grounds and a Brave Bengal. There's a lot of pieces of the puzzle that Fernando's not going to have access to. It's not comfortable.
It's not comfortable. Honestly, you've got to have 6 cards prized at some point, and there are definitely worse combinations for sure. We'll see Grookey come down, as well as Goldeen. Pretty standard stuff to start the turn off. Just going to check through the prize cards. Pokepad also being played. And we see Fernando just prioritizing double Goldeen, making sure that there is just not that single Goldeen knocked out on the following turn, wants to try and guarantee an attack.
One thing that Shun did a little bit earlier that Fernando did just now was having that very key Essential Stadium in the opening hand and then saying, you know what, it's not the time for that stadium just yet. It's going to be shuffled back into the deck. As we talked about a little bit earlier, Ethan, this is kind of this sub-match going on right underneath the main plot of finding your prize cards. You need to be able to still find your stadiums as well.
Has returned into the hand after that Lily's determination. Great find for the following turn. Buddy Poffin number 2. And now for Fernando, the entire bench is filled up with Pokemon. We'll see double Grookey most likely come down into play. And with all of this, it really comes down to that question of what does Fernando have to follow up such a strong turn number 1?
Does have an Ultra Ball for at least the Thwackey going into next turn. But it's also about finding the energy to get your festival leader, that Goldeen, into the active. As we saw a little bit earlier, Fernando is able to chain Thwackies, get those Boom Boom grooves going, but I think Fernando is more than comfortable just leaving this Relor up into the active.
Oh, this hand is excellent for the following turn. Double Thwackey, Energy, Ultra Ball. Really can't ask for much more than that. Just considering the possibility of Shun taking a KO on one of these benched Pokemon, and it seems pretty unlikely with the hand size. Of course, you can draw some cards with like Kangaskhan. Nothing is impossible in the Pokemon TCG. If your deck's got the cards, it could draw into the combination. Regardless here for Shun, pretty solid start. See the energy attachment to the Mega Kangaskhan and a Lily's determination to draw 8 cards since Shun is still at 6 prizes remaining. Does need to find that Forest of Vitality if this Mega Kangaskhan wants to attack along with those evolution Pokemon.
What I'm curious about is that Fernando really committing the energy attachment to that Goldeen. And while yes, it is absolutely correct, if Shun does not knock out this Relor, how does Fernando get ahead next turn? You're not going to be able to use the Boom Boom Groove without a Festival leader in the active. See how the teal dances go here. A couple of cards drawn. Has that A-Spec, the Scoop Up Cyclone? I don't think we've talked about that yet, Ethan.
Jump scare, ladies and gentlemen. That is an A-Spec jump scare if I've ever seen one. The Scoop Up Cyclone is great at taking these Pokemon, healing damage off, putting them back into play, and more importantly, surprising your opponent. When your opponent doesn't know you're playing this card, they could commit really hard to a line and get completely punished by just picking a Pokemon up, healing all that damage, and sometimes resetting those energy cards to put them into more efficient places. Here is that net. We'll see if there's some of those evolution Pokemon. No, just a couple of energy cards. Not bad hits by any means, but really looking to get Meganium into play on this turn.
I do believe Bayleaf is already in hand and an Ultra Ball as well, but I think Shun wants to go the route of finding the Meganium off of the bug catching set rather than having to waste a resource with the Ultra Ball to get all the way there.
There's another one.
See here.
Spinning the wheel as per usual. 7 cards. Is there a Meganium? Not only is there no Meganium, but there's only one Pokemon. It's just that Hydrapple EX. So at minimum, we'll see Meganium come into play thanks to this Ultra Ball. Mega Kangaskhan EX can take the KO. And now, again, it's on Fernando to put together this KO. But we saw in game number 1 how simple it is when you can use those Boom Boom Grooves to not find other Grookies. Ooh.
Still, though, I mean, looking back into Shun's prizes, there is one Meganium prize. So this is the only one available to Shun right now, at least. But like you had said, Ethan, much better start here. At least Mega Kangaskhan is going to be able to attack, but you can't help but to wonder if Fernando, thanks to the double Grookey already in hand, is going to be able to loop through everything. There it is, all the way up, thanks to Forest of Vitality.
So rapid fire combo taking the KO on Relor. It's now Shun yet again responding with the first KO. As it stands, just such good cards in hand for Fernando. Can actually thin this hand down completely. It is a bit awkward with the Ultra Ball in hand. Can play every other card. Could use Thwacky to just grab a card to discard. Something like an energy, a not useful item card. We're actually going to see, just exactly that. Tool Scrapper eyed up. It's a card that does absolutely nothing in this matchup.
No, doesn't need it for here, but needs all of this hand to go away. And this is the thing now with new Festival Lead, I would say, is that being able to thin the deck consistently is what you need for success here. Second Boom Boom Groove. Can only imagine going back for that Tool Scrapper.
Yeah, and it is going to get the job done, it seems like. And now there actually looks like we've got the exact pieces. Stadium, Tool Card, and a way to discard the hand down. Yet again, in game number 2, Fernando Cifuentes is going to take a 3-prize KO on the second turn of the game and fill this hand up to 7 cards.
It's not just that, Ethan, but look at the rest of the supporting Pokemon behind him, too. Does also already have the Goldeen ready to go for next turn when inevitably this Sea King does go down thanks to Meganium already being in play. Shun does at least have 2 attackers ready to go, but this is a lot of cards drawn for Fernando. Shun not having access to that special red card because it's in the prizes. Fernando is going to keep a lot of cards now in hand.
He now has to figure out a way to thin that hand back down.
True.
Still having access to Secret Box is an easy way to do so. See how Shun can respond. Immediately the Dipplin comes up into the active spot, and this Goldeen is just so annoying to deal with. 10 damage away from a 1-hit KO from Dipplin, as it could use that Festival Ground ability to attack twice. It's just so awkward when your opponent's at 3 prize cards, since you'd ideally like them to go through 2 prize Pokemon.
The only thing is, Ethan, if Shun were to go down that line, that would require benching the rest of the Ogerpon in hand, and then Shun is going to be attacking with this Teal Mask Ogerpon for the rest of the game. That's 2 prizes.
Yeah.
Would love to see him get another Hydrapple at least set up. Still, these Teal Dances, such great abilities. That Boss's Orders is in hand here, but I would love to see Shun go into the Hydrapple here rather than just relying on Dipplin to get it done.
Now just debating if there's any other cards that need to be found. There's a solid backup option with that Scoop Up Cyclone, assuming your opponent can't take the 1-hit KO. It will just be the Lily's Determination played. So 6 cards found for Shun has kind of hit the benchmark for this turn. Hydrapple in the active spot, KO being taken. It's kind of just cherry on top from this point on.
See what the 6 cards do give Shun here. Finds the Forest at least as well. Still needing to bump the Festival Ground and Pheasantipity, excuse me. Festival Pheasantipity. Try saying that 5 times
Yeah, a little bit of a
fast.
tongue twister. With the Hydrapple EX in play now, it is possible to power up Cruel Arrow in a single turn. I wonder now if Shun can put together a cool combination like that in addition to a boss's orders. That seems like it may be his best route back. But as it stands right now, Fernando is lining up another 2-prize turn to go down to 1 card in hand. Looks like we are just going to see the knockout taken, Goldeen promoted into the active spot, and it looks like there's already an energy card and 2 Ultra Ball in the hand. May not even need Secret Box to take this KO on Hydrapple.
Not at all. I mean, already has the it feels like Fernando always has the pieces in hand thanks to the Sea King draw. Already has the Brave Bengal, already has the Festival Grounds in play. So these Thwackies can really just be used as ways to find the discard method. Like you had mentioned, Ethan, it is going to be the Ultra Balls here. It depends on how exactly he wants to go all the way down here. Ultra Ball, the other 2 Thwackies. There is at least the Mist Energy and the Brave Bengal already in hand. I think you're right, Ethan. He already has it.
Yeah, may have the Stadium card in hand as well. That would allow this Thwacky to use the last Boom Boom Groove ability to find another Sea King. And yeah, the Stadium's already in hand. Now just has to figure out the way to play the last Ultra Ball. Can get rid of the Mist Energy and the Stadium card, then research out another energy. The Sea King would be nice to have established on the following turn with Goldeen, but there is a Diplet in play, and that can be an attacker used on the following turn.
Absolutely.
Or, excuse me, Applin in play, and it can be used. All of these apples on trees and them growing and then becoming, 3-headed monsters, it's a lot to take in.
Both players are bobbing for apples this game here, so we'll see how Fernando wants to sequence here.
It feels like it has to be that option. Just considering what card is best to discard, and it will be the Lily's Determination. It seems counterintuitive on the surface, right? Why would you discard a draw supporter, a card that can help find cards? But it seems like the idea is to play one last Gladion's final battle to close this game out.
It's not even just that. Can also fill up the bench and find boss's orders as well, being able to take out the Meganium, because that would be a 1-prize Pokemon there. But another perfect mill, Ethan, all the way down Gladion's final battle, showing why it is so good in this deck here. And the mix with Sea King being able to keep drawing 80 more thanks to Gladion's final battle, 2 prize cards, and then a ton more thanks to Rapid Draw.
Filling the hand up to 6 cards thanks to those 4 cards drawn, plus the 2 prize cards. And here we go for Shun. What can he do to stop what seems like the inevitable on the following turn? You've got to get creative in a spot like this. Can Pheasantipity be the savior in game number 2?
Well, the thing is, with Fernando's Goldeen being the last prize card here, Fernando is starting to fill the bench because he has to attack with Diplin to be the final attacker there. So Shaman has to come down here. And then Fernando, because Applin doesn't have that Festival lead ability that Goldeen does, will have to piece together finding that final piece. But still, for Shun, the priority here is not only getting rid of the attacker, but finding another stadium. And then I think, Ethan, the route is once again putting forward the Hydrapple EX, saying, you know what, it's the biggest Pokemon with the highest hit points in my deck. Let's see what you can do.
Steel Mask number 3 coming down into play. There is an Ultra Ball that can find the last Hydrapple EX in the deck. Is it in there? I'm not sure it is. No, just gonna have to play a Lily's Determination and try to find some help. May need to find something like that 1 copy of Night Stretcher. Otherwise, it seems like curtains.
6 cards here. Now, granted, 3 more thanks to Pheasantipity EX here as well here. We've seen more heartbreaking things happen on this world stage.
There it is, Night Stretcher found. Are there any energy cards? There's a Scoop Up Cyclone, so you can get a little bit creative. Pick up one of these Teal Mask Ogerpon. See 3 cards drawn from Flip the Script, does find an energy, importantly can now save that ace-spec for later potentially.
Not just that, but also did find the special red card off of the prizes as well for Shun, so will be able to at least shuffle Fernando's hand all the way down. Will have to do some work to find that Night Stretcher all over again.
Still in the prizes, unfortunately.
Oh no, just plays another copy.
There is no hand disruption left for Shun Ito in this game. He's going to do everything he can, but it seems like the writing is on the wall. Oh, there is another red card. Oh, there's two in this deck. Okay, sorry, I thought there was only one, Emily. I will not doubt you for the rest of the weekend.
Oh,
Got it out of the way.
Well, to be fair, I only thought there was one in the deck, so now we're both wrong.
Okay, you know what? We are off to an excellent start when it comes to understanding both of these players' decks. A little bit of a surprise, and that was a huge piece found. Let's not understate it. Shun Ito taking the KO with a beefy Pokemon and importantly disrupting the hand. And you can tell Fernando does not like those 3 cards, considering promoting Shaman in the active spot on this turn.
Not even thinking about it either, saying, you know what, I have no line to the Night Stretcher to recover the Diplin. You know what that means? It's time to get into buying some time here. Now, granted, Fernando does have some time. None of these Pokemon do give up 3 prizes, but the thing is, now, if Fernando misses game this turn, this gives Shun the green light to start attacking the Thwackies here.
Yeah, and honestly, the game could be over on the following turn. If Applin is KO'd from a boss's orders, Fernando's not going to be able to respond, and there it is, passing off the turn. Shun Ito immediately plays boss's orders to bring that Pokemon up, and a huge tempo swing in Shun's favor.
1 turn off for Fernando. We've only seen Fernando hit these really big swing turns, and now, unfortunately, we have to see, but there's the top deck, finds the energy for Shaman, but not is going to attach here. At least has the Lily's determination to get out.
Just wants some sort of pivot. Lily's determination, so can shuffle, find 6 cards. However, if there is no Pokemon that comes into play this turn, nothing like a Night Stretcher or a Sacred Ash to shuffle Pokemon back, the game is essentially over on the spot.
And not just that, Ethan, you got to look at the time as well. Only 17 minutes left for both of these players. Honestly, Shun, at this point, the best case scenario might have to be a tie, as weirdly as that sounds here.
Yeah, it just feels so inevitable. Now, there is a big Sacred Ash found. Cannot stress enough that this is going to shuffle back all the Pokemon, and there was also a Buddy Poffin in the hand. Can put double Goldeen into play, and all of a sudden, when things seem grim, a top deck Lily for turn may have saved Fernando in the second game.
That is everything that Fernando needs and more, right? It wasn't thanks to the hand, it was thanks to the Sacred Ash in total. And like you had mentioned, already has the Buddy Poffin now.
Wow.
Can put everything back here.
And the secret box has not been used yet for Fernando, which is going to make things so easy if he can use just one Boom Boom Groove ability to discard those unused cards and get himself into a spot to close out this game. What a turn for Fernando.
Is Fernando going to be able to at least get back into the game here? Like you had mentioned, there's Goldeen going into the active, and because of the energy attachment, Shaman retreating. And here we go, Boom Boom Groove is live, Ethan.
And this is even better since now Fernando can grab himself something like air balloons to make sure that Thwacky cannot be trapped in the active spot, since that is a great counterplay for Shun to use Fezzidipity's Cruel Arrow while making sure something like special red card cannot disrupt. I wonder if Fernando is just going to grab 2 of those air balloon, put them on the Thwacky, and make sure disruption plus Cruel Arrow is not a win condition.
I'm a little worried though, Ethan, because Shun actually took that second special red card off of the prizes here. So while yes, Fernando is absolutely setting up checkmate here, Shun has seen that Fernando has done all of this work, and there it goes to the top of the hand already, saying, you know what, you're not keeping any of that.
This hand is incredible. Scoop up Cyclone, double Grass Energy, and that special red card. So all of the pieces are there for Shun if he can attack with Fezzidippity, use the Ripening Charge ability, attach for turn, and that Hydrapple, ladies and gentlemen, can move out of the active spot, assuming that Scoop Up Cyclone can be played. And there it is, that exact line coming down into play, and Shun can now comfortably use this, but no! Surprised that Fezzidippity did not get involved, instead taking the KO. are the pieces there now? And I think it is. Boom Boom Groove can grab Secret Box, and that can find everything here for Fernando, assuming he has a Pokepad in hand, plus another way to find Gladian's final battle. Let's see if the pieces are there.
I'm a little bit concerned, Ethan, because I think a piece that Fernando doesn't want to discard is in there, and that's going to be that Brave Bangle, but does already have the energy in hand as well as an Air Balloon. While, yes, Air Balloon can go, what else can we pitch from the rest of this hand? What can he do to at least guarantee it? Because obviously Fernando is going to Secret Box here, but I don't know if Fernando get enough get high enough at this point?
I don't think he can. He can't afford to discard that last Brave Bangle. No. If that card was not in the hand, the game would be all over. But being unable to use the search feature from that Secret Box means he's not getting the full value. Now has to go back to the drawing board, and what seemed to be curtains is now giving us an encore.
It's just unfortunate for the draw for turn being another card that you actually need here. And that one Thwacky going down thanks to Shun's decision-making might have actually saved him here.
What do? Do you grab Boss's orders and hope to stall for a turn? Your opponent has game on board. And if you're not KOing Hydrapple, it's just GG's.
The thing is, I don't think Fernando reaches high enough to get to the Meganium either.
I mean, you've got to try and stall it for a turn. The issue, however, there are no more Boss's orders in the deck, it seems. And if that's the case, Shun can just sit there and wait until Pheasantipity can take the final KO. There actually still is Shaman in play. So all of this talk about Pheasantipity, while in theory it's good, you've got to always remember that guy is in play. So apologies on my end there. It's a little bit distracting with some of these special art rares.
Well, there's so many lines that Hydrapple can take. I mean, the Hydrapple strategy really is to go into the active and just heal all this damage. But like you had mentioned, I mean, can also use things like Pheasantipity, but look at Shun, ready to go. One energy to retreat because it counts for two. There's the attack and there's the finisher. Shun Ito going to be able to at least tie it up here. Ethan, you got 12 minutes. Are we ending this first match on stream with a tie?
We'll wait and see what the result of that match was. Way to go, Shun. He battled back in this game after what was a super, super solid turn 2 and turn 3 for his opponent. Even the setup on turn 1 was great. He found the way back into the game. And it was really thanks to all of those great draws, the disruption from special red card that allowed Shun to claw back and take game number 2.
Yeah, the special red card in game 1 really gave Fernando literally everything he needed. And game number 2, it took everything away. But that's the thing with Festival Lead. While yes, the Sea King is very scary, there's a battery in the back, and that is going to be that Thwacky using Boom Boom Groove. And as long as you're able to take that offline, it just doesn't go all the way. And Shun, for a second time, lost Mega Kangaskhan as the first Pokemon, giving up 3 prizes, but still able to claw it all the way back.
Fernando just running out of attackers towards the end of the game seemed to have sealed his fate. He's not able to promote Goldeen. Like this turn, for example, if Goldeen was promoted instead of Shaman, the game essentially ends on the spot. You just have to feel. Found a way back in that perfect turn, the Sacred Ash, the double Buddy Buddy Poffin to grab those Pokemon back into play. All of that seemed to have basically locked the game up, but just having that tool in the hand, needing to discard cards from Secret Box, it just didn't pan out, and we see how fast Fernando is moving. Immediately, double Buddy Buddy Poffin is going to fill the bench up with double Goldeen, or excuse me, a single Goldeen, an Applin, double Grookey, and as long as there's an energy attachment or an Air Balloon for the following turn, can start to put pressure on. Now, there are double Goldeen in the prizes. That's a bit awkward. We'll have to see if 3 attackers is enough to carry him across the finish line.
Well, it looks like Fernando is going to have to lean into his 1/1 copy of Diplin, and especially that gives the green light with Shaman already there. It's going to stay in play. Fernando doesn't have a scoop-up Cyclone of his own to get it out of play, so it is just going to be that bench sitter here. See how Shun is going to attack this turn. Does at least have a Teal Mask Ogerpon. I do believe a Bug Catching set and a Lily's Determination to refresh the hand as well, but you see this opening from Fernando. Shun got to put the gas going now.
Wonder if we'll see Mega Kangaskhan not come down in this spot. Something like Celebi's Traverse Time attack on turn number 1 could be super solid at making sure there's just a 1 prize Pokemon promoted. Then you can promote that Teal Mask Ogerpon to have it take a hit and then just eventually pivot out of the active spot. See Chikorita to come down. There's an energy attachment as well.
Uh-oh.
And with the Dawn, that line is guaranteed.
Here's the big problem, Ethan.
Oh.
There's 2 Applin in the prizes. There are 2 Applin in the deck.
That is not good, Emily. That means no attacker online outside of the Teal Mask Ogerpon. As things stand, Shun is going to have to put a little bit of a wrench in his plans.
Both players do have at least multiple attackers in the prizes, but as last game, Shun does at least have another Meganium prize here, so we'll only have access to 1. I like what you were talking about with Celebi's Traverse Time because it is such a great attack, especially when you are going second, because it essentially searches everything that you need for your following turn. So you can search for up to 3 in any combination of Pokemon and Stadium cards, right? So if Shun is unable to find the Meganium, can actually go into the deck and safely find it alongside the Forest of Vitality.
Now, there may be enough pieces in hand for Shun to be okay with taking the alternate approach, accepting that this Pokemon is probably going to be knocked out in the active on the following turn, and Pheasantipity EX is a great way to start to stabilize on the following turn. So we'll see Pheasantipity along with Bayleaf and Meganium grabbed into the hand. And there is now that full evolution line, so assuming a Stadium is there as well, see those Pokemon come into play, and it's just a pass of the turn over. Fernando, can you get this again? And wow, Air Balloon immediately, Thwacky in hand, and that basically lies up. Double Thwacky. Fernando is having everything he needs in this first set.
Here's the question, Ethan. What is the final card in Fernando's hand? Or the final 2 cards has to be usable here and applicable. I do believe it was a Brave Bangle.
Yeah.
Or maybe my heart is telling me it's a Brave Bangle.
I spotted the Brave Bangle. I'm not sure about the other card, but it essentially is guaranteed, right? You could grab Ultra Ball plus another card to thin, and then grab the 3rd Thwacky to then find the last pieces. The thing that is still missing, of course, the Goldeen and the Energy card. So is now considering if Secret Box needs to be used. Also, Boss's Orders, so there's a couple of things that could be unique in this spot.
Well, it may not exactly have to go all the way right now and take the Teal Mask Ogerpon. If Fernando were to take down the Chikorita, would it be the worst thing in the world either here? But still going to play the Lily's Determination. This Chikorita will go and survive into the next turn. The question is, what is Fernando going to get off of these 8 cards? Granted, there is still 1 more Boom Boom Groove to be used, so can fit that final piece here, but can Fernando get back into it? I know he wants to take this win. It is very possible with the board set up as it is right now for Shun.
Now, all hope is not lost. Fernando can still take a KO this turn. We see the Brave Bangle on the Applin on the bench. There is a switch in Fernando's deck, so if he can play that switch plus that Festival Grounds and an energy card, there is a KO lined up. And I think all of the pieces are there, Emily. Is there a switch or a Stadium? No, it's just 1 piece short. Had the energy. Oh, it's actually there.
It's perfect.
Secret Box gets all of those pieces. So just when Fernando looked like he was unable to take the KO, we will see everything be found. Secret Box, discarding these unused cards, switch plus Festival Grounds, and a unique twist on an old classic coming into play on turn number 2 for Fernando.
Cards in hand, no problem for Fernando. Going to switch back into the very reliable attacker of this Dipplin. Potentially getting the Sacred Ash ready to go as well. Can fail the Secret Box as well. If you want a empty hand, you can fail to find certain things. But why would you do that when you're not using Seaking this turn to reach all the way? Why not go right back to your trusty Dipplin here? See how Fernando wants to continue going, but this is a great setup for Fernando as well. Here comes that Dipplin, and we'll be able to do the wave for a trusty 200 damage plus the Brave Bengal modifier. That Teal Mask Ogerpon's gone.
So 2 prizes taken for Fernando. We are short on time, ladies and gentlemen. Just 5 minutes left. But as it stands for Fernando, he can win the game in 2 turns.
Yeah.
it really now comes down to how Shun wants to play this game. He could purposely stagger putting 2 prize Pokemon into play. We'll see if Pheasantipity's Flip the Script ability be used. Time, ladies and gentlemen, definitely a factor in this 3rd game now.
Couldn't tell if Forest of Vitality was in hand. I do believe it was, just barely saw it here.
It's just so tough, Emily. Your opponent's at 4 prizes, so you can't hand disrupt them.
No.
They didn't grab a supporter, so you're almost certain that Gladion's final battle is in hand. And they have 3 Thwackey plus a Seeking on the bench. You have to accept that if you attack this turn, whatever you attack with is almost certainly going down.
The thing is, I can see, Ethan, at least 2 Air Balloon have been committed at this point.
And a Switch.
And the Switch has also been committed as well. There's only 1 more Air Balloon in the deck here, so very well could find an alternate win condition of holding a Thwackey in place if he so chooses to. See what the second bug catching set does bring him.
Once again, no Applin in the deck. Hydrapple not an option. Going to have to rely off Teal Mask Ogerpon to close this game out. Seems like time is not in Shun's favor. Of course, grab these pieces, continue to draw cards with the Teal Dance ability, but still missing that Forest of Vitality to evolve up Meganium.
It's not just that, Ethan. It's the fact that Shun keeps putting 2 prize Pokemon in play, and like you had mentioned, Fernando doesn't have too many hoops that he has to jump through to get all the way up here. Forest, though, going into play, there's the Meganium. I don't want to say attack with the Meganium, man. That would be crazy.
It seems that Shun has essentially committed to his inability to win this game. He understands that from this point on, it is very unlikely for him to win. So is now going to do everything possible to try and stall out as much time as he can. And there it is, just an attachment to the Thwackey and a pass. Fernando not having any way to pivot out of the active spot, and more importantly is the bigger issue. Once you commit enough resources to retreat, something like that 3rd Air Balloon, the other Thwackey then becomes a trap target, and you're just going to run out of time with there only being 2.5 minutes remaining in this round.
Well, look at the way that Fernando just went and attached the energy instead of the final Air Balloon in the deck, Ethan, saying, you know what, if I maybe kind of feign the final Air Balloon, Shun is going to have to go through this Thwackey, get things going here. But that was just a pass back, believe it or not, Ethan.
Yeah, and it's so tough because this Meganium in the active spot means that Fernando is going to have to take 3 KOs to win the game, and that's just more time needed off the clock. And here we go, just draw passing back and forth, and a Lily top deck for Shun means he can play some of these cards out of the hand and continue to try and find that second boss's orders.
Fernando unfortunately stuck here. I mean, Thwackey isn't a festival leader, so Boom Boom Groove can't be utilized here. Really just has to just wait, pass back and forth.
This is absolutely turning into a crazy game, ladies and gentlemen. Celebi can come down. That's another 1 prize Pokemon, just consistently trying to feed Pokemon into play and just gonna thin the deck out with this traverse time. Find these unneeded grass-type Pokemon to just increase those odds of seeing that second boss's orders.
We've gone from such an intense match to now Fernando might not even be able to win at this point. And Shun perfectly okay with saying, you know what, okay, this Thwackey is actually going to end up staying here. No attacker, no problem.
It never feels great to play for a tie in the Pokemon TCG, but you cannot stress enough how important every match point is in a tournament like this. It can make or break your chances at top cut, could be the difference between you and $5,000. It really does matter. Now just looking for some insurance at this point, but with there being just 38 seconds left in the game, Fernando needs to find a KO this turn and pass the turn back, and that just doesn't seem possible.
1 energy, and that would unleash the floodgates, at least for Fernando to attack. But who's to say? I mean, Shun has done a ton of thinning. Only 1 boss's orders used, and there is another available to him. Could go back into it. Finds the air balloon, though, Ethan.
Air balloon found. Boss's orders. There's the stadium grab, but it is just time winding down, trying to play fast, but it looks like the clock is just not going to be in his favor. KO onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon, and with time being called before a KO was taken, this could be a difference maker. However, Emily, with Boss's orders being played, that does shift the narrative a bit. Let's break it down, though. Fernando will be turn 0. Shun turn 1. Fernando turn 2. And unfortunately here for Fernando, only plays the one copy of Boss's orders. So Shun can leave this Meganium in the active spot, and there is just no way for Fernando to close out this game. It seems like the writing is on the wall.
And Shun can absolutely go on ahead and use Boss's orders again for the Thwacky without a balloon. And that monkey is going to stay in the active. Can't use Boom Boom Groove because it's not a festival leader, and this is what Fernando has to use. And to add insult to injury, Ethan, the special red card on top as well.
Playing the Mega Kangaskhan down for emotional support at the end of the game. Gotta have your whole squad with you. Fernando understands there's no way to close this game out. A hard-fought battle between both competitors, but at the end of the day, it will be a draw.
Can only ask for a draw at that point, right? I mean, Fernando, unfortunately, finding the air balloon instead of a second energy to retreat. So what had no energy or no air balloons left, excuse me, to keep it going, and the prize mapping just couldn't not fall in Fernando's favor. But what a fun matchup to actually start us going in Worlds here. It's festival lead without the Diplins. There's apples on both sides. There were no apples in that final game. The Hydrapple strategy was completely gone. And I mean, Seaking was the main attacker. I mean, Ethan, we're going for a trip here this Worlds.
Ladies and gentlemen, it will not be Dragapult mirror matches every round, okay? We promise. But from here on out, you know, there may be a little bit of Dragapult sprinkled in. Let's take a look back on that set because, wow, what a set it was. It seemed that Fernando was dominating the entire game. This game 1, turn 2 KO on Mega Kangaskhan and just continued to follow things up with aggression. Had attackers at the ready, only one Thwacky, but it was enough despite the disruption to get through this game. Only Thwacky was KO'd, responded well, and Fernando was able to close out game number 1.
Well, when Rapid Draw gives you every single card you need multiple times, Ethan, I mean, you don't really miss too much. The amount of times that Fernando had double Thwacky in hand, didn't even need to search for Pokepad to find it. Very, very impressive. But Fernando putting a new spin on this deck, and you had mentioned this a little bit earlier, part of what makes Goldeen and Seaking very reliable is that Goldeen is actually the one with the festival lead ability. So you don't have to evolve up into Diplin to start using Boom Boom Groove. Instead, it's already kind of given to you. But in this game number 2, I mean, Shun was finally able to start picking apart the deck, found that Boss's orders to get rid of the Thwacky, and then Fernando, without that Boom Boom Groove, couldn't find a way to thin all the way down to use another Gladian's final battle.
It would have been even easier if that Shaman wasn't in play to block something like the Pheasantipity. That was a cool strategy that didn't quite come to fruition, but definitely could be a potential option for Shun later on in this tournament. And game 3, Shun just immediately understanding that there's not a lot of time on the clock. My entire attacking engine is in the prizes. I can't do anything. And it just kind of came down to this stalemate opportunity. Fernando definitely would have had a chance in that match if there was just a little bit more time remaining. It was not to be, and will be a tie between both of these players.
And I mean, what a fun matchup to start Worlds with as well. I think something that we haven't really touched on yet, especially because we're the first casters up, we have had a whole expansion set between NAIC and Worlds released, right? And that is Pitch Black. I know I've gotten some crazy chase cards out of it, but that Gladian's final battle coming out in Pitch Black, showing us that it is very, very useful, especially in a deck like Festival Lead. But most importantly, I mean, we have brand new archetypes that haven't been on a large stage until just now.
Let's bring in Pablo Mesa, our analyst for the weekend. Pablo, it really does seem like the power of Seaking coming to fruition thanks to none other than Gladion.
Yeah, honestly, Seaking offers the deck so much versatility, right? Being able to use any type of energy, and so with Mist Energy, you're covering some of that potential Phantom Dive damage counters that could come into play. So loving this new approach. Not surprised at all that the Cifuentes brothers are bringing something new and unique to the fray. I think we saw Fernando become champion with Iron Thorns, and then he's continued this trend after that win with playing very unique decks, and this unique approach with Seaking is definitely something very interesting to see. And both of you pointed out how Gladiant's Final Battle, that's really the card to talk about right here. Brought Festival Elite to a whole new power level, and that's definitely what I want to showcase right now with the clips that I have for you all. How powerful this card is, that bonus 80 damage when you're attacking twice, all of a sudden it becomes an extra 160 damage on top of the base damage from both Seeking and Diplin. So really impressive to see, really impressive build, and really going all the way out with the Gladiant's Final Battle, playing 4 copies of the card. Really, really cool to see this happening. And so here we have it, the first knockout, turn 2 knockout, doing 340 damage on a Mega Kangaskhan. This was definitely not in my betting book for the weekend, seeing this knockout. And I think the most important thing to talk about here, or to highlight, is the lack of bench, right? If you're trying to take a big knockout with Diplin, you need so much more to accomplish those same big numbers, and you can go even higher. But Seeking is a less resource-intensive Pokemon that deals enough damage and needs less requirements, and also you have the Goldeen. The Goldeen means you have immediate access to the Festival Elite ability, which is so important to immediately activate those Twackies and have those options available. So really, really great showcase here of the power of the deck. And then we saw it again and again, combining Secret Box, combining high Ultra Ball count, and I really love the high Gladiant count. Leading into the tournament, as Emily mentioned, Pitch Black got released, people were experimenting with this deck, and we never really saw a big Seeking focus overall, and we were seeing counts of 2 Gladiants battle in the deck with a higher focus on Boss's Orders. However, we are seeing a brand new approach, 4 Gladiants, Final Battle included in the deck, along with a bunch of extra switching cards, because the way to really stop this deck from succeeding is bringing up those Twackies, which have a 2 retreat cost, and actually putting on pressure on the bench, which is exactly what we saw Sean do and try in the second game and be very successful. Even though Fernando got this huge lead, we saw a repeat of the knockout of the Mega Kangaskhan. Towards the end of the match, Sean was able to take the lead back and actually win the game thanks to a well-timed Boss's Orders plus special red card and a little bit of an unfortunate pricing situation for Fernando, where the last Goldeen was left in the prizes. Despite taking 5 prizes total, we see the Goldeen trapped over here, and it ended up being the absolute last prize card, and that was enough for Shun to take over this game. So really, really amazing showcase of this new archetype, a really unique take. And as Ethan mentioned, this is very cool to see, because even though Dragapult is like the big bad of the format, there's definitely a lot of room still to be creative, to have unique approaches to this format, and really highlight the deck building strength of the best players in the whole world, which is exactly what we saw here today from both sides. The double special red card, I think it's something that people are overlooking. It's one of the main, or the only reliable ways to attack an opponent's hand after we lost Iono. And over on the other side, a full switch into the Seeking, not only as a different attacker, but also as hand recovery and gathering extra resources. I really love what we saw in this round 1.
Yeah, it took me by surprise. I didn't even expect the second red card. I saw one in the prizes and said, oh, he can't even disrupt the hand. Yeah, he's prized. And then I was like, wait, nope, there's another one right here. So totally innovative and a great card for sure. Thank you as always, Pablo, for coming in and breaking down that first round for us, the first round of many throughout this weekend.
Thank you
as
well.
So far.
I am so excited to see where the rest of we started the stream for you guys with Hydrapple, okay? This will be listen, it's not 50% Dragapult, it's only 42. You know, there is some deck creativity, I think, going on out there. I haven't stepped onto the floor just yet, but I'm sure tons of your favorite top players are playing some tricky strategies, including Seeking Festival Lead. Sure, but this is exactly why it's so exciting to go from NAIC to Worlds with a set release in between, is because these players have had almost 2 months to really kind of figure out what exactly they want to trip up their opponents with, and honestly, Rapid Draw just kind of makes sense.
Well, of course, there's plenty action going on this weekend at the World Championships. But almost 365 days ago, there was a previous World Championship. Dragapult made an appearance, as well as a lot of other players and decks. Let's take a look back at how Worlds 2025 played out.
Every Pokemon trainer has one dream: to
to rock the crowd like Jacob Van Wagner, to shock the world like Shintaro Ito, or to topple the very best like Vance Kelly. And each year, there comes one stage big enough to etch your name into the Hall of Fame, the Pokémon World Championships. Over 1,400 TCG trainers journeyed from across the globe to take their shot at glory, but only one junior, one senior, and one Masters Division player can claim the title of champion. The juniors finals pitted US player Jose Cruz Galindo Resendez against Yuya Okita from Japan. Jose was using Dragapult EX paired with Dusknoir and Monkey Dory, hoping that grouping some of the most powerful cards in the format would earn him the crown. But Yuya's Raging Bolt EX deck had other plans. In both Game 1 and Game 2, Yuya's Raging Bolt with its Thunderburst Storm was able to rain down damage across the board, always targeting the Pokemon that Jose was trying to establish. This strategy proved effective as Yuya Okita won 2-0 and became the Junior Division World Champion. The Seniors Division featured the most promising young player in the game, Gabriel Fernandez from Brazil, up against Fuguan Liao, a decorated player from mainland China. Gabriel had won LAIC, EUIC, and NAIC this season already, but with one match between him and the perfect season, he faced an uphill battle. Fuguan's unique Golden Go EX Joltik Toolbox deck seemed to be favored against his INS Zolark EX deck. This set went to Game 3 and down to the wire. Gabriel made a clever play with his Inzarua to scratch a little damage into Pikachu EX and its Resolute Heart ability. But even after being disrupted by a 2-card Iono, Fuguan was able to find Boss's orders to close out the game and become the 2025 Seniors Division World Champion. In the Masters Finals, Canada's Riley McKay made it to the big stage once again just weeks after his breakout NAIC second place finish. He built on his previous success by playing a very similar Gardevoir EX deck. His opponent was first-year Masters player Justin Neudorf from the US, who aimed to take his Dragapult EX Dusknoir deck to the top of the podium. Justin tried to slow down the games with Badoo's Itchy Pollen, but in both games 1 and 2, Riley had solid responses. Ultimately, both games came down to Riley using Lily's Clefairy EX to one-hit KO his opponent's Dragapult EX. Justin saw the writing on the wall, extended his hand, and conceded the final match to 2025 World Champion Riley McKay.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
That is history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
The 2025 World Championships is one we won't soon forget, but the next Pokemon season is already on the horizon. Visit Pokemon.com/compete to learn how you can get in on the action and take your shot at becoming the next World Champion.
Whether you're a long-time fan or just getting started, there's never been a better time to jump into the Pokémon trading card game. With thousands of cards, endless deck possibilities, and an evolving competitive meta, there's always something new to experience. If you're new, following the action is easier than ever. Here's what you need to know. Each game starts with a coin flip to decide who plays first. Both players shuffle their decks, draw 7 cards, and must begin with at least one basic Pokémon. If not, they reshuffle and draw again until they find one. Each player also sets aside 6 prize cards, which are drawn when knocking out an opponent's Pokémon. The active spot is where battles happen. A Pokémon stays there until it retreats, gets switched out, or is knocked out. Damage is tracked using dice, usually in multiples of 10. Special conditions, such as poisoned, burned, or asleep, can be lingering effects that last longer than a single turn. On the bench, Pokémon can't attack, but they're still in play. There are 4 kinds of trainer cards: Item, Supporter, Stadium, and Pokémon Tool. Each one brings unique effects to the game, adding new twists and strategies to every match. To win, a player must draw all 6 prize cards by knocking out opposing Pokémon, but that's not the only way to win. With so many strategies and surprises, anything can happen in the Pokémon TCG. If you're ever unsure, just listen to our expert casters. They'll break it all down.
Cards, no ancient card yet. There's 2. The pair will be discarded now.
Here we go. This is the comeback, taking 4 prize cards in one turn.
Just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel.
Plus, our on-screen graphics are there to help you follow the action every step of the way. Stick around and dive deeper into the world of Pokémon TCG.
Beautiful scenery, beautiful action happening at the Moscone Center in San Francisco. Pokémon XP and Pokémon World Championships well underway. For the TCG side of things, we welcome you back to the stream. You can see the big, beautiful hall and big, beautiful matches happening on the floor.
Oh, Ethan, that's not just it over there. That's not just Worlds, okay? That's where our competitors are, but there are thousands of people all around this convention center. Not only do we have, of course, the Worlds Hall, which we are at. I mean, if you go a little bit to the left, you have everything else. You have a museum of the Pokemon TCG and Worlds past. You have giant life-size Lego replicas of Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur. There was a Pokemon TCG Pocket exhibit as well. I couldn't even find the time to get everything done.
Yeah, I've basically accepted at this point that I'm going to try as much as I can on the rounds I'm not commentating to go see some stuff and just kind of, you know, send the energy elsewhere to hope that everyone this weekend can enjoy and explore as much as they can. Speaking of exploring and enjoying, you can explore the Twitch drops that we have going on this weekend over on there. You can see a little bit of what is in store cosmetic-wise. Are you Team XP, Emily, or are you Team Worlds when it comes to the decor?
That's hard to say. Now, one thing I would like to point out is that I actually bought that exact Pokemon XP shirt for a friend back home.
I like it, I like it.
I think the reversible bucket hat's really cute. I mean, the champions, the World's Pikachu is like the champions, right? I mean, it's so after Pokemon Champions, but the astronaut theme absolutely has my heart. There are tons of Pokemon featured this year. Like Curlia has a plushie, Charizard has a plushie. I just love the space theme this year. So I'm going to say Pokemon XP, but look at this wonderful graphic aesthetic on the board here on Pokemon TCG Live. Everyone's favorite place to practice when you can't get to your locals. You log on to PTCG Live.
Might have to talk about the deck choice in this image a little bit.
Listen, I'm not talking about it yet.
Look, Oricorio is cool, but ladies and gentlemen, I hate to disappoint. There may not be, now no guarantees. I don't like big guarantees in the Pokemon TCG, but there will very unlikely be Mega Charizard EX X or Mega Charizard Y making an appearance on the stream this weekend. I'm sorry to all the Charizard lovers out there. You may have your time in the spotlight soon. Who knows? Who knows what will be released in the Mega Evolution block? But for right now, I don't know if it's going to cut it.
I mean, last year, actually, one of the reveals was the Mega Attack Rare Charizard X. And also, I think Charizard Y was revealed last year as well.
I remember walking out of that convention center and hearing murmurs of people being like, this card is so broken. The Oricorio is so good. I can't believe they're making another broken Charizard card. And look where we are now.
Yeah,
and just remember that when they, you know, reveal cards potentially at the end of the closing ceremony. Not everything is like ADP level of broken. You know, some cards definitely have a little bit more restraint to them. The Dragonite as well hasn't seen play yet. That's another cool card that could definitely find its time in the sun.
At the World Celebrations, because those tournaments actually should be happening this weekend where you can get a sweet Worlds promo a little bit before. I actually played against a Mega Dragonite.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that deck is still really fun, but unfortunately when you play two Lily's Clefairies, and, you know, not exactly the way that you want to go down. But Mega Dragonite is also my favorite card out of Ascended Heroes as well. That secret art rare is absolutely stunning. I've yet to pull it, but, I mean, I got my Ascended Heroes ETB and my booster bundle from the Pokemon Center. Still haven't able to pull it. I've just been ripping packs. I just really want to be able to pull it.
There is no better feeling when it comes to the card game of opening up your favorite card from a booster pack. You know, you can't always build a deck with all the cards you open out of packs, but you could throw in some special art rares or some illustration rares in your packs. Definitely a good time right now to be a Pokemon card fan. Let's take a look at some of the matches happening out on the floor for this second Swiss round. So much talent. Truan Tran, a regional champion this year, up against Kato Arai, one of Japan's best. Giovanni Sasso, repeat that, another regional champion, up against Christian Sky. Rahul versus Brian DeVries, one of Europe's best, versus a top trainer from North America. So many talented matches. Another world champion on the left, Diego Casiraga. And it's going to come to that feature match that we have Liam Halliburton up against Christian Diorfrio.
Now, I can't recall off of the top of my head where Liam ranked globally, but we know for sure that Liam is 100% the top trainer in North America for the season, and doing it with one deck and one deck only, and that was going to be Zorwark EX, piloted perfectly. And honestly, what's been really fun about Liam's journey is that he's really been able to kind of tech it out different ways for different formats. When you sit across from Liam Halliburton, 9 times out of 10, you're expecting Zorwark, but some of the other pieces that he's been able to kind of put into this deck to adjust to the meta has been very impressive.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now watching a master at work. This player is incredible. He plays this deck with such intricacy, always sequencing everything perfect, thinking turns and turns ahead. If you're interested in Zorwark, this is the player and this is the match to watch as we get ready to throw things down to our second Swiss round.
Don't want to count down Christian either and the European region, but still, I mean, this basic box, Ethan, it's like Zorwark has gone on a journey of consistently changing. This basic box has certainly found a way to tech in every single card you can ever imagine into one deck, and somehow it still works. I mean, Christian giving a face there, but still, Christian is at least running a teal mask or 2 teal mask Ogre Pawns, and we know that Zorwark is weak to grass, could absolutely rely on that. But a lot of the times when we see basic box or basic all basic Pokemon, it's really just going to be trying to attack with this Mega Kangaskhan as quickly as possible here. I mean, the prize cards don't look too bad. That Pissimian especially is a great single prize attacker, but in Liam's prizes, Ethan, a copy of Watchtower here, especially when Basic Box does rely on using Mega Kangaskhan's run errand at time to get the deck going. See how exactly Christian is going to be ready for stuff like that.
Anticipation building for this second Swiss round. It seems that both players will be able to execute their strategies as efficiently as possible. A lot of weakness clashing in this matchup with Iron Leaves EX, the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. Big factor, though, will come down to who strikes first in this matchup. Let's get into things. Swiss round number 2 here at Worlds. Look at this, Emily. Not a super solid start. We'll see Teal Dance used, drawing a card, and it looks like just a single Ultra Ball, but that may have to grab something like Meowth, and even considering putting it down this turn in fear of Watchtower shutting that out of a potential opportunity.
Well, here's the thing. Does Christian anticipate the Watchtower just yet? Most of the time, basic box players really use this turn number 1 to get Mega Kangaskhan into the active spot and say, all right, I'm ready for next turn to keep the deck up and running. But now that our players are in game, let's talk about Liam's choice of stadium. Most of the time, it's just one Watchtower. Believe it or not, Liam, for this tournament, is playing 4 Team Rocket's Watchtower. That is max Watchtower. Ethan, walk me through why. Is Mega Kangaskhan just that good?
It is. Meowth EX, another great Pokemon that can use that ability. There's also cards like Patrat that can be really annoying with that Watchful Eye ability to shut off Monkey Dory from moving damage. So there's a couple things that, Watchtower takes care of in the format. It will be that Mega Kangaskhan grabbed from Ultra Ball. So can retreat with the Teal Dance, considering actually discarding this energy. I love that, keeping grass energy on to that Ogre Pawn. And not too many good cards found in this spot.
I think there was a Latias EX found, Ethan, and that's exactly what you want to see when you're playing these big basic boxes. The thing is, with Mega Kangaskhan, that retreat cost is actually pretty high, so you are usually relying on a Latias EX to be able to use Skyliner to move around these Pokemon here. The attachment for turn was already used, I believe. Cannot do that. Can actually use the energy switch in hand, but that attachment for turn has already been used.
Yeah, did use that to retreat the Ogerpon from the active spot. Action on Liam. There's a watchtower, and we're actually gonna see what is a bit of a tricky spot now for both players. Turn 1 Judge. Shuffle both hands into their decks, draw 4 cards, but so far, no Zorua for Liam, and that watchtower means that Mega Kangaskhan cannot use that run errand ability.
The problem is also on Christian's side, at least he has an attacker up in the active. If these 4 cards were able to give Christian a Crispin and an energy switch, I mean, Christian could still be attacking first, even with Team Rocket's Watchtower in play. I have to wonder how Liam is going to be able to find himself out of this. At least the Pokepad is here to grab 1 Zorua.
And there was a secret box in hand found for Liam. Was wondering if he would just discard the entire hand, find Buddy Poffin and something like Serrano for the following turn, but is actually going to hold on to that secret box for later. Put the Zorua in play, threaten an attack, a Night Joker on the following turn, thanks to something like N's PP up. We'll see, you know, some sort of a response. So Liam getting his feet off the ground, applying some disruption, and now putting the pressure onto Christian to find a way out of this disruption. And there's not much going on, but does top deck the stadium. That's a huge find here for Christian.
Not only just that, Ethan, it's also the fact that Cypher Maniac's code breaking is also in hand. If he so chooses to, Christian can manipulate the deck to pick whichever cards out of this run errand he wants to choose, but because unfortunately he didn't bench that Latias in hand, will not be able to actually go in and retreat this Kangaskhan. Might have to use this Cypher Maniac's code breaking to grab the Latias. Now granted, Christian also does have Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon in hand as well, and Liam has decided to send forth this Zekrom to be into the active here, so Christian might have an opportunity to saw block this Zekrom in place.
It's really hard to use Sob in this matchup when Petront EX can just use Subjugating Chains and move things around. Later on in the game, if there's a couple Night Stretcher that have been expanded, that's definitely a very realistic possibility. And speaking of retreat locking, that's probably why Latias EX didn't come into play. The Yveltal, always an option for this N's Zoroark deck. It kind of splashes in and out. It's never a guarantee, but it's always a scary threat in this deck. We see Liam has chosen to omit that card, but you never know when your opponent's going to show up with it.
Basic Box has really kind of found a way to play every single type of card within this format, and it's very interesting to see that Christian is playing only just a couple copies of the Prism Energy. I know over in Japan there was a list of Basic Box with 4 Prism Energy and the rest of the energies being Grass Energy, but with Christian's deck he's decided to go for the full rainbow of types of energy, but also still have this Prism Energy just in case things like that 1 Water Energy were to be prized. So it is very smart here, but just letting this Mega Kangaskhan going to stay in the active.
Super interesting approach of how Liam has played these last 2 turns. Expected him to make this exact play previously, but instead chose to play the Pokepad and now play this Buddy Poffin. So essentially is a turn short of having a Zorua in play at the exchange of having 3 in play this turn. We'll see the stadium come down, that gets rid of the Area 0, shuts off the run errand ability, and now it's on Liam to find some pieces from these 8 cards off Lily's Determination. We'll see 8 cards drawn. We can see trade abilities be used. There's also a Zoroark in the discard pile, which kind of acts as a double-edged sword because of recovery cards.
I think speaking of recovery here, Ethan, one of the biggest things is about this list, we had mentioned it a little bit earlier, is that Liam has opted to play no Ends Castle and really rely on this Petront EX to move Pokemon around, like you had mentioned a little bit earlier. Here's a problem. There's 1 in the entire deck, so if that 1 goes down and something like this Zekrom stays in the active here. See how exactly Liam's going to be able to maneuver. But for now, at least, I did see a copy of N's PP up. And that Night Stretcher, like you had mentioned, going to double check that he does have it. And still, Liam can absolutely go in and keep using this trade.
So close to being able to swing for almost knockout, 290 damage with that Rampaging Thunder plus Binding Mochi. Instead, just going to pass the turn. I like this from Liam. Holding onto that N's PP up. You never know when your opponent just draws into a crazy combination of cards, something like Latias Boss. There is nothing, just a pass of the turn back for Christian. Watchtower putting in so much work.
And this is exactly why Liam is playing 4 copies of Team Rocket's Watchtower. When you can't maneuver the Mega Kangaskhan to keep drawing cards for you, you can't really find routes. And the only thing that would get Christian out of this hand would be that Meowth EX, but still Meowth is a colorless type Pokemon. No abilities for him at all here. So yes, like you said, Ethan, Liam has all the time he really wants to.
Trade number 2 being used. And there is another Dark Energy double N's PP up in the hand. See number 1 be used to one of these Zoroark EX on the bench. Interestingly enough, saving the Binding Mochi for later on. Let's see what ways he can get a little bit creative. And wow, look at this combination of cards. Boss's Orders plus powering up that ends Zoroark EX, and this is what I mentioned earlier, Emily. Whoever strikes first to take the first 2 prizes in this matchup gets a huge tempo advantage.
And the thing is about Christian, from what I can see on his list, he's playing 3 Area 0 under depths here. Would have to just reliably draw into the answer here, but is going to at least go up early. And yes, I mean, the type advantage goes into Christian's way. What a draw, though. Actually opting to play the Prime Catcher here. There's Iron Leaves as well, but still no Stadium. And while, yes, there is at least a Prism Energy on board here, could absolutely get Christian into the Iron Leaves for the knockout here, I believe.
Now,
with
the
another
question with
hand.
Iron Leaves EX is, does it move any energy cards? And it does. It moves any energy, not just basic energy. So can move the Prism Energy, attach return, and Rapid Veneer, allowing Prism Edge to be used in just a single turn. Striking back to take 2 prize cards. The question, though, Emily, is it too little? Is it too late?
Might have to be, as well, as Liam's still going to be finding ways to keep sifting through the deck. Can absolutely get this Reshiram set up as well if he so chooses to. And this is the thing, a lot of the times with Liam's list, there's tips and tricks and different things, but for what we like to call Dragapult, which is straight Dragapult, I consider this to be straight Zoroark, right? There's no Darumaka, Darmanitan. This is just using Reshiram and Zekrom to really move around the damage here. Liam accidentally putting Reshiram over the Zorua there, but Binding Mochi is now going to be able to come into play here and take the Iron Leaves out of play thanks to Rampaging Thunder.
We had no Transformation Tome as well. We saw that super popular at NAIC as a way to naturally build this deck, and yet again, Liam has easily hit his checkmark. Zoroark EX number 2 powered up, Night Joker, Rampaging Thunder KO, and now needing a knockout on this next turn, really relying off Flip the Script, but the Kangaskhan was not promoted in the active spot, needs to find some help. There is Crispin plus an energy card. Now, if there is a Grass Energy in the deck, can use that Teal Dance plus already putting in energy directly on, but there's no additional way to find that second Grass Energy. That is the big concern here from this Crispin.
Especially because what Christian really wants to do is get this Iron Leaves back and use Rapid Veneer again, but from what I can see on the list, only 2 Night Stretchers.
Yeah.
And you can't Crispin and you can't Cypher Maniac within the same turn. They are both supporters here. So the question is, how does Christian maneuver around here? And we talked about a little bit earlier how Wellspring Mask Ogerpon is in play for the Sob, but then Pecharon is active and can actually go and just move things around here. Christian really in a tough spot. I don't know if he's going to be able to cinch it here.
Needs to find some way to bump the Stadium and does have Area 0. Now reliant off of Energy Switch, Christian may have found the potential way back into this game, powering up Passimian and playing Prime Catcher onto Pheasantipity EX, but there is the boss's orders immediately flashed from Liam. That's always risky when your opponent can just play special red card and disrupt your hand, but it seems not to be the case. Liam Halliburton takes game one in dominating fashion.
And this is why Liam is the best of North America with this End Zoroark deck. No more ways around it, Ethan. It is just going to be what it is, and that is just getting up 2 prizes, and the rest will come when they see fit. See how Liam is going to be able to cinch through again. But I'm still worried about this one copy of Petrarch. I mean, the 4 Watchtower has definitely gotten the stride that it absolutely did, because Christian was stuck for at least 2 turns of really not doing much here. I'm wondering if Liam is going to be able to at least keep it going.
Let's take a look back on that game, see how things played out. It seemed to be all in Liam's corner. Just Zoroark EX after Zoroark EX, stringing knockouts and KOs back to back was just too much for Christian to handle. Was able to power up that Rapid Veneer using that Prism Edge, but it just was not to be. That was all the writing on the wall. Christian really tried to fight back, took those 2 prizes on the previous 2 turns, and boss's orders was just all that was needed to close out the game.
And honestly, the swiftness of it as well for Liam, understanding, you know what, I'm up ahead 2 prizes, and if this Mega Kangaskhan can't draw cards, if this Meowth can't find any supporters, you're really kind of stuck with the hand that you have. No Latias in play either, so you can't really maneuver things around. I really want to see if Christian's at least is going to be able to bump this Watchtower with either his own Area 0 or with that Chien Pao.
We are getting into our second match for the Pokemon TCG round number 2, game number 2. Is that Petron EX start right away, as well as the baby Petron, the non-EX, opting to go second, trying to potentially steamroll on turn 1. What is the theory behind that?
Could be if you got the right combinations of cards of a Crispin and an Energy Switch and a Mega Kangaskhan ready to go. You're really kind of putting your 4th most highest hit point Pokemon and saying, go and do the damage for you. But if Liam's going first, I'm sure he's pretty happy with the hand, but he's in for a rude awakening because there's only 2 Enzaruas available to him right now. See how exactly he's going to maneuver.
Yeah, and they're in the worst possible spot at the tippy top of the prize cards. They will be the last 2 cards to take, and with how you want to approach this matchup going 2-2-2, if there's no Night Stretcher played at an opportune time, you cannot chain the End Zoroark attacks back to back. May need to get creative with something like Pecharunt EX to try and take that final KO. We'll see Crispin right away, so can at least deal some damage to this active Pecharunt EX, but that trapping effect from the Poison Chain just not doing much when that Pecharunt EX can just pivot a Pokemon in and out.
And the question is, does Liam have access to an End Zoroark and an attacker, and with at least Determination in hand already ready to go here, does at least draw the Mega Kangaskhan. So it might be time for Christian to pivot back in and use those energy switches again. Start to threaten Mega Kangaskhan. Double Psychic draw. That's not exactly what you want to see here.
And look at this hand, Emily. Just energy switch, energies. It seems like it's just energy spelt up in big, bright red letters all over this hand. No supporter card, no stadium card. Preemptively plays the energy switch in fear of something like Badoo coming down into play. We'll see what Liam can put together. Has Zoroark, the Air Balloon, and Lily's Determination to take something out of play.
Also had a Black Belt's training in hand as well. So if there was a combination of a Mochi and another energy, Liam very well could have hit all the way up to hit Mega Kangaskhan here, but Liam is much smarter than that, not going for the most aggressive line here, understands that he doesn't have access to every Pokemon he so desires to. Does at least have an attacker to copy here. Is there an energy to go with it? The final draw, Ethan, will be able to use the Ultra Ball to discard that Dark Energy, then use End's PP up to accelerate it back to Zoroark here, but still, Ethan, I'm not liking the setup. There's no backup attacker here.
Does have Ultra Ball to find Zorua number 2, and we haven't seen an energy attachment this turn, so notably can save those End's PP up for later on. The big question is not this turn, Emily, but the following turn.
Yeah.
Can Liam power up another Zorua? Can he get that evolved? And then more importantly, a backup Zorua. It is a little bit safer, though, to know that your opponent has put their resources onto the Mega Kangaskhan EX and not the Teal Mask Ogerpon, meaning your Zoroark may not be in danger on this following turn.
May not, as long as Christian doesn't got it like that and flip a couple of heads. I mean, granted, Ethan, I think we've seen a lot of heads flips being turned this season here, but is there a way that Liam might not attack this turn again? No.
It's an interesting approach. Now, I like getting a bit fancy. We're going to see Scratch used to deal 20 damage to the Mega Kangaskhan, putting it in range of a KO later on from either the Binding Mochi or, like you mentioned earlier, Emily, the Black Belt's training. So every damage counter mattering in this matchup in the Pokemon TCG.
Watchtower back in play
as
well.
This Watchtower is just putting in so much work. There's nothing that can be done outside of a boss's orders on Pecharunt, but you're just lining yourself up to get KO'd from either this Zorua on the bench or the Zoroark if there's a Black Belt's training in play.
Has to watch, though, Liam.
And it's in the hand already. This can almost guarantee, as long as Liam finds an energy card, there are none in the discard, or there is one in the discard pile, so can play NSPP up and already has it guaranteed in the hand, Emily. Look at these three cards: Pheasantipity EX, NSPP up, and Black Belt. Sometimes being good at the Pokemon TCG is important, but sometimes just having the cards you need in hand is even more important.
And that Pecharunt going down doesn't even seem to matter when you can just maneuver your Zoroark thanks to the air balloon as well. So this 2 damage thanks to Scratch, actually going a full mileage ahead. Still, Pheasantipity, a couple of more cards as well here. Will be able to at least draw 3 cards and then trade away more. I'm wondering if he's gonna, I was about to say, pitch away the Cyrano. At this point, you're not grabbing those 3 Zoroark out, but like you had said, Ethan, needs the energy card and will actually find it here and still has some NSPP up as well to keep powering things up. The Ultra Ball as well for the active Zoroark. But look how quickly Liam is moving.
Pretty curious to promote the Zorua this turn, but didn't know if there would be an energy draw from that trait ability. So we'll have to get rid of an extra energy, but it's at the cost of Mega Kangaskhan falling. And look at this hand, not even a KO lined up. We'll have to potentially use something like this Cyrano to grab Pheasantipity and then flip the script. If it doesn't find a grass energy, there may not be a way to deal with Zoroark EX on this turn.
It's not even just that, Ethan. I mean, most of the time, players will grab their Latias EX off of the Cyrano, and you know that Liam actually has the boss's orders in hand if that Latias were to come down as well. So another turn off for Christian, not taking any prize cards, is actually spelling a pretty big disaster here. Like you had mentioned, Cyrano for play, being able to grab a couple of 3 basic EX Pokemon, or 3 EX Pokemon, excuse me, out of the active. It's all basics in this deck here, but still nothing to bump the Watchtower. And so unfortunate for Christian because he does play 4 Ultra Ball.
Cyrano can find some cards, but notably, Emily, that Pheasantipity EX is in the prize card, so cannot even use that flip the script ability, meaning what options does Christian even have available for him?
I mean, there's no energy acceleration because there's only 1 Teal Mask Ogerpon in play, and there's no grass energy in hand, so wouldn't even be able to use Prism Edge to get back into the active. A little bit stuck here. Do you just promote the Pecharunt if there's an energy attachment and start stacking poison damage?
Yeah, but it doesn't do anything since your opponent is going to have to take 2 KOs to win the game anyways, and it's just a free prize on a silver platter, it seems. Can even use something like the benched Zoroark to take a KO, not have to worry about needing to pivot back in on the following turn. It seems like a better option than nothing. You really don't want any of these Pokemon to be KO'd. The Latiasa, easy Pokemon to maneuver yours around with Skyliner. And just missing a beat in both Game 1 and Game 2 seems to have put Christian on a back foot that he cannot recover from. We'll see the Night Stretcher. 1 card. What does he find? It doesn't seem like it's enough, unfortunately. There's a Brock scouting, but that won't do anything. Passimian not getting nearly close enough to take a KO. And while you can spread the damage out, spread the energies out, and get ready to take a KO on the following turn, you're just falling at too big of a deficit to come back in this game, it feels.
One thing that Christian is playing that I think is kind of, for lack of a better word, funky is the Stun Fist.
And it's getting in there right now.
Yeah, it is going to do 30 damage, and during the next turn, this Pokemon cannot retreat. So, and Zoroark EX is going to stay in the active, but during the next turn, it actually takes 100 more damage. Now, granted, it's a little bit, like I said, funky, but it's at least promoting a single prize Pokemon up and doing some damage.
Now, this doesn't mean that Liam shut out from an attack this turn. There's still Night Stretcher available, and we see immediately Lily's Determination played, waiting to use the trade abilities, and now we'll see 6 cards plus 2, so essentially 10 cards from the deck. Needs to find one of those 2 Night Stretcher, and if he does, it just feels like an insurmountable spot for Christian.
Yeah, then only 2 prize cards left to be taken for Liam here.
There it is, immediately finding the Night Stretcher, slamming it down, and you see on Christian's face, shaking his head back and forth, knows how big of a find that was.
Yeah, and still thinning the deck as well, finding the Monkey Dory. Now, granted, I don't think it is going to be used, but both Zoroarks do at least have some damage onto them, so could very well use a Dark Energy to send that damage back here. But, of course, why not just use it for some trade fodder as well? A couple of cards here. There's the Ultra Ball. We'll just keep sifting it away. Another Boss's Orders as well to find that Latias and still Pokepad. I mean, Liam has done an amazing job thinning down the deck all the way, that if something were to happen next turn, like a special red card from Christian, won't have to sift too much to find that secret box.
And has the Tatsugiri on the bench as well, thanks to Petrunt, can just throw that into the active spot, use all these trade abilities, plus flip the script, and just look at those top cards to try and find it. It seems like a difficult spot for Christian. Latias promoted into the active spot. Can he, at minimum, find a KO? But even if he does, there's an End Zoroark on the bench waiting for him to take a KO. Boss's Orders may not even be needed, Emily, to close this game out.
I believe that is a Pheasant. Oh, no, it is the Iron Leaves in hand. Does have at least the Stadium bump, but there's no way of getting Mega Kangaskhan back. And I don't believe there's a way to manipulate the deck other than the Cypher Maniac. There's no draw. Brock Scouting in this deck list as well can find 2 basic Pokemon, but the problem is, Ethan, it's not finding your Pokemon, it's attacking this turn. There's no Crispin, and if you use Brock Scouting to find something like a Meowth, you won't be able to use that last-ditch catch until next turn, and by next turn, it's already too late.
It's going to have to come down to a crazy run errand ability, followed by some flipping of heads off of a rapid-fire combo. We know Liam already has the Boss's Orders in hand. You have to feel like Christian also assumes Boss's Orders is in hand. Liam just drawing so many cards, have not played too many of those Boss's Orders so far. I'm just considering how to approach this turn. There's already an energy in hand, and there's already an energy switch. So we'd have to see something along the lines of Grass Energy Switch as the perfect 2 cards. Now you could grab 2 Grass Energy and then Teal Dance twice and then find one of those Energy Switch. If that's not found, though, Liam has the cards to close this game out.
It's so unfortunate that Christian had to use the Brock Scouting to find this Mega Kangaskhan, because that could have been possible if Mega Kangaskhan was already in play thanks to Cypher Maniac. But unfortunately for Christian, we'll have to just send up this, send this Mega Kangaskhan up and hope for that special red card like you had mentioned. Does also play this Moltres as well, but it's so difficult to say what exactly he should be grabbing. Now, granted, now that the Stadium of Watchtower is gone, this Meowth, if we were to go into next turn, will be used. But the question is, like you said, Ethan, can Christian find the perfect 2 cards?
And that's immediately not it. Could have thin the deck out. The small decisions do matter, right? Play that Meowth EX down first. Grab a supporter card you don't want to find, and immediately Boss's Orders shown. Liam Halliburton, total domination in round 2, advancing to 2-0.
And still faced with that Teal Mask Ogerpon right in front of you and still saying, nah, I'd win. Feels pretty good if you're Liam Halliburton. The thing is, with this basic box, Ethan, it's just sometimes you have when you play so many different one-ofs, you're granted to just have a hand that feels sticky. It feels stuck, right? Unfortunately for Christian, drew a lot of Psychic energy. And Prism energy, but you can't Teal Dance any of that. And when you have Area 0 underdepths, you really want to fill it all the way with these Teal Mask Ogre Pawns, get multiple attackers ready to go, get all that energy onto the board, then being able to swing huge with Iron Leaves, but it's just not what the hand gave Christian, unfortunately. But let me tell you, Liam had a great day on Zoroark so far.
Let's take a look back at that set and see what was essentially a Zoroark masterclass for free on the stream. Liam started out with what seemed to be a precarious situation. An early judge did find Secret Box, plenty of ways to get Zorua in play, and these first 2 prize cards, thanks to Boss's orders, just set the pace in this matchup. Night Joker after Night Joker after Night Joker, copying, of course, that Rampaging Thunder, which is too much for Christian to handle in game number 1. Just Boss's orders flashed, GG's closed things out. Game 2 was just all of the same, but at even more of an extreme extent, it feels.
Honestly, Petarant and a Dream. Who needs End's Castle anymore when you have Petarant to move your Pokemon around for you? And it just feels like the 4 Watchtower just feels like a tech for the field, really, Ethan. I mean, it does shut off Mega Kangaskhan, but more importantly, it does shut off Meowth and that last-ditch catch. And it came down to Stunfisk and the Pouncing Trap to try and keep Zoroark there, but still, Petarant being found off of the Night Stretcher just allowed for Liam to do what he does best and copy those attacks for the win.
This deck is super cool. The way this deck is built feels like it has taken every deck in the format into mind when it comes to why the card counts are built. I asked myself early on in the game, why is Liam playing so many Judge in his deck? Why does that card really matter? And I think it's for Alakazam, right? You have the Watchtower, so you shut the Dunsparce off. If you could use multiple turns of Watchtower plus Judge early on in the game, it seems like it could be a very tough spot for that deck to come back. And that's really what it takes to have a deep World Championship run. You have to take into account those 5% decks, because there is a good chance you need to only lose 1, maybe 2 matches throughout the entire weekend. And if that's the case, you may run into one of these decks at some point throughout the weekend.
It's so interesting to see how people teched for the field. I'm really wondering how many people after this tournament are going to say that Shaman was a waste of the card, and then just kind of wishing more Watchtower to be played, right? I think Watchtower is definitely our best stadium in format. Is that a wild take when it shuts off so many things now? Before it was just, okay, we could shut off Runaway Draw, and this Dunsparce is just going to stay there. But now it shuts off entire decks, and we just saw that happening right here and there. But like I said, Ethan, my heart breaks for these big basic decks because I love them so much. But the thing is, when your opponent is playing 4 copies of Watchtower, it's really just, okay, draw, maybe it's good, maybe it's good enough. I mean, Cypher Maniac doesn't even pull through all the way. It just feels like you need too many pieces.
Well, Liam had the pieces in this round, advancing to 2-0, and I'd love to hear what he has to say at the year's biggest event.
Welcome everybody, we are back on the main stage with Liam Halliburton, the winner of our feature match in round 2. Liam, the Zoroark master, bringing it to most major competitions this season. Were you absolutely certain it was the take for the World Championships without a doubt?
Well, I had some doubts about it in the preparation phase leading up to the event, but over the last week, I think the meta has sort of shifted to be really favorable for Zoroark. And so, you know, over the last week or so, I've been really confident in my deck.
That's so good to hear. Do you have any concerns about the grass-type decks? We've just seen you kind of overcome one of those big basic box decks. Are there any other decks with that weakness that have really put you on edge?
Yeah, I mean, of course, something like Festival Lead is really bad for my deck, but, you know, grass by itself is not really enough. Zoroark's too strong. And so something like the Grass Ogre Pine can definitely be dealt with the Zekrom's Rampaging Thunder, but yeah, the single prize grass type decks like Festival Lead, those can definitely be scary, so I want to avoid those for sure.
Well, fingers crossed for you to avoid all of those troublesome foes. When you were preparing Zoroark for this tournament specifically, we've seen that your deck has quite a different build to versions of this deck that you've run in the past. What influenced those decisions?
I mean, I had a vision and I executed. I think I maxed out on all of the cards that were important to the vision, and we just see how far it takes us.
And I've got to ask, Ethan theorizes that those judges in heavy counts are because of the rise of Alakazam. Is there any truth to that?
Yeah, of course the judges and Watchtowers are really good in the Alakazam matchup, but I think they're just good in every matchup. This is my Worlds deck. I try to play only good cards, so good in every matchup, max value from everything. That's what I want to go for.
That's absolutely how it should be, and we're going to forecast you, of course, some great luck in the rounds to come. Is there anyone you'd like to thank just really quickly for helping you prepare for this event?
Yeah, I mean, big shout out to Torrid. He worked on me with this, with me on this deck, and I'm really happy with where we ended up.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. I'm sure we'll catch up with you later. We're going to jump back to the casters for some more action.
Thanks so much, Amy. Great to hear that two incredible minds have worked together to create what is maybe the ultimate Zoroark build for this event. You hear from Liam, wants every card to have a purpose, every card to have meaning and impact. And whether it's in specific matchups, as mentioned, or across the board, cards having value everywhere is such a big factor in the Pokemon TCG.
I think when your deck list friend is Tord Reklev, I don't think you could ever really go wrong. And I think Liam mentioned it perfectly. It's the World Championship. I'm not quite sure if you want to go a little bit kind of wacky with things like transformation tomes when you can really just kind of play the straight Zoroark, do what it does best. And granted, I'm still worried about a little bit of a couple counts of Pecharunt there, but granted, I mean, if there's anybody to play Zoroark in the room that I trust, it's definitely Liam and Tord.
Bring in Pablo Mesa to break things down. I mean, there's a bit to break down, but it truly feels like Watchtower attack with Rampaging Thunder GG was basically the storyline for this round.
Yeah, I mean, Liam mentioned it himself, right? No bad cards allowed this weekend, only good cards. And turns out Team Rocket's Watchtower obviously very impactful in this matchup to shut down Mega Kangaskhan. But what's the other card that's really taken the format by storm and is included pretty much in every single deck list? And that's Meowth EX, right? So shutting down that early game option and late game option of your opponent having the versatility to search for any supporter card, I think that's going to carry both of them to a good amount of success this weekend, honestly. Now, overall, as Ethan mentioned, this matchup was, or the way the game played out was very straightforward. On paper, you see grass type weakness, and all of a sudden, you might be a little fearful, but in the end, it's a 2-prize grass type Pokemon versus a 2-prize grass weak Pokemon. And even though we had the slow start, that combination, lethal combination of Judge plus Watchtower was just enough to slow down Christian, even though he had the threatening grass-type Pokemon, had the opportunity to draw a bunch of cards with Mega Kangaskhan. That was immediately shut down, and Liam was able to find just one Zorua, right? One Zorua, and of course the secret box, and that was enough to turn this situation from a bad one, into a good one. Usually, the big basic deck wants to threaten with this Wellspring, Ogerpon, threaten double knockouts, start the prize straight that way, and also eliminate 2 Zoruas from play, but that was just never the case. Liam was able to consistently play down those Watchtowers to shut down Mega Kangaskhan, slow the deck enough, even though you can still draw with both of these guys. Drawing one card is impactful, but not as good as 2 free cards from Mega Kangaskhan's Run Errant ability, and you do have to have a Grass Energy on top in order to draw. And as soon as one player takes 2 prizes, we initiate the prize race, and Zoroark is definitely not known for missing pieces, right? Between the lilies that draw you a bunch of cards, the huge amounts of deck thinning with Pokepads and Ultra Balls and Body Puffins, on top of the draw from Fezandipity, on top of the draw from multiple Zoroark in play, whiffing a card when you're playing Zoroark is usually not the norm. We are seeing a very consistent list from Liam. We saw it in action. The deck did what it needed to do back-to-back games. And I think when you're at the World Championships, when you know your edge isn't really in terms of like making better decisions than my opponent, because we are here with the best of the best, you really want your deck to work the way you intended to in order to give yourself a chance at winning every single game. And that's exactly what we saw from Liam, initiating prize trades, not missing an attack, finding that clutch Night Stretcher to recover the Peturant, be able to attack with another Zorg and go down to 2 prizes to close out a game. So really amazing play by Liam, really great deck list as well. And as my fellow caster said, when you're buddying up with Tor Dracula for your homework, probably gonna get an A+ in this World Championship.
I would hope so. I would hope you'd have more than a satisfactory grade at the end of the weekend. Appreciate you as always, Pablo, coming in and breaking things down for the weekend. We, saw Zoroark as its, debut on the stream. We'll have to see how the rest of the field has built this deck. That was sort of a, as you mentioned, straightforward approach to Zoroark. There is still a lot of merit for something like the Darmanitan, the Darmanitan to deal some bench damage. What are some of the, pros to playing the Transformation Tome instead of playing a more streamlined build like Liam's?
Well, the part of my favorite reason why we get to cast these big tournaments is because we bring some feature match stations up. Some more matches can be streamed or they can be showed to a live crowd. So we actually do have another feature match that we are going to jump into. Now, granted, the game is in progress and I'm sure you all don't mind with some more Pokemon action, but Ethan, I have some bad news. It is going to be Dragapult. We gave you guys 3 rounds, no Pult. It's here, okay?
Yeah,
but it's Natalie.
That's true. That's true. Great player. Natalie won this first game in 15 minutes, so we are heading into game number 2. And Badu getting involved, however, Brock scouting the counterplay to early Itchy Pollen Disruption now gets Genesect plus Drillbur and can start to use these abilities from that Metallic Signal, evolving into Metang, and on the following turn, evolving into that Mega Excadrill EX.
You want to talk about Metang? I mean, Ethan, this Metang came out in Temporal Forces.
Throwback.
The last time we saw this Metang really in play was with its good friend Dialga V-Star, which I believe actually won a regional at one point. I believe that was under Andrew Hedrick, if I remember correctly here. But Metang is back here using that ability Metal Maker to keep the attachments continuously going. But Dalton in good hands here will be able to find a ton of Metal Energy. And if you don't remember what this card does, or you started playing the Pokemon trading card game more recently, you get to look at the top 4 cards of your deck. Any number of Metal Energy, you get to just attach them any which way you want to. They can go to fighting type Pokemon like that Drillbur. They can go any which way. And because of this Metal Maker, I mean, Dalton's going to get this first knockout on Badu.
And immediately there's no attacking pressure from Natalie on the following turn. So this Metang can potentially evolve into Metagross on the following turn and start to deal some sizable damage as a 1-prize Pokemon. Now, albeit you would shut off that Metal Maker ability by evolving that Pokemon, it would be a decent trade-off rather than just letting this Pokemon be KO'd.
So it's not just going to be Metagross. Of course, with the Drillbur there, this is going to be our first feature of Mega Excadrill. It's been the looming conversation ever since Pitch Black came out, and it's because Mega Excadrill is so big. I mean, it has 340 hit points, but that first attack is great undermine, especially for these early turns with Dragapult. You're able to not only do 90, which takes out Dracloak, and a lot of these basic Pokemon for Natalie and Dragapult, but you also mill some cards, Ethan, and Dragapult all about replenishing and using your resources quite well.
As good as it gets to start the turn off, double Recon Directive evolves Dusclops into the active spot. Not sure we'll see Cursed Blast be used this turn. It would put Dalton down to 4 prize cards, but opting to use that ability, it turns out, just to guarantee another Itchy Pollen, as well as Boss's Orders. So bringing up this Drillbur to the active spot And taking a 20 damage turn, we're going to see Itchy Pollen take the KO. And that will actually be enough thanks to that Curse Blast. It's so weird to see this interaction, but Drillbur being weak to grass means it is KO'd. 20 damage from Itchy Pollen. Badu usually not used to the spotlight when it comes to taking prizes.
It's certainly a little bit awkward, right, for Natalie to send forward Badu and then be able to actually get the prize cards here. But I can't think of a more awkward board state for Dalton here now. Like we had mentioned a little bit earlier, these Metal Makers are going to find the energy here. And now it's up to Dalton on, like you had mentioned a little bit before, either keep these Metangs in play and just use Beam for the knockout, or evolve up into that Metagross. Might have to wait just a little bit more, but still, I mean, Dalton not hitting on Metal Maker there, but still has a ton of metal energy in the hand as well. Still, though, this is what this deck does really well. While, yes, you are under item lock, as long as you have that really good ideal setup, you are still at least attacking every turn.
See what evolution Pokemon are chosen to be grabbed. It looks like double Metagross into the hand. Who needs Mega Excadrill if you can just swing with this big, bad Pokemon? We'll be able to take the KO onto Badu. Now, interestingly enough, Dalton could have chose to not place another energy, but look at that. Boss's orders onto Dracloak, removing both energy cards. It now makes a lot more sense to see that fourth and final energy placed onto this Metagross.
You might as well, right? I mean, you don't have to discard the energy because you're not swinging all the way up with Metallic Hammer. Don't know what Metallic Hammer does, 150 base. And if you discard the energy, do 150 more. So 300 damage if you so choose to. And granted, it's a great early game attacker for things like Dracloaks with energy on it. But the problem is there's still no Excadrill in play. I don't think Dalton minds too much. I'm wondering if Natalie is going to find Crispin at least to potentially get back into it, but there's no Duskull. There's not too much setup here.
Ultra Ball can find Meowth EX, which would allow Crispin or Rosa to be played. And if this Metagross goes down, there's not a great response option on board. It would require at least 2 energy found from Metal Maker. There's a decent portion that are already in play or in the discard pile. And whatever Pokemon you send up, it's just a risk. The Genesect is taking a 2-hit KO. The Metagross is taking a 2-hit KO, and you're shutting off that Metal Maker ability, but it's actually going to be Pheasantipity EX instead, so Natalie may not have access to that last-ditch catch ability from Meowth.
And Dalton already had 3 prizes as well, so not exactly what you want to see here, especially when Natalie is the one that's playing Dragapult Dusknoir. Now, walk me through it, Ethan. I think a little bit earlier, before we'll get to that Crushing Hammer, the amount of times that players have said that Dragapult Dusknoir is actually not the play. It's the worst out of all 3 archetypes for Dragapult. So why this weekend, out of all weekends, does Natalie choose to go more so with the Dragapult Dusknoir rather than something like just straight Dragapult?
I think it's just about using all the power cards, and we see that here. Plenty of energy acceleration, one of the best abilities in Curse Blast, and Crushing Hammer for disruption. All of that coming together for Natalie to have a powerful turn. Phantom Dive, KOing the only attacker in play, setting damage up on the board, and now Dalton is scratching his head at how he's going to not only get through this Dragapult, but advance the rest of his board.
Well, the good news is for Dalton is that he did draw into Energy Recycler, so will find a way to get back into using Metal Maker at least to sift through a couple more cards. Also has the Buddy Buddy Poffin as well. Now, granted, Ethan, we did join this match in progress. I'm surprised that there hasn't been another Drillbur that is benched. It may be either one is prized or just hasn't seen it yet, but Petrol for the unfair stamp here. Natalie, well, yes, she finally has an attacker. And Pheasantipity is also in play. Not going to have too many cards to sift through, especially when one of your Dracloaks has evolved into a Dragapult. Will only have that one Dracloak to recon direct it.
Yeah, we usually don't see unfair stamp in this deck. Typically, we've seen builds with the Precious Trolley to get a lot of Pokemon in play. We've seen the Hero's Cape to have a big buff, Mega Excadrill EX that has way too much HP to count. We always sometimes overlook the simple ace specs, things like Prime Catcher, cards like Unfair Stamp, and this is an excellent opportunity where it could come down, but instead, Dalton is choosing to not grab the Unfair Stamp, knowing that regardless of what he does to the hand, Phantom Dive can still be used on the following turn, and wants to just grab what appears to be another Pokemon for the following turn. So we'll see what he's cooking. I mean, there's the Metallic Signal to find evolution Pokemon. However, if we're planning to deal damage to Dragapult EX this turn, we do have to be careful about Monkey Dory getting in the mix.
It's not just Monkey Dory as well. It's also finding other ways to get your Dusknoir line up and running here, but a great use of Metallic Signal to get these evolution Pokemon out so you can use them as fodder. And granted, as well, Dalton now has the opportunity to energy recycle all of these metal energy back into play. There's the Mega Skarmory here.
There's the big bird making an appearance. Mega Skarmory with that Sonic Ripper can deal 210 damage, or excuse me, 220 damage to any Pokemon. Keep thinking about Zeraora, my beloved, you know, bench attacking Pokemon. Super cool in the TCG, especially when Shaman doesn't protect your rule box Pokemon. There's really no way to stop Pheasantipity from being on the menu for Mega Skarmory.
Absolutely none, especially when it is benched. Now you can send forward this Mega Skarmory, excuse me. Was the energy recycler played, Ethan?
It was, but only one energy found from Metal Maker, and now things get a bit concerning. Mega Skarmory only has 260 HP, and it's a 3-prize Pokemon. So if you can place 6 damage counters on that this turn, you are lined up perfectly to close the game out with either Dragapult or that Moltres we saw earlier in Natalie's discard pile.
I don't even think Dalton has enough energy here to do too
Yeah,
much damage.
It's a bit of a weird attack. Bounce back forces your opponent to switch a Pokemon into the active spot, but that Pidoo is on the bench, allowing a free retreater to come up to pivot back into Dragapult.
Natalie, I mean, this is exactly what she wants here.
Okay, Crushing Hammer heads, gets rid of another resource for Dalton. Energy card removed from Mega Skarmory, and it's lining up perfectly for Natalie. 200 damage to this Metagross, the 6 damage counters on the Skarmory, and turns of time not anywhere in sight. 2 turns may be all it takes for Natalie to close this game out.
Well, if Dalton is at least able to find a boss's orders next turn, I mean, the Dragapult is hurt enough for Metallic Hammer to take a knockout here. But like you had mentioned, Ethan, the prize race is very quickly going back into Natalie's favor at this point.
I think we're just getting confirmation of something. Natalie has still not attacked this turn. I'll almost certainly see Metagross go down. It's got a lot of energy on it. Could play Boss's Orders as well. That could definitely get in the mix by KOing that Genesect that has damage on it. What do you think is the best approach on this turn?
It's hard to say, right? Because Metagross is the one with all the energy onto it and does have all the energy on the board, but the Genesect EX does use Metallic Signal to thin out all of the evolution Pokemon, thus being able to rise your percentage of hitting a Metal Maker, and you know that Mega Skarmory is ready to go on that. So you might just want to take what's in front of you if you're Natalie and start spreading the damage counters onto that Mega Skarmory. If Natalie is able to re-establish this Duskull, because I do believe the line is
2-2-1.
Is a 2-2-1, could at least threaten another knockout onto the Mega Skarmory while putting her now 3 prizes away, because still Mega Pokemon are giving us 3 prizes. I would just take what's in front of her potentially.
Yeah, and you don't even need Dusclops or Dusknoir. You're just a Phantom Dive away from closing that Pokemon out. I mean, it's a great option to threaten. And yeah, we're just going to see Dusclops hit the discard pile. There is what appears to be Crispin. That is a bright Crispin if I've ever seen one. But Crispin, nevertheless, that will guarantee that Dragapult number 2 can be powered up. And it seems that Boss's Orders is all Natalie is going to need to win this second game.
Start getting those damage counters thrown to the next side here and setting up a great checkmate for this game number 2. Dalton looking at the list. I'm not quite sure if I'm seeing a special red card, so there is no way to directly mess up Natalie's hand unless he were to draw into the unfair stamp that he showed a little bit earlier.
Yeah,
but this attacker's gone.
Yeah, I guess Natalie doesn't have may not have information since game 1 was so short on what A-spec is being played. And Natalie is playing the jamming tower just in case Hero's Cape kind of gets involved. Instead, we're going to see damage placed onto other Pokemon, so not putting it onto the Mega Skarmory. So that does mean it's now a bit more complicated, but I guess this works too.
It's another boss's orders
to win and take the game. So either way, it seems to be a decent option. We'll see Metal Makers come into play. Ooh. There are those Metal Energies, so can now place 3 onto one of these Pokemon, and it may be Mega Skarmory seeing some action. It may be the best attack, especially with Pheasantipity being in play.
Especially that if Dalton was able to find his unfair stamp as well. So if there is an unfair stamp alongside the Sonic Ripper, taking the only draw engine off of the board. But still no, actually choosing to go in with the Genesect out of all things, maybe a protect charge to minimize the damage from Dragapult.
Yeah, this is why putting the counters on Skarmory may have just been slightly better in this spot. Now Genesect is not able to be KO'd. Is there a way to get involved with a different Pokemon? We'll see Flip the Script be used. I can't tell how many damage counters are on that Metang on the bench. It looks like just 20 damage. Crushing Hammer, Flipping Tails, another Crushing Hammer, another Tails. And now all of a sudden for Natalie, it just seems like there's a couple damage counters short of being able to close this game out, as Skarmory is essentially threatening guaranteed game on the following turn.
It's a little bit of a blunder, but Genesect, we have barely ever seen this Pokemon start attacking Ethan, but it is very much a great attacker in of itself with that protect charge. Does take less damage this turn.
And it seems that Natalie has just run out of options in this second game. You attack into the Genesect, you're basically guaranteeing that whatever happens, you don't have many options. This Skarmory can attack any Pokemon, so regardless of where you put the Pheasantipity, it feels like it's almost a lost cause. See boss's orders, grab to the hand. You could bring up something like the Metang on the bench, deal some damage to it with something like Jet Headbutt, get a little bit creative, but your opponent just needs 3 energy cards to win this game, or even a pivoting card plus an energy in hand.
Yeah, well, I think she's going the route of how many energy do you have access to at this point, and just kind of keeping Metang there and saying, you know what, I'll find the Monkey Dory eventually later to send all these damage counters over to that Genesect or to the Skarmory like you had mentioned here. Could it just be a Jet Headbutt? It is, Ethan.
Yeah, Jet Headbutt setting up for game on the following turn. How many energy cards can Dalton find from the Metal Maker? The first one doesn't find any. Now needs to find 2 energy off Metal Maker, and there it is, 3 energy cards. That will mean Mega Skarmory can close the game out with a Sonic Ripper, and that game will go to just 1 apiece.
Wow, and this is the power of Mega Excadrill that people have been talking about, that it does beat Dragapult reliably. It is not going to be the complete win for Dalton. It is just the game. We wanted to, you know, entertain y'all with a couple more games of Pokemon before we throw it to break here. But still, I mean, that is the power of Pitch Black. I still think people are sleeping on Mega Excadrill. That first attack is really good, but no Excadrill, no problem. You still got Mega Skarmory. You got Metagross in there bouncing back, right? That's the first attack, and we actually got to see it. So I'm interested to see how far Mega Excadrill could go. Dare I say a top 16?
Whoa. Let's be careful here with the words we're throwing out. Are you a Metagross believer? Are you an Excadrill believer? It's okay. We don't judge here.
Yes, we do. Sure. I'll go short.
That's too
Actually,
corporate.
believe it or not, I think one could
get
there. You know how James Kowalski just hit every single Dragapult in the room on the way up to his win at NEIC?
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Let's just do it here with a 42.9 or something like that meta share of Dragapult? Who knows?
definitely could be possible. We've seen a lot of different decks and a lot of different players, including Liam Halliburton. He's had quite the season, so we can take a look at his Pokemon journey throughout this game.
My name is Liam Halliburton. I'm from Washington, D.C.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, here to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for our regional championships. The 2026 season has kicked off. Over 2,000 players have gathered, but only one can come away with the title.
Your Pittsburgh regional champion, Liam Halliburton.
Liam is the 2022 Seniors Division World Champion. He won the Orlando Regional Championships a couple of seasons ago.
Liam Halliburton with the Ends Zoroark EX. It's a deck that really turned heads.
Yeah, it was kind of like the secret off-meta deck of the World Championship.
Liam Halliburton on an undefeated run with Ends Zoroark here.
I mean, ultimately, I play the game for fun, right? This is not the kind of game you play for money, right? Playing the decks you enjoy, that's like the #1 thing. Play decks that you enjoy, right? Like even if all the numbers say this deck is like the best, but you just, you really hate playing with it, you don't have to force yourself to play that deck. You can play like the second or the third or the fourth best deck if like that's a deck you really, really vibe with. And I think doing that is really good for preventing burnout and winning in the long run.
This is a very, very good matchup for Liam. His deck is extremely favored into the archetype that Aban has chosen to bring this weekend.
When I first got into Masters, so this was coming off of like winning Seniors Worlds, I kind of assumed that everyone in Masters was like the pinnacle of Pokemon and like everybody was playing perfect. But the more that I compete in Masters, the more that I feel like at the upper level, it still is decided by your ability to play the game, that there's so many mistakes, even at the highest level in every single game.
It looks like he may be missing a card. He may have set up for this game with only 59 cards in his deck.
The person who wins is just like basically the person who makes like the second to last mistake, right? That's what they always say, and I feel like it could not be more true of Pokemon.
Liam, undefeated throughout 2 days, 2,600 players. What is going through your mind right now?
Well, obviously, I mean, it's at this point, it's Worlds that matters the most, but this is the only event we got this weekend, so I would try to win.
Shout out the Trashlands crew, Henry and Aban. Shout out my family. Shout out the Falcon. Shout out everyone we test with.
This event qualified me for Worlds, and obviously it's nice to have like that weight off your shoulders in a sense, right? Even as much as you want to say like, you play every event to win, and like, Worlds is just like a complete afterthought, right? And you focus fully on the event, right? It's impossible, I think, to, right, especially towards like the end of the season, put it completely out of your mind of like what you need for like your Worlds invite, right? So getting out of the way early is certainly plus EV for my events throughout the year.
And we're getting word, Aban has actually chosen to concede the match, and that means that Liam Halliburton is going to come away from this situation as the Pittsburgh Regional Champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Pittsburgh Regional Champion, Liam Halliburton!
We are back, Pokemon fans, in San Francisco. The 2026 World Championships underway. 2 Swiss rounds down, still 6 more to come before we determine who will make it into day 2, and we'll still have that hope alive to become our world champion.
what it's all about. It's what these players have worked a whole season towards. But only one can stand atop the rest when it's all said and done. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here in the booth for the next couple of Swiss rounds by Kyle Pukasukovic. What a weekend, what a time, Kyle. Another Worlds, here we are.
Yeah, we're celebrating 30 years of Pokemon and over 20 years now of the World Championships. It's exciting. Every single year seems to get bigger and better every year as well. But it's all about one thing, like you said, Chip. These players want to go into the history books and become one of those prestigious world champions.
And if you're wondering what the path may look like for you moving forward, if you watching along at home would like to try to earn your invite to next season's World Championships, we're going to look at the schedule for next season. Check out some of those events coming up. Maybe one near you. You could try to find your way to one of these regional championships. Of course, these are the events players are competing in order to earn those championship points to get the qualification for Worlds.
Yeah, not much rest between this event. Of course, Worlds is the kind of the end of the season, what you work so hard to get towards. And, you know, we're focused here this weekend on what's going to happen at Worlds, but it won't be that long after that we head right to Baltimore in September for that first regional championship in North America, and then we're back in the full swing of things again, Chip. Another season getting kicked off.
No rest here, right into Baltimore, just a few weeks away. Of course, those 3 international championships throughout the season. Nice little benchmarks through the year to follow these players' journeys. We'll be going to Chicago for the first time for the North American International Championships next June. I'm certainly excited for that. We've also got plenty of events happening across the globe. We'll take a look at those events happening now in Europe for this coming season. Of course, lots of excellent events, lots of beautiful locations to visit.
Absolutely. Yeah, personally very excited to head to Chicago for NAIC. Growing up in the Midwest of the U.S., always love to see, you know, those big cities represented. And, you know, we had a great time in New Orleans for a few years, but now heading to Chicago for NAIC should be exciting. Of course, we have London, Sao Paulo for their ICs as well. And yeah, looking at Europe, similar situation. You know, we're going to kick things off in Frankfurt in September for that first regional championship of the season in Europe.
Yeah, a nice little visit back to Frankfurt. It's been several years since we visited that great city. Of course, the European International Championships held there back in 2022. Tons of other excellent stops along the way. Gonna roll right into things for the next year. Players right away will be trying to earn those championship points. We do also have Latin America's roadmap. We'll take a look at those events coming up this year.
You gotta wait maybe till October to get your first regional or special championship in Latin America, but not too long of a wait there as well. You know, love to see events all over the world, and you know, playing the Pokemon TCG is a great excuse to travel to all these beautiful locations. Maybe see some parts of the world you may not have thought to go to on your own. It's nice to have a destination to go play in these events and maybe spend some time and do some sightseeing as well.
Yeah, very excited as well that we'll be seeing broadcasts at many of these tournaments this season for the very first time at the regional/special championships level. Looking forward to getting to have an opportunity to know more of the player base down there. And that's a huge part of what these broadcasts and streams do for our competitors. Gives them a name, lets those watching along at home find players that they like to root for, find people's stories they want to follow along and lead into ICs and eventually Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, the game has grown so much internationally over the last 10 years or so. You know, there was a long time where, you know, there would be players of the caliber of someone like a Tord Reklev who, you know, may not have gotten as much exposure because there weren't as many international events. Maybe Worlds was the only time of the year for someone like Tord to make his mark on an event that, you know, everyone would be aware of. But now with internationals and all these events going on all the time, we're getting to see more of these stories, and especially seeing more of these streams from these big tournaments. It's going to be huge.
Absolutely, cannot wait to see what the future holds. But Got to dial it back into this weekend. The World Championships is afoot, just 2 rounds down. Plenty more still to come today, and lots of action remaining through this weekend. We talked a little bit earlier about the metagame. In case you're just now joining us, we're going to throw it back up there and give myself and Puka a chance to chat about it. Of course, Dragapult leading the charge, I think to no one's surprise, but perhaps a little bit more popular than we would have anticipated. Those big basics decks.
Yeah,
focusing around the Teal Mask Ogerpon and Lily's Clefairy EX.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially after, you know, the NAIC victory with the Lily's Clefairy deck. But I mean, it's hard to put into words how much Dragapult impacts this event. You can just look at the numbers here. If you combine the 5 next decks, they don't add up to what Dragapult brings to this tournament. It is a massive part of the field. And of course, part of that is that it's not just one version of Dragapult EX either. One of the things that makes it so intimidating to play against is there are so many tech cards you can put into that deck, so many different ways to build it. You can play it on its own with the Crushing Hammers, you can play it with Blaziken EX, you can play it with the Dusknoir. We've even seen things with the new Dark Bell item card. There's so many things that you would potentially have to play around, and sometimes people even do multiples of those in the same deck. We saw Nettie at NAIC play Dusknoir with Crushing Hammer as well. So you just never know what a Dragapult is actually going to bring to this tournament.
Zoroark has also remained a popular choice. Of course, many great players choosing to pilot it. We just saw Liam in the last round get his 2-0 start, thanks to that excellent trade ability of the Inns Zoroark. But down there at the bottom, Kyle, we got a newcomer to the metagame, Mega Excadrill EX. Certainly has been one of those standouts from the Pitch Black expansion.
Yeah, in one of these situations where a new card coming out empowers older cards. At last year's World Championships, we saw a breakout with that Genesect EX. Really a big boon for Metal-type Pokemon, but then after the rotation with Golden Go EX leaving the standard format, there wasn't really a home for Genesect EX, but now this package with Genesect, Metang with the Metal Maker ability, all these cards from older expansions work together with this Mega Excadrill EX to create, I think, a formidable deck, but it's just a question of, is it good enough? I guess we'll find out this weekend.
We certainly will, and other decks that people have eyed up are those single prize options in the format. It seems like there's always a nice little following for those who want to attack with just Pokemon that only give up 1 prize card. Alakazam, the Dunsparce, and Slowking represented here, but perhaps a surprise, Puka. No Festival Lead in the top 6. That was a deck that lots of players were talking about coming into this event. It got a nice boost from Pitch Black as well.
Yeah, there were several cards from this latest Pitch Black expansion that I think a lot of players were excited to try out. I think the Mega Excadrill EX is the one that probably stuck the most, but yeah, the Gladion's Final Battle making Festival Lead a little bit stronger. Of course, we had the prospect of that Hide and Sneak deck that was maybe a newcomer. Doesn't seem like people had much confidence in that one for this event, but we'll see if any more of those new cards can get into the fray, or if we're going to see a lot of what we saw at NAIC.
These are the top 6 decks this weekend. Let's look at the next 6 up, or the best of the rest, as we like to say. And not too far behind those top 6 is that Festival Lead there leading this charge. 25 players choosing to play it alongside 25 players with Raging Bolt EX.
Yeah, Raging Bolt, just kind of a variation of the Lily's Clefairy toolbox. You see Mega Kangaskhan a lot. A lot of these, I think, fall into a similar category. Big, basic Pokemon EX, or even Mega Evolution Pokemon EX, just kind of different flavors of that. Raging Bolt, of course, a card we've seen a lot in the last few seasons. Just being able to do unlimited damage, essentially, with that Raging Bolt EX is always appealing. And we'll see. These are the kinds of decks that I think people tend to overlook when you get to the World Championships, because they can be perceived as a bit more simplistic or linear in their strategy. But hey, sometimes simple is all you need. Power up your big Pokemon, start attacking right away. Sometimes that does get the job done.
And I'll also give you plenty of time here, Puka, to vamp about the Meganium decks out in the room. Teal Mask Ogrepon EX, of course, the fuel that drives that car. But Meganium, I know your favorite Pokemon. I'm sure you'll love to see it competing and having a solid meta representation.
I do love to see it, Chip. You know, you don't get to see Meganium at the World Championships very often. You know, it's had a decent amount of good cards over the years, but feels like this is the chance for it to really make a splash at a stage like the World Championships. Yeah, there's lots of variants of this deck as well. I think had a much bigger representation going into NAIC, and a lot of people really lost faith in this deck after NAIC. But some people still hanging on. We see a bit of Hydrapple EX or a recent resurgence of that Arboliva EX, which I think really fell out of favor heading into NAIC, but now it's started to make a comeback. So we'll see. And then the other one, of course, we got to look at is the Crustle. You know, this deck was on the radar for last year's World Championships as well. Obviously had a big run at NAIC, and there's always just this question of, will people actually continue to bring this deck? And do you need to respect it in a deck that you're playing? And we'll see. You know, you just hit the right matchups, go into, you know, a Dragapult player that didn't play any Chi-Yu or anything like that to knock out your Crustle, and you can, you know, find yourself winning 6, 7, 8 matches in a row, and hey, you can go on a good run with this deck.
Yeah, Crustle does feel like one of those decks that at the World Championships, if the matchups fall just right for you, if you can avoid anyone who's chosen to tech for it, the deep run has paved the way.
Yeah, very polarizing deck, of course. A lot of very good matchups, a lot of very bad matchups, some in between. We'll also see there was, you know, a lot of Alakazam brought to this event by, I would consider, a lot of top players switching over to that. And for a while, we were seeing a lot of Enhanced Hammer plus the Dedenne to get back the Enhanced Hammer to beat this kind of a matchup. But I think a lot of those decks have dropped the Dedenne part of it. Maybe are down to like one Enhanced Hammer. And so now these Crustle decks could find Alakazam as another strong matchup as they go through this tournament.
Let's take a look at the notable matches as we head into Swiss Round 3. Our players getting ready out on the stage as we speak. We'll be featuring Oscar Madsen up against Brent Tonneson, two of the top players from their respective regions. I think it's something we'll be saying very often throughout the weekend, as you would expect no less from the World Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're just going to see the best of the best here. You, of course, have to qualify for the World Championships by either earning championship points or winning an event that gives you a direct invitation to this event. So everybody here is a quality player. Yeah, what else can you say? These are two players we've seen a good amount throughout our season to get here, and it's no surprise to see them once again at Worlds.
I do believe they are getting ready down on the stage, our two competitors. We'll get that way here shortly. A lot of other notable names to keep our eyes on. That second match, Diego versus Fabian. Again, two excellent players, players who are more seasoned than many others as well. Diego's been playing in many World Championships. Of course, the 2017 World Champions. Got a few other top cuts under his belt as well.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of former World Champions still active, or at least qualified for this event. Diego is one of them. You know, all the way back in, it's already been 13 years, 2013, when Jason Kozinski won the World Championships for a record-setting third time. He always wondered when somebody else was going to start winning a second one to try to chase that ultimate achievement, and nobody has done it yet. It's been 13 years. We still haven't seen another two-time world champion, and Diego, maybe this is his year.
It certainly could be 2-0, an excellent way to start. Nice way to try to chip away at that goal. We also see a few other notables here. Piper versus Jaden. Piper, of course, got top 8 at last year's World Championships with Golden Go. See if she can repeat that success. But for now, we get down to the stage where we have Oscar Madsen on the left up against Brent Tonneson. Incredible seasons for both of these players. I mean, look at just how many games Brent played.
That's an incredible amount of games played, but that record is ridiculous, Chip. 128 and 39. That that is such an incredible win percentage. But Oscar as well, 26-6. These players are winning a lot and not losing very many matches. So two extremely skilled players here in round 2.
Yeah, Oscar competing in quite a few less events compared to what Brent did, but still that win rate remains extremely high. We'd expect no less. Both of these players will be playing Dragapult. Of course, the deck that is most popular in the room. Both players choosing to pair it with the Crushing Hammers. Not too surprised to see that. Really looking at these lists, it's pretty standard to what we've come to expect, I'd say, Fuka.
I think so, Chip. Yeah, this is, I think, what a lot of people think this format is. We have two Dragapult EX decks. They're both playing Crushing Hammers. Yeah, there's not a lot of, what you'd consider spice in these decks. There's no Blaziken, there's no Dusknoir. There are some tech cards here, as you always do have space for those in Dragapult. But yeah, the full 4 Crushing Hammers for both players, and it has really turned these Dragapult mirror matches into high volatility matches. There used to be, you would have a pretty good sense of where things were going to go. A player gets ahead on energy cards, a player gets the first Phantom Dive, whatever the case is. Now, at any point in the game, we could just see a couple energy cards get discarded, an unfair stamp. The whole thing could turn around in an instant.
With Crushing Hammer in the arsenal, you never really feel out of it. Even if you have to flip 2 or 3 heads, you feel like you've always got that chance. And at this level of events, sometimes just having a chance is all you can ask for, giving yourself a shot to stay in it and keep that world champion dream alive.
Absolutely. So excited to be here on the big stage here at the World Championships. Of course, you can see the beautiful backdrop here that we have for our players. It's bigger and better every year here at the World Championships. I'm sure these two players are focused on one thing, that is winning this match, earning more match points, trying to get towards that phase 2, ultimately the top cut. And we're going to get things started here with some prize cards.
Of course, at the beginning of the game, you draw 7 cards in the opening hand and then lay out 6 prize cards to the side as we see them come out. Quite a few Pokemon for both of these players. That A-Spec Unfair Stamp prize for Oscar up at the top of his prize cards as well.
Yeah, both players with their Pheasantipity EX prized as well. Flip the script, of course, very important to have at your disposal, especially once those knockouts start coming. It'll be an interesting situation here to see how these players are going to adapt, and it's one of those things you actually won't know that card is prized for your opponent. You might not be able to change your game plan, really. We'll see how it goes here. Looks like we're going to kick off round number 3 with Brent going first.
Here we go, down to the table, kicking off this Swiss round 3 with a Buddy Poffin. Brent Tonneson playing that as his opening card, allowing him to search the deck for 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less and put them directly into play. The start of a Dreepy is nice, allowing for the find of a Badoo here as well, bringing that Pokemon out into play, and that is a huge piece of this deck and a huge piece of this mirror match as well, the potential use of Itchy Pollen, so much so that Brent here even playing a Pokepad, perhaps a little preemptively to get out a Dracloak.
Yeah, when you go first in this mirror match between these two Dragapult decks, the one card you want to see in your opening hand is Buddy Poffin. You want to get basic Pokemon down. One of the ways you can lose very quickly in this Dragapult EX mirror match is to not get enough basic Pokemon down in the first turn. Your opponent uses Badoo's Itchy Pollen to take away your Buddy Poffin and your Pokepads. And then you just kind of do nothing while your opponent slowly sets up and uses Phantom Dive and wipes you out. So this is a perfect start for Brent so far. You want to get basic Pokemon down, prepare for the next turn. Yeah, this is textbook.
Ultra Ball played, getting rid of a Dragapult and a Crispin. Worth noting, though, one of his 2 available Dragapult did just hit the discard pile as his 3rd is prized. So Brent may have perhaps a problem finding his 3rd Dragapult EX should Oscar respond with an Itchy Pollen on his following turn. 3 Dreepy in play, though, for Brent. I'm sure he'll be very content with that, and Oscar will follow suit, kicking off his turn with his own Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, I think there's been a question in the community. Is it better to go first or second with Dragapult. And especially in the mirror match, is it better to go first or second? Obviously, when you go first, you get the first opportunity to evolve into Dracloak. You get the first opportunity to attach energy, things like that. But you don't get to play a supporter card when you go first. So sometimes your starts are a little bit weaker. You don't get to play that Lily's Determination on the first turn. I'd say it's, there's pros and cons of each one. When you have the start that Brent had, I think you're happily going first. And Oscar has to use this Meowth EX on his first turn.
Worth noting, Oscar did win the coin flip and chose to go second. So it seems like he falls on the side of needing to go second here, being a little bit more consistent of an option, and that is supported here with the find of a Lily's Determination. It does come at the cost of putting Meowth EX in play, a great consistency option, but putting it in play early, it is a liability, Puka.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got only 170 HP, can be an easy target later on, and Oscar actually has quite a few easy targets now, right? Later in the game, you can just see a Boss's Orders onto Meowth EX, Phantom Dive to knock out that, and a Badoo at the same time. That's 3 prize cards that are always looming as we get to the later stages of the game, potentially, but sometimes you gotta play a supporter card, so you gotta put the Meowth in play.
Yeah, better than not playing the game, better than passing, that is for sure, as Lily's Determination finding him 8 cards in this opening turn with no prize cards yet taken, and a draw of a Monkey Dory benching with that Risky Ruins in play does place 2 damage counters onto it, and Itchy Pollen puts 10 damage on that active Dreepy from Brent. Worth noting here, Puka, a miss of an energy attachment on Brent's opening turn.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's going to be a huge issue. Brent's hand is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Already has 2 Dracloak and a Lily's Determination. Going to be able to get 8 cards, then Recon Directive twice. Maybe find a third one. This is exactly what you're hoping for. Meanwhile, Oscar only got 1 Dreepy into play. Even playing the Lily's Determination, was only able to find 1 Dreepy. Has a handful of supporter cards and not much else. So right now, feels like Brent might be in control.
8 cards found and 4 more still to be seen with a couple of Recon Directives, and that is only if another Dracloak is not found as well, as that would provide 2 more. And we do see a Crushing Hammer found there, perhaps holding on to that for later. Of course, Brent under that Itchy Pollen, unable to play any item cards, so he needs to draw into Dracloak naturally, would not be able to Ultra Ball or Pokepad for it. Seen the use of both of those Recon Directives now. 2 cards to the hand, 2 cards to the bottom of the deck. Attachment of an energy for turn, and it does look like Brent will respond to Oscar's Itchy Pollen with a Badoo attack of his own.
I'm sorry, does Oscar have 3 Boss's Orders in his hand?
Yep.
That is not what you want to draw off your first Lily's Determination. Basically like 6 cards in his hand. He can't play off of that. Yeah, he just plays Lily's Determination. He drew 8 cards last turn. The next thing he played was another Lily's Determination. That is not what you want to see.
Interesting to note there, Oscar did have an energy card in his hand, chose not to attach it, Puka.
Yeah, he may be going for a Darkness Energy here for the Adrenabrain on Monkey Dory and try to win this Itchy Pollen battle at the beginning of the game.
A few Crushing Hammers added to his hand, but there are no Dracloaks here, no backup Dreepy either, and left with just an attachment and an Itchy Pollen. Now back over to Brent.
This is like your worst nightmare, playing a Dragapult mirror. This is one of the worst ways things could start off for you. You get 1 Dreepy down, no Dracloak on your second turn. You had to play a Meowth. Your opponent gets to use Recon Directive multiple times. Your opponent's just going to get the Dragapult EX out first, have full control of the beginning stages of this game. And this is rough. Oh, even the Monkey Dory found for Brent.
And the Darkness Energy to pair alongside it. Adrenabrain online, that format warping ability for a time, allowing you to move 3 damage counters from one of your Pokemon over to your opponent's side of the field. So if Brent wanted to, he actually could take a knockout on this active Badoo. He's not going to do that through the use of Adrenabrain. He's going to save those 2 damage counters and take a KO here with an Itchy Pollen.
Yep, and this is a really annoying knockout as well because it means your opponent can't play Unfair Stamp. Even though your Pokemon got knocked out, you can't play item cards. So this is a nice way to get a knockout, stop your opponent from being able to Itchy Pollen you, but then also stop them from using their A-Spec card.
Oscar's third Lily's Determination of the game, still yielding him 8 cards, but somehow he still only has one singular Dreepy. Okay, this is looking much more what you'd like to see. Looks like another Dreepy found, a pair of them in fact, and Dracloak as well. Oscar's going to try to get himself established, but Brent has jumped pretty far ahead in this trade.
I'd say the only silver lining for Oscar is that there's not any energy on any of those Dracloak for Brent yet. So won't be able to do something like Boss's Orders and Phantom Dive in the same turn next turn, but the risky Ruins on his side may be backfiring, putting damage on his own Dreepy. So now if Brent is able to get Crispin, Phantom Dive, he can knock out the active and a Dreepy on the bench.
And Oscar just passes, does not find himself even an energy to put into play. Sending it back over now to Brent, who is freed from that Itchy Pollen, able now to play this Pokepad, finding himself that third Dracloak, and this is what the deck is all about. Recon Directive. After Recon Directive, finding your powerful supporter options, could power up a Dragapult attack this turn through the find of Crispin.
And then I think the question for Brent is going to be, if you do that, do you actually use Phantom Dive? I think the immediate inclination for most players is, yeah, I can power up Dragapult. I'm going to attack with it. Sometimes it's better to be a little bit patient. Let's build up multiple energy in play, maybe save my first attack for when I can Boss's Orders and Phantom Dive at the same time. We'll see what Brent decides to go for here. I think either option is kind of reasonable, but really you're under no pressure here. You could just continue to Itchy Pollen.
The bench of a Dreepy as well. Brent has a few interesting plays available. He found himself Boss's Orders, but will go in with the Crushing Hammer. The first one of this game does land heads, discarding an energy from Oscar's side.
Yeah, and that is huge. Setting Oscar back just a little bit more, trying to close the door on this game as much as possible. Now, once Brent stops using Itchy Pollen, the floodgates will kind of open, and we see Boss's Orders bringing up a Dracloak. But once Brent stops using Itchy Pollen, that's when Oscar's going to have a window for a comeback, using his own Crushing Hammers and things like that.
We're going to see some damage movement over to Oscar's side. 4 damage counters now on that Dreepy, and just an Itchy Pollen. Brent keeping the pace of this game slow.
Yeah, and crucially got an energy onto his Dracloak. So then next turn can simply evolve to Dragapult EX, attach, and really have it made from here. Brent has really encountered no adversity in this game so far.
Here comes a Crispin now from Oscar, allowing him to search the deck for 2 energy of differing types, attaching one directly from the deck into play and adding the other to his hand. He's going to put a Psychic onto his active Dracloak and then attach for turn to that Monkey Dory, finally getting it established, but he is falling behind very quickly here. Still under that Itchy Pollen item lock, unable to get himself into any more Dracloaks, and he's just retreating into this Dreepy. Bounces some damage back over to Brent's side, and it looks like it will be a pass.
Not the way you want things to start if you're Oscar here. And Brent has just been able to sculpt his hand every turn with these Recon Directives. Look at the top 2, pick one, put the other on the bottom. When you start getting 2 or 3 of these into play, it just starts adding up. And are we going to see a 4th as well?
4 Dracloak would be an incredible sight to see, but does look like Moltres was the target here, and just perhaps a bit of thinning before that 4th Dracloak does come down, and it does not get much better than this as a Dragapult player.
You're living good, and at this point, one of your main concerns is making sure that there are enough energy cards in your deck for when you play Crispin. You do need 2 different types.
And here's another hammer flip. This one does fall tails, so Oscar not forced to discard the darkness energy over on his side, and there it is, the mighty Dragapult EX coming into play, and a Judge played here for Brent. A perfect card to play on a turn where you're planning to break the item lock.
Yeah, we will see if Brent decides to break the item lock here. Obviously, it looks pretty strong. You can get multiple prize cards here. He does have the option to just Adrenabrain 2 over to the active and Itchy Pollen for a knockout and delay this even further.
We'll see which route he decides to go. Immediately, though, grabbing off the Recon Directive, another Crushing Hammer. Maybe seeing where that one will fall before choosing what he does this turn. Also, Unfair Stamp added to his hand, so he's got a potential response build up. This is a big flip. This one also falls tails, though. Only one Crushing Hammer now remaining for Brent Coniston. He will retreat here into Dragapult EX, and it does indeed look like Phantom Dive will be the attack of choice, taking out a pair of Dreepy from the board, going down now to just 3 prize cards remaining.
Yeah, can't fault that, especially pairing it with the Judge, disrupting Oscar's hand. You know Oscar's already played a lot of Lily's Determination, and that wouldn't even be a very good supporter card to play here. You need to try to do something to come back here.
And Oscar has prized all of his best responses to this situation. He does have special red card in his hand, but there's no Pheasantipity EX. There's no Unfair Stamp on his side of the field.
Yeah, and you gotta think, is this desperation time for Oscar? Will he be going for something like Mind Bend with Monkey Dory to try to buy some time? Did promote the Monkey Dory here, might be signaling that feels like it's time to get desperate.
Pokepad finds out that the Dunsparce, likely evolving his Dunsparce in play, a runaway draw, an excellent option to supplement the powerful Recon Directive, drawing 3 cards, then sending that colorless Pokemon back into the deck. That is a difference between the lists for these players. Oscar playing the Dunsparce, Brent not having that line included. And here it is, the attach of the Psychic to the active Monkey Dory. Mind Bend is on the menu, 60 damage coming up, and Confusion hoping to bide his time.
Yeah, he's really got to hope this works at this point. What else can you really do if your opponent gets to keep using Phantom Dive every turn? You know, you're just too far behind in this one, especially they have the Monkey Dory set up as well. You got to do something to try to break this, you know, kind of stalemate that you find yourself in. And the Confused might be the way out.
And Brent does only have 1 copy of Crispin available now, as he is able to play that off of his hand. So this will allow him to retreat this active and power up another Pokemon into play, perhaps. Putting that 3rd energy on this active is setting up for not the use of a 2nd Dragapult here, though. We'll not be seeing a Phantom Dive this turn, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think there's probably not a great Phantom Dive here. You know, Brent did disrupt his own hand with the Judge last turn as well, so might not be confident that he can pull something off. But again, this is a spot where you are pretty significantly far ahead in this game, and you start to think, what are the ways I could lose this game? Is there just a safer route than, you know, trying to power up another Dragapult here, spread my energy a little thin? Or is it a situation where you just retreat an Itchy Pollen and say, okay, now you can't use any more Crushing Hammers, I'll just take a turn off. I'm ahead by so many prize cards. No need to rush.
Brent content to continue to keep things slow here, attaching a 2nd energy to the other Dracloak, and Itchy Pollen does put that Monkey Dory up to 30 damage. Recon Directive on Oscar's side, finding yet another Dracloak for another Recon Directive up and coming, and there is the Crispin being found here for him. He has gone through quite a few more energy compared to Brent at this point. So that is always something you have to track when using Crispin, making sure you have 2 differing types in the deck. And looks like he does still Fire and Psychic eyed up here, perhaps. And Darkness Energy brought to the front, in fact. Getting the 2nd Monkey Dory established, a 2 Adrenabrain Onslaught from his side.
I think Oscar just trying to figure out what is the way to claw back into this game. Down so many prize cards. Your opponent has Dragapult set up already. Maybe the Monkey Dory advantage is the way I come back. And I think a smart move by Oscar here, using Adrenabrain to knock out the Badoo. Is there something I can get out of my prize cards to help me out? Something like the Unfair Stamp or Pheasantipity EX at some point. But just finds the Acerola's Mischief.
And that perhaps could be a way for him to come back into this game, protecting maybe the Meowth EX or something along those lines to prevent Brent from closing out the game. We'll just see Oscar going into his own Badoo, getting an attachment down to his Dracloak, and it will be And Itchy Pollen on his side now.
Yeah.
Trying to see if he can bide his time.
Unfortunately for Oscar, Brent just needs a boss's orders and the game's over.
Yep, and he does indeed have it. Boss's orders can bring up that Meowth, and Phantom Dive would allow him to take his 3 prize cards remaining in order to get the Game 1 win for Swiss Round 3.
Yeah, it looked like a game that wasn't very eventful, but there were so many small decisions from Brent that really made it so Oscar could not come back in this game. I think other players would have been tempted to be a lot more aggressive with how quickly they use Phantom Dive, but Brent knew he had the advantage every step of the way and decided to take it slowly. And eventually when he realized, all right, I am fully set up, there's not much you can do, now it's time to go on the offensive, just taking no chances and making sure that he puts himself in the best possible position to win.
We've got Pablo standing by to give his thoughts on that game. What did you see there from Game 1 of Swiss 3, Pablo?
I mean, a bunch of successful hammers, right? Which is what you would expect from Dragapult. I think the boss into the Dracloak play was very interesting from Brent. It's like another way to build an advantage, even though you're only dealing 10 damage. You force either a retreat or a full commit into the Dragapult, losing the Dracloak, and exposing that Dragapult to get hit by your own Dragapult. So I love that play by Brent, really pushing his advantage in an unorthodox way instead of just blindly going in with the Dragapult DX as soon as he could.
Appreciate those insights, Pablo. As always, we're hopping right into this game number 2, and Oscar remaining consistent with his line of thinking from Game 1, choosing to go second here. And he's going to be rewarded as Brent does not have a Buddy Buddy Poffin in this opening hand. In fact, no playable cards to put in the discard pile, no item cards down. And this is exactly how you draw it up when you're choosing to go second.
Interestingly enough, I think Brent is actually still happy to go first. His hand is miserable. His only saving grace is that he will now be able to evolve into Dracloak on the next turn and use Recon Directive to try to salvage this completely unusable hand. So yes, it's great from Oscar's side. You look over and you're like, oh, great, you didn't play Buddy Buddy Poff in this game. Now I'm feeling great about going second. But in Brent's situation, you're probably like, I'm actually very happy to be going first with what I drew in my opening hand.
And with the attachment from turn, it does put a little pressure on Oscar to perhaps find a hammer, as we've seen it plenty of times. Dracloak getting in as the attacker into an early Badoo. So with this find from Oscar of his own Badoo, he's also got a Crushing Hammer, I think, available in hand. That could be a huge flip coming up here.
Speaking of...
Lots of damage counters having to be placed, but no energy in hand to retreat into the Badoo here, perhaps? No, nothing at all. No supporter cards. Oscar just passes it over to Brent, who is now off to the races with the Recon Directive Evolution. What does he find here from his 2 cards? Still free to use items now. Looks like it's a Dracloak, but there's really not much going on here for Brent either. He does have Ultra Ball, so the Meowth EX bailout is available.
Yeah, and thankfully for Brent, his Meowth EX is not in the prize cards. Oscar, no such luck. I did want to mention as well, Brent decided to play the risky Ruins on his first turn, and that forced Oscar's Badoo to put 2 damage counters on it, and now it just has 10 HP remaining. And so that's going to make it very awkward. You know, if Oscar were the one to initiate using Itchy Pollen, then Brent would just be able to put down his own and do the 10 damage for the knockout. So lots of little games happening here at the beginning to get any advantage that you can.
And also using Night Stretcher to bring back the Darkness energy before this Lily's Determination, preparing for the Itchy Pollen next turn, making sure he has access to that energy card in the deck. And Lily's Determination does throw the hand into the deck for Brent, and he'll get himself 8 cards here with still no prize cards taken. He's already used his Recon Directive, but lots of shots here at finding an out to get his board more established. And with that Psychic Energy attached to the active, I mean, Dragon Headbutt seems pretty good here, Puka.
Yeah, I mean, I think you saw Oscar Pokepad for a Dunsparce as well. I'm not sure, but I mean, you can look at this situation and just be like, okay, you didn't really do very much. I guess I can just knock out your Dunsparce and cut off some of your ways to draw cards here. It's, you know, sometimes these weird situations do come up where Dragon Headbutt on turn 2 is really awkward to deal with. And you have to question, Oscar decided not to play the Crushing Hammer on that previous turn. It could have potentially prevented this play.
Choosing to hold on to it. We always have to wonder what could have been otherwise, but with the play of a Pokepad, Badoo is added to hand here for Brent. And we saw him play very patiently in game one, using Badoo perhaps a few turns longer than many other players would have chosen to his success, of course. He's not going to choose to go with it here, though. Just attack into the active, get rid of that Dunsparce, knowing that the Dunsparce was in the hand. Oscar's draw for turn is another Dracloak. He already had one. That's no help. He needs to draw 2 cards here, and he does find his best hit, Puka, Lily's Determination.
Whew. A sigh of relief for Oscar here. Things were going to go downhill very quickly.
And that is another big hit with the heads on Crushing Hammer. Will allow him to discard one of these energies from Dracloak and try to just get re-established here. The Lily's Determinations were not kind to him in game number 1. Let's see if game number 2 will fare differently.
So yeah, now an interesting spot for Oscar. We'll be able to lock the item cards. Can Itchy Pollen here just for the 10 damage. I think one thing he's going to want to draw here, if he can find another Crushing Hammer, get a second heads this turn, I think this will flip the position he's in.
It does not look like a Crushing Hammer was found, but Buddy Poffin is not too bad to see, as a couple of Dreepy able to be found off of that. But again, that early risky Ruins from Brent is going to damage both of these Pokemon as they come down, putting them in range of a Phantom Dive here. And with no Crushing Hammer being found, no flip taking place this turn after the first, Oscar does have an opportunity here, Brent having an opportunity here to take multiple prizes with a Phantom Dive.
Oscar was not able to find the unfair stamp either. Could have been some big cards to draw off that Lily's Determination. Just settles for the Adrenabrain with Monkey Dory playing a slower game here. And we'll hope that Brent isn't able to do anything that's particularly devastating this turn through the item lock.
He's got a lot of options available as Recon Directive number 1 being utilized. He's even got another Dracloak already in the hand, so it's 3 Recon Directives lined up. He's found himself Monkey Dory, so a Crispin here would open up quite a few lines. I don't know that he pieced that all together. He does need to find a Dragapult here as well if he'd like to Phantom Dive this turn.
I think Brent was very hopeful for Dragapult plus Boss's Orders on this turn. Could have gone after the Dracloak and knock out a Dreepy all at once, taken a huge lead in the game. I think was just unable to find that final piece to this puzzle, but it's still going to be a pretty powerful turn.
Yeah, he'll still be able to take out Dracloak here, and with Oscar not playing any rare candies in his list, I think Brent making that safe assumption based off of game 1 and based off of also what the standard has become for Dragapult lists these days. He knows there's no threat of a Dragapult on Oscar's side next turn. There is that evolution into Dragapult EX, the Darkness Energy attached to Monkey Dory from the Crispin. 2 extra energy into play this turn for Brent, so he'll be able to bounce that damage over to Dracloak. Not before benching his own Badoo here to perhaps give a pivot to just other options, but regardless, 2 damage counters moved over to Dracloak, and there is the KO. Oscar still remains behind.
Oh yeah, this is not a great spot to be in. This is where your friend Crushing Hammer needs to help you out a little bit. Did find one. Maybe if you can pair it with an unfair stamp as well. Just Oscar finding himself in a big hole again in game 2.
Here is a flip, and this one does fall tails. He does play 4. That is now 2 down in the discard pile. So if Oscar wants to hang on here, it feels like it's got to come through a find of a pair of Crushing Hammers and a pair of head flips.
Yeah, it's got to be something, right? This is another situation where you could consider the Mind Bend with Monkey Dory to try to buy some time. If you can pair it with Unfair Stamp, maybe you can buy some time here. But otherwise, just look at this situation. Brent has Dragapult EX fully powered. Once again, finds himself with a 3 prize card lead in this mirror match. Oscar just been on the back foot this whole series.
And there is one of those Crushing Hammer found. Not the second. 8 cards still being drawn here for Oscar. No prize cards yet taken. Still has a long, long road ahead of himself. Is going to play a Pokepad, searching out any Pokemon without a rule box, adding it to the hand. There is another Dracloak to come out. Still has those recon directives available. Also, should he find the, or does have the Dunsparce available as well, so Runaway Draw on the table. So lots of cards still to be found here. There is Runaway Draw, a tap of the Dunsparce, and now a shuffle into the deck. Promotion of that Monkey Dory signaling the Mind Bend will be his strategy as of now to try to slow things down.
Yeah, Oscar looking for any way out of this. Just isn't able to piece things together quite yet.
A couple of Pokemon put into play from this Buddy Buddy Poffin. They do, of course, take 20 damage apiece from that Risky Ruins that has remained in play from the opening turn and will remain in play through the duration of this game, as that is the only stadium either of these two players has in their decks for this World Championships weekend. Still a couple recon directives to use here. And still a long road ahead here for Oscar to fight back.
Yeah, could find special red. Oh, well, never mind.
There is the unfair stamp, not a bad option. And here is Crushing Hammer, and that is going to be a heads hit, discarding that basic Psychic Energy, moving that to the discard pile and having the option to play Unfair Stamp. Since a knockout was taken by Brent on the last turn, it would send both players' hands to the deck. Oscar able to find 5 and Brent only 2 available.
Big moment here for Oscar. The Unfair Stamp is a way he could come back into this game, disrupting Brent's hand, putting him down to just 2 cards in hand, and combining that with the Confused from the Mind Bend on Monkey Dory. I believe now we've seen 2 Psychic Energy go to the discard pile for Brent as well, both hammered early on in this game. So only playing like 3 Psychic Energy in his deck. Might struggle to actually find the second type of energy to use Phantom Dive as well. This is a way to make things awkward for your opponent and try to claw back into the game.
But Oscar, in order to pull this play together, needs a Psychic Energy of his own. He found a Night Stretcher. Is there a Psychic Energy in his discard pile? Otherwise, he would have missed out on this Mind Bend. Does he have a Psychic?
There's got to be one, right?
You would think at this point in the game. I see a bunch of Fire Energies, though.
Oh, no.
Is there no Psychic Energy?
Oh,
Looks
no.
like the answer is no. Night Stretcher bringing back a basic Fire, and now will retreat this Monkey Dory that he promoted after the use of the Dunsparce, and a pass. What could have been a real chance for Oscar to get back into this game comes up just a little short. Brent still needs a bit here, though. He's left with just a 2-card hand, but a pair of Pokepads will thin the deck out nicely.
Yeah, just so disheartening for Oscar. Anytime you feel like you got a little bit of a shot to pull this back, something else going wrong. Brent now got to be feeling good, knowing that there was no pressure put on that turn. Still is in his winning position, and now maybe has a little bit more time to find a way to close out the game. Could win this turn. Would take a pretty fortunate series of cards to find off of these recon directives, but it can happen.
It would need a Boss's Orders and a Psychic Energy. Would be able to bring up that Pheasantipity and take the game. There is a Crushing Hammer flip, and there is a heads.
Just rude at this point.
Taking out that Darkness Energy, but no Psychic being found. An attachment of Fire to his active Dragapult, retreating it into the Badoo. And we're going to see that mid-game Itchy Pollen once again from Brent Thomason.
Yeah, again, just trying to limit Oscar's options here. Knowing that with the Crushing Hammer, you can't really have an explosive play here. Can't move the active and power up a Dragapult EX. Brent just happy to sit behind his lead, just keep rebuilding the hand with these recon directives. I think one thing we've seen throughout these 2 games is Brent's awareness and his ability to put himself in winning positions and close out games where he is ahead. Now, this is a very tricky skill to try to develop in the Pokemon TCG. Your first instinct is to kind of try to win as quickly as you can, but that can sometimes backfire and let your opponent find ways back into the game if you overextend a little bit, get a bit too aggressive, run out of resources. But in these situations where you can identify spots where you can kind of sit back and just wait a little bit, this is how you can, give yourself a much higher chance to win versus just attacking for more prize cards every turn.
A bunch of recon directives used for Oscar, continuing to advance his hand, continuing to churn his way through the deck, but not going to be able to attack this turn. He's going to use that runaway draw, sending the Dunsparce back into the deck and finding himself 3 more cards to work with. That active Dracloak did just evolve this turn, so there's no option to evolve it now. He's already played Crispin as a supporter for turn. He will evolve his bench Dracloak, trying to perhaps protect that investment of the energy onto that Pokemon, ensuring that it's not easy for Brent to deal with. We'll see that Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain ping-pong a little damage over to Brent's side, 30 damage onto Monkey Dory, and a draw for turn over from Brent. Right away from his Recon Directive does find Judge. Could perhaps be a strong option, but we'll go with another Recon Directive first.
Judge and Unfair Stamp.
Well, he may not play Unfair Stamp at all this game at this point.
No kidding.
I think Brent was keeping his options open to potentially just win the game this turn, as
he
called
just needed
out.
a Psychic Energy or a Night Stretcher.
Yeah.
He had the boss's orders in hand already.
It was just 1 card away from piecing it together. Does not find it, though, but the Judge still remains a strong play. Won't be able to win this turn, but is still giving himself the best chance possible to close this game out. He has really grown quite the lead here, and now is trying to limit Oscar even further. Only 4 cards available from the Judge.
Now finds the Night Stretcher to get the Psychic Energy back, but has already played a supporter card for the turn, so can't also play Boss's Orders. Won't be able to win this turn with a Phantom Dive, so in that case, probably no sense in using Phantom Dive. Maybe just use Itchy Pollen one more time and give yourself 1 more turn to try to close the game out next turn and force your opponent to have found something off of this Judge.
And he will go that route. 30 damage over to Oscar's Monkey Dory, Itchy Pollen, 10 more damage onto the active. And we'll see Oscar use Recon Directive. Does find himself Boss's Orders, but needs to find a way to move this active and also attack with a Dragapult here. Could also just evolve the active and play a Crispin and attack with that, but he's got to find a way to do something here. Clock is ticking. If there's going to be a way for him to come back in this game, he needs to make something happen this turn.
Yeah, and one of the big threats right now is Brent's Monkey Dory. I think Oscar realizes he has to deal with this. It's the thing that's making his Pheasantipity EX target to get knocked out by a Phantom Dive. If you can go after the Monkey Dory in some way, I think Oscar was hoping to do it with Phantom Dive. But he could still just Boss's Orders the Monkey Dory and Jet Headbutt. Doesn't sound like a great play, but looks like just going to go for the Adrenabrain to knock out the Badoo and see what happens from here.
It does not piece together the KO on the Monkey Dory here, but does leave Brent questioning what to promote. And is he debating sending up the Monkey Dory? That would have worked out, I think, nicely for what Oscar wanted to pull off. But no, does seem like Brent deems it safe to send up his Dragapult EX, and he'll do just that, as Oscar will send up his own. Rose's Encouragement will allow him to get a couple of energy cards onto this active Pokemon. A card you can only play when you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent, but powerful effect, allowing you to attach 2 energy cards from your discard pile to one of your Stage 2 Pokemon. Here is Oscar's Phantom Dive, finally getting it online. 200 damage into the active, 6 damage counters spread across the bench. But should Brent Tonneson have himself a Boss's Orders, he'll be able to win the game.
Yeah, I think Oscar may have drawn that Rose's Encouragement off the prize cards. If he had that, he could have set up the play.
Ooh, and no boss, and Brent doesn't even go for it. He could have used a pair of Recon Directives to search for the boss. That would have been game, right, Puka?
Well, no, at this point, there's not a second target to get knocked out by the Phantom Dive.
True, that is...
All the Pokemon have evolved up, and so there's not an easy 3-prize turn here unless he had a second Monkey Dory as well.
Yeah, and he does play the 2 copies, but would have needed to find Monkey Dory plus another Darkness Energy. Not even going to try to piece that together. Just goes with Lily's Determination. Not going to be able to win this turn once again. So we'll see what he draws here off these 6.
Good field. Maybe the window cracked open a bit for Oscar here. It's not necessarily over yet. There's a lot of damage piling up on Brent's side, and especially on his active Dragapult EX. He's going to probably need to power up multiple Dragapult EX at this point to close out this game. This could get close.
Brent will play an Ultra Ball, discarding a Moltres and a Dracloak. He'll search his deck for any Pokemon and add it to the hand. It looks like that second Monkey Dory will come down. So that'll be a couple of Adrenabrains to work with. Of course, a very valuable asset in this mirror match is the use of Monkey Dory. Oscar does just, oh no, he does play the 2, but we have seen many players go down to just 1 Monkey Dory. But if you ever get this board state in the mirror match where you can get 2 Monkey Dory into play, I mean, you just have so many options of how to approach what your opponent is throwing at you.
So Brent now deciding where to put the rest of this Adrenabrain damage. Just gonna pile it up on the active Dragapult EX and eliminate Oscar's Monkey Dory and limit those options.
And 200 damage into the active, 60 onto that Monkey Dory. Down it goes. Just 2 prize cards now remaining for Brent. And let's see if Oscar can find a way to open the door a little further, find a way to not lose the game on the next turn. He needs multiple turns here to try to fight back into this one. Starts off with the flip the script, drawing himself 3 cards since a KO was taken by his opponent on the last turn. Now Recon Directive, looking at the top 2, Boss's Orders and Dunsparce being offered up. Having a debate of which is the better to take. Boss, of course, that powerful Gusting supporter, but Dunsparce is a nice support option to help continue to draw through the deck in future turns.
Yeah, it's a little tough to play that down. It's such a potential target for a Phantom Dive or even a Jet Headbutt in a weird endgame situation.
Even a couple Monkey Dories, potentially.
Yeah, exactly. Without having your own Adrenabrain available to kind of heal off some of the damage, I don't know if Dunsparce will be an option at this point. Another Monkey Dory. This could get interesting, Chip.
The deck is getting very thin here for Oscar.
Could see a 2-turn potential path. You know, if Brent doesn't win on the next turn, we could see a 3 prize card knockout this turn, and then just a Boss's Orders onto the Meowth EX on the following turn. Has Oscar found a way to buy enough time to get back in this game?
We had almost written this game off, but Oscar finds himself now just a turn away from being able to close things out. On this next turn, it will come down to, can Brent find a way to take 2 prize cards, and no energy on any Dracloak could make that difficult. I guess Oscar will have to attack with this active, and will move some damage over with the Monkey Dory first, placing 3 damage counters over onto Brent's Dracloak.
The really awkward thing for Oscar is his Dragapult EX. Oh, you see the Acerola's Mischief.
Look at that, Acerola's Mischief. This is a card that has sort of become a signature of Oscar and his friend group, allowing him to protect one of his Pokemon in play from damage from opponent's Pokemon EX attacks on the next turn.
But the problem, Chip, is he just loses to a Psychic Energy, a Mind Bend, plus the 2 Adrenabrains, gets to 100 damage exactly to knock out this Dragapult EX.
And Brent has pieced that play exactly together. The perfect math. 60 damage from Adrenabrains, and we see 60 damage from the Mind Bend, able to take that KO and take the win 2-0 for Brent Connaughton. Got a little close there at the end of game 2, but Brent was able to find a way to make it happen.
Yeah, I have to wonder at the end there, the Monkey Dory was the real threat. Was Oscar supposed to go after a Monkey Dory with the Adrenabrain plus the Phantom Dive at the end and take away that option? You know, Acerola's Mischief only prevents damage done by Pokemon EX. It does not prevent damage done by regular Pokemon like Monkey Dory. If he had been able to eliminate one of those Adrenabrains, maybe Brent would have struggled to get that final attack for the game.
In game number 1, Brent got off to a very fast start, and Oscar really just never got super established. Multiple Lily's Determinations for him yielded no energy, no Dracloaks, no secondary Dreepies, and finally, once he started to get some semblance of a setup, I mean, Brent's board was just way too powerful to overcome.
Yeah, first game was complete domination from Brent. Really, Oscar didn't have much going the whole time. Slow start, slow middle, slow end. Brent did everything he needed to close out that first game without much resistance.
Brent was the aggressor in game number 2, going first, leading to a turn 2 Dragon Headbutt, striking first, taking the KO on Dunsparce, and getting to the first Phantom Dive as well. So often the player who Phantom Dives first in these mirror matches comes away with the win, and that is exactly what Brent was able to execute, but not before meeting some resistance on Oscar's end.
Yeah, Oscar made a valiant comeback here. I think this is a great example of how unpredictable these Dragapult matches can be. There's so much math going on. There's so many damage counters flying all over the place. But you know, at the end, Brent was able to win with, I think, almost exact damage to knock out this Dragapult EX and win the match with Monkey Dory's Mind Bend.
Yeah, works out nicely for him, taking the KO. Getting to a 3-0 start at the World Championships. Still a long road ahead.
Oh, yeah.
But after all the preparation I'm sure he put into this event, it's got to feel good to start strong.
Yeah, and especially against a very strong player as well, like Oscar, winning a Dragapult mirror match, that can be a big sigh of relief. I'm sure all these players have done a lot of great preparation for the event, but you know, you always question yourself a little bit when you're going up against other top players. You know, are there things that they're seeing that I'm not? And I think it's got to be reassuring for Brent to start 3-0 and think, no, I do understand how these Dragapult matches work. Not much has changed, and you know, if I can just continue playing my game, I'm going to set myself up for success.
Yeah, I mean, Brent has played so much Pokemon this year.
Yeah.
We saw that record to start things off. 128 to 39 games played there, wins versus losses. Much of that has been committed to Dragapult this year as well. He is one of the most experienced Dragapult players in our entire field, and I think that was evident in his gameplay there, feeling very confident in all of his decisions.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think when you play that much, you also find those weird ways to win games that get a little scrappy at the end. You find things like, you know, when you're supposed to attack with Monkey Dory's Mind Bend, when you're supposed to take a turn off and Itchy Pollen.
When you're supposed to establish the second Monkey Dory that some players may forego.
Yeah, exactly. So all these little decisions do add up. Yes, there are some elements you can't control, right? You don't know how many crushing hammers your opponent is going to hit. You don't know how many of your energy are going to get discarded. You don't know what you're going to draw off of Unfair Stamp all the time, but you control what you can and put yourself in a position to win.
Well, Puka, we've got Brent standing by on the stage. Looking forward to hearing his thoughts on his start here at Worlds. Let's hear from him, Amy.
Thank you so much, guys. We're here with Brent Tonneson, the winner of our feature match, going 3-0 so far at the Pokémon World Championships. Brent, how does it feel to be in such an advantageous position at the beginning?
It feels pretty good. I wasn't sure how hard many of the counter decks would be at the event. I think there's a little bit more cross than I expected, but hopefully everything from here is smooth sailing still.
Fingers crossed for you. How did you prepare for coming into a room you knew was going to be very Dragapult heavy?
Well, I was very hesitant to play Dragapult since I didn't feel like I was that strong at it, but then I think 2 weeks ago, I kind of just figured out how to get really good at the mirror match, and from there, I felt pretty confident. I think I can win the majority of my mirror matches.
That's exactly what we want to hear, and we saw it just there, so clearly your testing went very well. Is there anything that you attest that success in the mirror match to specifically?
I'm not sure I can really say some of the strategies. I don't know if I can until at the end of the event, unfortunately.
I think that's completely fair. Was there anything during testing that you did specifically to help kind of get to the answers that you needed to the mirror match instead?
And a lot of it was, I guess it was a lot of playing games as well as a lot of just thinking about it without actually playing games. And basically trying to write up how to play it kind of helps you figure out how to play it, because that's when you realize, oh, maybe I don't know how to play it.
That's honestly a really solid piece of advice as well. Is there any tips or tricks you would give to somebody who's trying to figure out what deck to take to an important event like this?
Well, I think you should definitely try to get some of the, I guess the crazier stuff, but I would say you should always have at least something standard in the backup.
I love it. Thank you so much, Brent, and I wish you the best of luck in the rest of your tournament run, and I hope the crust will stay way at bay for you. Have a lovely rest of your day, and we're going to throw it back to the casters for some more Pokemon action.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you and congratulations to Brent on the start. Still a long road ahead, but an excellent way to kick off his 2026 World Championships run.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't start any better than that. So, got to be feeling good about it. I think, Brent said some interesting stuff there. He didn't want to give away his strategies, of course.
Playing it close to the chest.
Yeah. There's still a lot of games to be played, of course. Even at the World Championships, the top players find maybe little strategies, little edges that not everyone will figure out. So I do respect that. I think talking to something he said, though, sometimes you can just play a lot of games and just try different things. One of the traps I think people fall into is they get very locked in or tunneled into, this is what I need to do every turn of the game. And sometimes, when you're testing, you can even throw games on purpose, just trying out different things to see if it works. Sometimes things that seem silly, maybe I shouldn't always attack right away. Maybe what happens when I get really aggressive and attack? Oh, I lost. Okay, what happens this time when I take it slower and attack with Itchy Pollen? Oh, I won that time. Sometimes that's the way you can figure things out, beyond just, trying to think it through. Sometimes you need to try some stuff and see what works.
Recreating the same board state multiple times and playing through it in multiple different ways, trying to find out which route most often leads to victory. These games do always feel so dynamic and different, but you do find yourself in similar situations pretty often as well.
Yeah, but I think we've seen this season a lot of the very top players have been able to separate themselves in these big tournaments. We've seen players like Justin Neudorf, who's had an incredible year so far. You got to think sometimes he's winning games that most other players just would not, just through repetition, trying out different things, practicing, honing his craft. Again, it's the World Championships, right? You're playing against all great players, but the work's never done. You always try to keep growing as a player.
I do think we've got some feature match action to share. Of course, we have tons of matches happening out there on the floor, so we're going to take a look at one of those games as we get ready for Swiss Round 4 coming up. This is a Swiss Round 3 match, and we're getting in here to see Piper Lapine up against Jaden.
Looks like we're
You
jumping
see a
into game
Zoroark mirror match we're picking up here in Game 3.
All right. Well, Zoroark is one of the decks that was on a lot of players' minds coming into this weekend. Is one of the premier counters to Dragapult. It's not a pure counter deck, but it is one of the decks that I think has a favorable matchup against Dragapult EX. Now, it's not extremely favorable. These games are still very close, but I think it was very appealing to a lot of players. You have this trade ability, this built-in consistency engine to the deck. So we've seen a lot of players switch back to this deck. It's interesting to see a mirror match here, though.
Yeah, and I do believe we've actually got Piper here on the right, and Jaden is our player on the left here. So Piper being very nicely established with a bunch of Zoroark into play.
I recognize that pace of
particularly
playing cards. That's Piper.
Yeah, Piper very well known for quick decision making and confident decision making as well. She knows what she wants to do in a given turn, and for this turn it is an Itchy Pollen with a very, very nicely established board. We'll see if Jaden's able to find a way to get himself established, and Serrano is a pretty nice way to do just that with a couple of Zorua already on the bench.
Yeah, Cyrano gets 3 Pokemon EX, and the bad thing for Jaden is that there's only 2 ends Zorua in play, so it can only evolve into 2 ends Zoroark EX this turn. But still, that's a pretty good second turn of the game. Getting those Pokemon into play, using those trade abilities, discard 1 card to draw 2. You can sculpt your hand, find the cards you need. It looks like we're probably going to be in for a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. Game 3 as well here. Not sure what the time left available is for these players, but have to imagine, that is certainly a factor here in many of those Game 3s. Trade number 1 of the turn here for Jaden does discard a Tatsugiri, finding himself a couple of more cards. Trade number 2 as well, discarding his own Darmanitan. Both of these players choosing to play the Darmanitan.
Yeah, and I mean, there was a big opportunity for Piper on that turn to get the ends PP up and an energy to use that Darmanitan's Flame Body Cannon. Monkey Dory does have a weakness to Darkness type. Could have knocked that out, and one of the only 2 ends Zorua in play and just missed on that turn, but looks like Piper's still in a very good position here.
Trade number 1, trade number 2, trade number 3 coming in soon as well. Trying to gear up towards an attack here. Perhaps trying to piece together a very strong turn with a boss's orders, hitting into that Zoroark. It doesn't feel great to attack with your Zoroark into a Monkey Dory right now with your opponent having his own Zoroark already powered up, ready to go.
Yeah, would love to see boss's orders, the Pecharunt EX, and the Binding Mochi that would allow you to knock out your opponent's End's Zoroark EX. Looks like an interesting card we don't see a lot of these days. The Janine's Secret Art. Very good acceleration for Darkness type Pokemon. You get to put 2 energy into play on your Darkness Pokemon. So another way to power up these Pokemon, and a supporter-based way as well that you can do even when your opponent is using Badoo's Iggy Palm.
Yeah, we've seen how good Crispin can be for so many decks, but for a deck like this that only plays basic Darkness energy, Janine's a really nice option. And also as well, when playing Binding Mochi, you have the option to poison your Pokemon as well, but we're going to see Piper just go in with the Flame Body Cannon, setting up some damage onto Jaden's and Zoroark, and does take the KO on Monkey Dory.
Yeah, it's a nice play because it sets up your End Zoroark EX, your next one, to do 250 damage and knock out this one without requiring the use of Pecharunt EX. If Jaden wants to get a knockout here, it probably requires, you know, that Pecharunt Binding Mochi combo or finding a Black Belt's training. And you don't do enough damage where the End's Reshiram can return knockout as well. So might look a little odd to only take 1 prize card and soften up a Pokemon, especially a deck that runs Monkey Dory a lot. You're giving them some fuel there, but Piper deciding to be aggressive here.
Yeah, and also nicely setting up her bench with each of those in Zoroark on the bench having a Darkness energy apiece, so doesn't open up any plays for Jaden to chase her only powered up Zoroark.
Now, unfortunately, it does leave Adrenabrain damage, so one of the ways this can backfire is moving 3 damage counters back to Piper's End Zoroark EX, and then doing exactly 250 with the Rampaging Thunder. So Piper, maybe aggression backfiring here.
The End's Castle coming into play for Jaden, giving some mobility. I do think we will see the attack with this active, though, this turn, so perhaps just preparing for the future and future Pokemon being KO'd. There is that Binding Mochi in his hand. Actually, could be a nice way to get that pivot in. He could retreat to the End Zoroark that's powered up and then use Pecharunt, Binding Mochi, bring it back to the active to get that boosted damage available. And I think that is the play he's lining up for. With the attachment of this Binding Mochi, he'll be able to retreat, but not before playing a Lily's Determination. No supporter cards played yet for Jaden, and Piper's taken herself 1 prize card. Jaden yet to take any, so that will still mean 8 cards to draw here, and I don't believe any uses of that trade ability.
Yeah, and this is one of the scary parts of being the aggressor in this kind of a matchup when you only take 1 prize card. You're going to have all Pokemon EX in play for a long time. You'll have like that 2-2-2 prize map available for your opponent potentially. So when you only take 1 prize card at the beginning, if your opponent can take the first 2 prize knockout, they can kind of win this race. Now, I think it will be a little difficult for Jaden, and part of the reason why Piper would go for this plan is, you know, there's not a lot of energy on Jaden's side right now. It could be difficult to continually piece together these big attacks every turn, but the door is open for a nice, you know, win in 3 turns from Jaden.
And the only disruption option available, it looks like, for Piper to try to slow Jaden down from that 2-2-2 trade is the special red card. So that would be her only option. A spec of choice, of course, being the secret box, as we so often see in these Zoroark decks.
Yeah, of course, you can't play that until your opponent is down to 3 prize cards. So in this situation, it would probably be when Jaden's down to 2. Then he'd have a very nerve-wracking turn afterwards.
And Jaden is going to take a single prize KO here on this Badoo. Of course, that other single prize KO is available to him at some point in the future with that Darmanitan being in play.
Very true.
And he is going to go ahead and retreat into something else and then just pop this Zoroark back into the active spot with the Pecharunt. And this actually does open up that special red card here, Puka.
Go figure. And I might be confused on how these Pokemon are moving around so much. We do have the End's Castle Stadium card in play makes it so that your Ends Pokemon have no retreat cost. So something like End Darmanitan, which is usually a little heavy to move around, can just move freely.
Trade number 1 on Piper's side. Trade number 2 tapped, just thinking through what her discard will be. Still needing to draw 2 cards from it. Does get rid of that Ends Reshiram. Does find herself a Pokepad, and if she can piece together the KO on this active plus play that special red card this turn, it might be hard for Jaden to respond.
Yeah, no energy in play besides the one on the Monkey Dory, and the Binding Mochi was used as well. So in order to get a return knockout, you'd either need to find the Black Belt's training or do like a boss's orders for a single prize knockout. So
and at this point as well, Jaden only has 1 Zoroark in play if the active goes down, and there is that special red card being found here for Piper. I think she was very fine to see that Badoo go down on her side.
Absolutely. Seemed like a good idea at the time for Jaden, but has walked into this special red card. One of the few hand disruption cards in the format, beyond things like Unfair Stamp and Judge. And Piper is now going to tie the game up, using that Rampaging Thunder with the Night Joker using Ends Zekrom's attack. This is going to be a photo finish here, Chip, I think.
It's going to be a close one indeed. Here comes a Buddy Poffin, just getting a little shuffle of the deck, as Special Red Card did just put a grip of cards to the bottom that Jaden perhaps wants access to off of the incoming trade ability. And it is just that 1 trade ability at the moment. He also could find himself a Pheasantipity EX to continue to draw through even further, but first up will be this trade, discarding that Lily's Determination, finding himself 2 more cards from the top. And if he can use Ends PP up, get an energy attachment, and find something like that Black Belt, he'll be able to respond and go down to just 1 prize card remaining. Will be Pheasantipity brought back with that Night Stretcher. Flip the script, drawing himself 3 cards as Piper did take a KO last turn. Let's see off those 3. Is he able to piece this combo together?
Big piece here is the Ends PP up the item card to accelerate energy from the discard pile. Also need an attachment. Oh, an attachment to Petrunt EX.
Yeah, attachment to the Petrunt does make it unlikely that we are going to see the attack with a Zoroark here, and a survey of the discard pile, giving himself a chance to think through all of Piper's available plays. Piper already having 2 Zoroark set up, putting herself in a strong spot. If Jaden cannot respond this turn, she'll need to just attack 2 more times to win the game.
And you gotta think that the Petrunt's probably not gonna be any good in this game. If you're not gonna get an attack off this turn, Piper's gonna go down to 2 prize cards, and then Petrunt is so easy to knock out. You gotta think that can't be the game plan when there's 2 Ends Zoroark EX fully powered already. This does feel like the right thing to do. This is your only Pokemon that can take a hit. So may as well see what you can do here. Force Piper to have Boss's Orders or the Petrunt Mochi combo or the Black Belt's training. There's so many things Piper could have.
Yeah.
But you can't let Piper just take an easy prize card here. You gotta try to throw the prize map off here.
There's so many ways for Piper to take 2 prizes this turn. Even Boss's Orders to KO Petrunt or Pheasantipity would work out nicely.
Yep.
Just put her down to 1 prize card remaining. He's going to Ultra Ball for the Pheasantipity. No KO taken from Jaden, but Pheasantipity nice to put into play when you're anticipating a KO from your opponent on the next turn. Piper knows she's just trying to piece together a KO this turn. If she can do that, just give herself the highest odds to find a game-winning play on the next.
She's been able to thin the deck out so much. Almost used Flip the Script there, which would have been bad.
No, not good.
No knockout was taken by Jaden on the previous turn.
And there's that Binding Mochi. Does need to find Petrunt here in order to pop this Pokemon back into the active spots. Or could use Black Belt's training and leave the Petrunt available on the bench as a option for the next turn. And there is that Black Belt's training, so this will piece together the KO. 290 damage, enough to KO in Zoroark. Brings back the Petrunt, setting up that bench in Zoroark, able to attack. And trying to get to that checkmate board state, as we like to say, Puka, and this is pretty close.
I think we're pretty much there, Chip. I don't see what Jaden can do here outside of, I got nothing. Piper just so set up, has, you know, kind of hand disruption protection built in with the Zoroark and the Pheasantipede on the bench. And yeah, that's going to be it. Piper is able to be aggressive in this Zoroark EX matchup and take the round.
There we go. Piper off to yet another excellent start at another World Championships. We've, of course, had the pleasure of having her join us at the desk for a handful of regional championships this year. Still able, of course, to qualify. And she's showing why she is one of the best.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier, Piper did make it to top cut at Worlds last season and had maybe one of the most devastating ends to a run we've seen, with 3 out of the 4 Gimme Ghoul in the prize cards.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw, but she did post on X today. Worlds last year ended with her 3 Gimme Ghoul prized. Round 1 today started with 3 Zorua prized, but she's been able to fight back from it seems, getting now to 3-0.
Okay. You fight through adversity when you can, and you know, sometimes it's good that these are best of 3, right? You might lose a game where you prize the 3 of your basic Pokemon, but if you're able to win the next 2, it's like it never happened.
Like it never happened indeed. We did, of course, get to see Brent get the win in Swiss Round 3 up on the main stage. If you're unfamiliar, we'll take a moment to get to know Brent now.
I started playing Pokemon sometime early in 2012, and I think I started playing competitive tournaments later in 2012 after the rotation, and I've been playing ever since. My favorite Pokemon is Mew. I kind of found it really cool, like especially with like the earlier movies, how it could just like shapeshift and it was strong. So it's a little bit extra than Ditto. It's been my favorite ever since. I haven't really had a quote that really stuck to me. Like at the moment, now you're putting me on the spot. The only one I can think of is the Mewtwo one from the first movie, which is I think it's the circumstance of one's birth is irrelevant. It's what you do with that life that matters. It's something along those lines. I think Henry Chow's probably the best player. So even though I think there might be players like Todd who I'd say are better, when you look at the current format, I think Henry Chow on Gardevoir is just stronger than any other player currently, and that probably puts him as the best player in the game. I definitely love playing the game. It's definitely some level of comfort as well. Yeah, I do just enjoy playing a lot, and like at the moment, it's currently what I do, and I wouldn't really trade it for anything else. It probably would be something like chocolate, I would say. That's probably one of the ones that I have the most. I don't really snack that much when I game though. My favorite dessert is probably ice cream. Usually I'm going to have a good time with ice cream. My favorite Pokemon event, in terms of like actually just like enjoying the location, I think Merida last year was one of my favorite actually. I really enjoyed the location there. It was nice going to a new country. There were a lot of things to do. We had a great time hanging out afterwards. Overall, it was just a very good event. Yeah, I don't really listen to music that much. I mean, maybe just like Pokemon music in the background. That's something I do listen to a decent amount, but I don't particularly listen to music, which is a little bit weird, but I just never really got into it. I guess I'm Team Ash in a lot of ways, because I feel like Ash's trajectory is relatively realistic for a lot of players actually playing the game, where you get quite close and you keep trying and eventually gets a win somewhere. So I feel like that's something that I can definitely relate to.
Hello everyone, we're here at the Pokémon World Championships in San Francisco, and we have all the kids from Tabletop Village. I'm here with Annabelle Ono. Annabelle, how are you doing?
I'm doing amazing. I'm like super glad I could be here right now. I think it's like awesome that I get to go to the Pokemon Center and hang out with everyone.
And now tell us a little bit about yourself, the season that you just played. How did you get here to the World Championships?
So I went to my local card shop, which is Tabletop, and then this guy was like, his name was Jeff. He was like, oh, do you guys want to play Pokemon? And we were like, oh yeah, sure. And then he taught us, and then we got our own decks, and then we went to our first regional, which was Vancouver, and we did really well, and that's the first time we had our first booster box, and we were like, whoa, this is so cool. And then we wanted to play more tournaments, and then we started playing competitively, and then we started me and Kat just started testing, and then gotten better along the way.
And now, as far as this season 2026 and San Francisco, how did you qualify to the World Championship? What decks did you use? Tell us about it.
So I started playing Gardevoir for most of the season. I won a regional with it, and I thought like that was the deck I've been playing for like a year and a half, so I was like most comfortable with it. And then I was also playing a little bit of like Slowking, Raging Bull, Alakazam, a little bit of all those decks, and like Pull, especially Pull Charizard was one of the decks I played the most and like has got me like some of the most achievements. So I've been playing a little bit of everything, and then like I played a lot of tournaments, so then that's how I got my Worlds invite.
That's awesome. And now, who are you here with? Are you here with your parents, your family?
I'm here with my parents, so my dad, my mom, and my brother.
Okay, and do they all go play to Tabletop Village?
Well, my mom and dad don't play, but they support me. My brother plays, but my dad is starting to play now, so he might start playing at Tabletop.
And how ready are you feeling for the World Championships this weekend?
I'm feeling pretty ready, but I sometimes switch decks last minute, so we'll see.
All right, perfect. Well, great hearing from you, Annabelle. I wish you the best of luck this weekend. Yeah, and congrats for making it all the way here.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to the 2026 World Championships in San Francisco, California. Trading card game coverage well underway. 3 Swiss rounds done. Got plenty more still remaining, though. Don't go anywhere. The action is just heating up on our live stream. Swiss round 4 is coming up soon. Chip Ritchie here in the booth, joined by Kyle Pukasukovic. Excited to take you through it. Here we are, Puka.
Here we are,
Here
Chip.
we are, Worlds well underway.
Yeah, here we are with lots of people from around the world at the World Championships as well. Tens of thousands of people showed up to this event. It's been buzzing around San Francisco, here in the convention center, outside on the Rayquaza Road, all around the city. The World Championships have just become an incredible event.
Yeah, of course, this is the first year Pokemon XP alongside the World Championships. So much fun stuff to experience. I mean, the tournament is, of course, what we're here focusing on, but it is just such a small part of what is now going on this weekend.
Absolutely.
Thinking back to that 2016 World Championships in San Francisco 10 years ago, I mean, how far we have come.
Absolutely, and you know, we're here with so many fans from around the world. It's just amazing to be a part of it all. You get to see, you know, your friends from around the world, make new friends, meet people from parts of the world that you maybe would never have encountered before. Just opportunities you get here at the World Championships and at Pokemon XP. Of course, celebrating 30 years of Pokemonship.
Let's check in on our caster predictions this weekend. They're only 3 rounds down, so still a bit early to call anyone as the favorite here, but we're pretty split up on what we were liking this weekend. No surprise to see you going with the Meganium, I will say. I'm pretty safe picking the Dragapult as well.
Yeah, I know it's not a very thrilling pick, Dragapult EX, but I mean, do expect to see quite a bit of it. So it's actually strangely, I think, become an unpopular opinion to think that Dragapult will win this event. Now a lot of people are doubling down and saying like, yeah, Dragapult's going to be the most played, but it's not going to win. But I still think there's a pretty good chance it's going to win.
I mean, the numbers certainly favor it, and the players choosing to play it favor that as well. But plenty of players, if not playing Dragapult, have come up with different, unique ways to counter it. We've seen lots of Lily's Clefairy EX, one of Ross's caster predictions, perhaps the best answer to Dragapult EX in the format, being able to one-hit KO with ease for just 2 energy cards with Full Moon Rondo.
Yeah, and Joe, kind of our lone warrior representing the newest expansion, Pitch Black, picking 2 cards. We've seen the Mega Excadrill EX. That is one that's popped up a decent amount. One of the top decks that people have brought this weekend, but also the Delmise from that hide and sneak new archetype. Not a lot of people brought it to Worlds, Chip. I think people not very confident they could find the right build, the right way to make it work, but there still are a handful of people out there who decided to bring it.
Still running around out there, indeed. Single prize Pokemon hitting as hard as that one can. on the first turn of the game. Seems like a pretty strong option. A handful of us going with the Slow King this weekend, myself, Emily, and Pablo, thinking that seems like a strong play after Ross Coffin's top 4 finish at the North American International Championships. It does seem like heading into that event, there's a lot of talk of Shaman, and there actually was a lot of play of Shaman and ways to protect the bench. A little bit less of that, it feels like, heading into Worlds. Rabska does pop up here and there, which does kind of double down for that bench protection, but it does feel like the Slow King respect has gone down a bit from where it was at NAIC.
Yeah, it's in a weird spot. I think people know it is a deck that you should worry about. You're going to probably run into a Slow King at some point during your World Championships run, but it's a question of how many are you going to run into, and it's also a question we saw at NAIC with Nettie was not playing Shaman in his Dragapult deck,
right,
and was able to figure out ways to win even without the protection on all of those benched Pokemon. So you don't necessarily need Shaman to beat Slow King, but boy, it feels a lot nicer when you're just able to cut off one of their main strategies.
It makes your journey to a victory in that match much simpler when you've got that Shaman protecting your benched Pokemon. Of course, Slow King's main attacker in that Dragapult matchup in the early turns is that Kyurem, that Tri-Frost attack, just picking apart Dreepies, picking apart Dracloaks before Dragapult EX is able to be established.
Yeah, and Slow King, I think, got a little bit of a boost as well. It can be pretty good against the Mega Excadrill deck as well. One of the new archetypes in the format after Pitch Black was released. You wouldn't think of that deck as particularly susceptible to Slow King, but it really runs on having those Beldum, Matang, Drillbur in the early stages of the game, and all of those Pokemon can get hit by the Tri-Frost as well.
Yeah, and even if you were to play something like that Annihilate from back in Surging Sparks, when your opponent's attacking with a Mega Excadrill, it's a pretty nice trade to just knock out your own Slow King in favor of gaining yourself 3 prize cards.
Yeah, but yeah, there are a lot of decks that are still susceptible to that early Tri-Frost with Slow King. Of course, one of the most unique attacks we've seen in quite some time with that Seek Inspiration. You discard the top card of your deck. If it's a Pokemon that doesn't have a rule box, you can use one of that Pokemon's attacks. And so you get all sorts of funny things that, you know, Pokemon that have 5 energy cost attacks or big stage 2 Pokemon that are tough to get into play. You can use a variety of things, all with this one Slow King.
Well, these are the cards we're expecting to do well. There are tons of players out there we're certainly keeping our eye on. I believe 4 former world champions are competing in the Masters division this weekend. We've got Diego Casiraga, Henry Brand, we've got Fernando Cifuentes, and last year's champion Riley McKay. But one of the best players to do it that we have not seen claim victory at the World Championships level is Tord Reklev. He's come so close twice. 2nd place back in 2023, top 4 in 2019. And the question going, I think, into every Worlds is going to be, is this year Tord Reklev's year?
Yeah, it's strange, right? You only get 1 shot at Worlds every year, and the best of the best are coming here. It is just a single tournament. Crazy stuff can happen. Tord had 2 amazing opportunities in both those years where he made the top 4 and then the finals. I think it was extremely close both times. Of course, that match against Vance Kelly was kind of 1 turn away from winning it all. A lot of people kind of feel like it's inevitable that Tord will get there eventually, but it's still the one thing that's eluded him so far. A lot of conversation around at this stage, is he maybe the greatest player of all time with all the international victories and even results he's racked up at the World Championships, but that Worlds win would be the cherry on top.
Yeah. History remembers champions, and he's been champion plenty of times, but is yet to claim that Worlds title. We saw on that player card, Zoroark, his choice for the weekend, a deck that he just played to a top cut finish at the North American International Championships.
Yeah, brought a kind of a funky version with the transformation tomes to NAIC, gave some tricky plays available, but was ultimately knocked out by a Dragapult deck. You know, one of the decks you would think is a positive matchup for that deck. Just sometimes those matchups still get complicated, but yeah, he seems to be favoring no surprise, that trade ability, something he used for many years with Zoroark GX, kind of going back to his roots.
No surprise, indeed. Well, we'll get down to the stage here. We do have our two competitors this round ready to go, and we got an exciting one here. A deck we have not seen just yet, and a deck that's new from the Pitch Black expansion. We got Kai Yi on the left up against Emiliano Zapata on the right.
Yes, like you mentioned, Chip, we do have some new cards being shown off here. We saw a preview of it a little bit in one of the side matches in an earlier round with Emily and Ethan with the Mega Excadrill EX. This is a new archetype using that metal package, you know, the Matang with that metal maker ability. We've seen it pop up in some decks over the years. I think we saw it with the Origin form Dialga V-Star at one point, Andrew Hedrick using that deck. And now Metal Maker being used to charge up that big Mega Excadrill EX with some big attacks there, can do a lot of damage. Going up against the Slowking.
Slowking, one of my picks this weekend. Loving to see Kai bringing it up to the main stage. Traveling far away from mainland China to compete in this event, and worth noting as well, those players from mainland China, they're actually playing over there a completely different format. They don't have all of these cards available. I don't even know if Slowking is a legal card in China right now. Kai getting some practice in with this deck, playing a format that he may be unfamiliar with, and has started off very nicely here at Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, players that participate in, you know, a lot of the Asian countries, different parts of the world, are often on different formats than what we see in the TPCI circuit in North America, Europe, Latin America, you know, all those regions, Australia. But these are great players that had to qualify for the World Championships. They know what they're doing. You may think it's a disadvantage for them to not be playing in these formats a lot leading up to the World Championships, but it's still the Pokemon TCG. A lot of these players are very talented. They're able to figure things out. And of course, these days, there's more resources than ever to figure out what everybody's using. So many tournament results you can look at. And so there's ways for you to catch up. And I'm not surprised to see, you know, players from all over the world always being in the hunt here at the World Championships, adapting to whatever the environment is.
And of course, our seniors division champion last year, Fuguan Liao, came from mainland China, playing in a completely different format to what he was accustomed to, and was still able to take down that champion title. Opening hands being drawn for both of these players. Get 7 cards here. Of course, both players needing to find themselves a basic Pokemon in order to get set up, and then we'll see those 6 prize cards being laid out. Emiliano on the right had some success this year. He actually got top 8 at the Querétaro Regional Championships down in Mexico, his home region, and taking that success all the way here to the World Championship stage.
All right, here we go. Some prize cards here. Going to see a lot of metal energy from this deck, but oh, the Annihilate in the prize cards. Tai and Pheasantipity as well, but we'll see what goes on here. There's a lot of interesting things that can happen in this matchup in particular, and one of the biggest factors is who goes first.
Yep, coin flip ever important, and also that decision of first versus second here for these players. Worth noting here for Tai, actually only 2 Mega Kangaskhan in his list. We've seen some of these players going to high counts of Mega Kangaskhan just to increase those chances of opening it. He's only got 2 with one of the prize cards. That really decreases the chances of getting that other copy into play quickly.
One of the things I love about the World Championships, Chip, is you see cards in different languages used all the time. I think
different artworks that maybe are not available here as well. A unique holo pattern there for Kai.
And Emiliano having 2 different languages of Lily's determination as well. But fist bump, here we go, Chip. Round 4 at the World Championships between 2 players who are undefeated so far. And it looks like the Slowking will be playing first.
Tai drawing for turn with the start of a Slowpoke in the active spot, staring down the Drillbur from Emiliano on the right. Looks like an Ultra Ball available in the hand here. Can fetch out any Pokemon from the deck should he want to. Boomerang Energy being attached to his active Slowpoke to kick things off, however. I don't know if I see too much in this opening hand here. Well, there is a Lily's Determination, of course, unable to be played this turn. Could set himself up to be able to make something happen on the next, though.
Yeah, kind of an awkward hand. You can play the Ultra Ball here. You do gain a lot of information immediately, though, seeing your opponent playing a Drillbur. You know right away probably 90% of what's in this deck. A lot of Metal Energy, a lot of Metang, Genesect, EX, you know, the Mega Extra Drill. There's not room for a whole lot of tech cards, but the main thing you know is that you're not under any pressure on your first turn. This is not a deck that plays Badoo. It's not easy to get into the Badoo on the first turn, so you're not going to see that very often. You're also not going to see any first turn aggression like you might see from a Lily's Clefairy deck that can play Crispin and attack on the first turn. So your opponent starting with the Drillbur here gives you a lot of information about how you can go about your first turn.
The Ultra Ball is played, discarding a Basic Psychic and Zeraora. Sending both of those to the discard pile in favor of a Pokemon from the deck. Debating what to take here, perhaps just another Slowpoke. Could get established. Could get a Kangaskhan out so that Latias next turn could lead to a run errand, but there's a chance Ty could just go aggressive next turn.
Yep.
Could take multi-prizes on his second turn.
Yeah, had almost all the pieces for a turn 2 Trifrost. Just missing the Academy at Night to put the Kyurem on top of the deck, and decided not to try to go that route. There is a Lily's Determination in his hand as well. So just taking it slow, getting some Slowpoke into play. Got an energy attachment for the turn. Next turn is where you're hoping to see the fireworks go off.
And it is a pass over to Emiliano. We'll see what sort of start he can have. Buddy Poffin, a great card to see on this opening turn. Of course, searching the deck for 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less, putting them into play. Could get a couple of Metangs out, a second Drillbur perhaps. Will depend on the rest of the contents of his opening hand, how he wants to approach his opening turn.
Yeah, now for Emiliano, you're looking at this and probably terrified of what might be coming on the next turn. You know it's possible for a Slowking, the Academy at Night, the Trifrost to knock out 3 of your Pokemon on the next turn, and you're just trying to prepare for it the best you can. This is a very challenging matchup for this Mega Excadrill deck, but if you're able to just get pressure going and attack into the Slowking, sometimes you're able to throw them off a little bit. If they miss the turn to attack to Trifrost your Pokemon, things can happen here, but this is one where you have to tread carefully and try to figure out ways to win.
We see Genesect coming down with that Metallic Signal ability, really just a strong force in these Metal-type decks, able to search out 2 Evolution Metal Pokemon and add them to the hand. And it is not limited to non-rule box or anything like that. Even the mighty Mega Excadrill can be found from the use of a Metallic Signal. It looks like a pair of Metang fetched out initially, and the second Buddy Poffin will bring a pair of Beldum down to the bench, and a really strong board established here for Emiliano. We'll see how his game plan continues forward. Excuse me, not the second Buddy Poffin, but the Call for Family on the Drillbur being used. A really nice aspect of this card.
Yeah,
and
one
now
of
it'll
the
be back over to Ty.
Yeah, the Call for Family is one of the great things about this deck. Doesn't seem like much, but an attack you can do on your first turn to get all your basic Pokemon into play, get yourself set up. This is a major part of this deck's consistency.
There is a Lily's Determination from Ty, shuffling the hand into the deck and drawing himself 8 fresh cards. And the combination we've called out, of course, is Slowking, Academy at Night, and Kyurem. If he can find those 3 cards, so I guess 4 with the basic Psychic he needs as well, he'd be able to attack this turn and take 3 prize cards.
Interestingly enough, Prime Catcher is the A-spec for this deck as well. A lot of time we see Secret Box as kind of a 1-card, do-it-all kind of thing that sets up your whole combo at once. Prime Catcher gives you a lot of flexibility in this deck. You normally don't see much Boss's Orders being played in the Slowking deck, and sometimes you can play around that when you're playing against Slowking, knowing that some of the Pokemon on your bench will be safe. Prime Catcher doubles as a way to get out of retreat lock, like the Yveltal's Clutch. but also gives you an opportunity to target things down on your opponent's bench. It is a much higher impact card when it works, but obviously lowers your consistency a bit compared to something like the Secret Box.
Telepathic Psychic Energy placed onto the benched Slowpoke, so no Trifrost will be happening this turn, and in fact, no Strong Attack. A Dangle Tail is available should he want it. And a couple of ways he could go from this point. Telepathic Psychic, of course, brings out that Latias EX, and I do think I saw that Mega Kangaskhan in hand, Puka.
Yeah,
could be risky, though, to put Kangaskhan in the active spot.
Yeah, this is one of the maybe weaknesses of the Slowking deck. You consider it a single prize deck because Slowking only gives up one prize card when it's knocked out. But you often do have to put big Pokemon EX and Mega Kangaskhan EX into play, things that give up many prize cards to execute your strategy. You need a lot of cards to make this Slowking deck work. But it looks like, no, we'll not see Mega Kangaskhan here. It's too easily knocked out by Mega Excadrill.
Pretty wild to say that the 300 HP Pokemon could easily be knocked out when the board looks the way it does right now for Emiliano, but we already know there was a pair of Metang in the hand from the last Metallic Signal, and now another one is added to this hand as well, just a few energy cards away from being able to attack with Mega Excadrill's maximum drilling attack.
Now, one thing I think is a misstep from Ty here, did not retreat the Slowpoke to the one with no energy on it. We do have the Latias EX in play with the Skyliner ability, allows that Slowpoke to retreat for free, and left the Slowpoke with the Boomerang energy in the active spot. Could have just retreated to that other Slowpoke. You know your opponent has no bench spots for Mega Skarmory EX. There's no opportunity for you to be put in an awkward situation, so we might see the Slowking player kind of lose an energy for no reason.
Yeah, and also the Mega Excadrill does not need that many energy to KO one of these Slowpoke. Able to attack with Undermine, a really nice option for this deck whenever KOing low HP Pokemon. Able to just attack efficiently for 2 energy cards, and then also discards the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck. A strong effect, but even stronger against a deck like Slowking.
Yeah, you can hit some crucial pieces sometimes with the Undermine. I think a lot of players have identified this as one of the strongest parts of this deck. Sometimes you just mill 2 important cards on your opponent's side. Yeah, looks like we are going to see the Undermine discard the top 2 cards. Oh, Cypher Maniac.
Ooh, that is a big hit, as that would have set up whatever Kai wanted to do this turn, including the Kyurem onto the active spot. Does have another Cypher Maniac, so no harm, no foul there. But as you called out, Puka did lose an energy semi-needlessly by not retreating it last turn.
And every piece of the puzzle counts for this Slowking deck. You need so much every single turn. Sometimes you use exactly all of your resources in a game to do all of your attacks, so losing an energy like that could backfire. One of the other things that is going to be challenging for Ty in this game is that Annihilate is in the prize cards. That is your main way to knock out Mega Excadrill EX with 340 HP. You know, this is a very, very big Pokemon to have to knock out. The most direct damage you can do with Slowking is 300 with Metagross. You can even add in the Brave Bangle to get that to 330, but you're still 10 short. You have no option to knock out Mega Excadrill without that Annihilate.
In theory, Ty could win by just attacking 2 times, once with the Trifrost, once with the Annihilate, copying those attacks, but that line will more than likely not be available in this game, depending on how the prize cards are taken. There is that Cypher Maniac's code breaking, searching the deck for any 2 cards, putting them on top in any order. So this can guarantee that attack with the Trifrost of the Kyurem, targeting down all of those Metang, wiping Emiliano's energy acceleration from the field.
We could see a very interesting play here, Chip, because of the Prime Catcher. Could see Ty Prime Catcher out the Genesect, and then Trifrost to knock out all 3 Metang on the bench. That Genesect has no energy on it currently, and it would force Emiliano to have something like a switch to get out of the active spot.
Skyliner allowing that Latias EX to retreat freely and does attack with the Kyurem with the necessary energy, will discard all energy attached to his Slowking and takes 3 prize cards, wiping the field of all Matangs. No Metal Maker available on this turn. Down goes that telepathic energy. Boomerang popped right back up. And now Slowking just needs 1 more energy to attack on the next turn.
Oh, found the Annihilate off of the prize cards as well, Chip.
That is huge to see the Annihilate being grabbed from the prizes, as that does line up for the KO of a Mega Excadrill on the next turn.
So now Emiliano, I mean, again, this is kind of the challenging thing in this matchup. You don't really have a lot of control over the prize map. You need the Matang in play to use the Metal Makers to get the energy onto your attackers, but they are easy targets for Trifrost. This is not a deck that typically plays Shaman. You don't really have room for it. This is exactly what can happen. You said it earlier, Chip. It only takes 2 attacks to really win the game. Take 3 prize cards off of Trifrost, take 3 off of knocking out a Mega Excadrill, and the game can be over just like that.
We'll see if Ty's able to line it up on the next turn. Emiliano, of course, will do everything he can to withstand this onslaught. He's got to operate as if Ty does not have that win on the next turn. And we'll see what path he wants to take in order to re-establish himself after that devastating Trifrost. Metallic Signal bringing out a Metagross and a Matang into the hand, and we'll see a Beldum put down onto the bench. I believe that was taken as his prize card last turn, so a fortunate find. And now the attachment of the energy to this active Maximum Drilling, taking a KO. Down goes this Slowking. And Ty can win this turn, but he does need quite a few cards to piece it together.
Yeah, but fortunately was able to stack a second card with the Cypher Maniac's code breaking on the previous turn, put the Kyurem on top, but then also left a Wondrous Patch for this turn to power up the next Slowking. So Taiyi keeping the next turn in mind as well to set up perhaps a game-winning play here.
What he needs this turn is a Wondrous Patch, another energy card, a Slowking, an Academy at Night, and that Annihilate, and he'll be able to piece together the KO, wiping this Mega Excadrill from the field with Destined Fight, the attack of Annihilate.
Looks like it is possible. You see Ultra Ball can find the Meowth EX, which can then find the Cypher Maniac's code breaking, which you can then draw those cards with the run errand. So as long as everything is there and you have enough of the pieces, this can put the final puzzle together and maybe get this attack going.
And there will be the play of the Cypher Maniac's code breaking, placing the missing pieces on top of the deck, a telepathic energy, that Academy at Night, and I think this will be the game-winning play here. I believe Night Stretcher in hand gets back Slowking, so all those pieces available for Taiyi in order to get this win. Got to play it all in the right order, though. The sequencing
Yes.
always key.
Yep.
Run errands, drawing those 2 cards, placed on top of the deck. There is that Academy at Night attachment of the energy for turn. Of course, telepathic, forcing you to search the deck for those basic psychic Pokemon and bring them out. It is a forced shuffle effect. It's not optional.
Crucial part of the sequencing as well.
Yeah, making sure you don't play Academy at Night, put the Annihilate on top, and then attach telepathic. That would be a very costly mistake at this point with the game available in hand. Night Stretcher bringing back that Slowking, evolving the Slowpoke that was already in play. Wondrous Patch brings back the basic psychic energy from the discard pile. Academy at Night put into play, placing that Annihilate on top of the deck. And then Mega Kangaskhan able to retreat for free thanks to Latias EX and that Skyliner ability. And we will see that Seek Inspiration discard the Annihilate, copying Destined Fight to take a 3 prize KO, 2 attacks, 1 win for Taiyi.
That's exactly how you draw it up. That's why Slowking is so tough for this Mega Excadrill deck to deal with. They can just set up those attacks. The prize trade is just so favorable for the Slowking deck, and it's one of the big appeals of playing Slowking. Some of these matchups, Trifrost is just so powerful. Being able to knock out Mega Evolution Pokemon, so good. You can get your prize cards so quickly, Chip.
And Emiliano set up excellently. I don't know if you could draw it up much better for him. A pair of Drillbur, 3 Beldum, Genesect DX in play right away, but it was just not enough.
Yep. We'll see if Emiliano can rebound in game number 2. One thing we didn't see in that first game is the A-Spec card that could come up in game 2. We'll get into that after we take a look at how the first game went. Like you said, Chip, very good setup for Emiliano. Turn 2 had 6 energy cards in play, fully set up, but then the Trifrost came in. All of a sudden, you only have 3 Pokemon left in play after that one.
And they're 3 pretty strong Pokemon. I mean, a pair of Mega Excadrill with 340 HP, you feel like you're going to be safe, but with the inclusion of that Annihilate Destined Fight, does not care how much HP you have. It simply says knock out to both active Pokemon, and that's exactly what happened. Put us in this position as we head into game number 2. Emiliano, of course, will have the option to choose first or second here. Do you have any thoughts, Kyle, on what in general this deck likes to do and what Emiliano may do in this specific matchup?
It feels like you want to go second a lot with the Mega Excadrill deck. That Call for Family with the Drillbur is super important. A lot of the Mega Excadrill decks are not really built to play first. You can play first. And if you start off with like a Buddy Poffin and a way to get Genesect right away, that can really work out. But I think for the most part, you do tend to want to go second with this deck.
We'll see if that's what Emiliano has chosen to do, as these players are going to lay those prize cards out. We're going to see that fist bump as we get into this second game. We'll see if Emiliano is able to fight back, and he's actually going to be choosing to go first here, Puka.
And finds the Buddy Poffin. Yeah, might have looked at the matchup and said, you know what? Maybe I just need to get a little lucky. Let's just take the chance, go first. This can work out as well, especially if you start with the Drillbur. You know, turn 1, attach energy. Turn 2, attach another one. You can use Undermine with the Mega Excadrill. Not very difficult to pull off. Oh, the crucial Hero's Cape. In the prize cards, though, Chip, this is one of the cards that could have been a difference maker. It can make it so one of your Metang, it can take a hit from the Trifrost and not get knocked out.
Yeah, it could force Ty to only take 2 prize cards were he to go with the Trifrost as opposed to the 3 that would naturally be set up. Hero's Cape, maybe in this matchup, not great on the Mega Excadrill, as, again, it does not matter how much HP you have when facing down the attack of an Annihilate. But so often, that's how we see that Hero's Cape being utilized in a second Buddy Poffin.
All right, yeah, go first.
You know what? Sometimes it just works out. Genesect, the only missing piece up to this point, but does have that energy attachment, as you called out, and doesn't even need Metang to pull off an attack next turn with the Undermine and take a prize card on this opening turn as well.
Yeah, now Ty will have to make a decision here on whether he needs to put Mega Kangaskhan in the active spot. Obviously, that's very risky. Mega Kangaskhan EX gives up 3 prize cards when it's knocked out. Mega Excadrill can hit for over 300 damage in the right circumstances on the second turn. That's one of the ways you can lose in this matchup. You know, your Mega Kangaskhan goes down before you're able to get an attack off, and then your opponent is able to, you know, just race you, essentially. They get 3 prize cards first, then you're really under pressure the whole game to pull off your Slowking attacks to try to catch up.
Seeing the use of a telepathic psychic energy from Tai Yi here, attached to that active Slowpoke, and searching out 2 basic psychic Pokemon to put into play. So an easy pivot into a Mega Kangaskhan here, should he have access to a Mega Kangaskhan, if he wants to do it. And maybe this would be the time where you would feel a little safer to go into Mega Kangaskhan with Emiliano not having a use of the Genesect on that first turn. But we'll just get out a pair of Slowpoke for now. We'll see what else he has available this turn. Of course, going second, able to use a supporter should he have one.
Yeah, that's a great point, Chip. I mean, not having the Genesect on that first turn makes it so it's unlikely for your opponent to evolve into like 3 Metang on the next turn, 2 or 3.
And an Excadrill.
Yeah, it makes it tough to get to the 5 energy you need to knock out a Mega Kangaskhan EX. Now, of course, it still can happen. So that's why you have to weigh the risk here, figure out if that's going to backfire at all. I think if you can avoid putting Kangaskhan into play this turn, you probably should, just to not give your opponent an opportunity to take those 3 prize cards, but sometimes your hand does not allow that.
Looks like there is a Cypher Maniac in hand. There's also that Meowth EX in hand. An annoying Pokemon, of course, to put into play, as it does clog up a bench space and is a bit of a liability. But sometimes when you need to play a supporter, you just got to go with it and use that last-ditch catch to bail you out. Ty having a bit of a think here about how to approach this hand. He's going to land on an Ultra Ball, discarding both the Meowth and that Kyurem. 2 pretty good cards.
Yeah, Slowking, I mean, it's obviously has a very, I would say, straightforward goal. You want to put the Pokemon on top of your deck so that you can attack with Slowking. Sometimes the way you get there is very challenging to figure out. Like, how do I piece all of this together, not just to do an attack this turn, but also set myself up to attack on the following turn. So sometimes, yeah, using something like an Ultra Ball could be really challenging. The cards you end up discarding can end up haunting you later. So you do have to be very deliberate about how you're using all your resources.
And he is going to go with the Kangaskhan here, just weighing that risk and thinking it is unlikely for Emiliano to get a 5 energy Mega Excadrill on the next turn. He'll play Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking as the supporter here before the use of Run Aaron, so any 2 cards will now be added to his hand. What does he want to set up on the next turn? That is the question here.
Yeah, and it's a great question because he's only got 2 cards, 1 or 2 cards in hand right now. We'll draw 2 off the Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. You really got to figure out now, are you going to try to plan for your Mega Kangaskhan to make it through the turn or plan for it to get knocked out? That can be a different situation for, you know, what cards you're putting on top of your deck. You know, if you were playing the secret box, I think your decision might be a little bit easier. It's like a one card solution to figure out your problem. But without that, yeah, you do have to figure out how you're going to get all the resources in hand to use Seek Inspiration on the next turn, and then give yourself a follow-up attacker for when that Slowking goes down.
So Ty stacks the deck with Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, uses that Run Errand to find those 2 cards, and that will end his turn. Now over to Emiliano. Let's see what he can piece together. Does he have access to a Genesect? That will certainly be a question. Does have an energy to attach to his active Drillbur and the Lily's Determination. He'll find himself 8 cards here. And this could be a big opening, Puka, if he can find a Fumatang, a Mega Excadrill, and get himself 3 more energy onto that Mega Excadrill. He would be able to take a 3 prize card KO on his second turn.
Huge 8 cards off of this Lily's Determination. You know, this deck does not run a whole lot of ways to search for specific Pokemon. Really needs to find the one Ultra Ball or the Genesect.
Oh, he's got Genesect, Puka, but he drew like 5 Metal Energy. And he did not draw Excadrill. Well, he did not draw Matang.
How lucky are you feeling here, Chip?
I mean, it is still possible.
Go for the 1 Metal Maker plus the 1 Mega Excadrill and just that's so many energy.
There's so many energy, and that decreases the odds of the hit here, but he may just go for it with this Metallic Signal. He finds the Mega Excadrill, he finds the Matang. I mean, what else is he going to do?
Yeah, I mean, what else can you do? Yeah.
Give it a shot, you know. If he finds 3 energy out of these 4 cards off this incoming Metal Maker, he'll be able to take this knockout.
Yeah. And I'm going to lose it, Chip. There's so many energy in his hand. If you find 3 out of the top 4, that's, let's see. Can it happen?
It's coming right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and it is just that single Metal Energy being found.
Not quite. That's not quite 3.
A much more realistic outcome, I will say.
It could have happened, though.
Not today, though, for Emiliano. And now a choice. We'll go with the Evolve of this Excadrill. Will hit for 200, I presume, here into this active. So setting it up to KO. I mean, do you ever think about just going with the Undermine as Emiliano in this spot?
I probably would, yeah.
And he is going to do that.
Yeah, reason being, there's not a whole lot of difference between doing 200 and doing 90 here. Both put it in range of a potential Mega Skarmory EX later in the game to finish off this Mega Kangaskhan. I mean, I guess the bad thing that can happen is, you know, you don't get to 5 energy, and now you can't even 2-hit knock out this Mega Kangaskhan. But I think there's going to be worse news for Emiliano here as Ty searches for the Kyurem and then plays a Cypher Maniacs code breaking. I think we might see it once again, Chip. The full turn 2 combo here, piecing it all together.
Now, Tai Yi will be left with a pretty small hand after this turn. He'll get 3 prize cards. That's one way to increase the hand size. So it may be hard for him to piece together the back-to-back Slow King attacks. But I don't think he's thinking about the back-to-back right now, Puka. He's thinking about the here and the now, and he's thinking about Trifrost set up with that Academy at Night, Seek Inspiration, discards the Kyurem, and down go those 3 benched metal Pokemon.
Yikes. Another 3 prize card knockout with Trifrost. What can Emiliano do here? No more Metal Maker, only was able to accelerate 1 energy card. Draws boss's orders for the turn. Is that gonna help?
I mean, all those Pokemon on the bench have free retreats. He could go after and take out the Kangaskhan. Actually, no, he can't even take out the Kangaskhan because he only hit it for 90.
Yeah. Is this a situation where you just hope your opponent didn't draw much off of those prize cards? Just undermine the active for 90? And
what else can he do?
Hope to mill some cards. You can knock out this active Slow King. But is it better to... Are you going to ultimately buy more time if you just leave the Slow King here, potentially? One thing is it doesn't seem like there's any basic Psychic energy in Ty's discard pile. So follow-up attack will be difficult. You can't Wondrous Patch those special energy from the discard pile.
We are going to see just the knockout. Maximum Drilling does take out the Kangaskhan. We'll see what Tai Yi can piece together.
Well, that hand's not good.
He's got the Wondrous Patch, but again, no basic Psychic energy. He's got a Night Stretcher. He's got Telepathic. He's kind of close here. I mean, if he hits the right 2 cards off of the incoming run errand, it's a lot to ask for, though. He will go with the Telepathic first, thinning the deck, finding out 2 basic Psychic Pokemon to put them onto the bench. So in order to win here, Tai Yi needs to find a Slow King, a way to discard a basic Psychic energy, and then a Annihilate in order to knock out this Mega Excadrill EX.
Seems like it. A lot to put together, and this is where Slow King gets a little awkward. You can do your first attack, no problem, most games.
I think Ultra Ball Psychic would be game here. If he finds that exact combo, he's got everything else.
Yeah.
And he's got Meowth in the discard pile. Is there a second Night Stretcher in the hand? There is, Puka. So with another Cypher Maniac, he may be able to guarantee it. Does he have enough cards in hand to discard down?
Oh, yeah. If you just use the Meowth EX for Cypher Maniac's code breaking, you get a Psychic Energy and an Ultra Ball.
And that's it. As long as there's an, he'll be able to just discard one of those other cards plus the basic Psychic Energy. And I think he may have the game here. Meowth, of course, does need to reveal the supporter, but no, goes with a Lily's Determination here.
That would have been it, right? Ultra Ball, Psychic Energy. You draw those 2 cards off the run errand.
As long as he had a 3rd card to be able to discard in the hand.
Pretty sure, but looks like Lily's Determination going to be the choice instead.
We do see a couple more Academy at Night not useful here, and yeah, not much else working for him here. So perhaps a missed opportunity here for Ty. Could have just closed out the game this turn. Perhaps. He's not going to have it just yet, but could still draw it. We see that flip the script. There's that Slow King. There's the basic Psychic. Does he have the Wondrous Patch? Does he have Annihilate? A lot of cards found, but I don't think he does.
Problem for Emiliano is Ty doesn't need to win this turn.
No. Emiliano still has 5 prize cards.
Exactly. There's so much left. I mean, if you knock out the Mega Kangaskhan, You go down to 2 prize cards, so then the Destined Fight from Annihilate is still an option to win the game. You knock out your own Slowking, but only gives up 1 prize card, so you would end up winning. And the other bad part for Emiliano is there's just no Matang in play. There's no way to accelerate more energy. Now he could find himself in a spot where he can boss his orders and chase down that Slowking with the energy on it, and hope once again that his opponent is unable to pull together the Ultra Ball to discard the Psychic Energy, the Wondrous Patch, do all that stuff. It does seem a little more likely your opponent's going to be able to do this after a Lily's Determination. They drew a bunch of cards. They're going to be able to draw a bunch more cards, but you got to go for your only chance in this situation, right?
If you can find that line, even if it seems super slim, you got to go for it. There is that boss's orders. Up comes the Slowking, and down it will go. Maximum drilling, more than enough damage to KO this Pokemon. And that'll be another prize card for Emiliano. The promote for Taiyi is the Mega Kangaskhan. Draw for turn, finds that Lily's Determination, and there now is that Cypher Maniac's code breaking. Let's see if he can piece it together this turn.
Gotta assume there's Ultra Balls left to play, right?
There is 1 in the prize cards, but he does play the full 4 copies. So as long as there is an Ultra Ball in the deck, I think he needs now Ultra Ball and another energy card here, and he should be able to piece this together.
Yeah, as long as there's a Wondrous Patch or something in hand already.
Ooh, and does he have the Wondrous Patch, actually? Actually, I don't know if he does. I actually don't think he has it, Puka, even with this Cypher Maniac.
And if that's the case,
Ultra Ball plus...
Doesn't have the...
He only has 1 energy in the hand. It's 1 basic Psychic. He doesn't have 2.
Yeah, there is still Flip the Script. But in that case, you got to think it's better to flip the script first, then wait to play the Cypher Maniac in order to draw the cards exactly that you need off of this.
Wow, yeah. Flip the script first. Give yourself a shot to draw one of these pieces, and then Cypher Maniac for the last 2 possibly needed. A little misstep perhaps in the sequencing here, but will Taiyi still be able to pull it together? Of course, still has a chance. There is the Ultra Ball and that Wondrous Patch. All he needs now is another energy card.
You can thin out the deck quite a bit as well. There's several Pokepads, Ultra Ball. You can really make it so that your deck is loaded with nothing but energy, maybe a few other cards, improve your odds. It looks like that's what's going to happen here, and we'll just have 1 flip the script to potentially decide this game.
Here is that Annihilate. Emiliano dreading to see that Pokemon hit the field, but it's not guaranteed yet. It is not just over, and let's point out here, Kyle, if Tai does miss the KO this turn, I mean, it's a similar situation to the last turn, where if Emiliano can chase down that Slowking, Tai needs even more on his next turn to close this out.
Yeah, well, now you can even just chase down the Mega Kangaskhan potentially, because then Destined Fight would force sudden death instead of a win. So yeah, this is a big opportunity. I feel like you gotta win the game this turn. Otherwise, Emiliano could eke one out.
Flip the script, 3 cards, 1 energy, all that is needed here for Taiyi. There is Latias, there is the Lily's Clefairy, and the final card is that Psychic Energy, the final piece of the puzzle. With this Wondrous Patch, he'll bring back 1 basic Psychic, attach another one from the hand, and then use Academy at Night to place that Annihilate on top of the deck, and down goes Mega Excadrill, a 2-0 win for Taiyi.
See the power of Slowking on full display there. I think maybe some nerves getting to our player there, being on the big stage. Maybe not something he's used to, but was able to keep it all together and figure out a way to close out that game. Slowking just has such powerful attacks available, against a deck like Mega Excadrill that's not really able to disrupt very much or block any of these strategies. We saw it in both games. The Trifrost, the Destined Fight, the 1-2 punch to take all 6 prize cards.
2 attacks, all that was needed from Taiyi in both of those games in order to get the win. Well thought, of course, by Emiliano. You got to feel for him. I mean, it's obviously a pretty tough matchup after what we have seen play out here. I think that's what we thought going in, and I think it was also made evident through these two games.
Yeah, both games, Emiliano set up just fine for the most part. First game, 6 energy in play on the second turn of the game, and the game wasn't close. Got blown up pretty quickly by the Trifrost, plus the Annihilate. Yeah, when Slowking is able to put these attacks together consistently, I feel like there's not a ton you can do as the Mega Excadrill player.
It does feel semi tough to deal with indeed, but Emiliano gave himself a shot. Taking down that Slowking, Taiyi missed that KO, and then was able to chase down the Slowking, made Taiyi work extra hard for it, but in the end, he was able to piece it all together. Even still, found the combo, had a really huge amount of cards in the hand, and that final card from Flip the Script got him the energy necessary, sigh of relief, and a KO for the game.
Yeah, I'm sure a huge sigh of relief, especially you draw the first 2 cards and like, uh-oh, I only got 1 more left out of this. But then find the energy and pull off that last attack to win the game. So congratulations to our Slowking player there, moving on to 4-0 at the World Championships. And we say it a lot. You know, obviously your skill, your preparation in making these decks, those are all huge factors in doing well at a tournament like the World Championships, but sometimes it's also about who you're playing against and what deck your opponent is using as well. There are some very polarizing matchups in the standard format right now. I think that is kind of one of them where Slowking seems to be heavily favored against that metal deck.
And for Emiliano, the event is far from over, right? 3-1 is still an excellent start to the World Championships, and you know, just a few more matches today. I mean, now halfway through our day 1 Swiss. We've got 8 rounds of Swiss still, and you need 16 match points to make it from phase 1 into phase 2. So just a few more wins, Emiliano will be able to block that up.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to be feeling good about it. Maybe was nervous heading up to the stage. You know, it can be very unnerving playing on stream. You know, you got the headsets on, all that stuff. High pressure environment too, right? You're at the World Championships. There's no bigger stage than this. And to be able to pull out a win on the biggest stage of them all, gotta feel good.
Gotta feel good indeed. And we'll see how good Taiyi is feeling after that win up on the big stage. Amy is standing by.
Thank you so much. I'm here with the winner of our feature match with Slowking. Thank you so much for showing us just how much Slowking has to give. Now, you were playing a build of Slowking with lots of different attacking Pokemon. How did you come to the conclusion of which to put in?
你刚刚你的牌组里面选了很多不同的宝可梦，所以你选那个宝可梦的过程是怎么选的？
就是以对手的卡组优先，然后我用什么样子的宝可梦的招式能够取得胜利，我就会选什么样子的宝可梦。
It's pretty much an anti-meta deck, so whatever the field is, he chose those Pokemon to play against those specific decks.
Do you feel confident into every matchup today?
你对每一个角色、对每一个牌组有那个信心吗？
有信心。
Simply yes.
Simply yes. I think that is very good, and I'm very pleased to hear it. Was there any other deck you were considering, or was it always Slowking?
也就是选这个牌组，还是有其他选择？
我一直都很喜欢那个小人卡，所以说我很喜欢这种拿小奖去换那种3奖2奖的这种卡组，我就只选择了这一套。
No, this is the only deck, because I really like those single prizer decks, and it does very well against 2 prizers and 3 prizers, so that's why he chose this one.
I think you've done an exceptional job so far. How does it feel being 4-0 going forward in this prestigious event?
就4胜4赢有什么感觉？
还可以，再接再厉，加油。
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I'll do well, hopefully.
Good, good. Have you got anyone you'd like to thank for your success so far?
就有谁想感谢的？
首先我感谢我们战队吧，那我们万卡通和那个卡乐最佳的支持， 然后能够让我们一直来这边世界赛，可以跟全球各地的那个宝可梦玩家一起享受这场盛会。
Yeah, he wants to thank the teams that's on his jackets. It was them that he was able to come to San Francisco and compete in the World Championships.
I love that. That's absolutely incredible. What a fantastic story. Thank you so much for blessing us with some Slowking today, and I wish you the best success in the future of the tournament. Thank you so much. And of course, let's do our Twilight inspiration by sending us back to the casters.
Thanks so much, Amy. Congratulations to Tylee on an excellent start here at Worlds. Just 4 rounds down. If he can repeat that, it's an 8-0 start at the World Championships.
Yeah, that would be pretty good.
Easier said than done.
Yeah, already won 4. What's another 4?
I mean, he's already done it, obviously, so.
He could do it again,
He can do it again, indeed. Well, yeah, it's been an excellent start here this weekend, and tons of games happening out on the floor, of course, as well. I think we're going to bring in one of those feature matches here shortly in order to get some more Swiss Round 4 action, but not before we hear from Pablo and hear his thoughts on that last game.
Interesting game. I think we've touched upon this so far. This metagame feels like a very deck-building metagame, right? And respecting the bench-damaging moves that we currently have with Kyurem. Kyurem's Trifrost attack, Wellspring, Ogre Pawn threat and whatnot. So no Shaman available to protect from that Trifrost led to a couple very straightforward games. And I think you touched upon it, Kyle. This is a very high-pressure environment, right? Tyee from mainland China, perhaps not used to playing in this high-pressure environment of having the big spotlight on you this whole time, which led to a couple interesting, very close situation towards the end where he had the possibility to close out the game or guarantee the game towards the end, and perhaps the nerves, the spotlight, the excitement of being so close to winning their round and grasping at victory so close made it so that things got a little convoluted, but towards the end ended up finding that crucial energy. Now, this was the key moment here in Game 2, which honestly gave a little bit of life to Emiliano. He had a chance after the Meowth, ended up grabbing Lily instead of Cypher Maniac. With Cypher Maniac, we would have been able to grab an Ultra Ball and Psychic Energy. We had enough cards to discard. We already had the Wondrous Patch, and we would have been able to power up Slowking, use the Stadium, and take down the Excadrill off of that Ultra Ball. However, we drew off new 6 cards. Emiliano had the perfect response to this with Boss's Order, so now it was on Tyee to re-power up another Slowking from scratch, essentially. And this time we did play the Cypher Maniac, but we played it a little too early. We did have Pheasantipity draw available, and in this particular situation, Tyee needed 3 exact pieces. He needed 1 basic Psychic Energy, 1 other energy, and a Wondrous Patch. And of course, Cypher Maniac is good. It guarantees 2 of those pieces, but you still need that 3rd one. So in this case, drawing with Pheasantipity 3 cards, which you don't know what they are. If you find any energy or the Wondrous Patch, then you can utilize the Cypher Maniac in order to search for that missing piece. So a little convoluted towards the end. If Tyee had missed that crucial energy off of the Pheasantipity draw, then perhaps Emiliano, if he had his 2nd copy of Boss's Orders, he would have been able to take down the 1 Slowking, or it would have been on Tyee to reset up another Slowpoke and then try to find the game-winning combo again. So giving a little bit of hope to his opponent, but in the end, obviously closing it out. Very strong start for Tyee, and I'm sure he's going to be able to clean up his gameplay as the day advances. Yeah, pretty cool round to see. I know we have a lot more Pokemon action in store for us, and I think we have the feature matches, I do believe, Chip and Kyle. Not sure what you guys have in store for us.
Thank you so much, Pablo, for your thoughts and insight, breaking that game down a little bit further. It is always very much appreciated. Yeah, lots of other games happening out on the floor, of course. And it's been an exciting weekend, and we're seeing a metagame start to develop. I did actually see a little message from Joe Bernard. It does look like there is a hide and sneak player out there who is 4-0. I know he's been looking out for it, so.
He's looking out for his caster prediction. Yeah, yeah, of course, that can happen at the World Championships, right? We've seen several times here at this event where only a handful or a couple times even like 1 or 2 players use a deck, but they go on a great run. They've figured out the right thing to play for the event, and they're able to go on the run of a lifetime and win it all. You know, in the early years of the World Championships, it was dominated by what a lot of people consider like secret decks. People bringing them to the World Championships. Pablo actually knows a bit about that with a Nidoqueen deck that won the World Championships in 2005. It was just kind of a small group of playtesting partners who was able to figure out that deck, and they took 1st and 3rd at the World Championships using that concept, even though it was a tiny part of the field.
Lots of interesting things. You never know what to expect at the World Championships. I mean, we've had expected outcomes, I would say. You know, last year, I think, could have been expected. Gardevoir versus Dragapult in the finals, but 10 years ago at San Francisco Worlds, Mega Audino shocked the world, which was totally unexpected. You can get both sides of that coin, what's expected outcome and something that'll always keep you guessing. And that's what makes it exciting here at the World Championships. We've been following our Masters Division action, but Pablo had a chance earlier on to catch up with one of our Senior Division players. Let's hear his chat with Polaris.
Hello everyone, we're here at the Pokémon World Championships in San Francisco, and I'm here with one top competitor, Polaris Altaris. How are you doing? How are you feeling here in San Francisco?
I'm doing really good, and I'm like super excited for this tournament. I've been playing a lot, so hopefully it pays off.
How many hours are you dedicated, or did you dedicate to grind before coming to Worlds?
Like the whole day, basically. Every day, like after school, I've just been playing Pokemon with my friend Prince.
And tell us, where do you usually practice? I know we have a big community from Tabletop Village that is very into Pokemon. Tell us a little bit about how they help support you in your journey.
Well, we practice at Tabletop. This is my dad's store, Seattle. And they just everyone just comes together, and then we can all play tests, or just we'll just help each other build decks, or if we need any cards, then we can ask each other, stuff like that.
Okay, that's great. I mean, I can tell you have a big support group here right now. Now, how many World Championships have you played in so far? Is this your first one, or what's your journey so far with Pokemon?
I think this is my 5th or 6th one. Okay. And then I've been playing for about 8 years now, since I was in elementary school, but then started playing competitively in 2019.
And now, in terms of deck choices, what's your prediction for the metagame? What are you hoping to face? What are you hoping not to face?
Hoping not to play against a lot of Slowking, and I think there's just gonna be a lot of Dragapults.
Yeah, I think we can all expect a lot of Dragapult this weekend, right? All right, well, thanks so much, Polaris, for your time. I wish you the best of luck this weekend, and we'll see more from you, I'm sure, throughout the weekend.
Thank you.
Riley McKay has punched his ticket into Championship Sunday. He is proving everyone wrong.
One prize remains, and it is eternal.
He has done it.
Well, it hasn't sunk in completely. It still feels amazing, though. Absolutely unreal. My name is Riley McKay, and I'm from Toronto, Ontario, in Canada. My favorite starter Pokemon is probably Scorbunny. I got this stuffed bunny when I was a day old, and I still have him, and he reminds me of that bunny, I guess. Back in the day, there was this league in Burlington. It's the specific town that I live in. Rowan Stavino had just won Worlds, and I found out about competitive play in the World Championships and everything through that. My first top cut in seniors, Memphis 2018. I started off 5-0. I beat some really good players, and that was the first time I realized that I could actually compete at a high level. over the years I've gotten better and then managed to make it to Worlds. If you want to do really well, pick your deck in advance and then play a lot of games with it, and like not make any last minute decisions on it, put in testing and forethought into them. I think that's like the best way to build your deck. And also watch high level games. My deck functions around 2 cards, Gardevoir EX and Monkey Dory. You just have a lot of different attackers. You have a lot of like different ways you can move damage, and a lot of control over the board state in general. In finals, it was very nerve-wracking. Like even at NAIC, it wasn't a stadium. So being in the stadium, like surrounded on all sides, there's lights everywhere. You can't avoid looking at the crowd. My opponent was playing Dragapult Dusknoir. That deck is very good at stopping other decks from setting up. When my opponent stalled my Gardevoir EX in the active, and I needed an energy to retreat it, then I top-decked an energy, and then he brought it right back up.
If Riley doesn't have a way to retrieve his Pokemon, he can take a triple knockout.
That was really scary for me. And then I top-decked Iono, and I drew 4 cards, and the last one was the energy I needed to win. That was probably the most memorable part for me. I didn't know I was going to win.
It's over! That is history made! Riley McKay is taking things down here at the Masters Finals.
Something I've learned playing Pokemon is that, like, even if something doesn't go your way, you make a bad play, you draw bad, you lose a set that you should have won, or just in life, if something bad happens, you have to move forward, even if it's difficult, and just make the best of your present situation and do everything you can in the moment. My #1 goal in general was just to get a top cut. I've come really close to getting top 8 at Masters Regionals before, but I never got there. At NAIC, one of the early rounds I was losing kind of bad, and I was like, it just never works out. Maybe I'm never going to get top cut at anything. And I kept going. Managing to get like not 1 but 2 is just absolutely insane. I guess I really just love the game and all the people who play it, so I've never quit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely views of San Francisco. We are here, of course, for the Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships 2026. We have got thousands and thousands of people, tens of thousands of people in the venue, and we are barreling through our TCG day 1 here. We've already gone through 4 rounds. We're heading into round 5, and by we, I mean myself, Ross, and the lovely Joe Bernard. Joe, where's your hype level at right now?
It is through the roof, Ross. I can't believe it. We're back in San Francisco. It's been 10 years since we've been here in this city. I've loved walking around, seeing the sights, and also it's been a bit of Pokemon takeover. There's so much to do out in the venue. There's XP as well as the World Championships going on, of course. But today already has been a fantastic day of gameplay. Me and you, we've been sat around. We've had a lot of time to look through the top tables, and we've seen some interesting stuff already.
There are some interesting stuff. I mean, there's free festival lead at 4-0, which some people are championing and some people are thinking not the strongest choice this weekend. We've got a really unique hide and sneak sitting there at 4-0, and yes, there is a lot of Dragapult. There's going to be a lot of Dragapult all weekend. The question, of course, being, can somebody take down that Dragapult, or is it just going to be a coronation of what we've all been seeing really since the rotation hit back at the beginning of the year?
That's what I find so interesting about this tournament. The introduction of the Pitch Black expansion, in theory, should give us a couple of weapons to help out against Dragapult. There's no question it's dominated the last few months, basically since rotation.
Oh, yeah.
Dragapult has been by far and away the best choice for tournaments. But now that we have both the hide and sneak single prize archetype, which isn't all that popular today, but there may be 1 or 2 soldiers out there, but also that Mega Excadrill. We've shown it a couple of times already on broadcast. That is a very different type of challenge for Dragapult to overcome.
Yeah, Mega Excadrill basically comes in and says, look, if I play a tiny bit of healing, and I'm gonna, you're not 2-hit KOing me. If I can accelerate a bunch of energy early doors, I am 1-hit KOing you. And if I'm 1-hit KOing and you're 3-hit KOing, that's going to end up going in my favor sooner rather than later. But we've seen Excadrill on stream this morning struggling against maybe some non-Dragapult decks.
That's right.
It's a real back and forth, and we're still looking. Are there going to be any big surprises this weekend? So far, looking at the standings, we're not seeing any huge surprises, but we're seeing some interesting builds of expected decks.
That's what's so interesting about this World Championships. You sort of knew the top 5 or 6 going into the tournament, but that allows you, especially with the expected 40% Dragapult, which ended up being 43%, that means that you can really tailor an archetype to beat the most tried and trusted builds. So even when you hear the likes of Dragapult, the players have come up with very different builds. There's Monkey Dory-less builds of Dragapult, which seems to be one of the key selling points of the card for so many months.
Yes.
Now people are pivoting away to other directions. It's a really interesting take for this World's metagame.
No, there really is. You've got the Blaziken builds out there, the Dustoir builds out there. You've got who can flip the most heads on Crushing Hammer, which is always a fun game to play when you're playing Dragapult. And like you say, some people dropping Monkey Dory to make space for other tricks in the deck. Because, and let's face it, if you're a top player coming into Worlds, you know it's going to be around 40% of Dragapult. That was the figure people were throwing out, was around 40. Ended up being 43. So you can't come in and just go, I'm playing Dragapult. Dragapult's the best deck. You've got to come in going, I'm playing Dragapult. Now, what do I do about all these other Dragapult running around? I can't be losing the mirror match all day.
No, you got to have something in your back pocket, and players have come up with a few different strategies. I've seen some Rabska running around, even in Dragapult, so that you can do the Phantom Diving, and they can't really be doing it. Same thing for Patrat. Sometimes you're seeing some more Dustoir. That's been quite popular, actually. More popular than Blaziken, which I think a lot of people are expecting Blaziken EX to come in waves, whereas it has oftentimes taken the backseat, with Excadrill being a threat in the metagame. I expected a little bit more personally, but there's still vastly more hammer-based builds of Dragapult out in the field.
No, and that does seem to be the consensus around a lot of the top players, that the hammer build is where you want to go. I'm with you. I saw Mega Excadrill as being a real contender in this metagame, and I thought that would lead to a lot more Blaziken, because that can potentially shore up what could otherwise be a super awkward matchup, because, well, then you potentially are one-hitting, and you are, you know, turning that prize trade in your favor. A lot of players going away from it. There are some in the room here, though. And there are a few unique... I'm not going to tell you what Sander's playing, but if you...
We couldn't. It would take too long to say what he's playing.
We'd have to go through pretty much the whole 60, but if you're familiar with the European metagame, you know Sander Wojcik. You know that they are a player who... they like control, they like to play weird decks. Maybe if they have a good enough run, we'll get to see them a little bit later on the broadcast. Joe, with 5 rounds in, give me a pick. I'm not going to hold you to it too strongly, but give me a pick already for Worlds from what you've seen so far.
It's hard to look past Enzoroark when we've already seen Liam Halliburton doing well on the stream with it, and also Tord Reklev is 4-0 currently with the archetype. They've been nailing a 60 together.
Yes.
And I really like listening to Liam's interview in particular, where he was like, I'm just playing a really high quantity of good cards. I think what's really interesting about the NAIC was both he and Tord came up with very different builds of taking advantage of transformation tomes, and had some really creative and strange cards in there. Liam had Mega Absol, he had Drapion in there, he had Purloin in there. Tord went for a very different approach, had more traditional attackers, but still wanted to use the tomes to rearrange board states.
Yeah.
But both of them went away, came together with an idea with Zoroark and said, what if we instead just drew really well with Zoroark? Rather than having all these wonky pieces that I'm trying to draw to as much as possible, but keep my board open for all these attacking options, why don't I just say that Zekrom is really good, Reshiram is really good, and if we have more Zoroark in play, that gives us more control over the game.
I think you might be right, honestly. And yes, you had a look at Liam Halliburton here, the 2022 Senior World Champion. We've got, well, that'd be the EIC champion over in, oh, that was the World Champion. We were there, we casted out there, that was fun. We 2024 Orlando Regional Champion, 26 Pittsburgh Regional Champion, 26 Las Vegas Regional Finalist. Certainly a huge amount of accomplishments. And, you know, one of the players, when you think about Enzoroark, Liam is one of the players you think about as being that top level. And this is interesting because, of course, we saw in Journey Together, we had these owners Pokemon coming in, these trainers Pokemon, and it actually took until we got Ascended Heroes and the introduction of End Zekrom as kind of a bonus extra Ends Pokemon to really catapult that deck to top tier status.
And it's obvious to see why. Zekrom hits 250, which is an amazing attack cost already, knocking out easily some basic EX Pokemon, but with the extra damage modifiers of Black Belt's training that can be in the list, oftentimes you see Binding Mochi alongside that Petrarunt EX, suddenly Enzoroark can be an aggressor, and much less of a passive archetype that it initially was in the beginning.
You can get up to 330 damage with not that much difficulty. Yeah, you need to play your Black Belt's training supporter, and yes, you need your combination of Petrarunt and Binding Mochi. But having said that, Zoroark has trade. That is one of the biggest selling points of Zoroark. You draw better than most other decks, so these combos that other decks would struggle to pull off become so much easier. And now, yeah, 250 is going to be a lot and there's going to be enough most turns. On those turns where you need a bit more, you can get a bit more.
And Zoroark, I think, inherently, just its high hit points and the fact that it already uses Darkness Energy, allowing you to play Monkey Dory, means from the offset, you have a decent chance into the Dragapult matchups. That's your starting point of End Zoroark. You know that you're at least playable, possibly even favored into the most popular deck in the room. But what I think is so interesting about Liam and about Tord, especially this weekend, is how they've tried to figure out the rest of the room. They think they can have a blanket answer this format with Team Rocket's Watchtower and Judge as a way to really skew up some of the more single prize based combo-y variants in the room. Judge Watchtower will help you out a lot against Slowking. It's also going to help you out a lot against Alakazam to stop their reach. It's even good against the Festival lead. You know, deny that early game board state. Sometimes you could sneak a win. I think most of the time you won't be doing a good time against Festival lead, but against all of the other single prize decks and even against Dragapult, Judge is still such a nuisance.
Oh, absolutely it is. And you talk about Watchtower, well, you're turning off abilities of a whole bunch of Pokemon combined with Hand Disruption. Judge Path, for a long time, was something we talked about in the TCG. Let's go and have a look at a list of End Zoroark, the kind of thing. Well, this is not a specific deck list, this is an example deck list, the kind of thing you might play. And I'm going to start with a question for you, Joe, because it's something I've been obsessing over for the past few weeks. Enstar Manatan, essential or luxury?
It's hard to put it in either of those categories, honestly, because it's more than a luxury in what it enables you to do, especially when you already have that Clutch Yveltal, you have Monkey Dory. You can even combat builds that have Shaymin within their deck list. You can trap that Shaymin, knock it out during the turn with your own Monkey Dory and poison damage, and then suddenly Flame Body Cannon is still online. So I think the best selling point for Enstar Manatan is solving those single prize matchups. We know that End Zekrom gives the Zoroark player so many great options into the multi-prize matchups. This Star Manatan can be so useful against the single prizes in particular. So if you're expecting a lot of those for the tournament, it seems to be an important choice. But players have created other solutions with the deck as well, and that's why I don't think it's essential necessarily.
I agree, it has 92 different places, 90 to the active, 90 to the bench. It enables double KOs, things like Tudra Cloak in one hit, for instance, or again, against these single prizes, taking a double prize with a single prize, or really putting the prize trade in your favor. But there's a lot of players throughout the season who have gone away from it and who have gone to just this, I'm going to use End Zoroark, I'm going to copy End Zekrom, and I'm going to do big damage. I don't need this spread. But like you say, there's so many matchups where it gets you over the line, or it, helps so much in the early game that a lot of players are coming back to it, or players that never left are having better runs. But this Transformation Tome, it's an awkward item card. You've got to play two at the same time, but it lets you swap one basic Pokemon into another basic Pokemon. Tell me how the kind of plays that's building up for us.
Well, it enables so much. It allows you to take advantage of the Meowth EX, the Pheasantipity EX, even the Pecharunt EX itself. These vulnerable EX Pokemon can be used early to get you into the game and to draw a bunch of cards, but then you can remove these liabilities from play and transform them into single prize Pokemon. And one of the biggest issues with Zoroark is you want to have as much space as possible filled with Zoroark, but you also need to have a ton of your Ends Pokemon for your attacking options. So you can use those tomes to pivot your setup Pokemon or attackers that were useful a couple turns ago that are now just eating up a board space. You can use those terms to pivot and create a situation where your opponent isn't expecting a certain line of attack to come out all in one turn, because it also copies the effects that were on the existing Pokemon. So if there was a Meowth that was in play for a turn, you could transform that into a Darumaka, then evolve into a Darmanitan out of nowhere and really catch your opponent off guard.
I think you've hit my two favorite uses there, taking the low HP 2 prize off the board and being able to transform and immediately evolve, pulling off plays your opponent didn't see coming. Worth noting, we do have a couple of specific tricks just for End Pokemon in the deck. End PP Up allows you to accelerate energy, but only to End Pokemon. End's Castle, and I love End's Castle, because it gives you free retreat, but only to End's Pokemon. And the thing about stadiums are they're all two-sided. They do the same thing to both players. But if you're playing End's Pokemon and your opponent isn't, it is that wonderful example of a stadium that's phenomenal for you while being a truly blank stadium for your opponent, giving them absolutely no benefit whatsoever.
Mobility is so important for the Ends archetype because of that Ends PP Up energy acceleration that can only be used on the bench. But that energy acceleration allows you to have this sort of churn and burn approach. When you need to race into other matchups that can knock out your Zoroark easily, like up against the big basic matchups or against grassed archetypes, you can chain a bunch of Zoroark back to back to back, but also against the slower matchups, you can use those Ends PP Up to load up multiple End Zoroark, safeguarding you against their hand disruption, but also opening the door for your Monkey Dory to be a really useful weapon. Even as a one-off copy in this deck list, it's such a vital card to offset some math, both to stop your opponent from getting multi-prize turns, but also getting you right into range.
Absolutely, you know, Monkey Dory doing 3 damage counters, you know, 30 damage. You add that onto an End Zekrom is 280. You're then 40 damage away from key KOs like Dragapult, which is Black Belt's training, or it's binding Mochi. We have a couple different ways to add that, and all of a sudden you can get over those lines, hit those key numbers. So yeah, that Monkey Dory, it's not always a turn 1, turn 2 thing, but you get to it when you get to it. You fix those key maths, absolutely comes in crucial. Now, in terms of A-Spec, we've got your secret box here. Does it have to play this? Or are there other options?
It feels like a combo enabler. It allows you to have that awkward turn that you think isn't going to be easy to pull off. The Black Belt's training plus binding Mochi combination sounds quite far-fetched, but with the secret box you can make that align quite easily. It also allows you to basically steal some spaces. You're not playing that many draw supporters within the deck, you're just playing the 4 Lily's Determination and the 2 Cyrano, but you allow trade to enable you to cycle throughout the game. So seeing that secret box also just gives you more outs to play in the first instance. So I would expect there to be a good amount of secret box. There also have been players who have opted for Unfair Stamp just to have some additional disruption. Even things like the Hero's Cape has found its way into Zoroark EX at times. Can be a nice option to help out against Mega Excadrill in particular, which could otherwise be awkward. That's why you're seeing the cheeky Babiri Berry right there to help out against the Mega Excadrill matchup. Some people have gone whole hog and gone for an A-Spec approach instead.
No, I agree with that entirely. And this is one of the things we do see. We get these decks that kind of have to play a certain A-Spec, or so goes the conventional wisdom. And then sometimes you can go, well, okay, well, what if I didn't? What if I chose this different A-Spec? Sure, it's going to make the combo a little bit more awkward, but my opponent is used to playing against this build of the deck. They're not built to try and hit an extra 100 damage to get around my Hero's Cape, and maybe that can give me that little bit of extra advantage. Someone else you hinted at earlier, but that Yveltal, it's become quite trendy nowadays in the Pokemon TCG to have a retreat stopper. A basic Pokemon, single energy, that just stops your opponent retreating. And if they don't have any way out the active, like a switch or an ability or something like that, you can either take ridiculous KOs you never should have got by like 6-hit KOing them while they can't retreat, or you can trap them in the active just for a couple of turns, just to buy yourself enough time to get rolling and actually set up some other combo. But then you break the retreat lock at the time, which is absolutely perfect for you. And this is a deck, you said yourself, Joe, this is kind of a pick for you this weekend. You think it's going to go far?
Yeah, I think, especially just based on the pilots that are choosing the Zoroark, it feels like the pilot really makes that deck. It gives you those options, and when you're given a handful of options as a great player, you will navigate those options so smoothly. So I think you have to back Zoroark just from how day 1 is shaping up so far. But that doesn't mean that there aren't other awkward matchups for Zoroark to navigate. So they're doing well right now, but let's see how far they can do through the tournament.
Speaking of how people are doing, let's have a look at the standings as they stand at the moment, see who is rising to the top. And we do have a bunch of 4-0s on the team here. Fabio Battistella, an Italian player we're used to seeing, who doesn't seem to have had any big results lately, but I've casted him winning a regional in the past. Diego Casaragi, your 2017 world champion, sitting up there, and oh yeah, Tor's at 4-0.
Yeah, we could have guessed that one. Yeah, we actually see a really good spread of archetypes in there as well. We're seeing, yes, a good amount of Dragapult. We're seeing a good amount of those basic toolbox-style archetypes. Quite a popular choice today in the room. Over 10% are on these Lily's Clefairy, Kangaskhan, Latias EX-based engines. Those are doing quite nicely. Also seeing a good amount of Slowking in the room. We've just seen Kai make his own way into that 4-0 position with a really wide range of attackers that he could copy, having not 1 but 2 Annihilate in his deck. Whether he needs to have that sprinkle damage counters and sort of cosplay as a mini Dragapult, or turn into the highest damage output available, just cleanly knocking something out.
I've worked Nina Eisenblatter is a name we've heard a lot recently. Brent Tonneson, who last season I believe was the championship point leader in the entire world. We've also got Calvin Connor there, a name a lot of people are going to recognize from the US. We have a couple of Japanese players in Taiga Ishikawa and Kensuke Miyage. So they're people to, keep an eye on.
Yeah.
Japanese players, they can go a little bit under the radar. If they've not won a Champions League,
right,
a lot of players are less familiar with their style.
Yeah, we only have a handful of data to go off of for these Japanese pilots. So if you're not literally one of the top 16 of a 7,000 player tournament, we may not have had the chance to see you on broadcast. So seeing some of these pilots, you know that they're going to be strong players. And of course, the Japanese player base, they've played in this format for a little bit longer. They've experienced things. They've had more time to iron out deck lists. They know what works and what doesn't. Their testing process for this tournament would have been much more streamlined than our player base.
It's an excellent point. Right now, Japan are playing in essentially the Delta Rain format. They've already had that. They've got Mega Rayquaza. That is off and rolling. We're not there. We are in, you know, in pitch black, what was Abyss Eye over in Japan. They've gone all the way through that format. They've had all of their events and moved on. But they play primarily best of one.
Yeah.
So it's a format, they're kind of going back in time, but also having to adapt to playing best of three rather than best of one. It's a very weird situation, but I do think sometimes having that extra experience in this format can be a real plus.
Yep, it's always worthwhile keeping an eye on that clock as you're trying to get that best of three. Knowing when to concede and move on to the next game is a skill that players have to learn. Let's take a quick look at some notable matches. We're going to be showing you that top one, Tiger up against Henry. Henry Chow, a player that we have heard so often throughout the season. As we know, he was piloting Gardevoir till the bitter end until it rotated. Then he had to become the villain himself and turn his hand towards Dragapult, which he has done ever since. But there's a whole host of great other matchups there, Ross.
Absolutely. I mean, Piper Lapine against Tord Reklev, that is jumping off the screen. Now, Diego against Ruben. Now, I don't know if you know this, Joe, but our casting friend, Mike, he's out in the field. He is playing the same 60 cards, I believe, as Ruben. They've been testing partners, and I had a quick look at the list. It's looking kind of spicy, so that's another one I'm looking at. But let's turn our attention to Tiger against Henry. Henry is a player with an MO, and that is, I am going to be the best player in the room on the best deck. Playing Gardevoir because it was the best deck, just tournament after tournament after tournament. It's rotated out, I can't play it anymore. What's the best deck? Dragapult. And then, like you say, every single tournament, a very consistent, I am that good a player, I'm just going to grind the best deck and I'm going to have an advantage.
Yeah, it seems like the no-brainer at times, but when you're targeted in the room and you know that there are going to be players who have trained tirelessly up against this one matchup, they would have faced hundreds of Dragapult in their testing process. And it is such a bold call to have a bad matchup into Dragapult at the World Championships. You have to assume that they've come up with a strategy at the very least to engage against Dragapult. But Henry is saying, I'm so good at the game that I can counterplay against what you're going to do and make life as difficult for me as possible, and I'm still going to find a way to win. That being said, Henry at least has the power at his fingertips. He has the access to Dracloak. He can see many more cards than most other decks in the game. It's only really Zoroark that can compare with an engine within its deck list. These are the two decks that draw the most cards. That's why you see so many top players gravitate towards them, because as you can cycle through your deck, you can find these key answers on key turns.
Well, I have got excellent news for you, Joe. Round 5 is ready. We have players, we have a table, we have headphones, we have cards, we have a stage. We can get down to round 5 here at the Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships in San Francisco. We have got Tiger Ishikawa against Henry Chow. We have got Festival League against Dragapult.
Yeah, and this is, on paper, a pretty good matchup for Dragapult. Henry is playing quite an unorthodox list. You can see he's got the Dustoir package within his deck list, but one thing he's omitted from the list might be even more important. He is playing no Monkey Dory and no Darkness Energy within his list. He's just playing Patrat to try and say that in mirror matches, neither of us use Monkey Dory. Just, if I don't have it, you don't have it. That's what he's going for. And oftentimes that Monkey Dory, that additional damage that you can fling around with Adrenabrain, can really capitalize on the lower hit points of Tiger's board, where he's playing all of these low hit point Dipplins and Haplins, 40 hit points, 70 hit points even on Grookey. That Monkey Dory can get them right in range of Phantom Dive. So let's see how Henry navigates this matchup where he doesn't have one of those key weapons that Dragapult often looks towards to try and really combat and manage a board against this Festival Lead archetype.
It's going to be very interesting to see. Good shout on the Monkey Dory. That is something we're going to be tracking as we go through the whole match here. We've got a whole best of 3 here in round 5. 2 players at 4-0. Winner of this is going to be at 5-0 in excellent position, not just for day 2, but really putting themselves in the driver's seat for going potentially even further than that. Looks like we are getting ready to put some prize cards down, and we're going to hopefully get over to that in just a second. Here's Pikachu cheering on both the players. He's not playing no favorites, Joe.
No.
Pikachu just wants to see a good contest.
And looking at Tiger's list, we saw earlier in the day a very seeking, heavy, focused build of Festival Lead. But Tiger is what we would count as the more traditional build, as we're going to see some prize cards coming out for both pilots, where it's going to lean much more heavily towards the Diplin side of things with a 4-4 line. So yes, there are 2 in those prize cards. Yes, that's worrying, but he does play a 4-4 line.
Yeah, 2 Applin we never want to see, but because you're playing the full 4, it's annoying. You'd rather it didn't happen. It's not the end of the world. The only Pat Trap being prized, honestly, I kind of love that because it's not good in this matchup to get into prizes. We don't need you. Hide away over there. Always fun when you can have a tech card that you don't need sitting there in the prizes. Henry Chow, of course, well known for winning, I believe it was 3 regionals last season, all with Gardevoir, cementing them as honestly one of the best players with any deck we've ever seen in one season. But here we go. We have opening Pokemon with starting Pokemon. We have Henry and Tiger, round 5, Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships. And it looks like Tiger is going to be starting us off with that opening deck search off of a Buddy Poffin.
This is pretty much the best start you can hope for as the Festival Lead player. You've already got an Applin in the active position, so that on the next turn of the game, you can get straight into a Diplin in theory, if your hand is good enough. And that's where you want your Festival Lead Pokemon, in the active position, so you can take advantage of the Boom Boom Groove ability from your Thwackey, because you are able to then access any card you want in the deck. So getting the early Applin start, in addition to the Buddy Poffin here, is a great start for Tiger, who already has some of those Thwackey in hand for next turn. Also has that early game Relor, and that's going to be the key defense that Tiger tries to employ, Ross, against this Dragapult archetype.
You evolve up into Rabscar, and then all of a sudden, those abilities do not do what you thought they were going to do. Those effective attacks, I should say, are not coming down like you would expect. That Rabscar, absolutely crucial. Damage and effective attacks done to your bench Pokemon do not work. Henry, 3 Dreepy, 1 Psychic Energy, nothing else. Oh, and we get the Thwackey coming down straight away, and now we got Lily's Determination. That's going to go and get a new hand of 8 cards. Henry's turn was kind of all right because you got multiple Dreepy, but Tiger's off to the races.
Yeah, Henry has some Dracloak in hand for future turns, so he's not completely out and washed with this Panic Boss's Orders play. The boss seemed pretty okay. There was no turn 1 attachment, so you were essentially forcing Tiger to have the Air Balloon, and it was there, plus the Lily's Determination now, and that's before we even initiate a Boom Boom Groove. I think we've naturally drawn into a Seeking as well.
Yep.
Tiger could very quickly start to begin a prize race here, whilst also drawing additional cards.
I love this. Seeking, of course, you get to do damage while drawing 2 cards. You get to do it twice. We will need the Stadium card, because it only does 16 naturally, so we do want to get the double hit here. But, of course, Boom Boom Groove says, what do you want? It doesn't matter. You tell me what you want. I will find it.
I think right now we're lacking that key Stadium card in order to attack 2 times.
Yes.
And that's what you're going to require to knock out the active Dreepy, seeing as though Seeking only does a measly 60 damage, but then of course you get to attack 2 times to jump up to 120. So if we want to go aggressive, you can take the knockout here with Seeking whilst drawing 4 cards. Alternatively, you may still respect some future Itchy Pollen. You may just want to build a board whilst you have access to item cards, and that seems to be what Tiger's prioritizing here.
Well, we've got another Grookey down, ready to go up to another Thwackey in the future. Looks like we've got another Applin being searched out, ready to go up to a Diplin in the future. We've used our only Boom Boom Groove for the turn, but next turn, hopefully, we'll be able to have a couple. And it doesn't matter if you're item locked, if you can search out whatever you want with Thwackey, that is going to make your life a lot easier. But we still do have the Seeking, and we do have an energy in hand to attack. It won't get a KO, but we've got the Stadium in hand. Nice. So now we hit for 120 while drawing 4 cards, take the first prize. And like you said, Joe, we're kind of set up, and we're drawing 4, and we're getting a KO.
That's pretty good. This is the pressure you need as Festival Lead, and many Dragapult players opt to go second in a blind situation in game number 1. And you can see Tiger is already taking full advantage of that, had the early Buddy Poffin, has an early attack, initiating a prize race, and now Henry is really giving up a lot of prize cards early on, and now with Gladian's final battle within the deck list of Festival League, they can even reach on the Dragapult so much easier than they could in the past. The first option from Recon Directive is awful for Henry, just 2 energy cards. So we're down to this 1 Recon Directive.
What's it going to be? We got a boss's orders, and what was the other card
it's
there,
just
Joe?
a Night Stretcher, Ross.
That's not good, Joe.
There's air balloons already on the bench, Thwacky and Grookey. So if you do another Panic Boss's orders, you're already looking pretty short. You can already see on Henry's face what he thinks about it.
I mean, you can either... I mean, if you get the Rescue Stretcher, you can get your Dreepy back and go back up to 3 Dreepy, knowing one of them's about to get KO'd. Or, you know, 3 of the Evolution line. Obviously, 2 of them are your Cloak now. Looks like it is Rescue Stretcher is the choice for Henry, but he's clearly not happy about it. Anytime they take this long... Oh, no! He switched. It's actually Boss's orders he's going to be taking here. Okay, are we there? Are we good? It is Boss's orders. That's what's in hand.
Like, does he? Okay, he's going to spread his energy. He had the option of going headbutt into Relor, perhaps, or headbutting into... we're just going to try and bring up Relor and hope that your opponent doesn't have access to an energy card here to retreat, to continue an onslaught with this Seeking. The game could be over this turn, Ross. If we're able to get into a Diplin and we can attack twice with a full bench, we will be knocking out both Drakloak this turn.
We will. Well, let's start off here with a Pokepad. That's going to go and get a Diplin, so there's one part of the equation. We've got an Energy, so there's another part of the equation. We've got a Secret Box, which is going to get an Air Balloon, which is going to be a Pivot, which is another part of the equation. Yep. Or a Switch, double KO on both the Drakloak, and Tiger Ishikawa takes game 1 in about 5 minutes flat.
Well, there you have it. Festival League can take down those Dragapult matchups. Yes, things went pretty well for Tiger there, and things didn't go so great for Henry, but that early pressure is still so vital for the Festival Lead archetype. You try and stifle the setup of the Dragapult player, you limit their Recon Directive, you start taking those initial prize cards. It can be very awkward for them to overcome, provided you have that early opener, which Tiger had.
Absolutely, and I mean, that deck ran smooth like butter in that last game, Joe. That was absolutely wonderful. We had that turn 2 attacking with the Seeking, while also setting up everything else you needed on the bench, and then being able to just pivot into that Diplin on the second turn, taking the double KO. It all happened so fast, but remember, we have the Festival Lead ability, which means if you've got Festival Grounds in play, you get to attack twice. If the first attack takes a KO, and it did, you get to attack a second time into a new Pokemon that your opponent has to promote. First attack KO'd Drakloak, second Drakloak then went active, second attack KO'd that, and that's why we're heading straight on into game 2. It all happened very fast, but the key point is, with Festival Grounds in play, double attack, and they are separate attacks.
Yeah, and one sort of unintended consequence of cutting Monkey Dory from your list is that that's a slightly higher hit point basic Pokemon that you can sometimes use to sponge hits, especially that second attack from a Diplin. Sometimes you can sponge hits. In this case, Henry opted to go first, trying to get the jump on Evolution, but misses his early Dreepy. Just sits there with Duskull and Budew.
That is not what you're looking for turn 1 by any stretch of the imagination. Tiger here now, able to set up. It's your second turn. You're allowed to attack. You're allowed to play a supporter, neither of which you can do on turn 1 going first. And Henry, like next turn, the best case scenario is getting a Dreepy. And that's it. And then you can start evolving from there. This is a terrible, terrible start for Henry. Tiger, on the other hand, is able to go and you go and use that net to go and grab ourselves a Diplin and I think it's an Applin. Yep. Diplin ready for next turn. Applin going down now. And just start building a board. We've got Ultra Ball and everything ready to go here.
Yeah, it's a pretty vulnerable hand. Has some awkward discards for this. I believe that's the Sacred Ash that might be sacrificed here. A couple of those Festival Grounds also in the prize cards. But we are going to get rid of... Ooh, that's one stadium going, Ross, from our early search here as well.
And you said there's 2 in the prize cards?
2 in the prize cards. That's
oh.
And he was yet to search for the game. You know, the bug catching set is just the top 7 cards.
So there's only 1 left in the deck at this point. And you kind of need that. That's kind of how this deck works.
Henry's only playing 1 stadium himself, though. We are instantly switching into the Applin before we get hit with item lock. And we know there's the Diplin in hand. And that's the Lily's Determination for Henry. No other usable card beyond evolving into Dusclops here. Interestingly, Henry can use Curse Blast and take out the vulnerable hit point Applin here and almost like reset the board in a different state here. So Henry if he's able to find some early Dreepy, trade a 1-for-1 prize, then start initiating Itchy Pollen with a Grookey back in the active spot, things could work out, provided this is a decent 8 cards.
I think that's pretty sound plan. Well, here come the 8 cards from Lily's Determination. Let's see what we've got.
Nice.
We've got a Poker Pad, we've got another Dreepy, we've got Lily's Determination for next turn. We are using Curse Blast. Dusclops goes down, Tiger gets surprised, but most importantly, the only Appling goes down, Henry gets surprised and cuts off the evolution line of the main attacker. Here comes a Poker Pad. Oh, but he has given Tiger Festival Grounds off the prizes.
Oh, that's interesting.
He had no way of knowing that was going to happen, but that's a big boon for Tiger, potentially.
Could be pretty nice, but this is terrifying for Tiger. You know, you see the Itchy Pollen now, and all of the search for Festival Lead is in the form of items. That's all going to be shut off from Itchy Pollen, and you're limited to a low hand size. You know, Tiger played as many items as he could turn 1, was hoping to get into a Thwacky to boom his way through the rest of the game, where you could just cherry pick key pieces and not worry about the item lock. Now Grookey's going to be stuck in the active. It's 10 damage, and Henry's going to start to build a board in a much safer position now.
And it's worth noting...
Oh, Lily's Determination off the top.
Okay, that's going to get a new hand of 8. No, it's not. It's only going to get 6 cards because you no longer have 6 prize cards remaining. So a nice unintended consequence there of using Dusclops actually gives Tiger 2 fewer cards off of this Lily, which only gives 8 cards if you have 6 prize cards remaining. Do note, of course, that Thwacky's Boom Boom Groove does allow you to search whatever you want, but you must have a Festival Lead Pokemon in the active to do so. You can pull it off with a basic Goldeen, but that is a lot to ask for.
That's probably the best case scenario from this 6 cards that we're going to draw into here. We do see Energy. Tiger chose not to evolve into Thwacky because it's much easier to pay retreat on this 1 retreat cost Grookey. There's not much else going on at all in this hand. He might just be in a position where he has to Lily again next turn, so just a pass.
He's just passing over, and if Henry can get a decent attack going on here, now the thing is that not all these lists are able to do so. Here comes a Lily for 6. Now, is there any way to accelerate Energy in his deck, given that he's already played a supporter?
No. Okay. But he's already very happy with the situation.
Oh, he's delighted.
Yeah, when you're just staring down a Grookey, you're just going to launch an Itchy Pollen again, and you're putting yourself in a fantastic position. Let's see the draw here.
I got excited about Dragon Headbutt, thinking about, but unfortunately, you're right, there's just no way to do it. But unfair stamp coming out off the Recon Directive.
Can we see Dusclops here? That's the only way. If we can find Night Stretcher, or Dusclops, or Ball Search, we can Itchy Pollen for KO.
That would amuse me greatly.
We missed a lot of outs there.
We really did.
We saw 10 cards and missed.
Wow, buddy. Yeah, you're right, because we had the Lily for 6, and then both the Recon Directives saw 2 more each. That gets us up to 10 card scene. But Buddy Puff is going to get a Dreepy. So, you know, you're still setting up here. And if you're Henry, you're feeling really good about this game.
Yeah.
And Itchy Pollen onto the Grookey. And then finally, Tiger gets a turn, but he has got to get something rolling. Air Balloon onto Grookey. And here comes the Lily. But again, like you say, you need to kind of manually draw into these Pokemon because...
Such specific cards you have to see from this hand. You need to find one of your 2 Goldeen and a Thwacky at the very least. That's like minimum. And even then, you're in a position now where you're staring down a Dragapult next turn and potential Dusclops on top of that. So your board is going to be picked apart even if you hit a lot of these pieces. We could immediately be going to a game 3 here, Ross, if these 6 cards aren't great.
Yeah, this game has gone slightly longer than game 1, but it does not look like it's going to go on too much longer. We didn't get either of them. We did get an Ultra Ball, but you can't play that, so you pass to Henry Chow. There's an Energy, and then we get the Dragon Headbutt, and it is over to a game 3. Henry Chow takes game 2 with a very simple Dracloak, KO in the Grookey, and let's go. If you ever needed an example of the power of Badoo, there it was.
Yeah, a tale of 2 openings there. Henry opted to go first in this game number 2, giving himself a better opportunity to evolve up into those Dracloak. Turned out he missed those Dreepy early, but still got to utilize that Dusclops so cleverly.
Yeah, the Dusclops taking out the Applin basically said, well, you're now not going to be able to attack. And I think you made the point excellently, Joe. Because you've got that Badoo turning off the item cards, it's a deck that just can't do much. Here we go to a replay. Now we're back in game 1 here, and this was the early KO with the Seeking on the Dreepy, drawing 4 cards. And from there, Tiger really never looked back, and then it was just Secret Box for everything you need. Double KO on the Dracloak with the Diplin, and we're off.
And then this second game is quite different. We just see the knockout for both sides with Henry using his Dusclops very early. And Itchy Pollen just locked out the entire game. Tiger, even finding his best case scenario supporter, the Lily's Determination, which you only play 4 of, couldn't find anything useful from that. You have to find your natural Goldeen and whatnot, and it's just so difficult without your item cards. Getting into this third game then, will we see Tiger opt to go first once again and to try and get as many items in as possible? I think that has to be his best method. He starts things off with the Grookey, and we're already launching a bug-catching set here.
Very nice indeed. Let's go and search the top 7 cards of your deck. We're looking for Grass Pokemon or Grass Energy.
See some good options. There's Energy, there's another Grookey in there.
Okay. So we got some stuff we can hit.
Oh, wow, he's got a ton of ball search in that hand, Ross.
We got Buddy Poffin, we got 2 Pokepad, and we got an Ultra Ball, which you might not even be able to play because you've got too much other ball search.
What?
But then again, that can get you Thwacky next turn, so maybe we worry about it later. Energy onto the Grookey to start things off. Oh no, we're grabbing the Grookey and the energy off of the bug catching set. Here comes Buddy Poffin. Presumably here we need some Applin, Joe.
Let's get him in the mix. Absolutely. This is an awesome start for Tiger. It's one of those things where this deck it's low maintenance as you progress through the game, but turn 1 is so specifically important because you have to get a lot of Pokemon into play. The more Grookey, the better. The more Applin, the better. Even getting that Goldeen in the mix is a big buff for you, so you have an easier time of getting booming early on with your deck. Checking those prize cards, nothing too terrible. Maybe the Sacred Ash, one of your 2 Gladian's Final Battle, but I think that's all manageable for you.
No,
right now we're just seeing a flurry of Pokemon coming into the board and into the hand here.
Trying to get that protection against Badoo. That was really what lost your game too. You had no option to go and get your Pokemon, and Badoo locked you out the game until Henry built up, honestly, not even that good attackers because he really didn't need to. But now we got a Goldeen on the bench, we got a Relor on the bench, along with your Applin and your Grookey, and your Grookey in the active. Get a second Applin, you got pretty much the perfect setup of Pokemon.
But this is the beauty of Goldeen. Now you can use your final Pokepad to grab 1 Thwacky, knowing that with your Grass Energy, you can retreat next turn. Well, you might want to proactively attach, actually. Oh, this is actually a weird puzzle for you. Do you proactively attach to try and be as aggressive as possible? Oh, attaches to the Applin. Does that mean we're going to... Oh, just seeing the pass as well. There was an opportunity. Now you're locking yourself into having a Diplin next turn if you want to use Boom Boom Groove at all. And you need to find a switching out. So, don't know what those final few cards are for Tiger, but still, at the very least, got a lot of Pokemon into play. Whenever you see that early Relor, as well as all your other Pokemon, you know you've got a pretty strong hand.
Yeah, that's a pretty good start. Now, I will say Henry starting off with Mew EX in the active is Meowth EX is not a great start. That is something you want to play to search out supporter cards when you absolutely have to. You do not want to just pop it down and, well, have it there at the beginning. You don't get the ability, and it is a 2-prize liability. And it's something the Tiger could potentially go after later in the game. Good news is you've got a Pokepad to go and grab yourself a Dreepy, and this is the famed turn 1 deck search.
Yep, has a really thick line of Dragapult, then also has the Dusknoir line in there as well. And not much else really in the list. It's just a lot of item cards to get you into the game at that stage, and he's not playing any of those Crushing Hammers. He's just on a really high support account, actually, I would say. He has a Dawn in there, which you don't often see. There's the Judge in there as well, and also has the 1 Crispin and the 1 Rose's Encouragement. So an interesting supporter lineup choice from Henry.
And we're 2 games in, and we've not yet seen a Dragapult. Quick reminder, it does 200 to the active while dropping 6 damage counters on the bench. You can drop them wherever you like. It's got 320 HP and no weakness, high HP, and I mean, you've described it as having the best attack in the game, but it looks like we are going to have a bit of deja vu coming in here. Looks like that Meowth might be retreating. I think it might be getting a bit itchy in here.
Yeah, it's got to be. But first we have 8 fresh cards from Lily's Determination. Can we find even more access to Dreepy, or are we just going to be hanging out with 1? That really depends on what we see from these next 8 cards. And also, Henry wants to work towards possibly even more Duskull. We saw how useful that can be. If you can just remove the nuisance of Rabsca, that could be huge during the game to continue to control this board. So we're still looking for those Buddy Poffin, if at all.
Well, here's a fresh 8 cards from Lily's Determination.
Pretty nice.
That's
a pretty nice few cards there.
Yeah, Dreepy, Duskull, Ultra Ball.
Yep, has some pads for next turn as well. This is a really, really nice turn 1 for Henry.
And here we are going to get the Itchy Pollen coming in, and that means that Tiger will be unable to use item cards until Well, until next turn, unless Henry does it again, and then it's another turn, and round we go.
Spoilers, he might continue to use this as much as possible.
Spoiler alert, he might keep doing it.
Henry thinking about possibly using a poker pad proactively, but it's so rare that there's Itchy Pollen coming back from your opponent's side of the board, so you may as well just hold on to these for next turn and launch that 10 damage, but more importantly, denying all of those item cards from Tiger.
Now, can he get something going here? Can he get the Thwacky on the bench with a Festival League Pokemon in the active?
Tiger looking pretty embarrassed. That turn attachment on turn 1 of the game onto Applin rather than your active Grookey has put you in a position where now you can't use Boom Boom Groove. You've naturally top-decked into Rabsca, which protects your board fairly well, but Tiger is looking mildly sheepish here because they're going to end up just passing at this spot. They really can't do much else. They have Boss's orders. There it is, Meowth EX comes up, but you specifically found the Goldeen to allow yourself to Boom Boom Groove, then you attached elsewhere. And that means you do nothing this turn, and action comes back to Henry.
If you attached the Grookey last turn, you could have just retreated into the Goldeen, evolved into Thwacky, and then you can Boom Boom Groove to search. Instead,
I was convinced there was like a Lily or an Air Balloon or something else in the hand already, but there's just not.
No, and we pass back over to Henry, and now we've got a Dracloak up, so we get our first recon directive of the game. You can grab an Energy or an A-Spec. You're going to go and get your A-Spec there. Then we can go and Pokepad for what's going to be a second Dracloak, so now you get a second recon directive to go and get another card. And really all you need here is an Energy or some other pivot to go back into the Badoo to Itchy Pollen like you did last turn, because frankly you're not in a big hurry.
Yeah, this is just perfect for Henry. Getting the opportunity to evolve up into multiple stage 1s is going to allow him to just have so much control over this board. Another Buddy Poffin even coming into the hand, and the supporter for turn will be Dawn. That can allow you to even get Dusclops this turn, and get an additional Dreepy into play and a Dragapult for next turn. Things are looking pretty promising for Henry.
Oh yes, Dawn gets you a basic Pokemon, a Stage 1 Pokemon, and a Stage 2 Pokemon. It is phenomenal in decks like this that are playing multiple Stage 2 evolution lines. So we see there a Duskull, a Dusclops, and a Dragapult, because yes, you absolutely can mix and match. And I love the fact that Henry stashed the ace-bet there, the unfair stamp, because if and when the Badoo goes down, Henry can drop an unfair stamp, but his opponent down to a 2-card hand.
Oh boy. And plus this extra 10 damage is so annoying for Tiger as well, because it puts you in range of a Curse Blast. And Henry has already got not only a Dusclops evolved this turn, but also a Duskull. So he's going to really have some fireworks next turn if things go his way. He's holding on to a Crispin for next turn, and so he could be launching not only a Phantom Dive, but wiping the board as action comes back over to him.
Because Tiger just had Diplin evolve and pass. He evolved into Diplin, passed back over to Henry, that was it. And now Henry is in a phenomenal position.
Gets as well, Ross.
Dusclops off the recon directive.
This is going to get crazy.
Oh, we can go and grab a Fire Energy. You won't be needing special red card for a couple of turns. You can only play that when your opponent's taken 3 prizes. They are miles away right now. Here we get the evolution into Dusclops and an evolution into Dusk Noir.
Take your pick. Where do you want this damage to go? you have to Dusk Noir through the Rabsca, but from there you're going to have another Curse Blast and you're going to have your Phantom Dive damage, because here comes the one-of copy of Crispin in Henry's deck.
Lets you attach an energy and search a different kind of energy, and it's perfect for Dragapult. You get both the energy, one gets attached for the... Oh, we're actually going to spread it out. We don't need to Phantom Dive this turn.
That's really surprising for how good of a turn it looks. But Henry's basically just saying, if you're drawing dead, I'll just give myself more time.
Lily, we just saw Lily's determination coming out for Tiger, and because Henry didn't use Curse Blast, that is going to give Tiger 8 cards rather than 6. So had Henry Curse Blast last turn, he could have cut 2 cards out of this draw here. That's something to keep an eye on. Tiger needs, I mean, firstly, we need a pivot for that Grookey. That Grookey's got to get out the active.
Yep. At least now there's basic energy that can help out, because there isn't energy stashed on what is now a Diplin. So ideally from these 8 cards, we should see something to get finally rolling with this deck.
Oh, there is
grass energy at the very least.
Okay,
so
we've got a grass
then evolve up. We will have access to 2 Boom Boom Grooves, so Diplin will be launching some knockouts this turn. But you're staring down such an intimidating board state here.
And let's not forget, we know Henry's got Unfair Stamp in hand. So the good news is you're going to get a KO. We don't have a stadium yet, but of course Boom Boom Groove will grab it for us if we wish.
And Henry can even promote Dusk Noir after the knockout of Badoo as well. That can be a free sponge, take some damage, and then instantly blast off next turn. So Henry is really not intimidated by this attack. Even though there's 2 Boom Boom Grooves coming down, we know that Henry is just going to have the pick of the board once again here.
And you can use your blast, give your opponent extra prizes, or cards from prizes, but then unfair stamp, so they still only have a 2-card hand afterwards. Oh, Henry is still, I mean, it's going better for Tiger here.
Yeah.
But I think Henry's about to have a really nice turn.
We're seeing Tiger grab the Seeking from the first Boom Boom Groove. He's trying to make essentially as much hit points as he possibly can. That's like all he can do here to put himself in as good a position as possible. He may even identify that Festival Grounds is just not worth putting into play here. With the Dusknoir already showing on the bench, it may not even be your priority. You may just choose another card here with your second Thwackey.
You're not getting a double KO. You make an excellent point. We're getting a Grass Energy as our second Boom Boom Groove target. Give yourself an energy ready for next turn, guaranteed. So we can KO the Badoo, then no second attack. You don't need it. There's an Applin coming down onto the bench. Oh, we had Festival Grounds in hand. Okay, so we do have that. But again, we're pretty confident it's just going to be sponged by a Dusknoir.
There it is.
Here it comes. Into the active. Takes the damage. And given that it's going to Curse Blast, that damage, Henry's not putting it on.
Chooses to pass just because there's the threat of Monkey Dory as well, just in case randomly Henry chooses to use Monkey Dory before a Curse Blast. Tiger not knowing that there's no Monkey Dory in the list, so actually a really wise pass there, to be honest with you. But this is where we're going to start to see sparks flying. Henry now has the opportunity to stash an additional attachment that's going to allow him essentially just to chain Dragapult KOs. We know that the first Curse Blast had to be onto Rabsca because that Spherical Shield was such an annoying ability that was denying the Phantom Dive damage counter placement, but now Henry, with an unlocked board, has the option of Night Stretcher or Dragapult EX. Night Stretcher could allow you to clean and lock out another Thwackey here, or you could possibly take out Seeking whilst also taking out Diplin and Applin with your bench damage. You could leave the board as 2 Grookey here.
2 Thwackey, I think, is probably. That might well be the play.
But we didn't take the Dusknoir.
Well, not yet. He's changed his mind. He's looking at it.
Oh, there is the Night Stretcher in hand. Yeah, we could leave this board as 2
here
Thwackeys,
we go.
Ross.
Here comes the Dusknoir, and it is going to be onto the Seeking, just like you predicted, Joe. And then you're right. Diplin's going to go down to a Phantom Dive, which is also going to get the Applin. So that's all the attackers taken off the board. Every possible attacker is gone. And you're just left with 2 Thwackey.
And we can unfair stamp.
I forgot about unfair stamp. I've mentioned it so much, but you're right, we've not even unfair stamped yet.
This is brutal.
This might be the most unfair stamp I've ever seen.
Now this is why you start to see Dusknoir in Dragapult. It's times like this where a board was basically as developed as it possibly could be, and Henry has picked it apart. He's taking out 3 attackers this turn, whilst there was a Rabsca in play to begin with.
I know, that's the worst thing. He's like, I've got Rabsca, it's fine. He's not going to do the multiple KO thing. I'm sorted, but Rabsca protects some attacks, not abilities, so Curse Blast can take it out, and then that unlocks all that extra damage. Henry here, playing that unfair stamp. He's bent to Pheasant Dipty, but not used it yet, so that you can draw essentially, you know, your extra free cards after going for the unfair stamp. So here are your 5 for unfair stamp, and then you can flip the script and draw 3 more in just a moment.
Yep, that moment will be now for 3 additional cards. Henry putting himself in a position where if some miraculous play happens, you still have the next Dragapult lined up, essentially. But he knows
speaking of which.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Even the Jamming Tower. So Air Balloon shut off as well for Tiger next turn. So these 2 retreat cost Thwackey, maybe even more, stuck into the active position. Henry also going to develop just another Dreepy to have even more access to cards next turn with additional Recon Directive. This one is looking chalked.
It does look like Henry is putting himself in an unassailable position. 2 prizes taken already, and he hasn't attacked. Here comes the double KO, and it is worth noting the 6 damage counters go wherever you like. So after KO in the Applin, that gives you 2 more, and that is too much. Henry Chow is going to take round 5, 2 games to 1, going to a 5-0 record, and showing the power of Dragapult and Dusknoir, who I think it's fair to say they're best friends now.
They are best friends. They've been best friends for a while, I think.
The friendship is stronger than ever.
I mean, after that, you have to be pally-pally. and Henry, he's avoided playing Dusknoir for many of the tournaments that he's picked up this Dragapult archetype. He's gone for different approaches. But this time around, he had a really patient play in that game number 3. Love to see it, honestly. But yeah, we can see that the players are actually discussing on the board right now exactly what we discussed, Ross. That turn number 1 for Tiger, attaching to that benched Applin, really sealed his fate there, I have to admit.
It did mean that instead of getting a free Boom Boom Groove and searching out anything you like, You instead ended up in a situation where you were locked out of the game for a couple of turns. Itchy Pollen came down. You had no option whatsoever to really get anything going, and you gave your opponent a couple free turns of Itchy Pollen while they were developing their board. And when you give your opponent that much time, unfortunately, that is where we go. Have a look back at game 1, and this was the key KO with Seeking, drawing 4 cards, and Tiger was never in trouble in game 1. And then we just saw your secret box come down, search everything you need, the switch, the double KO on the Drac Cloak, and we're good.
And in this game number 2, it was entirely different. We saw the early Dusclops really saving Henry there. Having missed those early Dreepy, this gave him the second chance, and Itchy Pollen really locked Tiger out of essentially everything in that game number 2. So we had a really fast win from Tiger, followed by a really fast win from Henry, and then it came down to game 3.
And in game 3, I think that key point is, like you say, giving up those first few turns with that energy attachment, and then this is where Henry really started going. We saw the Dust Noir KO on the Ravska to open up damage from the attacks. We then also saw a Dust Noir KO on the Seeking, which was the only other attacker. We then saw the double KO with Dragapult taking out both of the attackers, leaving just 2 Thwacky, and that was the point where Tiger said, you know what, Henry, I think this is probably your game. And look, Tiger's on a 4-1 record. Yeah. That is superb after 5 rounds of Worlds with the competition we've got here. You know what's better than 4-1?
How about 5?
5-0. And this is why I always think Henry's a favorite in almost any tournament. Because if you're playing these unfamiliar decks, these rogue decks, these off-meta decks, you're relying on the metagame. You're relying on predicting it right. You're relying on hitting some decent matchups. If you just play the best deck, the downside is, what if I'm not the best player?
Right.
What if I'm losing to counters and I'm losing to the mirror? But Henry is one of the best players, so I don't think for Henry there was ever any discussion of should I play anything else. No, I've been grinding Dragapult. The only question is, what is the absolute optimal 60-card list?
Yeah, and it feels like he's almost putting himself in a position to be mirror favored by playing the Dust Noir and Patrat. It feels like he's the one that has more damage counter manipulation in those mirrors when he can shut down the Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory. So often, those crushing hammers are all about removing the darkness energy over there so that they can't continue to use Adrenabrain themselves. Normally, the more Monkey Dory, the better position you put yourself in.
Yes.
But Henry's saying, I'm not getting involved in that. I'm not flipping coins. Why would I flip coins? Why don't I just say no to everyone and have Dust Noir at my side instead? Admittedly, the Festival Lead matchup, it got a lot closer into Dragapult, but that is one of the few matchups that you're actually hoping to find this weekend.
No, absolutely, and we saw, you know, in that second game, when you can start taking multiple prizes with Phantom Dive, KOing left, right, and center, those low HP, they really do be a bit of a liability because it opens up those double KOs. And, you know, Festival Lead is supposed to be the double KO deck. Yeah. That's kind of the point. And if Dragapult's coming in and taking multiple KOs off you while also being the best deck everywhere else, yeah, there is a reason why it's 43% of the meta. But I'm a strong opinion of, if you're not one of the best players in the room, you shouldn't pick the best deck, because then you're worried about the mirror and you're worried about the counters. And I think people like Henry are in such a good position, and it feels like we're kind of building towards people like Henry with Dragapult, and then you kind of your Liams and your Tords with Zoroark. Yeah. Is there a second camp, players who are good enough to play Dragapult and be the best player in the room, but going, I still think there's a better option?
Yeah, Henry Chow, undoubtedly one of the biggest brains in the room, but we've got one of our big brains in the room as well. We're going to bring in Pablo to analyze how that game played out, because all 3 games went so differently, Pablo.
They did. I mean, Ross touched up on it. I think game 3, it was Dragapult getting the multi-knockouts in that huge turn, as opposed to Festival Lead, which struggled in the early game, right? And we continue to see how body really influences the game and really punishes decisions, right? I think that's the main key, that energy attachment that went to a Applin as opposed to the active to be able to retreat. And we even saw a little hesitation, right? Like they definitely considered that decision, and ultimately it went to the Applin, and that gave Henry so much time, right? Allowed him to build up a humongous board. Game 1 and game 2, sorry, went by pretty quick, but game 3, this was the pivotal moment, right? That first energy attachment, so crucial, and ultimately led to a Meowth start became a complete monster of a field thanks to Bodyu. I think that's the biggest highlight here. The pivotal moment, the pivotal decision led to this huge perfect board my goodness, I keep using the wrong thing. A huge perfect board with the threat of Dusknoir, the threat of Dusclops, double Dusknoir to basically rip apart the field for Taiga, and left him in a pretty vulnerable position. There he finally finds the energy, finally is able to retreat and get some pressure going, but he wasn't able to capitalize on anything as that field is now, like, I don't think you can ask for a better field if you're Dragapult against Festival Lead, right? And you're laughing at that Rapska over in the corner, which is really just not going to help you whatsoever.
I was just going to say, Pablo, that Henry, he could have been attacking the turn earlier. He could have come in early with that Crispin. Instead, he decided to build up that board, get an extra evolution into Dusclops. And why do you, is it a matchup choice here where he thinks he can pick apart the board at any stage of the game, or was he just trying to play to all of his outs and just give himself that little bit more draw and create the situation where he wiped it all in one go instead?
Yeah, I would imagine it's very similar to what we saw from Brent Tonneson as well. He kept going back into the body, right, just making sure that his field was so strong. He knew he had an advantage. He just continued to build on that advantage as opposed to throwing the Dragapult right away. And if that gets answered, then all of a sudden the pressure is on you to establish another Dragapult of a Crispin or of a Rosa's Encouragement, which is very possible, but also if you can just wait one more turn, right? There's no need, just because you can take a prize doesn't mean you have to, as opposed to continuing to build on your advantage and really pushing through that that lead in order to have a turn like this one, right? Dusknoir knockout, Rapska that allows the damage from Phantom Dive to go through, and then find the nice stretcher into another Dusknoir, take down the Seeking, and then take down this, and then take down this, and all of a sudden, Thwacky's good, but it's not that good.
It's not going to win the game by itself. Like, 2 Thwacky alone isn't going to do it. I think you both make excellent points, though. Like, one of the very few weaknesses of Dragapult has always been it needs 2 different energy, so you spread the energy out. You don't need to attack now. Wait one more turn behind Badoo, and then when you do start Dragapult, well, you've got them lined up. They're good to go.
And Henry was only playing 1 Crispin and 1 Rosa's Encouragement in his list. He prized the Rosa as well, so maybe he was hedging around his prize cards. And I think that's that extra level of play that you don't always see. And Henry was just making sure that there was nothing that was going to trip him up, because he knew that that early Itchy Pollen was already so powerful that he just had to not choke from that position, because he already knew he had a great grasp of the game. Yeah,
and it's probably not even down to like the energy requirement, which is awkward with the Psychic and the Fire. It's just having energy in play. As long as you have those, you're hedging your odds into, you're gonna run into either energy at some point, and with the Dusknoir, essentially you have a free retreat sort of way, right? You find the Psychic, you promote the Fire, Dracloak, you find a Fire, you promote the Psychic. So spraying the energy is good, but as long as Dragapult has energy in play, it just plays so, I mean, that's the reason why it's so good, right? You get back-to-back Dragapults with either push from Monkey Dory or Dusknoir in this case, you're in for a good time.
I also just wanted to talk about Patrat a little bit, if I could, Pablo, because it feels like this card has been out for a few months, didn't really do much at the NAIC. It felt like many people just disrespected this card altogether. Was it simply that the NAIC, there was too much Team Rocket's Watchtower being discussed to be a relevant choice? Because a lot of our pilots are going for that option instead of playing Monkey Dory, which has been the tried and trusted for so many months now.
I think it probably has a lot to do with how the metagame is evolving, right? Patrat might have not had a place at NAIC, but with players trying to give themselves every little edge. I think you touched upon it, Joe. Like, Henry's giving up on Monkey Dory, but is giving himself the advantage of Dusknoir, which can lead to a lot more damage counters than Monkey Dory and no reliance on your opponent. And you're like, okay, I don't have Monkey Dory, but you won't have it either. So if it's Dragapult, Monkey Dory versus Dragapult, Dusknoir, and your Monkey Dory doesn't work, then it's just Dragapult against Dragapult, Dusknoir, and that's always going to be quite unfavored towards the Dusknoir players. So I think a huge brain meta read is what I would call it for the World Championships. Going back to, this is a deck building metagame as opposed to a I don't know how else. I mean, obviously there's a lot of skill, but yeah, the deck building choices can give you a huge edge.
I think you make an excellent point there. It's something we've seen Henry Brand talking about on social media a lot, this being a deck builder's metagame rather than, you know, say a player's metagame, where the deck lists are pretty sorted and it's who can actually play it or who can make the best deck selection at a particular event. Here it's about deck building, and when we say a deck building metagame, what we mean is, you know, you might play Dragapult, and even if you're playing Dragapult Dusknoir, you've got 55 cards which are pretty much locked. But it's what you do with those extra 5 cards, those decisions you make, you know, to go back to the point you keep making. Monkey Dory out, Patrat in, and all of a sudden, actually, Patrat takes up less space in your deck. You don't need the darkness energy, but now no one has Monkey Dory, but you have a couple extra spaces in your deck, and you know that's what we mean when we talk about this deck builders format, this deck builders metagame. What can you do with those few spare spaces to give you the best chances in all of these matchups?
And I think Dustoir inherently got better with the special red card edition from a few sets
yes.
back as well. So Dustoir stonks are really high right now. There's no side up going on because it's normally just not the most popular build of Dragapult. More people are worried about hammers, maybe even Blaziken. The talking point is not Dustoir this weekend. So choosing a tournament where there isn't going to be those Psyduck around allow you to take full advantage of this card.
Yeah, Psyduck of course has that ability which says any abilities that knock yourself out, no, you don't get them. They are gone. Dusclops, Dustoir, and I suppose we've got a couple of others, your Magnetons rolling around, and there was a Ferrothorn at one point. Mostly, it's there for Dusclops and for Dustoir. But again, it's only a great counter if anybody's playing it. When Psyduck goes away, then you've got free reign. And I think we saw great examples in both of those, the whole best of three. When Dustoir and Dusclops are let one wild, they can just completely pick a board apart.
They did absolutely run wild in our round number 5. We have Henry Chow, our winner from that round, standing by, and I want to hear from him.
Thanks so much, guys. I am here with our round winner, Henry Chow. Congratulations, off to an undefeated start so far. How's it feel to be here at Worlds?
Pretty good. Yeah, that was a pretty scary set. I mean, I definitely got lucky on the pairing. Festival League's one of my best matchups, but game 1, I kind of just got ran over. Game 2 was completely nothing. And then game 3 started with the Meowth, but thank goodness I was able to top deck the Lily, and he had a slower start as well. So dodged a bullet there for sure.
Talk to me about the adjustment going into this season. Of course, you are what many people would consider to be Gardevoir's strongest soldier, super solid results with that deck. And then it kind of left in the shadows. You can't play the deck anymore. How did that adjustment towards picking up a new deck feel? And was there a confidence adjustment going from something you were comfortable to a little bit of the unknown?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, absolutely, there's definitely a bit of a confidence adjustment. I felt amazing every time I showed up to a tournament with Gardevoir. But with Dragapult, I've had some solid results, but a lot of adversity, a lot of stuff that I've definitely misplayed a little bit more. So been getting used to it, but yeah, I've been happy with the progression so far, and Dragapult is, has a lot of similarities to Gardevoir, and is also, of course, a very, very strong deck. So I've really been enjoying Dragapult, and yeah, I'm hoping that the Dustoirs are going to be able to make the difference this tournament.
The Dustoir definitely a big part of your strategy with this deck. There's a couple omissions that are interesting and a couple inclusions that are interesting when it comes to the build of this deck. Talk me through your preparation in deciding on this 60 cards for the World Championships.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to give a huge shout out to David Walerian Rezepka, also known as Capador Cards on the ladder. He played the Patrat Dustoir concept at NAIC, and I thought it was pretty interesting, so I wanted to explore it further. Patrat was already something I was thinking about before, but yeah, the big idea with Patrat is really just to get more space in your deck. Most builds of Dragapult are playing 2 monkeys, 2 or 3 darks, and you can just kind of all condense that into one Patrat, and you can use the Dustoirs as sort of the answer to doing that little extra spread damage that you might need. I mean, Dustoir can give a little bit more than a little bit extra sometimes, but yeah, especially in this matchup, the Dustoirs are extremely helpful and make the matchup more lopsided than even regular Dragapult is into a Festival League, yeah.
Yeah, board wipe is pretty nice when your opponent can't attack on the following turn. That's just what happened in game number 3. Definitely a bit of a wild set back and forth. There's a few wild decks out in the field. Is there anything you're hoping to avoid? I'm sure you know, of course, this is your second, major World Championships that you're at. What are some things you're looking to avoid out in the field?
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty good out into the field. One of the most scary matchups is, of course, the Hammer Dragapult deck. I think we've got it into a spot where I'm not scared of it, but it's still not something I'd like to hit necessarily because there's just so much variance. Torrid and Liam and some of those guys are out there with the 4 Watchtower Zoroark. Normally the Patrat is going to be extremely good in the Zoroark matchup, but with 4 Watchtowers, that's definitely a matchup I want to avoid. But pretty much everything else, the Alakazams, the Festival Leads, the Slop Box decks are all going to be great matchups for me, so I'm hoping to hit more of those.
Now, World Championships is a big event for you. I know last year, a super dominant season, right? Multiple regional wins, really, really strong. And it led up to this culmination where the meta shifted and Gardevoir's dominance changed. I know you were a little bit disappointed by your finish last year. What does it look like getting yourself to a level where you have felt that confidence back towards World Championships?
I mean, it's really all about playing the online ladder. That's where all my confidence comes from. Any event, international, worlds, regional, it doesn't matter. Before this event, I played a ton on the PTCG Live ladder, and I got myself to a pretty solid elo, was doing pretty good in testing, so with that, I had the confidence to say that, I think I can maybe get there this World. So, I mean, long way to go, of course, but, good start so far.
And what does getting there mean for you? Is it always eye on the prize? Is there anything else that, makes you feel satisfied? Is it playing the best you can all day? What is it for you that, satisfies that urge, so to say?
Yeah, I mean, I would say the biggest one is playing, and I feel like I've played well so far, so I'm really happy with that. But of course, winning is the huge difference maker for me. I sort of had a interesting trajectory in Pokemon where a lot of my success came right when I started playing again. And this year, I haven't been able to take a big dub home, so I'm really hoping to try to get back there. And what better place to do it than right now, yeah.
What better place than right here and right now? You're off to an excellent start so far. Hopefully you can keep those wins coming and advance into that second phase of competition. Thanks as always, Henry, for joining us. Hopefully we'll see you later on in the broadcast, and we'll throw things back to our casters.
Thank you very much. Even if there's one thing I learned from that interview, it is just play PTCG Live, get high enough on the ladder, and then you can come and have a great run at Worlds. Let's go play more PTCG Live, Joe.
Yeah, me too. Henry has been an advocate for playing the game. Just getting those reps in is just so important. You get to encounter these situations that may every now and then come up again in these tournaments, and saving that mental energy, being in a spot that you've always encountered before so that you know how you've navigated it in the past or where you tripped up in the past, means that then you can navigate it again and not worry about these odd situations that the best of the best out there, they're going to be putting you in strange spots as best they can. So making sure that you've got those reps in with your deck is going to be essential, no doubt, so you're playing the best you can. But also, when you're caught into those strange hands, those strange matchups, those strange situations, it's not going to be your very first time and you're learning out on the fly. That's pretty tough to do. Instead, get those reps in and figure out the matchups.
Yeah, you can imagine all the situations you want, but nothing is going to give you that same sense of certainty as actually playing the matchup and having to deal with that situation in real time. One thing we want to be dealing with is our feature match. We have a second game we are looking at here, as we're trying to do throughout the day, trying to make sure we got as much action as possible. I believe we're going to be taking a bit of a look at Alex Szymanski, a player which I know a lot of people are quite familiar with. We're joining in game 2, and you'll see there is an Alakazam for Alex on the right, and Dominicus on the left is playing a... Well, we've got one of these box decks, Mega Kangaskhan, Lily's Clefairy EX, plus question mark.
A lot of basics, that's for sure. And it's going to be the early attachment to that Mega Kangaskhan, and action passes over to Alex. He's playing a really interesting build of Alakazam. He's got the usual evolutions going on in there, but he does also have a Lily's Clefairy EX in his list, and a couple Wondrous Patch, and a Lily's Pearl. So Alex has found himself an answer to the Dragapult matchup. May not be so useful in this one, but he has instantly launched an Airy from his hand as his turn 1 supporter. Not something you're often looking to do as the Alakazam in the opening stages. You're trying to set up the board, but Alex just sort of tossed it out there and was able to get an early hit.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Like, it's not the perfect turn 1, but in lieu of anything else, now we do have a Genesect coming down with a handheld fan. Genesect, of course, has Ace Nullifier, stops anyone playing Ace Specs, or it stops your opponent playing Ace Specs. And handheld fan, if you attack into it, your opponent gets to move an energy away from your active Pokemon. That's going to be... Well, everything about this is annoying right now.
And that's an important defense against Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. That's one of the devastating early game attackers that these big basic builds like to perform with all of their energy switch shenanigans that can come out of nowhere. So Alex, having identified that early, trying to go into a 110 hit point basic Pokemon instead. Let's see how Dominicus is able to construct anything here. Has already used both abilities to draw cards. Is there much else going on? Could there even be an attack launched at all this turn? We're going to have to take another turn off here. Just the lightning energy and passing action back to Alex.
Another turn off, no attack launched. We get a Kadabra coming down, the first Abra on the bench being evolved.
Ooh, wow.
We then see a Dawn, a lovely special illustration rare. More importantly, you get a stage 1, you get a stage 2, you get a basic. We've got an Alakazam, we've got a Kadabra, and we've got a Dunsparce. Now, of course, this Alakazam deck, the goal is build your hand with as many cards as you possibly can, and then deal damage based on the amount of cards you've got. Dunsparce evolves into the Dunsparce, which draws you 3 cards. You've got Enriching Energy as your Ace Spec, which when attached draws you 4 cards. Yeah. And then you are rolling and doing, hopefully, very big damage.
Yeah, this is an archetype that can launch some of the highest damage output in the entire game, honestly. When you have so many of these psychic draws and runaway draws and enriching energy attachments, it can really help out. Alex is going to take another turn off here and just sort of build his hand as best as possible so that he can try and start launching attack after attack into these high hit point Pokemon. Or is he, as there is a rare candy into Alakazam.
Okay, this is a little bit spicy. Now we can potentially...
Does he have access to an energy card?
Well, we've got a Buddy Puffin coming down for a second Dunsparce, but you're right, we do need some kind of pivot right now. And no, it is just back over to Dominicus, who is going to be drawing 2 cards with that active Mega Kangaskhan with Run Errand ability, and then trying to set up some kind of viable attacker.
We finally see the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. You can do an interesting play of just sobbing to push the Genesect into range for a turn, so that you still can formulate a 2-prize KO with your Wellspring Mask. That would fall prey to a potential Shaman, but Alex Szymanski is choosing not to play Shaman within his list.
And the bench locked anyway.
Yeah, and the bench, well, yeah, but you can always run away and fix your board.
Fair shout.
But with that handheld fan, it's awkward to use the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon here. Even just using that 1 energy sob, then the energy would be moved around. Is that going to be your best approach? Or do you go for the Kangaskhan active KO so that you should have access to use your A-Spec later down the line, because that is still one of your best weapons against Alakazam. The Unfair Stamp is the choice for Dominicus.
And if you don't get rid of that Genesect, you will not have access to Unfair Stamp. You can get the Dunsparce off the board easily. You cannot get the Genesect. We are playing a Meowth. We're using Last Ditch Catch to go and grab a supporter card. It is going to be a Crispin. Lets you search for 2 energy of different types. 1 gets attached, 1 goes to your hand, and it lets you set up all kinds of wonderful and wild attackers that this deck likes to play. So, we got energy on your Teal Mask Ogerpon, we got energy on your Kangaskhan. You could use this to get the 3rd energy on, stash an energy somewhere else on the board, and then get that KO with Rapid Fire combo.
And there is going to be an energy onto the active now. That Kangaskhan is ready to go. Looks like Dominicus is trying to value removing this Genesect from play to try and allow your A-Spec to cause some damage to Alakazam later down the line. Not only disrupting your opponent's outs to play the game, but also the damage output is so limited when Powerful Hand is the core concept. That energy is instantly being moved from Alex, the fighting energy. Not going to be much help for Latias EX there.
Nope.
But let's see how big of a hand Alex can build, yeah.
Well, that's another Alakazam, and when you evolve up, you do get to get your drawing, draw 3 cards with Psychic Draw. So you got a decent hand size there. We need to get quite a lot. You need, what is it, 15?
15. There's a little bit of damage. I think it's only the
it's only 10,
teleportation from the
oh, here we go, though. So we are going to go and get a Hilda. That gets an special, an energy of any kind and an evolution Pokemon. And here's a fun combo we see so much. So you evolve Dunsparce into Dunsparce, and then you attach Enriching Energy. Enriching Energy then draws you 4 cards. You then bounce the Dunsparce off the field, and you draw another 3 cards, while also getting Enriching Energy off the field, ready to then use again. So that Enriching Energy is not a one-time deal. You're using it over and over again. You draw 7 cards, and then you put it all back into your deck, ready to use it again in the future. Hilda draw 7, yes.
That's a pretty good deal. Alex is going to shuffle up the hand here. Might have to do some sorting out of the hand. How many more cards can he play this turn? Looks like he's pretty close to that knockout already. He has a whole catalogue of cards available to him. So now it's really just playing the most vital cards from the hand and immediately re-establishing the Genesect and the handheld fan means that he's not going to be worried about that Unfair Stamp nearly as much.
No, and that is heartbreaking when you get rid of the Genesect to try and make sure Unfair Stamp can't come down, and the Genesect just comes right back. We see another Dunsparce. We got the runaway draw, which is going to go and draw another 3 cards here, and that means that Alex is building up a huge hand. Now, the thing is, it takes a while when you've got this Alakazam. Powerful Hand puts 2 damage counters on your opponent's active Pokemon for each card in your hand. We need 15 to get a KO on Mega Kangaskhan.
We're counting. We're counting.
We are counting. Counting's normally a good sign.
I think at this point you have so many in hand that Alex is just figuring out how many more can I play before I get this knockout.
The knockouts are given. What can I do before I get this knockout on a free prize Mega EX?
And it's going to be a Poker Pad, just re-establishing a Dunsparce. It's always nice to float these when you can, even if there's going to be the threat of Unfair Stamp nullified. You're now trying to play around the special red card, which still could be used within these lists, or even a Judge supporter can sometimes show up in these big basic builds.
They can indeed. It's something you got to watch. There's plenty of cards in hand. KO on the Mega Kangaskhan. 3 prizes for Alex and Alakazam. Now we see the Latias going into the active, but Alex in a commanding position here. He's playing a single prize deck. Dominicus is going to be taking these one at a time unless he can start playing around with Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, and Alex can be taking big KOs. There's no single prizes on Dominicus's board here, so Alex is really running away with a prize trade as it stands at the moment, at least.
Yeah, Alex is just 2 attacks away from closing this game, and he's not even concerned about the hand disruption. The A-Spec is nullified right now, thanks to Genesect. So how can Dominicus find a way to slow this game down? Can he once again try and bring up the Genesect and maybe Sob in this position? Again, buy himself that little bit of time. I don't see a boss's orders in the hand. I don't even see access to Meowth right now. So I think he's just locked in with Crispin, which isn't ideal. There's a lot of energy already committed around this board. An extra energy coming onto the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. There is ample energy switch in this hand.
There's a Crispin coming down. That's 2 more energy. So this, or 1 attached, 1 in hand. But that will give enough energy to attack with Wellspring Mask Ogerpon if that's where you want to go. Because, of course, Latias's Skyliner ability gives free retreat to all of your basic Pokemon, including, of course, itself. So you can launch an attack with your Wellspring Mask Ogerpon this turn. But then you're potentially leaving it active to get KO'd by Alakazam number 2.
Yeah, and there's only 1 Wellspring Mask in the list, so just setting up multiple Alakazam feels awkward. Setting up, just taking out 1 Kadabra feels poor. Taking out the Dunsparce feels poor. You really feel like you have to cash in with more value than just punching multiple Pokemon here.
And the problem is, although it does hit multiple, you're just coming in and taking a KO with a Teal Mask. Ogerpon does plenty to KO, but this is where you don't want to be against a single prize deck. You do not want to be trading 1 for 1 when you're giving up 2 or 3 prizes and your opponent is only giving up 1. Sacred Ash is going to get an Abra and an Alakazam back into the deck. And then it looks like we're going to immediately search out one of those with the Pokepad. Start re-establishing.
Things are getting pretty scary, Ross. I'm pretty worried about a boss's orders here. If Alex Szymanski can maintain enough cards in hand whilst using boss's orders on Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, it's going to look like a pretty awkward board for Dominicus to overcome here. With that Sacred Ash, with some pads coming out, he's once again re-established multiple of these evolution Pokemon to launch plenty of attacks. His hand size is massive as well now.
Yeah, that Psychic Draw just added 3 to it. And Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, that is 11 cards in hand. That is so much more manageable than what we saw a minute ago. Here is a Pokepad to go and grab another Pokemon with no ability. It is a Dunsparce. I think we're just really deck finning here. We just deck finning while adding to your hand. And here comes the Buddy Buddy Poffin, getting another Dunsparce. We can evolve it next turn. We'll worry about it next turn.
Yeah, this is everything you want to do as Alex. You know that you're racing ahead in prize cards this turn, so you just want to build as a robust situation as possible here so you can bounce back into another powerful hand if anything goes awry. 3 more cards being drawn with the Runaway. You'll notice there's also the Nighttime Mines within Alex's list as well.
Did draw the Enriching Energy, although I don't believe we have an energy on the active Alakazam, do we?
Does need to be a Psychic attachment this turn.
There does. There is a Wondrous Patch in the deck, but that can only attach to the bench, so you would have to attach to the bench and then get a pivot. It feels like a lot to ask for, but Enriching Energy can come down next turn. That's fine.
Yeah, it's a really nice card to see the Wondrous Patch. It's not always been in the Alakazam. Actually, as of late, it's often found its way out of the list, but it does allow you to play around some pivots. And finally, the Psych Energy found there. That seemed to be a missing piece by the way that Alex played it out. And there's the boss's orders to boot.
And this is looking good. This is what you wanted, Joe. You wanted a KO on the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. Nighttime Mine is going to be coming down just in case that could work. But we don't need too much more. Big hand of cards. Big KO on the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. Alex Szymanski just 1 prize away, 1 KO away from taking this and becoming a player actually moving to 6-0 at this point.
There's Antipathy found at the very least, so we can draw 3 cards from Flip the Script. But it is somewhat of a mountain to climb now. What can we piece together? Is there any way to recover your Wellspring Mask Ogerpon? I'm once again thinking about Sob. It's about all I can construct here because you're so far behind on a traditional prize race. 1 final draw from Teal Dance. That does open up boss's orders to the hand at last.
But what are you even bossing up here? You know, you take a little KO, you can try and buy a turn or two, but there's a fist bump, and Alex Szymanski is going to take that, going to a record of 5-0, putting himself in a phenomenal position. Alex is a player who's known around the Pokemon community for being phenomenal. I think we saw an example of it there with Alakazam.
And he's a player who loves to make bold choices for these tournaments. We've seen him play some really strange combinations to have fantastic tournament finishes with archetypes that often are disregarded. And I feel like Alakazam, you know the power level is there with the archetype. It's had regional wins, you know, it's had some good placements. It's done well out in Japan multiple times over. But Alex has really come back to the drawing board with the list and created a build that he thinks can function quite nicely against Dragapult in particular. So he's respected the key threat of the room and then has this great shell of draw power still behind it.
No, absolutely. And one of those decks, drawing cards is good. Drawing that many cards is good. Having an attack that can do that much damage when you draw that many cards really does give you one of the top decks in the room. Not everybody sees Alakazam as this potential world's winning deck. Right. How do you come down on it?
I kind of like it, honestly. It's easy to say, and we've just seen Alex doing so well with it. But I do think that a lot of the Dragapult players, at NAIC, there was so much talk about Team Rocket's Watchtower. We've just seen Slowking do well out in Europe. We've just seen Alakazam do well with Keris Jones getting that victory. So Watchtower was out and about. Tons of players with Dragapult wanted to respect the nighttime mine. That's not so much the case at the World Championships. Alakazam is a threat, but really it's Dragapult versus the rest. There's so many 5% decks in the room. Do I really want to dedicate deck space to even a card like Watchtower that can, you know, target a whole array of archetypes? It's still not that much percentage of the field. Do you really want to commit space to an extra stadium card, but it could be consistency here or respecting Excadrill there or something along those lines? So I think that does provide Alakazam a bit cleaner of a run this weekend.
I'm putting together a bunch of things I've heard over the past few minutes, Joe, because when we had the interview with Henry, he said, yeah, I'm feeling good. I just really don't want to go against this Team Rocket's Watchtower. That's going to be bad. And then you're saying, well, yeah, you know, Alakazam is great, but I just don't want to, you know, just avoid Team Rocket's Watchtower. It's not out there as much, but it is out there in this Ends Zoroark build. One of the stories we're following over the World Championship so far today, because if Ends Zoroark really does have a decent Dragapult matchup, and so many of these other decks are terrified of Team Rocket's Watchtower, and you're playing a full 4 of those while also playing Ends Zoroark with your good Dragapult matchup, it does feel like we might have a couple players in the room who have made this just phenomenal metagame call.
It feels so strange that Watchtower performed so well at the NAIC across the board that everyone said, nah, Risky Ruins is better here, or Area Zero is better there, or what if I need Jamming Tower now for Excadrill? The fact that so many decks dropped Watchtower has now created this situation in the last couple of weeks where it's actually crazy again.
People don't play it, so everyone plays as if no one's playing it.
Right.
So then a couple of people do play it and take advantage of the people who aren't playing it because they figured nobody was playing it. And yeah, this is kind of how these TCG metagames go over the course of several months, or, you know, sometimes even longer.
Well, there we go. Some great round 5 action there. But now we have a nice interview with Amy lined up with player Prince.
Hello, everybody. I'm back, and I've got a special guest, Prince. How are we doing?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Now, we are at Pokémon World Championships. We're in XP right now. What was your journey like to get here?
It all started when my dad taught me how to play, and then we met my Uncle Brian, and he helped us keep going through the Pokemon journey. But yeah, it's pretty much how it started. And it's been a long year. I've played many tournaments, and for the last week, I've actually been at Tabletop Village practicing every day.
Every single day. So you guys all get together, and it's like a little camp of everyone and all your friends. Is that right?
Sometimes, most of the time, it's just me and my friend Polaris. We've been testing a lot throughout past 5 years I've been playing, and I've went to all the World Championships, but he's been practicing with me the most.
Have you two had different decks, or are you practicing one deck and figuring it out together?
Sometimes I play different decks since I normally like to play more obscure stuff, but for the last week, we've been playing the same deck.
Oh, so are you same 60 for the World Championships?
Yeah. There was only one tournament before when we did this, and he got top 8, so we're hoping it happens again.
What would it mean for you or your testing partner Polaris to win the World Championships this year?
I think it would just be amazing because, I mean, it's the ultimate goal to win the World Championships. Neither of us have done it before, so it'd be just an amazing experience.
That's incredible. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope to see you on Championship Sunday then. Thanks, Prince. Bye-bye for now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And you might be thinking that wasn't much of a break. You're right, that wasn't much of a break. We're here at the World Championships 2026 for the Pokemon trading card game in San Francisco, and breaks are not something we are very fond of. Look at the size of that hall. Look at the amount of people we've got here. And that doesn't include all the stuff for Pokemon XP outside by the garden stage. Tens of thousands of Pokemon fans joining us here. And by us, I'm talking about myself, Ross Gilbert, and the inimitable Joe Bernard. How you doing, Joe?
I'm doing good. We're seeing so much great action out there. It's hard not to have a huge beaming smile on my face. We're seeing such great innovation from our players out there at the World Championships. High-stakes Pokemon is what it's all about here, Ross. Players have battled tooth and nail all season to get top X of their region. No mean feat whatsoever. Oh. They're all winners out there already. They've got great swag, they've picked up their kits, they've got their promos, they've done well for themselves this weekend already with what they picked up, but now they're trying to crown themselves as an immortal champion at Worlds. You know, it's such a great storyline, such amazing players. Everyone wants to be at the World Championships, and already it's not disappointing.
Nobody forgets a world champion. Well, let's have a look at some notable matches, because these players are going to have to get through these matches to join the role of the Immortal. So, looks like we've got Matus against Piper Lapine. That is going to be our feature match. If you were paying attention, I'd tick them up on the screen right before we came back to you. So eagle-eyed among you might have seen that. What else have we got? Natalie Miller against Ruben Davidson. That's what I'm looking at. Fabio Battistella against Kelvin Connor. Benji Pham against Grant Manley. We got some good matchups here.
Some interesting lists as well. Grant has been rocking that Mega Lucario, which only a handful of players are rocking out there right now. Also great to see that there's quite a few Alakazams going on with Alex Szymanski, also seeing Cal Connor out there as well with that Alakazam. So a lot of interesting, diverse decks out there. It's not just Dragapult and Zoroark, although there still is a good amount of them on those high records.
There absolutely are. Oyvind Svindeford, I'm sorry for the pronunciation. I've been trying for 2 years on the European circuit. I'm doing my best. But that is a player who had a great run last year in Anaheim with his beloved Charizard here at a 4-0-1 record. Oyvind has become one of those players where it doesn't really matter what the format is or what deck they're playing. They're a player you have to take seriously. I have one super quick question before we get down there, Joe. The #1 play deck in the undefeated right now is Dragapult. What's number 2?
Good question. How should I know?
Alakazam.
Alakazam, okay.
I mean, I looked it up, and I say that because we've got a second Alakazam in a row here. The twos with Alakazam Dusknoir against Piper Lapine and Zoroark deck.
Yeah, now this is something that like blew me away at the very beginning of our day. We have access to all of these players' lists, and seeing Mateusz Laskowitz, Alex Rutowitz, and Henry Brand all construct a wild Alakazam Dusknoir list. This literally had my eyes bulging, to be honest with you, Ross.
No, I was there, I saw.
Yes, something that we have not seen before. This is a brand new archetype, folks. Yes, it's cards you've seen before, but in a combination that we haven't. Taking full advantage of the new Gwyn supporter card, you can discard some non-rule box Pokemon for a huge amount of draw power. Hey, that sounds quite good with the powerful hand attack that we're trying to launch, but also using Strange Timepiece, an item card that we have yet to see really at all since its inception.
It's phenomenal. Basically, it lets you devolve one of your Psychic Pokemon. But if we remember Alakazam's ability, Psychic Draw, when you evolve, you draw 3 cards. So it essentially, if you've got a Kadabra on your bench, you play this, devolve Alakazam, evolve one of your Kadabra on the bench, and it's an item card draw 3. It's like a bill and a half for people that were playing way back in the day. It is card draw you just do not find on an item card. And, I mean, if this list can take advantage of it like it looks like it can, it's something I was not expecting this coming in.
Both of these players were in top 8 of the World Championships last season, and now they're trying to make it there again. Piper Lapine, no stranger to playing Zoroark. She's had some great placements with it before. We get to see those prize cards already. There's that Strange Timepiece. There are 3 copies in Mateusz's list, but also the A-Spec Prime Catcher in there as well.
That is not something you want to see in the prizes. You're only allowed to play 1 A-Spec of any description. Seeing it in the prize cards is just absolutely heartbreaking. Both of these players on a 4-1 record, still in a good position for a day 2 finish. They need to win here to get to 5-1. There is the fist bump. We're rolling here in round 6, Piper and Mateusz, and it looks like we've got an Enzorua start from Piper straight away with a basic Darkness Energy, but nothing else as we pass to Mateusz, and we've got a Duskull and a Buddy Poffin to go and find some birdies.
So let's start thinking about how Mateusz's list functions, because it's not like anything you've really seen before. Yes, there are so many of these Dusknoir engine pieces within the list. It's a 4-2-2 line of these Curse Blasters. That's right, 4 of the copies of Duskull is within the list. That is leaning in pretty far into that engine. But Mateusz is also playing a couple copies of Budu here, so don't be surprised if you see access to an early item lock here to try and lock Piper with this lone Zorua right now. So far, the early search has just been 2 copies of Abra. As we know, it's not too difficult to reach into an Zoroark. They only have 280 hit points, much less than any of these Mega Evolutions or Stage 2 Pokemon. So this is quite an easy target to reach, even if you just have a more straightforward game plan of Alakazam here.
No, absolutely. It's easier to get those KOs. And look, we've seen Alakazam is absolutely huge. Use the Strange Timepiece for a little bit of extra draw, and off you go. Of course, we saw Enriching Energy in the previous round with Alakazam. Now we've got that Prime Catcher, or we would if it wasn't in the prizes. And Dawn comes down for a basic, a Stage 1, and a Stage 2. It's a shame. A Kadabra and an Alakazam.
Normally, you rely so heavily on the telepathic energy to unlock the board, but when you already have Dawn and Buddy Poffin, no problems whatsoever. Piper's hand looked precarious on that first turn of the game, but was able to evolve up instantly into an Zoroark, finds herself an attachment, and will now draw 8 cards before using trade. She's got a great opportunity here to begin a prize race and set up a board that little bit better, where there's no threat of the early Itchy Pollen. Instead, Mateusz wanted to get the Shaman developed early on in this game.
Absolutely, always nice if you're terrified about an Enstar Manatan coming in and wreaking havoc, but just that one evolution into Zoroark, you play Lily's Determination, you draw 8 cards, but then trade lets you discard 1 and draw 2. So Piper's seeing the top 10 cards of her deck right now. That is going to give an awful lot of options to get whatever you want. Here comes that trade. We are going to be discarding a Darkness Energy. Do remember, End's PP up will allow you to reattach that later, so a great discard. And then it's just what else can we develop on the board?
And we have a lot of options again, because there is Secret Box in the hand for Piper.
Or is it on the... No, it's in the hand.
Just deciding what the best discards are here. She naturally has drawn into so many of her Ends Zorua. Instead, she may hold on this ace spec. She already has access to the Ends Zekrom, so we'll just simply launch an attack here with Shred to knock out the Duskull. Takes the first prize card of the game. Didn't really look like it from the start of her turn 1, but she has launched some early pressure here. Let's see if Mateusz has a response. We know there was the Dawn for Alakazam on the previous turn, and Mateusz is playing 4 copies of Rare Candy, so we could very easily see an early powerful hand response here. This is going to get really explosive.
Well, right now we are attaching the telepathic energy, letting you search for those 2 psychic Pokemon. We weren't relying on it turn 1, but there are still 4 copies in the deck. This one goes and gets a couple of Duskull, and that is going to give an option for more Dusclops and Dusknoir in the future. Now we see the evolution up to Kadabra. And where are Alakazam at? Can we get some Rare Candy? Yes, we can. Then we draw 3 with your Psychic draw, and now we're trying to work towards that big KO.
14 is required.
How many have we got in the hand?
We're there.
Are we there?
We also have a supporter to play for the turn, so that will be a +1.
It will indeed. You play 1 supporter, you search for a Pokemon and an energy. That's play 1, draw 2, +1 overall. Something like a Dawn can be a +2. Always nice to keep in mind. But remember, there's a Kadabra that was sitting there last turn. So if we go and grab an Alakazam here, we evolve it. There's 3 more with Psychic draw. And now we are getting... I can't count.
There we go. That's enough.
Is that enough? Right.
Oh no, maybe not. Okay.
Oh, it's not enough.
Sorry, I saw the hand wave. I thought, oh, that's loads. But no, instead,
22
we're damaging
damage
Zoroark
counters.
quickly. Yeah. But bear in mind, damage in play is actually not as bad as usual because you have Dusknoir within this list. You may instead just try and set up this knockout and then use Powerful Hand again next turn. So Mateusz may even be trying to hold back cards so he can take multiple knockouts in a turn anyway and sort of play around hand disruption.
Well, it's finally time for Secret Box from Piper. We see Fezandipiti, Petron, and another card hit the discard pile, and now you get to search for one of every kind of trainer. You get a tool, you get a stadium, you get an item card, you get a supporter, and it's Ends PP up. We've got Ends Castle there, and is that a Crispin? No.
No, not quite sure.
Oh, Serrano, I believe. Is it Serrano? Yes, it is Serrano.
There we go. So we will be able to access multiple Ends Zoroark EX. That really is the first hurdle for these Zoroark players. If you can get access to your Stage 1 evolution Pokemon, from there you have the tradability at your disposal, so you will be able to cycle through so many cards in your deck. So Cyrano is one of those supporters you see in so few decks. Really, you see like 1 copy perhaps in big basic archetypes, but it's so important for these Ends Zoroark players.
Because you've got that trade, discard 1, draw 2, you get 3 Ends Zoroark, and all of a sudden it's 3 times discard 1, draw 2. So now we can start trading away. Trade number 1, get rid of a Zoroark, draw 2. We've got 2 more trade which are available if we wish to use them. But that Zoroark, like you say, it's precarious. Even if it goes to the bench, it's in danger. Trade number 2. We discard a Power Glass and we draw... I did not see what you drew.
More Darmanitan pieces. Piper is playing pretty thick Darmanitan, a 2-2 line. She does have access to Monkey Dory, Darkness Energy attachment. She may just want to try and weave in some damage. This is one of those strange situations where, realistically, to take out the Shaman, you oftentimes need to trap it with Clutch, use Monkey Dory so it can get knocked out on your turn. Piper has pretty much coined this as one of her key strategies with Zoroark in the past, so she's well aware of it. She had a little think about whether or not to weave Monkey Dory in, but in this case, she's just going to power up a backup Ends Zoroark and actually get a couple of them ready to go for the remainder of this game.
Not too bad. We saw this last round spreading the energy for multiple potential Dragapult. Now we're spreading the energy for multiple potential Ends Zoroark.
Big decision for Piper. She's not going to put down the Darumaka at all here. She thinks it's not worth the bench space. It may be too difficult to find a way around this Shaman. So instead, she's just going to try and launch an attack, set up multiple Ends Zoroark for later. Maybe when the board is a little bit more clear, she can find a runway for this Darmanitan to be useful.
Well, now the question becomes, can Mateusz then take advantage of this and win the prize trade? You are going to be giving your opponent a couple of prizes if you go down the Dusknoir route, but you are also potentially trading 2 for 1. The good news is, it's not, you know, you can finish off the Ends Zekrom, but at least there aren't a bunch of small Pokemon for Piper to essentially fall prey to the Dusknoir and the Dusclops. For now, oh, there is another Duskull coming down, so it does look like Mateus is thinking, they're coming.
Yeah, sometimes you need to just blast your way through certain situations. There is obvious ways to evolve here. The KO isn't an issue really, Ross. It's like, can we find more Rare Candy and more Dusknoir so that we can perhaps Cursed Blast through the active and still find a way to knock out another Pokemon with our attack that turn? The Dusknoir's already in hand. Here's a really cool play. There's the strange timepiece.
I love this.
That's why we saw Mateus evolve the benched Alakazam, picked it back up, instantly evolved then into the active position. And Sparks are about to fly here. We see double Dusclops now as well.
I love that. Now, double Dusclops will be enough. That end Zoroark has just too much HP remaining to be saved, to be at risk of a Dusclops. It would need to be a Dusknoir or a double Dusclops, which does seem to be a little bit too much. Gwyn goes and discards a couple Pokemon and draws 6 cards. And now, all of a sudden, we are in a good position. +3 from the Gwyn, +2 from each of the Alakazam. And it is just a straight attack, getting the KO, but it feels like a slight waste because I think that's 16 cards in hand.
Well, you know, you do what you got to do. You didn't find access to the Rare Candy combination, so just take the knockout as is, have that threat of Curse Blast for later. Piper now has to try and find some sort of hand disruption. We know that her A-spec is the secret box, so there's no threat of the unfair stamp. Can she work towards perhaps, well, special red cards also not online right now?
No, you need 3 prize cards taken from your opponent. Only 2 have been taken by Mateus, so that is not going to be an option. You do need an Ents PP up here just to launch an attack from either of your Zoroark, but you kind of need to take a prize because there's a fun play where Mateus could actually use Dusknoir, Dusklops to KO and end Zoroark while KOing the active and end the game next turn. But of course, if you take just 1 prize, that would take that off the line because they can't give you 3 prizes if you've got 3 prizes left.
Piper figuring her way through the hand then with multiple trade already used here. I would say the End Zoroark players just have so few ways to hand disrupt. You know, the stadiums, there's no Watchtower in the list. That would normally be useful against Alakazam, but not so useful against Mateus' list anyway.
Oh, there's no Dunsparce, and Watchtower only turns off colorless Pokemon abilities. And yeah, there's none. There's none in Mateus' list, so Watchtower's not going to do anything against this list at all.
Piper's really having a think here. She's not in a great position whatsoever. Continuing to just launch attacks through Alakazam. The only hope here is that there's only 1 Alakazam and 1 Kadabra in play right now. If you do just take this out and possibly use Disruption on the next turn, maybe it's difficult for Mateus to finally find Rare Candy combinations. You know that your opponent is going down to 2 prize cards next turn, though, at the very least. Absolutely. And there's potential for more Curse Blasting. There could be 2 Curse Blast here, in addition to the attack here.
Well, 2 is the absolute maximum, because as soon as you've used 2, Piper's on 1 prize remaining. Right. So if you're using 2, you need to make sure Piper is taking no more prizes on her own attack, or it is going to be game over. Here is a Pokepad coming down. That's going to search for a Pokemon without a rule box. There is your Alakazam. So you can evolve that up, draw 3 more cards. So, I mean, honestly, if you're Mateus here, is there an argument for just, if you can get a KO on the active, just don't bother with Dusclops and Dusknoir, just KO the active, and then hope you can get another KO next turn?
Yep, I think that's a pretty good shout. I think one of the few cards that he may be trying to draw towards here would be his own special red card. Piper having taken 3 prize cards, you could disrupt Piper, who's got a fairly large hand size right now. We are going to first use a Sacred Ash and reload a lot of our Alakazam pieces.
Well, we need an Abra on the bench. Right now, there's no Abra for next turn, so that's a priority.
Well, I think with that hand, there's going to be a way to do it.
I think he's going to be all right. I think he's going to find one.
I'm not too concerned for him. Just 1 Alakazam coming back from the Sacred Ash. Mateus fully aware of what he needs access to and what he doesn't, knowing that he probably has to Rare Candy next turn. Going to fail a Buddy Pop in.
There is your Alakazam evolution.
No draw from Alakazam either.
Imagine an Alakazam saying, sorry, mate, I got enough cards. I don't need to draw right now. But we do need to get an Abra. There's a special red card
launched. We're actually lowering as many cards as we possibly can here.
Okay, there's your
such a strange situation where Alakazam is trying to just get rid of cards. It's so rare that that's the case.
No, you spend the whole game, like the beginning part of the game, you spend the whole game just desperately trying to draw cards, and then you're like, wait, I've got too much. There's 4, 8, 12, 13. Is that? That's 260.
Well, is he still trying to play around the special red card? Then Piper would have no hand disruption whatsoever.
That is it. That is actually 10 away. Oh, here we go. So Hilda is now going to +1, assuming you search both, and that will put you up to exactly 14 cards in hand, which is 280, so that will be the KO. -1, +2, and that should give exactly the right number of cards in hand. Unless you do this.
Yep.
Oh!
We're rare candying to stay out of range, so we're trying to not take a KO here, Ross.
And I know, I love this. I think you've nailed it, Joe. You're basically saying, I will not get special red carded, because you know what's going to happen to that Enzoro next turn, don't you? It's going to get curse blasted. So you've got the KO anyway. Piper's not going down to 1 prize card remaining, so next turn you curse blast, and then you KO the other end Zoroark, and it's a bit of a roundabout way, but you get to 6 prizes where your opponent is stuck on 5.
This is one of the workarounds. Sometimes you see the Genesect so often ace nullifying unfair stamp within Alakazam lists, but you also have that special red card to be aware of. Mateus is more than aware of it. He is playing around it superbly here. And Piper now, she has no hand disruption. She can't do anything about the hand size that Mateus has built. What can she do? Any other form of disruption? Let's see the first trade. Can she start launching any sort of trap strategy here? Going to get rid of a Cyrano as well. Darkness Energy, was that Lily's Determination in the hand? There's Night Stretcher, there's Boss's Orders, but I think she can really see.
Well, there's an energy, so anything like Yveltal is out now because you don't have an energy attachment for the turn that you can go ahead and use. Lily's Determination will get you a new hand of 6 cards. That's going to give you a bunch more options. I believe there's 1 trade available on the active, or has that been used?
1 trade has been used on the active, so I think we're just using Lily here, but this feels like last-ditch stuff for Piper.
Yeah, we have used both trades, that is confirmed, so there's no extra cards to be drawn. It is just these 6 from Lily. There's no attachment. That has also been used for the turn, so then the question is, what have we got left? We've got Darumaka. That's not going to do very much.
No, I can't even think of any basic that she could use here. She even chose to fail the Pokepad before the Lily, so you know that she's not trying to put any more Pokemon into play here. It seems like Mateus has found checkmate. By playing around the special red card, Piper has no access to disruption. She can simply launch a knockout, and it's down to Mateus to draw the rest of his deck, find a rare candy piece, then he will be able to curse blast the active, and even if
He doesn't even necessarily need the rare candy. Oh, well, he needs to get the Alakazam, but the curse blast is easy, and you're right, sorry. Rare candy, Alakazam, energy, and then as long as you've got enough cards in hand, you will win the game KO in that last Zoroark. You might need a Boss's Orders as well.
You need Boss's Orders, you need rare candy, you need Alakazam, you need an energy.
Well, have we still got the Prime Catcher in the prizes? Because that is a non-supporter way of doing a little bit of gusting. We have got the rare candy Alakazam. That's nice and easy. So it's just, can we gust? Have we got enough cards in hand? There's your Pheasant Dipty. You flip the script. That is 3 extra cards going up into hand. There is a Boss's Orders in hand to go and get that Zoroark off the bench. What have we got? 4, 8, 12. There's that 15, -1 for the Boss's Orders. I think -1 for the energy.
You take 2 prizes with the Curse Blast, don't forget. So
And
there's
then
the Boss's Orders.
It's
Curse
going to
Blast
be
the
enough
bench.
energy in hand, and that means that Mateus is going to win Game 1 with a 4-prize turn. Dusknoir KOs and end Zoroark. Alakazam KOs and end Zoroark. Everyone gets in on the party, and Mateus goes up 1-0.
Wow, what a beautiful display there of this wild build of Alakazam. Mateus is such a wizard with his deck building, you know, going back even to the Bennett EX Gardevoir days, going back to the Palkia V-Star days. Like, he just looks at the game so differently. So it's no surprise to see Mateus on the top tables with such a wild deck list, taking advantage of telepathic Psychic Energy with Dusknoir, which we've seen before, just not alongside Alakazam.
No. Like, there's 2 halves of this deck which all make perfect sense. Dusknoir makes perfect sense, we've seen it a million times. Alakazam makes perfect sense, we've seen it a million times. But now the deck's basically going, no, what if we did both halves? But there's some things you can do here that you can't do in other matchups. First, let's go and have a look at the replay then. Piper got the early prize going end Zoroark, really just copying end Zekrom, not trying to do anything else. That was the game plan for Piper. I'm going to attack, copying Zekrom, and that is going to be my game plan. The problem is, Matej here is firstly taking these prizes with Alakazam, but the absolute key here, I'm going to take 2 prizes, and then I'm not taking any more until the final turn of the game. I am going to stubbornly refuse to take prizes. I'm going to do just enough damage to not KO so I can get the double KO, and you never have access to special red card. It is a great hand disruption card, but it relies for you on me having taken 3 prizes, and I'm just never doing that until I'm about to win the game.
And so often the selling point of Alakazam is that you can reach one-hit KOs. So it was so interesting to see Matej choose to not in so many cases. He has complete control over his damage, whether it's going to be targeting the bench of First Class or finishing off those damaged Pokemon that he set up on previous turns. Really skillfully done from Matej here. And again, it's that awareness of what's in format, awareness of most of the time players are opting for the special red card as the only real item disrupt outside of unfair stamps. So really great recognition from him here.
Absolutely. Well, let's get rolling into game 2. We've got a Badu start from Matej. We've got Zekrom from Piper, and it's going to be first action is going to be that secret box, discard 3 cards, and then search for one of every kind of trainer. 1 tool, 1 item, 1 stadium, 1 supporter. Go and get one of absolutely everything, and hopefully that is going to get you towards everything you need to start rolling this game. Do we need Enstar Manatan this game?
I think that is still going to be Piper's... Oh, she's got the KO. She's able to ends PP up with a discard of Secret Box, and she's binding Mochi and Petra on EX. She's just found an easy Badu knockout.
Okay, so Badu goes down, and apparently that was game 2. We'll talk about the Manatan in a minute, but apparently that was the entirety of game 2. Ends PP up allows you to attach an extra energy, which means you can have 2 energy on an attacker, and that is apparently all we needed to go and get the KO super quickly.
Yeah, that's a big scratch.
Frankly, did not see that coming. We got scratch for 20, but again, with Petulant going forward with a Binding Mochi, that's 40 extra damage. Scratch for 60. Badu goes down so fast that if you missed it at home, we don't blame you.
Yeah,
that was a quick.
Yeah, it's an unlikely situation. Matej gone first in that game. Whiffed all of his, telepathic outs with his basic psychic Pokemon. He plays a lot of those with all of his Buddy Poffin, of course, as well, and his other searching options. So just having his most vulnerable Pokemon in the active that just got easily KO'd because Piper had access to her A-spec. Basically, none of that comes together without exactly having Secret Box in her opener.
No, I think it's an excellent plan, and you referred earlier to Secret Box as the combo enabler, allowing you to pull up these combos. That's exactly what happened. The funny thing was, one of the things, I think there's 3 extra bonuses Matej is getting in his deck. One is the fact that Telepathic Energy gets a massive power spike because you've got 2 stage 2s both running off of Psychic Energy. The other 2, I think, the fact that Team Rocket's Tower does nothing against you, whereas it would otherwise, and something which I think we saw on full display back in game 1, you can avoid KOs, take them later, and play around special red card in a way that other Alakazam lists aren't able to. For me, they're the 3 things I'm looking at Matej's list and going, they're pretty sizable advantages.
But Piper snatched a win here, now gets herself into position for game 3. And in game number 2, where she forced Matej first, maybe once again she can pounce on a weaker start from him, try and capitalize with early pressure. We know that Darmanitan was a weapon she is yet to really use in this game as well, Ross. I think if Piper is able to cycle with more trades, is given that little bit more breathing room and time to try and construct something with Clutch, I think that will still be a really powerful option for her during the game. Especially if Matej is choosing to go for the no KO strategy. That gives you a lot of damage counters to play with Monkey Dory on your side.
I agree entirely. It's what I was trying to ask you about before Piper won that second game in super turbo fashion. The fact that ends Darmanitan, there's a 2-2 line, it's certainly an option. How good can it be here, especially against a single prize deck that does tend to leave some lower HP Pokemon lying around on occasions before they get fully evolved. So we've had 2 games. Game 1 was quite quick. Game 2 was quick. Game 1 wasn't. Let's see where we go with game 3. Piper going first. Enzorua in the active. Buddy Poffin gets 2 more. And we are rolling. Pokepad is going to go and get a Enzaramaka.
There you go.
So there's your question answered.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. The earlier the better with this Enstar Manitan. That Flame Body Cannon can be so devastating on evolving and lower hit point Pokemon. And you're really just saying, Matej, you've got to spend one of your early Ball Search cards, if you even have access to them, on a Shaman rather than any of your other Pokemon. So this is already putting a lot of pressure on. If Piper's also able to find an early manual attachment, this is pretty much the ideal turn.
Absolutely, and it's worth noting Shaman's got 80 HP, cannot be grabbed from a buddy Poffin. Makes it just a little bit more awkward to actually go and get. Here is your telepathic energy on the active Abra. That lets you go and search for 2 basic psychic Pokemon, get them down on the bench. But first, Matej is just doing a nice little turn 1 deck search. We see players doing this all the time, and it's just going, right, 6 cards have been taken and put in my prizes. They're secret. I don't know what they are, but I should know my deck well enough that if I have a good look, I can figure out which 6 cards are unavailable to me right now.
And in the process, he will grab a couple Abra very early on. Those prize cards, not the worst. It is 2 of your copies of Night Stretcher, but I think it is mostly manageable here. But Matej at least can be confident that in this game number 3, he's got a much better start and isn't just going to immediately flop out of this game.
It's always quite nice. I mean,
it's good to get into the game.
Yes, it's nice to actually get to play. That game too, I mean, we've been doing this a while at this point, Joe. We're over 10 years in since we started in 2016, and that is one of the quickest games we've ever commentated. Yeah. Doesn't really get much quicker than that. So we have a couple of Abra down on the bench there. We've got an Abra in the active with a telepathic energy attached. And now the question is, what else can we start getting going? Can we get a couple of Duskull rolling? How worried are we about Flame Body Cannon coming down next turn?
Ooh, the 6 cards seem pretty helpful there. Discarding 2 of your non-rule box Pokemon to draw 6. I think, is that the Shaman that we grabbed? Yes, we did. Early Shaman is huge here.
Now we're less worried about Flame Body Cannon.
Yeah, we're pretty happy with that, all things considered.
Does 90 to the active and 90 to a bench Pokemon, but Shaman, of course, has an ability which stops damage going on to bench Pokemon. It is Flower Curtain, and it is MVP right now. Duskull in the active, pass over to Piper, and saying, well, you can Flame Body Cannon, but it's just going to get you your Duskull, and it's not the optimal play. So Piper's going to Lily's Determination, get 8 new cards, and take it from there.
It's pretty good. You got good odds of getting into your N Zoroark EX and then continue to trade your way through the game. Your most aggressive line of play is already sort of denied with that early Shaman, but still taking out these Duskull will be quite handy to you. Matej is trying to value his draw engine as much as possible by retreating his Abra, and actually chose not even to use the teleportation burst, just decided not to give Piper any damage to play with. But we do see the first N Zoroark coming in.
Are there 2 more in hand? Because Piper played Serrano to go and get free N Zoroark, and I think she might have just played Lilies and gotten free N Zoroark.
That's even better.
And 5 other cards.
Going to see the Poké Pad grabbing that N-Star Manitan. Still important to get into play to threaten that Pokemon. Piper is not playing any Transformation Tome, so she can only really attack with what's available to her.
Well, Flame Body Cannon, do remember that you discard all energy from this Pokemon, so it's only going to be used when you're getting enough value. It was free N Zoroark, I did see that properly, so that is going to be a couple more chances to discard 1 and draw 2, and that is going to be absolutely huge. There is the N Zekrom, that's really important, because you actually didn't have a good attack to copy, and that's all N Zoroark does. KO the Duskull, pass to Matej, you're up by a prize.
Ooh, Matej picks up the Dawn Supporter, and that could be quite handy to him. I know he did have access to at least 1 Kadabra and a Poké Pad, but the Dawn Supporter is just so great in these Alakazam decks. It not only cherry picks your attacking evolution Pokemon, but also all of these Pokemon draw cards. So it also enables you to see a lot of your deck.
It absolutely does, although Piper just took Serrano off the prizes, and it's not doing very much at all after that last Lilies. So we do see, I believe that's just a full Alakazam line grabbed off the Dawn there. Abracadabra, Alakazam.
And this is going to translate into a lot of cards here. Will it be enough to reach into this N Zoroark? That's yet to be seen. Is there even access to Rare Candy just yet? Well, we're going to see a couple evolutions on the bench here before anything else.
Worth noting, we've talked about Alakazam drawing 3 cards when it evolves, but let's be clear, Kadabra draws 2 on evolution as well, so you really are drawing all the time with a deck like this. There's another evolution onto Kadabra, and that means you can use Psychic Draw to draw another couple of cards.
So it's a pressure-free turn, but it's really building towards something here. And having played through that, at least the first game that was a slightly longer game than that game 2, that basically never happened, Matej is pretty aware that he doesn't have to worry about Unfair Stamp. He knows the A-Spec from Piper, and he hasn't seen a judge yet. He really only has to care about the special red card that he has to play around. So once again, re-establishing this Duskull is quite handy.
Absolutely. It's going to be there for future turns. Not doing much now, but in the future it can. You said no pressure turn. You were right. No attack, no damage done. Pass back over to Piper. Shaman really shoring up that bench, making sure Flame Body Cannon cannot be devastating. Piper here just trade after trade with those End Zoroark. Already used 3, drawn 6 extra cards. Although did have to discard 1 for each pair beforehand. Asking Matesh how many cards in hand. Trying to figure out what the likelihood of a KO is next turn. And then trying to figure out where to go. Because I think you've said it yourself. It's really trying to get rid of that Shaman. But Janine's Secret Art coming down. Not one we see all the time.
Yeah, this sometimes shows up in End Zoroark to give you that little bit of extra energy acceleration. Crucially against the Dragapult players, you can use this under Itchy Pollen. So it's nice to weave this in. It's also a way that you can poison your active if you need to, just to once again combine with Binding Mochi. In this case, Piper's doing the same thing she did in that game number 1. Just try and set up multiple Zoroark for the remainder of the game, and now she's got up 2 prize cards. Also picks up a Darkness Energy off those prizes. The good news for Piper is she's had that little bit more breathing room than in game number 1. She's hoping that she can whittle her deck down into a position where she can make this Shaman irrelevant.
That's the plan, and it's worth noting the more early prizes you can take against a Dusknoir deck, the less likely your opponent is going to be able to use those Dusknoir as effectively as they want to. We do see the timepiece coming down, switching the Alakazam from the bench to the active, drawing 3 cards with
so
Psychic
cool.
drawing the active.
So
I love
cool.
it.
It's such a cool way to play this deck. The Strange Timepiece really hasn't seen much play whatsoever. And even though it seems so strong with the Alakazam, this is the first time we're really seeing it unleashed. And it feels like the Gwyn has been the card that's unlocked this as a really strong option for you.
It's only good in a Psychic Evolution deck, and Alakazam's like, yo, I'm over here, we're good, let's go ahead and use this. Hilda comes down, getting an Energy and an Evolution Pokemon, and it's going to be a Dusclops and an Energy, but just look at the prizes. The whole point of an Alakazam deck is, I'm going to trade, and you're taking 1 prize every time. If you give a couple of early prizes, use a Dusclops or 2, all of a sudden, those trades are not going in your favor like you want. So, you got enough cards in hand to KO that End Zoroark, Joe?
Great question. We do need to at least play that energy from hand, and Mitesh has already put off to the side the cards he has to play this turn, or at least wants to play this turn. Is that 17, I think, in the hand, perhaps?
Yeah, it looked like there was enough, so that's 16, so 15,
play all 3
14.
of the ones he wanted to.
Yeah, I think there's exactly enough to get the KO here. If I've seen that correctly, it's exactly enough.
Oh, so he's even allowed to evolve into Dusclops. So he did the count, was able to play 1 more card from the hand, then took a clean knockout on End Zoroark, and crucially is able to pick up one of those Night Stretcher as well from those prize cards. Action back over to Piper now. The prize cards have equalized.
Now where does Piper go from here? She's got the KO isn't an issue. You've got End Zoroark in the active. You've got, okay, you need an energy. There, now it's not an issue. You've got Enzekrom on the bench to copy. The KO isn't a problem. The problem is the prize race. Are you going to be able to get through enough of these before your opponent takes big KOs? But then we've got that extra spice, unlike in game 1. If Mateus does get a 1-hit KO on End Zoroark next turn, do you have the special red card? And what does the game look like after that hit comes down? These are the things we're looking at here.
All great questions. I can see Piper eyeing up the boss's orders. There is the potential for Yveltal Clutch, perhaps, if she is able to move the active End Zoroark.
We've been talking about it all game. We haven't seen it yet. There's been no clutch plays. No. And there won't be this turn because there's an active attachment. So that means there is no energy ready to go onto the Yveltal. So it is going to be just a Night Joker to copy an attack from Enzekrom and take a KO on the Alakazam. Right now, we're still just racing and trading prizes with no deviation yet.
Yeah, it's such a strange board position because Mateus, if he wants to, can use a ton of Curse Blasts. But then Piper, all she can really do is take 1 prize a turn and pressure as best she can. Now she's considering boss's orders, perhaps just limiting the option for Dusclops.
It is a boss, it looks like. Getsis is sitting there on the board.
There's no play that looks good. That's the issue here, you know?
Well, that's the thing. And you don't have the Evil Touch, you don't have the energy attachment ready. You've already used it for the turn. So you can't clutch. So you can drag something active. I mean, maybe bring up the Shaman and KO it. Maybe
with a hand size that large, that can't feel good.
No. I'm not saying it feels good. I'm just saying if you're bossing, what are you going for?
It's going to be Dusclops trying to ease the threat of the Curse Blasts.
I love it, but there is still a Duskull on the bench, so Curse Blast is still an option next turn, but it is prize number 3 for Piper. We pass back over to Mateusz. We've still got an Abra, a Kadabra, an Alakazam. We're not running out of attackers anytime soon, and I mean, are we trying to make Mateusz take a KO on the active so that we can special red card?
Possibly. I think that's the key difference from this game number 1. Mateusz was so well able to threaten both Dusknoir whilst also, not quite taking a KO to play around the special red card. If Piper's able to once again threaten more copies of Boss's Orders, and Mateusz isn't able to threaten more Dusknoir, well, as we already see the rare candy coming in.
There is an option. Yeah, now we've got that ready to go, so that is going to be something which is now just sitting there.
I love that Mateusz is making it so clear for everyone back home. The 3 cards that he has close to him are the ones he wants to play here, but he needs to just make sure he's not making an error and playing too many of these cards out.
Well, that's 12 other cards in hand. That's 240 damage. We're not there yet, but again, we might not want to be there. We might be seeing a repeat of game 1 where we're deliberately
Look at this. We're getting rid of our Abra, just putting it back into the deck so we can free up a board space.
Okay, I mean, that's an option.
And that gets Alakazam into the active, thanks to the teleporter ability of Abra. We've seen this a little bit with Mega Lopunny decks, just to help you pivot in and out. In this case, it's something you get to freely add in, thanks to your evolution line.
And the 40 HP is pretty devastating, but if it's only being used as a kind of a free pivot, why not? We now are going to be using Sacred Ash to get some of those Dusknoir pieces back, I believe, into the deck. We do have a Telepathic Energy coming down, which immediately gets that Duskull from the deck back onto the bench. So potential double Curse Blast being threatened in the future. Are we going to get a KO, or are we trying to finish it just like in game 1? We're going game 1.
Yeah, we don't want to take that KO. Mateusz has done everything he needs to. He's got the backup Kadabra. He's got not only a Dusknoir in play, but also that Dusclops re-established. There's even the Patrat in play, so Piper cannot heal this end Zoroark EX out of range from a Dusclops. This is looking so perfect for Mateusz here. He's putting himself once again in range of just taking a 4-prize turn with a Boss's Orders play once again next turn, and Piper cannot hand disrupt him once again.
And it's a little play, but it's a huge play, that Patrat, because now you don't need a Candy Dusknoir, Dusclops, or even just a Rescue Stretcher will now be enough. And again, you're trying to checkmate. Dusclops will KO the active end Zoroark, then you KO the other one, and you win the game. Remember that the A spec is Prime Catcher, so you're not necessarily locked into having to get a Boss's Orders. There are other ways to gust. Mateusz is trying to end this exactly, and I mean exactly like the end of game 1, and Piper's too far away. She can take a prize. She can get a prize from a Dusclops. She's going to be 1 away, just like she was back in game 1.
But if she can clutch trap, well, with a Pat Trap means you can't even clutch trap and take prizes that turn with the Monkey Door. Yeah, I mean, this is just so tough for Piper here. Is there a way that you can get close enough in prizes that there can't be Curse Blast? Not really on this board.
She just
Piper's really going to have a think here. Is there any way, or is Mateusz once again got himself into the perfect board position? This is Alakazam checkmate right now.
I mean, essentially, and it's not very fun when you say it, okay? But there are 2 things that Piper can hope for here. Number 1, Alakazam doesn't have enough cards in hand. Number 2, Alakazam doesn't have any gusting, so after they take a KO with your Dusclops or Dusknoir, you can put Enzocrom active, and then they cannot actually finish off the prize trade. They only take 1 because they don't have gusting. Outside of that, because special red card is turned off, because there's no 2 prizes on Mateusz's board, because that's what Alakazam does, yeah, it's just Boss's Orders, and you're trying to just add a piece to the puzzle, trying to make your opponent have a pivot as well.
And for anyone who's watched Piper on broadcast before, you know that she is normally lightning fast. She normally knows exactly what she wants to do throughout every board position. Now she's mulling things over. She is scratching her head. What do you do in this position? Turns out just taking the knockouts goes down to 2 prize cards. And it's really just down to Mateusz if he can either draw the remaining pieces that he's lacking, or if he can find a way to take this 4-prize turn. It should be pretty routine. There's already Boss's Orders coming in. Curse Blast onto the bench and Zoroark. There's 2 prize cards.
Do we have enough cards in hand to finish it off? We got 4. 8, 12, 13, 14, that's 280 damage. That's a KO on Zoroark. And Mateusz takes this 2 games to 1. Alakazam cannot stop winning on our stream here. And that goes to a 5-1 record in a phenomenal position to make a real run here at the 2026 World Championships.
That was a joy to watch. Mateusz Lashkowicz, take a bow. Not only have you constructed the most insane deck list I've seen this World Championships, but you've piloted it to perfection.
Absolutely phenomenal. And here's the thing. He did it in game 1. He played his hand, literally and metaphorically. He showed Piper, this is how I win playing around special red card. This is what I'm trying to do. And then he did it again in game 3. He called his shot and he took it. And there was nothing Piper could do to get around it. Absolutely phenomenal play.
A combination that you really never see come together. The whole point of playing single prize archetypes is that you extend the game and only give your opponent an opportunity to take 1 prize a turn. So combining it with Dust Noir seems so counterintuitive. You're giving that momentum back to your opponent at times, but Mateusz using it in such an intriguing way in this game number 1 especially.
Absolutely. Game number 1 we saw building up, and there we saw the Curse Blast. We saw the double KO. There was no Curse Blast coming down. It was just traditional 2-hit KO. And then Piper's doing what she's supposed to do. She's taking prizes as she can. Special red card is there, but Mateusz is not allowing it to happen. And it's that double KO. You hit, your Dust Clops or Dust Noir, and then you hit again, taking 4 prizes in 1 turn. Game 2, game 2 happened. It was a very quick KO. And then we got a game 3.
Yeah, it did need a quick explainer. It was that secret box discarding the Darkness Energy, so PP up was the answer there. So,
yes.
So neat that lined up for Piper there in game number 2. But game 3 was back to plan A for Mateusz.
Absolutely it was, and it was very similar to game 1. Piper had the threat of that Flame Body Cannon on N-Star Manitan, but it never came to anything. Jamin hit the bench to nullify that, and then it was pretty much a carbon copy of game 1. Piper is taking single prizes, Mateusz takes 2 prizes early doors, and then sets up the 4 prize turn. You hit, you do not take the prizes, and then you finish off with Curse Blast and a big KO all in 1 turn. And the crucial thing is, your opponent never has a turn where you've taken 3 prizes, they never get to play special red card to disrupt your hand, and you never are really in any danger of not winning. Just an absolute masterclass.
And a cheeky grin on his face as well. You can see why. I mean, he's pretty proud of himself for the deck construction, but also how he piloted that best-of-3 set. There was a little bit of shakes there in game number 2 where things didn't go his way, but when he was in control, it felt like he just never really gave up that grasp. He could draw to the bottom of the deck if he had to find those final pieces. What a really creative way to make such an awesome deck list. It's finally a list of Alakazam that feels like it really takes control and keeps it.
And this goes back to what we were saying before the game about this being a deck builder's format. People sit down against, and their opponent flips over an Abra and they go, oh, you're playing Alakazam. I know how to play Alakazam, and Mateusz goes, trust me,
not this one.
You don't. And then the problem is your opponent has to think on the fly. They have to adjust. And a lot of the time you can get a cheeky win game 1 while your opponent figures out your strategy, and then you're already 1 up. And then you only have to win 1 of the next 2, and even then, your opponent might know what you're doing, but if it's something like that that's so novel, do they even have the list to adapt? And unfortunately, what we saw in that last game was Piper, phenomenal player, great Zoroark list, did not have the answer for that deck. It wasn't there.
Yeah, and no one's preparing for this list whatsoever. You just sort of stumble upon whether you have the cards to help you out or not. And in this case, Piper with a fairly traditional build of Zoroark. A little bit thick on the Darmanitan there, but mostly all things that we've seen before from Zoroark. And that's what Mateusz is hoping for. He's hoping the best players have brought the best lists, and the traditional lists in particular, so that he can take full advantage.
He is trying to take full advantage of that. He's taken 2 different decks, he's mashed them together. It looks like it might not work. It worked beautifully. But maybe we can have a chat with Amy and Mateusz and find out a little bit more about why it works so beautifully.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm on the main stage with Mateusz, master of the Monster Mash deck. Now, why have we put these 2 archetypes together? Other than the obvious, which we saw right there, what possessed you to bring those 2 Pokemon together?
So I was thinking about the current state of the format, basically, that the Dracloak and Zoroark are the best 2 engines. I wanted to try to make even something better. So I came up with the Timepiece Alakazam. And to beat Pult, you need to board wipe them before they board wipe you. So you just play Dusknoir in it.
Can't be more simple than that. When you were deck building, did you have to think a lot about the format and what you were estimating to be at the World Championships? Or did you just think, I reckon this can beat everything, it doesn't matter what comes my way?
I think you need to be like quite aware of how the meta looks like, how it will look like. My deck is like kind of a checkmate sometimes, like against Zoroark deck. So you need to be aware what cards could potentially be in their deck to deal with it.
Absolutely, absolutely. So were there any concerns about Psyduck, or does it really not matter?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of cards like Mist Energy, Zerosic, Psyduck, where I just probably auto-lose into most of them. But I assume there are good players here, and I don't think they should be playing it for this specific event, so yeah.
So you kind of went with a double bluff there and not worrying too much about it. I love to hear that. Do you have any deck building tips for people who are trying to be innovative with their deck building but don't know where to start?
I would recommend when you build a deck, start with thinking about the engine instead of attackers. If you have the engine, you can do a lot. You can basically put everything in the deck. So just start focusing on this and like don't give up on the idea if you think it's like good.
Thank you so much. That is genuinely an absolute gem of a piece of advice. Thank you so much, Mateusz. We wish you the best of luck going forward in the tournament with your amazing prowess and important deck building skills, which you've harnessed over many years. So thank you so much once again. Congratulations, and I'm sure we'll catch up with Mateusz later. But right now, we're going to pass it back to the casters to get back into the thick of it.
Thank you very much, Jamie. We are in the thick of it here. 6 rounds down. We are blistering speed through day one. And I really like what Mateusz said there. Start with your engine. You've got Alakazam and your Zoroark. They are the best engines in the meta game right now. So build around one of them. But when you got your engine, you're going to draw a bunch of cards. Your deck's going to work. When your deck works, then you can figure out how to make it the best it can be.
And it's definitely advice that he's heeded to, because that circles all the way back to his success early on in the season with Dragapult into Dunsparce, built in a way that was so different from everyone else at the time. Just saying, I'm going to keep using Runaway Draw in addition to Recon Directive. That's normally the best reason to play Dragapult, is that you have such a great engine already. He said, I need another one on top of that to draw even more cards and have even more control over the board.
Having control over the board is awesome, but control over the analyst desk right now, that is our good friend Pablo. So let's say hi to Pablo and let's dig in. Pablo, what did you see in that last match?
I generally have to say I am absolutely humbled at Mateusz's play, deck building, the combination of Alakazam, and I mean with Dusknoir, and it helps when your engine is also a pretty insane attacker, right? In Alakazam, so I got this same feeling of when we saw Karius win the regional with Alakazam control, the heavy nighttime line, and generally when I chose Alakazam for this event as one of my caster predictions, never in a million years could I have pictured what we saw in this previous game. I got goosebumps, and I'm very excited to see this sort of like deck building developments happen, and the play that comes with it. I mean, the setup, the checkmate situation, denying Piper from being able to bench absolutely anything at all, because it could have even gotten like double Dusknoir KO'd. Purposely not drawing with Alakazam, purposely playing cards to not take the KO, to play around the Pheasantipity draw, the special red card, the on-first stamp, which at the point he knew was not an option, but just generally perfect play. And I think Shaman was a big carry. I think having that available overall is definitely a good meta call for this event, right? He was, Mateusz was talking about really trying to envision what's going to be played and respecting the threat of Slowking, respecting the potential of Wellspring in the big basic decks really showed here. And yeah, I mean, major props. We just saw these setups are definitely something that is very exciting to see. Just the checkmate scenario
purposely not taking a knockout. I cannot emphasize how that probably feels counterintuitive to many of our viewers who are getting in to play the game. Of course, in order to win, you have to take prizes, right? But the order in which you take them is probably more important than how many you take. So just incredible. I could go on for the next 10 minutes giving props to Mateusz on the deck list and the plays. I was just like, I was drooling back there. I gotta be honest, I was drooling back here.
I mean, you're our resident analyst, Pablo, so I'm just going to ask you straight up. This Alakazam with Dusknoir, compared to your traditional Alakazam with the Dunsparce, do you think it has a better potential matchup spread in this particular World Championships this weekend?
I don't know if it's going to be a better matchup spread. I've always been of the idea that when approaching the World Championship, your edge as a player in terms of skill is at the lowest it will ever be because you're up against the absolute best players, right? Therefore, you have to give yourself an edge in deck building, and that's where the surprise factor comes in. So this new approach by Mateusz, by having the strange timepieces, he's making himself less weak to Rocket's Watchtower, right? Which is another adaptation we saw, for example, from Liam Halliburton with a heavy Watchtower play. But he also has Judge in there, so that, I think, is something Mateusz could struggle with as these top players start clashing at the very top. I don't know, overall, the deck building, there's just so much to talk about here. It's hard to answer exactly your question, Ross, but I don't know. I don't know if the matchup spread is affected, but the surprise factor and the unpreparedness is what's really going to give this Alakazam deck the edge because it's the first event we're seeing it in action.
Yeah, we've used that term checkmate in Pokemon before a few times. It reminds me of like just regular Zoroark GX back in the day when Naganadel GX was used, that Stinger GX attack, stuff like that, where you're setting up damage and whatnot. But even with these tech Pokemon like Patrat meant that you're never going to have your board affected. Shaman means your board is never going to be affected. We even saw teleportation being used by Abra to free up a board space when normally it's the more the merrier, the more draw you can have with Alakazam, the better. I really love how you picked up on that strange timepiece as a way to play around the Watchtower, though. I think that's a way to cheat space whilst having the same amount of draw. How have we not figured this one out before?
Right, and I generally saw a little bit of talk about it before the event, but I completely disregarded it. Like, nah, there's no way that's real, right? And I think at this point, we were all Piper, generally. Like, the boss's orders is like, what do I even do? Because at this point, I think she knew about the Prime Catcher as well, so even trapping a Shaman, which is usually a good strategy to poison your Yveltal, knock out the Shaman on your turn, and then be able to use Darmanitan, like, there was just no option at all for Piper, and I was feeling Piper at that moment. Like, it was generally a rough situation to be in, just knowing there's no possible way, no out, that 100% guaranteed loss is just a tough pill to swallow at that moment.
Yeah, and she's such a competitor. She will look for any way to do it, and she's normally such a lightning fast player. She knows exactly the out she needs to look for or the lines of play she needs to find some sort of way to get there. But in that case, she really was just head scratching. And that's a rare situation for Piper. I felt a little bit bad. I could talk endlessly about what Mateusz could do, but I really, as it got to Piper's turn, I felt like I didn't have anything to say.
Yeah, Shaman really closed out options, really shut down anything other than just attack, slam into the active, and hope for the best. And even special red card wasn't available. I mean, and both of these players made top 8 at last year's Worlds. And the fact that they're both at this stage doing so well, the level of play we saw from both, of course, as well. I mean, it really showcases how skilled both of these trainers are.
And it's got to feel good. Like, you're up against a player of that caliber. Everyone knows how great Piper is. And to be able to stump your opponent to that degree and put them in that, like you say, Joe, checkmate scenario where there really is nothing they can do, you come into this tournament hoping this unusual Alakazam build is going to be good. But to see it working to that degree and stumping that level of player, that's got to really fire you up for the rest of the event.
I am so fired up. The World Championships just brings all of this stuff out. Pablo, thanks so much for joining us and having a chat with us about that, because I think you put it so well. It's one of those things that we see twice, 3 times in our entire careers as Pokemon players and enjoyers, that every now and then there's something that was unearthed where you can have complete control against the opponent. Even really high skill level players being given no outs, that is so rare.
You just don't see it very often. Normally, you know, we see these high-level players and they can find something. They can, and even if it doesn't work, they've got a roundabout, they've got a plan, they've got like this 5% chance, you never know, it might work. We're going to try it anyway because you never know. And we saw in that last game, it was not working. But we do have our friend Amy here this weekend, Joe, and we've got her working. We've got her over in the village having a chat with Kenji and Dylan.
Hello everybody, I'm out here on the lawn with Pokemon XP and I've got two very special guests. Would you be able to introduce yourselves?
Of course, my name is Kenji. And then I really enjoy playing Pokemon.
That's what we love to hear. And?
My name is Dylan and I like to play Pokemon with all my friends.
Amazing, and you guys are here with a lot of friends. Can you tell me a little bit more about your after-school program?
Like at tabletop? Yeah, so it's basically where like there's like a camp where like a bunch of kids get together and they just practice for like the next tournament, whether that's locals or whether that's like a big regional for some of them. And it's where like basically a bunch of kids just have a bunch of fun.
That sounds incredible. I wish I could come. What's your favorite part about being able to take part in something like this?
Like there's like a lot of prizes included in this. So like if you win, like they have like small tournaments. If you like win the tournament, then like you get like some prizes and stuff.
That's awesome. What is the most fun deck you've ever played to one of your tournaments?
Honestly, my favorite is Pidgeot Control because I just really like taking control of the board state. Just like I play cards that are annoying like Misfortune Sisters, Eerie, Zero-6. And I just really like just seeing like my opponent's reaction to the deck. And I really just enjoy the deck overall.
Oh, you're the worst. Oh, no. Well, you know what? Control still can be fun. I like to treat it like a puzzle when I'm playing against Control. So at least that's fun. How about yourself? What's the best deck you've ever played to one of the tournaments?
I'd say it's Goldango because like it just does like a lot of damage and like you get like a lot of energies in your hand. You can draw a lot of cards.
Amazing. I've got one more question for you. Can you describe your journey to get here at the World Championships? What did you have to do and how did you do it?
So basically, we were like into Pokemon, just like in the TV show. We collected cards, but we didn't really know what they did. We collected plushies. So then when we went into tabletop, we were trying to get a plushie, and then we had this one friend, Jeff. Then he taught us how to play, and then we really enjoyed the game, so we just kept playing over and over again, and we had a bunch of fun. And then he taught us about regionals, and then our journey, we just kept going, like playing to them, and then we just really enjoyed them.
Wow, so it all started walking into the store.
Yeah, and I really like that, like if you can always get like a bunch of practice at tabletop too.
That's amazing. What was your journey like to the World Championships? How did you end up here?
I had this friend, his name was Noah, and he liked to play Pokemon, and he taught me the game, and then I went to my first, like, I guess, tournament, and then we both entered, and it was, like, really fun, so I decided I would, like, go competitively, like, into regionals, and then so I got to go to Worlds.
Incredible. You guys are absolutely amazing. Well done for getting here. Congratulations. And I wish you both the best of luck this weekend. Are you going to win?
Yeah!
Yeah! Amazing. Thank you so much. I'll see you next time.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to Championship Sunday at the 2023 North America International Championships.
Welcome to the finals in the junior division of the Pokemon video game.
Most iconic moments in Pokemon come from trainers in the Masters division, but this time around, the juniors stole the show in Columbus. The trainers in the juniors division often show the purest form of passion for the game of Pokemon.
I've just got a couple questions about
I've never been to a championship. Oh, this is a national. Whatever.
Avery's energy made him an immediate fan favorite.
We got Avery from the United States and Takumi from Australia. I am enchanted with these trainers.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a difficult strategy to implement, especially when relying on an unconventional Pokemon like Oranguru.
Oranguru is my favorite of all time. I mean, he supports other Pokemon.
Oranguru is carrying a very interesting move called Instruct. So if you're able to get the Torkoal into position or something that's just going to be a little bit slower, then you can start firing off some big damage that way.
Trick Room teams flip the game on its head by having the slowest Pokemon on the field move first.
Tell us about your team that you're about to play.
It is hard Trick Room.
Hard Trick Room game plans can even be difficult for Masters Division trainers to pilot, but Avery was ready to show the world that juniors are wise well beyond their years. For his strategy to work, Avery's Oranguru would need to twist the dimensions.
We're going all in with a terastallization on the Oranguru. Well, the game plan is being executed for Avery very, very quickly here.
With Iron Hands going down, Avery brings Torkoal onto the field for free. Under Trick Room, Torkoal is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with the Sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Oranguru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in one turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
Of this Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit, but Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
With the momentum in Avery's favor, Takumi's savvy defense turns the tides of Game 1 and punishes Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning position. Despite properly setting up Trick Room, Game 1 got away from Avery. But even if Oranguru didn't work the first time, it was important for Avery to trust the process and rely on the strategy that got him to the finals.
This one is going into Game 2 with Takumi up 1-0.
After the exact same turn 1 play in Game 2, Avery's Torkoal was ready to take over, which meant it was time for Oranguru to do it again.
Avery once again has the opportunity to bring in the Torkoals. Let's do it again.
Yep, there's the Instruct.
Learning from his mistakes against Tinglu in Game 1, Avery made an adjustment to keep momentum on his side.
This was where last game got a little bit different because he went for the overheat into the Protect. Let's see if Avery goes for it again. It is an Earth Power! See you later, Chi-Yu.
Although it didn't have a single attacking move, Terrifier Oranguru was the star of the show. The ability to instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could handle.
Does it hit this time around? It's going to be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Avery's confidence was back, taking down Takumi's team one by one. This championship would be decided in Game 3. The crowd became enchanted with Avery and Oranguru. It was incredibly amusing to watch such a simple yet repeatably effective strategy from a junior. With the first 2 games playing out the exact same way on turn 1, there would be no surprise what these 2 trainers would do in Game 3.
This is 3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. With Trick Room set up, the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another Instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery, relying on a 90% accurate overheat to connect twice into Chi-Yu, would put him into a commanding position. With Takumi's back against the wall, he would put all his hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane, but Avery's Oranguru had one final instruction: become champion.
We know what's coming, and even with that defensive Terra, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved champion, showing a crazy strategy. I think people had forgotten about it too.
Avery is immortalized in Pokemon history as a champion, captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Oranguru that clicked Instruct 13 times in the finals, Avery summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it again. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Things are heating up here in San Francisco. The weather may be beautiful, and And I can assure you those battles are as well. The TCG side of things is exploding. We are going into our 7th Swiss round. 2 more rounds today before we get into phase number 2.
Ethan, has anything really surprised you other than the fact that Alakazam has come out in full force for this tournament? I mean, it was the deck to beat that Dragapult. The Alakazam being the one to take it down? What do you think?
It seems like the good players definitely have this deck on their radar. High percentage at the top tables, dealing with the various Dragapult variants well. We even see players including cards like Psyduck into their deck, a card that really has fallen out of the forefront of the meta, mainly thanks to Dragapult choosing to omit that package to favor things like Crushing Hammer, which can be a little bit more strong in the mirror match. There are a couple decks still out in the fray, and it is important to note for the viewers at home, just because a deck or a player isn't at a record like 5-0, 4-0-1, even if they have a loss, sometimes 2 losses, players can go on very deep runs and big win streaks to get into top cut. We've seen that time and time again.
Absolutely. As we take a look at our deck analysis for phase 1 here, and still, Dragapult at 43.2%.
Yeah.
Ethan, I said this a little bit earlier in the day, and I think a lot of players agreed with me. A lot of people thought it would be more than 43.2%. A lot of players thought it was going to be hitting 50% and higher, but can't say I'm too disappointed with that. And then the big basic box following very closely, or I was about to say, not very closely behind with that Teal Mask, Ogerpon EX, Lily's Clefairy EX, and it's a very flexible deck that you can either play with the Ogerpon, but most of the time you're attacking either with a Mega Kangaskhan or a Lily's Clefairy EX, followed by, of course, a Zoroark, and we've seen plenty of Zoroarks, all built different ways today on stream.
Yeah, so some slight corrections to the phase 1 meta. Dragapult going up in percentage from what we showed earlier. Looks like 3 more representatives than was originally listed. It now has over 340 players, 344 to be exact. Nothing else on the other end really changing. If anything, Zoroark goes down to 7.5%. I know, we're being a little bit technical with the numbers, but want to just make sure everything is sorted out and accurate. So Dragapult EX now almost 43.5%. Every player matters when it comes to how a metagame breaks down.
You got to look at the rest of this graphic as well. Alakazam is going to be the one that is front-running for the single prize decks. There are 3 Alakazam players that are currently 6-0, but the biggest thing is, and we saw this a little bit earlier, Ethan, Mateusz actually not playing a Dunsparce at all, but instead getting very creative with the Dusk Noir build of Alakazam, saying no Watchtower, no problem anyway.
There's a lot of flexibility you could do when it comes to approaching how to build the deck. I think that's something that players could really take advantage of. Playing around that special red card when your deck is based off of building up a large hand size, taking these big KOs, seems like a powerful strategy. And we saw in that last round, Mateusz excellently execute his strategy.
Well, the front-running leader and the hero of Slow King, Ross Cawthon, unfortunately took, I believe, his 3rd loss and is out of the running for World Champion. But still, plenty of Slow King players up in the eligibility to go on into the phase number 2. Saw that a little bit earlier as well. When there's no Shaman, you're really kind of at Slow King's will here. But following out our kind of the best of what we have for phase 1. Mega Excadrill, a lot of believers in the deck, 32 players. I really want to see them go a little bit further.
Yeah, you can see the difference in strategies between these decks. Many would say Mega Excadrill, a more linear deck, something like the Teal Mask Ogerpon Clefairy deck, pretty linear. And then there's some decks that take a little bit more to pilot. Dragapult, notoriously known for having a lot of micro decisions you need to make every turn. Same thing with Zoroark. You've got to be very careful with how you manage your bench space. Alakazam does definitely have some sequencing intricacies to it. Though, the premise of the deck is a little bit more simple, and Slow King can be deceptively difficult knowing how to use your resources when you can make some cool plays like playing Cypher Maniac to put Pokemon on top instead of the stadium. There's a lot of cool things you can do, but regardless, that extra edge so important in a tournament like this, and if anything, really to be unexpected. You're playing against the best of the best every micro decision really matters because there is no other tournament in the world where you will be punished as hard as you are here at the World Championships.
Well, you're talking about the best of the best. Let's check out the best of the rest here as we go on into what kind of is here realistically. Our first match of the day was Festival Lead, piloted by Fernando Cifuentes, and then right next to it with the same percentage is going to be that Raging Bolt EX. I feel like this was the tournament for Raging Bolt because it can and very easily does beat Dragapult, but then when you think about it, right, what beats Raging Bolt? It's the small single prize attackers that can swing really high. So unfortunately, Raging Bolt, as of right now, I do not believe has a player that is undefeated, but still, of course, very much in the running for Phase 2. But there's that Crustle, Ethan. What do you think?
Could definitely have a deep run. And a lot of it's going to come down to how some of these one prize decks have been built. Can they deal with something like a heavy handheld fan count? Can they deal with something like Mist Energy for Alakazam? Otherwise, it can be a little bit difficult, and I think most Crustle players in the room have accepted auto losses somewhere. They've accepted that if they hit a Mega Excadrill player, they're just going to take a 50-minute lunch break. I know it sounds extreme, but there's really nothing you can do in that matchup. The Metagross just takes one-hit KOs, they can set up multiple, and you just lose the game. However, you saw only about 5% of decks are playing that, and additionally, there is a second layer to the intricacies when it comes to building a deck. You have to ask yourself, if I open 3-0, Emily, how likely am I in the next 6 to 10 rounds to hit more than one Excadrill? And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it doesn't seem that Excadrill so far in this tournament has really ascended to consistently being at the top tables.
I think the issue with that, Ethan, is that Pitch Black, technically this is the first tournament legal with Pitch Black, so a lot of players don't want to risk their Worlds run on something that might be completely new. So we'll see how Mega Excadrill begins to kind of warp with the meta, but rounding out our decks all the way at the bottom, I find it very interesting that 7 players have decided to bring the Marnie's Grimmsnarl here. It always seems to do really well when players aren't paying attention to it for some reason, being able to use Munkidori and the Frostlass to send over all of the damage counters, but it just feels sometimes it's weirdly enough going undercover to find its wins, but other times there's way too many grass decks to really kind of take advantage of it.
Yeah, it's a super interesting deck, similar to the Zoroark approach, where, you know, as the deck is currently being built, it has a favorable matchup, many would say, into Dragapult EX. However, it is a Dark-type EX Pokemon and struggles with the same issues that Zoroark does. However, it also can struggle into some of the big basic decks because it is unable to take that one-hit KO like Zoroark can. And maybe the reason that only 7 players have shown up with this deck. To note, of course, for the viewers at home, there are other decks outside of these 7. You know, once we get below a percentage point, it's a little bit too resource heavy for us to list every single deck out, but there are always some fun rogue decks that make their way into a deep run for day 2. You'll have to stay tuned and see which those decks are, if any.
Well, speaking of the best decks, Ethan, why not talk about the best player in Oceania? That is going to be Brent Tonneson here, who I believe is still very much undefeated at the tournament, is running that Dragapult here, but what don't we have to say about Brent, right? This is a friend of North America, always seems to be around North America, and he really gets on these planes from Australia, comes all the way out to hang out, and usually does pretty well. I mean, look at the accomplishments. 4-time regional champion, did well at Worlds in Yokohama. Let's see if he'll be able to do it here in San Fran.
Yeah, still looking for that big World Championship finish. I would say that's definitely the tournament that has eluded him the most. You know, hasn't had a more solid finish than top 16. And he was very close to making top cut. Got just outside of that top cut at the event. Played a really strong deck. Gardevoir went on to play that deck for multiple events, create what is known as the Brixty, the huge 60-card list that many players ended up playing. You know, got in the mix a little bit as a Gardevoir connoisseur myself. Shout out to Brent. You know, he's always there. And like you said, he's a friend of the community, always traveling to different events, always being very open about how his performance is every year, breaking down travel costs. He really is a proponent of globalizing the game on every level. He's definitely somebody to watch if you're playing Pokemon.
And always, like you said, creating lists that are very, very consistent. And with the Hammerpult, the Crushing Hammer Dragapult, being the deck that he has decided to pilot, and just from looking at his list, consistency is all right there for him. So I'm excited to see how Brent is going to finish out. Like you had said, just missing that big, big finish for him, but still ever consistent. I believe this is multiple years in a row that he's been #1 in Oceania.
Yeah, he just kind of blows the competition out of the water, and that's to say a lot because Oceania is a very talented region. He just, you know, it sounds a little bit straightforward to say this, but Pokemon is his life.
Yeah.
He eats, sleeps, breathes, dreams about Pokemon, always at the competition that makes the most sense for him. And he has shown how devotion to the game really can pay off over time.
I'm interested to see also, I mean, going into next season as well, Ethan, how many times we see Brent. And like you had mentioned, I mean, he lives and breathes Pokemon, right? So spending more than enough time on a plane. I believe I've seen Brent over in EU as well. Sometimes you just got to chain those trips together, get the most out of your time in the sun. But still, I mean, it's really fun to see Brent, Natalie, Tim always hanging around, just, you know, traveling together as well. I mean, you look at that Australian group right there. That is a really, really strong testing group.
Of course, plenty of action going on for the TCG stream. We've also got the video game and Pokemon GO, plus Pokemon UNITE is having their final World Championships, so never a bad idea to tune into that if you've got some time. Point being, there is lots of Pokemon action happening here in San Francisco this weekend.
Can't forget about those sweet, sweet drops as well. Make sure you have your drops turned on because you're watching us over here on the top left. You could be watching Aaron, Rose, and Ben over on your top right. But still, I mean, there's Go action. And like you had mentioned, this may be the last one for Unite. But actually, I believe for Pokemon Go, this is the last time they're actually running singles. They're actually moving to a triple format, like a team format next season. So I'm excited to see where that goes.
Speaking of Twitch drops, I wonder if you could open 4 tabs. I haven't checked this. I'm not a big drops person myself. Can you open up 4 tabs and watch each stream? I know there's a multi-stream view. Does that work for enabling all 4 Twitch drops? Somebody
yeah, someone figure it out
in Twitch chat. Figure out if that's how it works or not. Look, whatever the methods are, as long as you're getting rewards at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You know, don't hate the player, hate the game. Is that right? Is that how it goes?
I mean, definitely. I mean, you want that Pikachu chat badge, but of course you want all of the drops for all of your favorite games. I know for me, I love our TCG Live drops, but also those Champions drops helps you get a couple of extra Pokemon as well. Ethan, have you touched Champions yet?
I love watching Champions content. Shout out to my boy Aaron Cybertron Zhang, always putting out great content. But I really don't have the technical ability to do those decisions in game. It's a little bit difficult for me. I love seeing the graphics. I love seeing people enjoy the game. We were in the hotel lobby a few days ago getting ready for this event, and there were just a group of 8 people all on their phones getting ready to play what I assume is like a little get-together or a gathering. That would not have been possible, even a couple of years ago. Being able to play on the phone is just so great for accessibility, and I'm glad people are picking up the game well and really enjoying it.
Well, it's almost time for round number 7. There is still plenty of phase 1 left to go, but let's take a look at the standings to see currently where most of our competitors kind of sit. Now, Ethan, the first thing I'm really seeing here is there is a lot of representation from all over the world here, which I personally love to see.
Yeah, North America is still doing very strong in this spot. You see the top 2, Henry Chow and Cal Connor, both regional champions, both extremely seasoned players, very strong, and on very different decks. We'll, of course, talk about Calvin's deck if it ever comes to that point, but we'll keep it a secret. For now, Alex Szymanski having deep runs at World Championships, notably in 2023, where he did fall on the win-in into Michael Pramila at that tournament, so he is definitely looking to get revenge from that. Natalie Millar featured on the side stream, 6-0 right now with that Dragapult Dusknoir deck. And Rune, a player who won the first regional championships in Europe, and basically took the most of the season off to just chill and is now locked back in, and clearly so at 5-0-1 here at Worlds.
You also got to talk about Rune's friend in Europe as well, Oyvind Sivunfun, who had an amazing Worlds last year piloting Charizard EX and still back at it once again, sitting currently at 5-0-1. That is 16 match points. That is enough to make it into phase number 2, but also looking, of course, the poster child of the Pokemon TCG, dare I say, Ethan, that can't be an opinion that is too conflicted, toward Reklev 5-1. Now, Liam said it a little bit earlier in his interview. Him and Tord are both playing the same End Zoroark EX list, so it's no spoilers, but I mean, Brennan Cameraman up there as well, 5-0-1. If you remember, Brennan Cameraman might be running the same thing that he was put on the map for this season.
Yeah, interesting to note, 2 of our 3 players to watch at the pre-show doing very well so far. Riley McKay was definitely hovering around a little bit of a worse record, but still, from what it seems, still very much in the running for the tournament. Yoshiyuki on a very cool deck again. Many of these players bringing comfort picks with them to the World Championships. Really want, that partner Pokemon to be cemented with them if they do have a deep run.
Yeah, and over the summer, a brand new expansion has been released for the Pokemon TCG, and a lot of players were wondering if Pitch Black was going to have a big impact on the meta. And as we were talking about, yes, Mega Excadrill is absolutely up on the graphic for one of the most represented decks here, but is it flown under the radar enough for players to not tech for it, or does it stand toe-to-toe with the rest of the meta enough? Mega Excadrill absolutely does really well into Dragapult, but does it do well into everything else? Jury's out.
Definitely a question to ask. Another question asked is, what are our feature matches for this round number 7? So just to recap, we have 2 more rounds of Swiss in phase number 1, round 7 and round 8. Before we cut the field down just a bit, you can see our featured match. What a treat it will be. Vinny Fernandez up against Sander. You know what Sander is most likely playing, ladies and gentlemen. He is a master of the arts when it comes to control.
I'm excited to see Sander, like you had just said, master of the arts of control, but this is a legendary player coming out of Europe. But of course, Vinny Fernandez as well here, playing, of course, his tried and true. These are 2 players in their own right that have absolutely, deserved to be here, but have created history behind them. So, like you had mentioned, Ethan, Sander is a very unique deck builder. And the thing is, while he may be ready for the entire room that sits in front of him, I don't know if anybody's ready to sit in front of him.
And so many more amazing matches out here. Alex Szymanski versus Brent Tonneson, Henry Chow up against Tiavani. You've got so much action. Cal Connor versus Natalie. Rune versus Oyvind. That's a Europe matchup if I've ever seen one. Tord versus Kato. Both of those players had worked together with each other on decks in the past. So much talent. This is always the treat of being at the World Championships. No matter where you are, no matter what round it is, out in the field, there are dozens of excellent players battling it out up against each other.
Yeah, that's once again what Worlds is for, to bring the best of the best together from quite literally all around the world. Now, granted, the Pokemon trading card game has grown so much, Ethan, where some of these matchups do even happen at regionals. Players love to travel around the world to go play in regionals, and I am just so excited to see how all of these matches end up. But unfortunately, we can only feature 1. I think it's also really important to note that these 6-0 players are already guaranteed for phase 2. But the thing is, at Worlds, Ethan, you don't even want to drop 1 set. You want to make it all the way to that World Championship.
Looks like these players are getting set up and ready for our 7th Swiss round. What a matchup this is going to be. Vinny Fernandez, regional champion, up against Sander, who has come so close to that big win he's been looking for on the regional stage, on the international stage. The World Championships and a strong finish has thus eluded him so far. We're going to see if this is his tournament to run deep, and look at these players so far.
I mean, look at not only the tournament records, right, but look at their highest placements as well, looking so high. These players are the best of the best. I love how Sander has just that, like, evil smile knowing what he has.
That's
I mean,
crazy.
Like you had mentioned, Ethan, kind of spoiling what Sander is playing, and it is going to be a newer archetype, shall we say,
Sure, yeah.
Shuckle Control. Why not? I mean, we'll get into the nitty-gritty of how all of these abilities work with each other here. But of course, Vinny playing and Zoroark EX, a lot less to say than, you know, Shuckle Control with Fermented Juice as the ability.
Yeah, for those unfamiliar, healing damage, it's similar to Monkey Dory, but you don't move damage counters to your opponent's board, you just heal them off, and that is very much intentional when you're playing a deck that does not want to take prize cards. Over on Vinny's side, there's a deck he has put a lot of time into over the summer, and Zoroark EX, notably paired with that Zekrom. And it'll be interesting to see what other partners are in his deck, mainly since he is playing against multiple walls. There's a Sylveon in Sanders' deck. There's a Cornerstone Ogerpon in his deck. And while the Zekrom does have that Shred attack, it's only going to be dealing 70 damage each turn. It may not be enough to get through the wall that Sander will try and place.
And unfortunately, for the amount of modifiers that Vinny plays, it's not exactly for the Zekrom to be the one attacking. One fun thing, though, there is a couple of Punk Helmets in the list.
Wow.
For Vinny as well. So the problem is Punk Helmet only hits back if the helmet is actually attached to a Dark-type Pokemon. So yes, well, and Zekrom might be the choice attacker here to use Shred. Unfortunately, those damage counters that Punk Helmet provides isn't going to go back.
Yeah, we'll still most likely see that Zoroark attack and copy the En's Zekrom. It is still a bit of a difficult spot. You're still only applying at max 9 damage counters on your opponent's board each turn. There's nothing like Pecharunt and Binding Mochi. We see that be an extremely valuable card in this matchup because it does essentially just add 40 damage each turn. You tick up damage on your board so you can use Monkey Dory. None of those things, however, being the case. So, opening coin flip coming out for these players. Looks like Sander winning the coin flip. I wonder with this deck whether you opt to go first or second. There's just so many questions that are hard to answer when you're essentially looking at a archetype, a new archetype for the first time.
And the thing is, I think Sander might want to go first here just because that Eevee will want to get into the Sylveon. But still, like you had mentioned, Ethan, there are a ton of Pokemon in this deck. It's hard to say what exactly the ideal start is for Sander. Really will have to kind of maneuver with his deck here.
Yeah, Dunsparce is not a bad starting Pokemon by any means. It is playing the 70 HP Dunsparce. It does have one retreat compared to the 60 HP one from Temporal Forces, I believe. It does, of course, have free retreat, but with it having only 60 HP, it's not a great Pokemon because of Phantom Dive, and we won't have to worry about that in this matchup. Mulligan's coming out from Vinny's side, so that's additional cards drawn over on Sander's end. We'll see this game get underway as we try and dive in and break down what is not a simple matchup in the Pokemon TCG.
I think we have seen N Zoroark a couple of times on stream today, Ethan, and every single one of them is built differently. Now, it's not just the N Zoroark that is the attacker for Vinny's deck. Does also play one copy of Moltres if that were to be able to come into the fray at some point here. But that Punk Helmet is really going to be the one star that I'm really looking out for. Now, we talked about it a little bit earlier, how many copies of Watchtower in a couple of lists. Vinny's just playing one in a couple of N's Castles here. So I'm interested to see if Team Rocket's Watchtower is going to do what it does best and stop the Dunsparce from runaway draw.
It looks like Sander has taken his headphones off for a second. We'll make sure nothing important is being said while you get adjusted in this situation. It can be a little bit overwhelming to be on the stream. Try and check what's going on between both of these players. Another card to note as we're kind of going through the lists at this point, Vinny is playing one copy of Zerosic. That could be very impactful if Sander is unaware of that card, constantly building the hand up from the Dunsparce, and then Vinny just can slam that card at an opportune time. Sander's going to have to discard a lot of powerful resources.
And speaking of resources, plenty to go with. Only, here's the thing with control that sometimes confuses me. Oh my goodness. All right, so that copy of Rocky Fighting Energy. There's another one.
Yeah.
But 2 out of the 4 Dunsparces now sitting in the prize cards, as well as that 1 copy of Redeemable Ticket. So Xander will have to take some knockouts in order to refresh the prizes if he wants to go on ahead and run away draw. But the thing is, with control, once you get into that ideal board state, you're really just kind of playing defense. You're going to play more reactive to anything that's put in front of you.
And that 1 copy of Zerosic and the prizes for Vinny. Both players may not have all the resources they want, but they're going to have to work with what they've got. Start things off on Xander's side. Does opt to go first. Pokepad played from the hand, facing down a Badoo. So Itchy Pollen, a certainty on the following turn. What does Xander want to grab off of what may be the only Pokemon search in hand?
So what Xander does play, he does play 1 copy of this Fan Rotom Ethan. It is a very reliable way to get a couple of Eevee out or even keep going with the Dunsparce at this point. But if Xander sees that Vinny is playing and Zoroark, which he was able to off of the mulligan, Xander might want to try pivoting automatically into finding that Sylveon, but needs to remember, like you had talked about, that Shred from Zekrom will be able to at least hit through Safeguard.
This is a tough spot as well to mention. You're getting ready for game 1. It's the first turn of the game, and your opponent flips over Badoo, a very generic Pokemon in multiple deck lists. Normally, you would assume you're playing up against Dragapult, but that's not the case. What are some things Xander may want to do as a precaution, not 100% knowing what his opponent is playing?
Well, I'm not quite sure how many items are in hand, but that is the biggest point here. And as Fan Call is going to be used, that's Pokepad for the Fan Call, or for Fan Rotom for the Fan Call. So, like we had mentioned, being able to grab all this colorless Pokemon, but here comes that Eevee, and Xander now is going to try it as best as he can to turn on the draw. You were mentioning Badoo, Ethan. I'm not quite sure what Xander's hand looks like the rest of it, but it can't look like there's too many items there.
So it will be double Dunsparce plus Eevee, bit of a tongue twister. Is there any way to put energy down into play, start powering up Eevee? Now it does have that boosted evolution ability. Can move it eventually into the active spot. Be able to see something like that evolution turn 1. And wow, look at the hand. We see Relor come down, and this is what I was mentioning. Xander might think he's playing up against Dragapult and has chosen to set his board up this way. We'll get a little bit of shocking news when Vinny flips over what will be Zorua's off of this Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Xander had the knowledge of the Punk Helmet, so maybe assuming that the Punk Helmet would go somewhere else at this point. But like
it's true, there was a mulligan taken, so it may have enough information on what is happening in the deck. Sometimes those small details can definitely be important.
See how Vinny wants to get this turn going, as he knows at this point there is 1 Eevee ready to go here. I think it's really smart that Xander, I mean, granted, there also could be a point where there was no energy to move Eevee into the active, but instead just leaving it onto the bench, knowing that these Dunsparces are going to essentially throw themselves back into the deck and giving Xander more cards. But like you had mentioned, I mean, there's not much Xander can do with his current hand here, so Vinny is going to have to set up quite normally at this point.
Yeah, and having to play Ultra Ball early on, which could spell bad news. You do not want to put Meowth into play. Emily, break down why that Pokemon is just not ideal to have down on your board.
Well, it takes 3 energy attachments to get it back into your hand, thanks to that Tuck Tail. But looking at, I mean, Sylveon would be into play, and that Tuck Tail wouldn't even do any damage to it. Plus, also, that Ethan Sudowoodo is also in that deck as well for Xander. That is a prime target for an impound where that Pokemon wouldn't be able to retreat, and because Meowth EX isn't exactly an Ends Pokemon, that Ends Castle wouldn't also be able to help it out either. Uh-oh.
Yeah, can always buy yourself some time, but Vinny's got to do what he's got to do. Needs to play a supporter card this turn, so we'll see Last Ditch Catch, grab Lily's Determination, preemptively playing this Ends PP up to put an energy into play, ideally hoping to find another one for Lily. And now the question becomes, do you commit Air Balloon to one of these Pokemon? Do you bench this Ends Reshiram? Looks like the answer is going to be no. We do have to, of course, shut that watch off. That can, we know the rules here. Vinny, you've been playing for long enough, man. You know the rules.
It's very true. It's things that you don't think about until you're sitting up right there. It's like, oh no, my watch. Still though, Lily's Determination, 8 cards here. Ideally, another energy attachment. Wanting to get those energies into the discard, a reliable way to find Zoroark, but also another way to find the Zekrom, as it is going to be the only attacker that Vinny is going to be able to have 8 cards here.
And not under too much pressure the following turn. Vinny has basically hit his, block he needs to this turn. His check mark, so to say. There's 2 Zorua to play. That means Zoroark on the following turn. And looking at the hand, there's plenty to do next turn. We've got
One card that
Secret
Vinny
Box.
did. One card that Vinny did draw that is going to be really important in this matchup is going to be the Tool Scrapper, especially because Sander and usually Control loves to play a card like a Hero's Cape, but also that handheld fan too when Zoroark is going to be attacking. I mean, Sander can move around all of these energies here, but evolving right up into the Rabska already, there's the handheld fan being committed.
An interesting choice to not commit that to Eevee. May want the Hero's Cape on it instead. And while you could shuffle it back in the deck with Lily, you can thin that card out of your hand right now, put it on the Dunsparce, and when that runaway draw is used, you can shuffle it back into the deck. Heads up play here from Sander. It's these micro decisions that just maximize all the draws with this deck.
And especially because Control, sometimes you go a very, very long time. Sometimes these game ones go all the way down to the last couple of cards, and it comes down to potentially having no cards left in deck. So Sander, great heads up here, will be able to draw 8 cards, but under item lock, so these Pokepads would not be able to be used to find a Dunsparce here. Has to find one straight up.
Yeah, and there are 2 prized. Let's not forget about that. So the odds not necessarily in his favor. Still looking for things like energy cards, supporters for the following turn. There's the energy we speak of, and the Dunsparce as well. So hold on, not a bad draw by any means. We'll see the Dunsparce evolved on the active. 3 cards drawn, it's just a couple of item cards. Pokemon will get shuffled into the deck. And we'll now see what Pokemon Sander decides to promote. There's tons of options. Do you go in with Fan Rotom and take the KO? Do you go in with the Dunsparce instead? It looks like Fan Rotom promoted. We'll see what the decision is here for Sander.
A funky stadium in play as well, Ethan. It's going to be this Lumio City. Actually, you can go in and find a Pokemon, but that does end your turn here. So Sander, unfortunately, unable to find the Sylveon straight up to get right into Safeguard, but will have to keep searching for it. Is still under item lock, but if Sander is able to take this knockout, which he will with that Assault Landing, items are going to be online next turn.
It did find Sylveon, and I think that's the big piece Sander was still looking for. Sylveon and an energy attachment to start slowly powering this Pokemon up. It seems like potentially the way to go. Sander, of course, doesn't know that Tool Scrapper is looming in the background. Will still confidently attach this Psychic Energy and can even end the turn with that Lumio City to grab another Dunsparce into play and make sure this loop continues.
And the part of the reason why Sander is playing this Lumio City is because of Badu being able to go back into the deck, resetting up the draw engine here. Because he's under so much item lock right now, it might just have to be waiting for the right time to attack here. But the Shuckle's actually going to the front of the hand, Ethan.
Yeah, I mean, what pressure is Sander under in this spot? Your opponent's dealing 10 damage every turn. Your main attacking Pokemon is under no threat as things stand. It seems like an opportunity to just get these Pokemon that you want into play and draw a bunch of cards. You're pretty confident that your opponent doesn't have a way to hand disrupt you until you either A, take a knockout, or B, go down to 3 prize cards or less, and you're in no rush or obligation to do either of those.
I'm looking currently at Vinny's list, and I'm trying to find a way if there is some sort of modifier where it would be and Zoroark EX taking the knockout quite immediately, but unfortunately there isn't. It's a Black Belt's training, and Black Belt's training only works on Pokemon's active EX. So this Sylveon will be able to at least soak 1 hit, but then that Shuckle is going to be able to start healing the damage as well here. Let's see if Vinny is going to be able to find the pieces.
Does have Boss's orders in hand. There is the Tool Scrapper. Important piece now for Sander to note in this matchup, as it is a resource that interacts heavily with one of those important cards, that being the A-Spec. We'll see the retreat into this Pokemon ends. Reshiram now in play, so both of those attacks can be copied. Vinny does have boss's orders in hand. Does he choose to decide to get aggressive? It looks like he wants to hold on to as many resources as possible. Take these free prize cards right now as they're presented to him, and then worry about gusting Pokemon later on. I think that could be a winning strategy.
Well, Ethan, you're talking about Meowth in play being a little bit dangerous. I think it's the same sentiment over to N's Reshiram as well. Well, yes, I mean, Vinny does play a copy of Fire Energy for that Moltres, doesn't play a copy of the Lightning Energy so that Reshiram would be able to even attack. I mean, at least Meowth can use Tuck Tail to get out of the sticky situation, but Ethan's Pseudo-Wudo with that impound is very much a line that Sander could go for, and the more Pokemon that Vinny is benching, the more worried I'm getting for him.
The biggest issue with using Pseudo-Wudo in this matchup is it deals damage. There were Pokemon in the past that could use attacks like Sob with a double Turbo Energy, and that did 0 damage, which meant you essentially just told your opponent's active they couldn't retreat. That is the big piece. You can slowly bring up the Reshiram. Sure, it will buy you 4 or 5 turns of time, but from there, you're going to have to take that knockout eventually. And that's going to be the question for Sander. Does he, A, have the resources to bring up this Pokemon and then capitalize off of it being in the active spot? Or B, is there a way for him to prevent Vinny from doing something like moving a Pokemon or healing damage, or can he heal his own damage? That's something that could be really cool in combination with the Sylveon. Attack with it as much as possible, and then when your opponent attacks back into you, use the Shuckle while you're trapping a Pokemon to heal that damage off. A lot of different factors could come into play.
The thing is, with Sander's list, as it stands, there's no real energy acceleration. Now, granted, this Shuckle with the ability Fermented Juice.
Yeah, let's read that card.
It does heal 30 damage from one of your Pokemon, but it does need an energy attachment to go alongside it, specifically a Grass Energy. Now, this Sylveon, while yes, a great ability in specifically this matchup, does need 3 energy on it to start using that magical shot. So Sander is going to have at least to commit this Prism Energy, which does cover the Grass Energy for this turn, but he's not going to start sending damage back just yet.
The way Sander has built this deck is there's essentially no healing outside of Shuckle. Basically, without the Hero's Cape, Sylveon is in a lot of danger. It's very frail. 120 HP on a Stage 1 Pokemon will be pretty easily 2-hit KO, even from 2 Shred attacks if Shuckle can be dealt with. And that's why I wonder if Vinny has been holding these boss's orders to just try and target Shuckle as much as possible, and then once that Pokemon is taken out, Sylveon will be an easy target later on in the game.
Will not have too much energy or too much health to really heal at that point here, but Sander still going on in and using the runaway draw to keep drawing these cards. But as you mentioned a little bit before, I mean, Vinny was ready for something like this with 0-6 Machinations, but it is prized. So we'll have to start taking some prize cards in order to find that win condition. I'm wondering if Sander's just going to use the Lumiose City one more time just to get the Dunsparce going. I mean, Sylveon's not attacking, so you might as well guarantee that draw engine is going to be up and running for next turn.
Another factor to always note in this matchup is the bench space management. There's no Transformation Tome on Vinny's side, so that means this last bench space, assuming Sander does not take a KO, must be for N Zekrom. Otherwise, Sylveon can sit in the active spot and go for a deck out strategy where Vinny has no more cards left to go.
See, heading on over back into Vinny's turn. The Sylveon is ready to go, and as you mentioned, Ethan, the correct line, boss's orders here to bring up this Shuckle here. Now, I do believe, if I saw correctly in Vinny's list, there are 3 here, so he is going to be able to maneuver around at this point, hopefully try and get rid of Sander's resources here. But I'm wondering if Vinny is going to keep benching Pokemon. We talked about it a little bit earlier, Ethan, how Vinny is going to need Shred at some point, but that's another Pokemon that is going to be left on the bench here.
It's so interesting to see how top-level players play against Sander, and more specifically his concoctions, his decks, if you want to call it that. We see Zorua itself not evolving purposefully into Zoroark just in case you need a 1 prize Pokemon to attack. That is intentional, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that Vinny understood he could evolve that Pokemon, But in the Pokemon TCG, just because you can do something doesn't necessarily mean that you should.
It's so unfortunate because Sylveon being a psychic type, most of the times in the trading card game, the psychic types are weak to dark. But this one is actually weak to metal, so won't have a damage modifier here. But Xander showing another great card from Pitch Black, this Gwyn card, and especially in a deck like Control, where you're kind of teching for every single thing in the field. If you have up to two non-rule box Pokemon, you discard them, you draw 3 per non-rule box Pokemon. So for Xander, I do believe he just drew 6 cards. For 2 Pokemon, he's not going to need this entire matchup.
Can now play item cards as well this turn. Did on the previous turn. We'll see, of course, just the pass of the turn. So making sure Dunsparce can be used on in future turns as action starts back over to Vinny. See trade, get rid of Ultra Ball. 2 cards drawn from the top of the deck. Let's find another Dark Energy. There's Pheasantipity. There is a world where it could get in and attack. It does seem a resource intensive, and we're seeing this continual strategy. No Shuckle in my house. Vinny constantly playing boss's orders and trying to deal with this Pokemon.
Well, that's another turn essentially wasted for Sander as well. I mean, Sander is really trying to keep this Shuckle in play so that Sylveon will be able to heal through and through. But unfortunately, because the attachments are not going to this Sylveon, still Vinny isn't taking any damage technically. But I do like what Vinny is doing. He is essentially setting up the Meowth to be ready to use Tuck Tail. And even if it weren't for any damage, at least it would get out of play. And I like that Vinny kind of has the foresight in order to see that Sander is going to get a little bit more aggressive now that I feel like he's starting to get backed into a weird corner.
We got to do some math at this point. So 2 boss's orders have been played. There's 1 left for Vinny. So let's hypothetically say that that boss is played on another Pokemon. Actually, that 1 boss is prized. So as it stands, there's no more way to get around Sylveon. So how does the math work? Sander has now 2 Shuckle in the discard pile. There's a total of a Prism Energy and a Grass Energy in the discard pile as well. We can take a closer look. This is going to get back to the Shuckle and a Grass Energy. And now, Emily, all of a sudden, there may be that Shuckle wall coming up to protect Sylveon. And from there, Vinny just may not be able to find a way to take these last 2 prize cards, these last 3 rather.
Yeah, with the final boss's orders being prized, that's really throwing kind of a wrench in the plan. Vinny had such a good idea of utilizing boss's orders, getting all of these Shuckles out, essentially wasting Sander's turn and time, but time is all that Sander really wants to have at this point. He can take his time one by one, just attaching these energies to Sylveon at this point, now that Shuckle is reestablished, and Vinny has done an amazing job of leaving this bench space open, but the problem is, once you put that Zekrom down and you start attacking, you know that Shuckle's just going to be healing half that damage anyway.
Now it may be time for Zekrom to finally come into play. That Shred attack can get through the Sylveon Safeguard ability, but it will be taking a 3-hit KO as things stand. Once the Shuckle gets into play, then it's taking I don't even want to do the math. You do 10 residual damage each turn, and then once it gets to 110, if it gets to that point, it's probably just GG. There is Monkey Dory in the deck for Vinny, so it essentially isn't an infinite loop for Sander to promote Sylveon and not attack with it every turn. However, Monkey Dory coming down could just be bossed, and then from there you lose the ability to use that Adrena Brain ability.
And not just that, right? Monkey Dory, while yes, people don't tend to lean towards Mind Bend, can't even Mind Bend in this game either. And granted, there are 2 Fire Energy for Vinny to use Moltres, and while yes, that would be great into Shuckle as it does have weakness, and same thing into the Rapska, the problem is Moltres is really stuck doing this 20 damage realistically to Sylveon, and Shuckle just takes care of the math right away. So I'm interested to see how Vinny is going to be able to respond now. I was about to say, Ethan, it feels like Vinny is forced to attack now this turn. He has to at least get ahead of it's not even the prize race anymore, it's the damage race. So we'll see if he is going to use Shred this turn. With Zekrom coming down, it might be time.
Yeah, popular in chess, identifying threats, a huge part of the control matchup. What is the biggest problem on the board? And it's definitely that Sylveon. If you could take the Shuckle out, it would be a little bit better, but you don't have any ability. And we're seeing this sort of ace in the hole for Vinny be used a bit earlier than I expected. That's because Zoroark's Shred right now could put on the most amount of pressure. Vinny's going to have to choose his Sander's going to have to choose his 3 favorite cards, and the rest will be discarded. That's a huge blow to his consistency.
The only thing that I'm really worried about, now granted, like you had mentioned, that Vinny is using this Zero-6 early. I mean, essentially, Ethan, almost half the round is already gone here inside of this game number 1. So playing against the clock is really important here, especially as the control player. While yes, you can control kind of how your opponent maneuvers around, you have to control how much time you're using on each turn here. So Sander really has to consider what is in the discard, because honestly, most of these cards are not coming back into play.
And this is where the loop takes place, ladies and gentlemen. Sander is not trying to attack. He's trying to move all of the energy out of play. With the handheld fan, you're able to, every time the opponent uses that Zekrom Shred attack, move the energy from your opponent's Zoroark to a useless Pokemon, something like the Badoo on the bench, and from there, it may be enough. And look at all of those resources discarded. Lily's Determination hitting the discard pile, Boss's Orders, but the pieces kept. Importantly, one of those handheld fan that is going to be super impactful in this spot.
A one of handheld fan in the list as well. I am wondering, just because I am looking at the list and Sander's hand was just quite frankly so massive, it's very hard to keep track of every single one. We're talking about Pitch Black supporters with that win. It's time to talk about Team Rust Syndicate, or Rust Syndicate Grunt as well. You can't actually discard an energy from the opponent's Pokemon if there was a knockout on last turn. So with the combination of handheld fan, Ethan, that's going to be a lot of dark energy either going to the discard pile not to be used or going straight to Badoo.
Secret Box played as well, and this is a great time to play that one Team Rocket's Watchtower down. Shut off your opponent's Dunsparce and make it as hard as possible for him to draw out of this spot. We saw how many Lily's Determination hit the discard pile. May be reliant off of the Dunsparce to make something happen.
Listen, sometimes one Watchtower sticking does the entire job. Like you had mentioned, the combination of Zero-6 machinations. And I'm sure that Vinny looked through that entire hand that Sander dumped, I mean, quite closely here. Now, Sander does have a couple of counter stadiums, but I'm not quite sure how many Forest of Vitalities were pitched away here. So it is going to be the Shred, but Shuckle is going to heal at least 30 of that damage with Fermented Juice.
I'm curious to see what Sander has held onto in this spot. There is only one stadium available. We're just double checking to make sure enough cards were discarded from the Zero-6. Get a confirmation of what the situation is here between these players.
And like you had said, Ethan, only one stadium left, and that is going to be another Forest of Vitality. Still in the deck, can be used, but you have to wonder how many draw for turns it's going to take in order to find that, and part of the control engine is to keep it running. So like you had mentioned, it's very important to see what exactly Sander is going to hold in the hand here. Like you said, handheld fan does also have a Night Stretcher as well. Is that the Rust Syndicate Grunt right there?
It's there. Can't play it though since no Pokemon was knocked out on the previous turn. And it's just such an awkward spot. Do you now commit the handheld fan since you've pretty much committed to keeping that card plus the Sylveon? We may see this retreat to try and buy a little bit of time, and it is going to be the case. Railor coming into the active spot since it's not impactful. Your opponent's bench is completely full. Now is an opportune time to maybe put this Meowth out of play.
I was just about to mention that, Ethan. I think now's the point where you can tuck tail out right now. The problem is retreating here. No combination of an Ents Castle or a Pecharunt EX, so all that energy is going to have to be just manually retreated there. Now, granted, there is Ents PP ups, of course, in the list that do help that acceleration, and there are 3 of them, but do keep in mind that what Control does really well is just get all of your resources out. But like you had mentioned, it is going to be the tuck tail, at least, one Pokemon that could get impounded finally out of play.
Yeah, and an important thing for Sander has bought himself valuable time to slowly heal this Pokemon off. Every turn, that Shuckle can just residually take damage off the Sylveon until it's completely healed. See that right away, puts the Sylveon down to just 10 HP remaining. And Dunsparce was found, but there's no counter stadium. This hand is just so weak for Sander. He's kind of scratching his head, figuring out what do I do? And yeah, it's just going to be another pass of the turn over to Vinny. I could even take this KO with something like Badoo. There are so many options for him on this turn.
It's very interesting to see if Rabska is going to be the one attacking with that Psychic attack. It does 30 more for each energy that is on the opponent's active Pokemon. And into it, and Zoroark, I mean, it would do a little chunk of damage at least if Sander wants to kind of get a little bit wild with it. But I'm not quite sure how much Grasp energy is still in the discard. There should be a fair amount as Shuckles were taken left and right. But Shaman is going to make an appearance here. And because that Rabska was knocked out, it's time for that Rust Syndicate Grunt to start moving some damage away.
We'll see the heal from Shuckle. Importantly for Vinny, did find the boss's orders from the prizes, so can play one more Gust card to target Shuckle yet again. And Sander's got to be asking himself, I'm sure in his head, were those the correct 3 cards to keep in my hand? It looks like it took him by surprise.
Definitely not. And this Sylveon is still just not going to have any energy on it, and still at least wants to start attacking at some certain point here. But we saw this earlier in the day, Ethan. The Team Rocket's Watchtower is getting so much mileage here because Sander really just has to believe in the top of the deck that it'll give him that Forest of Vitality. But as you so easily predicted, that Shuckle is just going to get targeted and targeted and targeted.
3 boss's orders, 3 Shuckle going down. Vinny Fernandez is 1 prize card away from taking this game. It will most likely be the most difficult prize card to take yet again for Sander, just not able to find useful pieces. There is still the Rust Syndicate in hand, so can try and disrupt this Zoroark a little bit. But as things stand, it's just a difficult spot.
And I think, honestly, Vinny has held on to his resources extremely well in this game. So, yes, while Badoo will probably be getting a Dark Energy, Vinny definitely has a ton of ways to get a powered-up attacker ready to go. But still, that is a very, very large hand, and Vinny doesn't need to do much else other than sit by. I mean, I can't tell if that's Sander's hand. That's the deck, unfortunately. I was about to say, I was like, oh, there's a Gwyn could potentially start to draw through, but unfortunately, no, that's actually the deck. So still, that 1 copy of Forest Vitality, nowhere to be found for Sander.
It's so tough. There's 1 stadium in play, and I believe from this point, only 1 ability to get Shuckle back into play. And with there being only 1 Shuckle, you're on a much tighter clock. That meaning it's only a 3-turn situation to try and heal this off. We've got reading class, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure as many of you at home have just completed once we flashed Rust Syndicate on the stream. Because that Pokemon was knocked out, does mean that an energy can be discarded from your opponent's Pokemon. Choosing the active Zoroark, since as it stands, there is no attack lined up. Vinny does have a bunch of energies in hand, thanks to that Meowth Tucktail bouncing them back.
The only unfortunate part about targeting down the Shuckle so much is now you can't just boss's orders a Dunsparce and win from this position. Now you have to go and use the shred motions here and still maneuver your way around the handheld fan. I'm sure Vinny would much rather see a handheld fan rather than the hero's cape that Sanders showed just a little bit earlier. But let's see what's going to get.
This is a huge top deck. If he doesn't find a stadium card, this game is over. The game just ends on the spot, and that's exactly what happens. No stadium for Sander, and Dunsparce being shut off shuts the doors on Sander. Vinny Fernandez excellently piloted and takes game number 1.
And a very long game 1 in that fact. As we've always talked about, time is another battle that you are consistently fighting in the Pokemon trading card game. And because you're fighting it, especially versus Control, being up 1-0 is actually really good for you. So if Vinny just were to take his time and do what he did before and really just figure out, you know what, it's Shuckle that has to go down. It's so unfortunate for Sander with 3 Dunsparces on the bench ready to jump back into the deck. And unfortunately, that that one copy of Team Rocket's Watchtower had to have been the MVP.
Yeah, we'll look back on this game and see how things played out. I would say the Team Rocket's Watchtower pulled its weight for sure, but it was that Zerosic out of from the top ropes almost that was able to just surprise Sander. You saw he felt in a super confident spot. If he had even played down that handheld fan a turn earlier, then he doesn't have to keep that card. He could keep Lily's Determination instead. He could keep a Stadium. Those one-card differences really made or broke this game, and it was just no follow-up for Sander. His turns after were lackluster. He wasn't doing anything, and that led to him just being in this stale spot where Sylveon was there, sure, but there was no way to support it, and Zoroark was able to claw through and take this KO.
And still, there's no energy acceleration inside of this deck either, Ethan, so it's 1 energy per turn, and 3 turns were dedicated to that Shuckle. And unfortunately, while there were 3 Shuckles on the board, there were 3 Boss's Orders to follow up behind it. I will say I really love Sander's creativity with his deck as well. This Lumio City card, being able to go into the deck and find a basic Pokemon, put it on your bench, is actually really useful for a deck like Control that really isn't going in and steamrolling what's in front of you, really just taking the time. So it is going to be Sander always having at least an option to either A, thin the deck, or B, get consistency up and running. And speaking of up and running, we're up and running in game number 2.
Yeah, Buddy Poffin to start turn out. Sander, of course, going first, getting 2 Dunsparce into play. Those prize cards are a bit awkward. The Hero's Cape A-Spec being prized means that Tool Scrapper can be used on the handheld fan instead, and that honestly is a pretty good trade-off for Vinny. If you're not able to use both of those tool cards, Tool Scrapper just gets even better.
Still that 1 copy of Rust Syndicate Grunt now sitting in the prizes along with Elgium. Don't need it as much here, but Sander's prize is just that 1 A-Spec being prized. I'm a little even more uncomfortable than I was before here. The copy of Prism Energy as well, but still, look at Sander's board. Going actually now, pivoting away from Sylveon and going into something a little bit more sturdy here, and that's actually going to be Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX. That Cornerstone stance, a known villain to end Zoroark EX.
And this goes back to game number 1 with the Badoo start. You have to imagine if Sander knows Vinny is playing Zoroark in this spot, that he never benches down the Sylveon. It is essentially a worse Cornerstone Ogerpon in this matchup. It still does the same thing. It still blocks Zoroark from copying things like Rampaging Thunder, except it has 90 more HP than the Sylveon does. We'll have to see how that extra HP comes into play in this matchup.
And looking at Vinny's prizes, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, what did it for him in game number 1, Ethan, was the copies of Boss's Orders. Now, granted, it's in a much more favorable position now, and that's Zerosic's Machinations is online. I'm going into game number 2 thinking that Vinny actually has a full range of his deck that he really wants to work with, especially when you open Secret Box turn 1.
Speaking of opening things, that Meowth EX opened, and it's not happy to be here. It really doesn't like being on the world stage unless it's using that ability to grab supporter cards. So Zekrom coming down immediately thanks to that Secret Box, and the Watchtower, contrary to game 1, because Sander played that turn 1 Stadium, is going to try and hope that it puts on early disruption rather than later on in combination with what we saw in game 1, that's Zerosic.
I am always a little bit worried when that ace Stadium, if you will, coming down already here, because Sander still has 2 ways of bumping it, has both copies of the Forest of Vitality, and the thing is, that is essentially kind of win condition B that helped Vinny really take it game 1, is that those Dunsparces weren't jumping in and out of the deck here. So Air Balloon found for Vinny is really important because at least Badoo is going to come into the fray here. But those are some great cards for next turn.
See Ultra Ball in hand, that can put Zoroark into play on the following turn. Just wants to be careful. When you're playing against a deck that's so wacky and unknown, you never know what trick Sander's going to pull from up his sleeve. You might as well expect a Badoo, even though it's unlikely. Play this Ultra Ball and just play on the safe side. It's unoptimal to play that right now, but it's better safe than sorry.
Absolutely, and the thing is about Sander's deck, it's playing everything but the Badoo,
True,
really,
true.
when you look at it. There's more copies of Shuckle's Fermented Juice in the deck rather than Badoo here. So We'll see how exactly Vinny wants to keep things going in on the following turn. That punk helmet, I mean, it hasn't gotten much mileage here in this matchup, Ethan, but I do think it is very techy, if you will. If you are damaged by an attack from an opponent, you put 4 damage counters on the attacking Pokemon. So if something like a Badoo were to use Itchy Pollen, that Pokemon would actually be knocked out. That's kind of crazy to think about.
Look at this response from Sander. The Dunsparce plus Counter Stadium, and now that that Watchtower is gone, he can breathe a sigh of relief. He has the ability to use the Dunsparce now for the entirety of the game. There's nothing that Vinny can do to shut that off, and that is just a huge opening for Sander to make sure that despite the disruption, despite now that he knows Xerosic is a card he has to play around, the Dunsparce will be there to make sure he A, doesn't deck out, and B, is able to draw tons of cards.
And part of the reason why Sander is showing a sigh of relief, while yes, Prism Energy can cover the fighting energy cost, more so he wants that rocky energy on to the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon here. And there's everyone's favorite friend, Shuckle, once again hitting the stage here. But Ethan, am I seeing a way to get another Dunsparce in play? No, the engine's going to be cut a little bit early, but still, no more Watchtower, no problem.
And immediately, Vinny putting Zoroark into play. Got to imagine it's time to strike. Get aggressive, stop the item lock, and take these free prize cards without using boss's orders. We saw how impactful it was when Vinny was able to take 1 prize early on, 3 prizes with boss's orders, and then that last prize he worries about the damage. That could be a way of repeating what worked for him in game number 1.
Cyrano being the supporter for turn. This was kind of a flashback to many Zoroark builds ago. I mean, there's always still a Cyrano in any Zoroark deck to find the End Zoroark EX, but still, this is one of the best consistency cards and Zoroark is going to see. Now it's more so played in basic box, if anything here. But Vinny doing a really good job of thinning the deck. Not every single Zoroark is going to go in play, but it is going to give him fodder to at least keep sifting through. There's that boss's orders like you had mentioned, Ethan, but still, I think just taking a prize card this turn, gotta feel pretty good.
See what Vinny decides to do. Instead, just going to use Itchy Pollen. And this is a bit of a vibe check from Vinny. He wants to see where Sander's hand is at. Does he draw a bunch of cards this turn? Is he stagnant and reliant on the item cards? And this is a pretty good indication right away. We see Gwen discard the Comfey and the Shuckle to draw 6 cards. Now that Shuckle hitting the discard pile could be a big deal later on, but it's at the cost of making sure everything else is consistent.
And Gwyn coming up really gold here for Sander as he is able to at least find 1 to Dunsparce without the help of an item. See how exactly he wants to keep going here, but at least that Dunsparce is going to jump back into the deck. He's going to promote another one here, as the only thing I think Sander is really missing this turn now is another energy attachment onto the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, so Cornerstone Mask can start using Demolish next turn and getting these damage counters. But the thing is, I mean, like you pointed out, Ethan, there's 2 copies of Monkey Dory that would love to start getting into the fray here.
One of them is prized, so there will only be access to 1. Now Sander's debating whether or not it's worth it to use this second runaway draw ability. There is a Buddy Buddy Poffin in the hand, so you can essentially get back both of these Dunsparce, but wants to just play a little bit safe.
Yeah, also under item lock as well, so not going to be able to do it this turn here. But still, I mean, Vinny has tons of cards in the hand to maneuver with, and it is going to be another trade. See how he wants to keep going. If he wants to just keep using, and like you had said, I like the term vibe check for a matchup like this. I always am a big kind of advocate for looking at the time, and Sander really needs to. If he wants to be at 6-1 in a guaranteed phase 2, he actually needs to bring this to a tie here. But Vinny, he's done everything he's needed to do to guarantee that things can be okay. There's the boss's orders, does at least have the end Zekrom ready to go, but no, it is going to be another Itchy Pollen. Do you think Vinny is going to be the one that's using the clock against Sander now?
This is an interesting spot to bring up Shuckle without an energy card. May suspect that Sander cannot move his Pokemon efficiently without them being the Dunsparce. Expects, boss's orders to always be followed up by a KO, and that's what makes this play smart for Vinny. basically says, hey, look, if you want to move Shuckle out of the active spot, you have to commit a resource. You have to discard this energy card. And honestly, at that point, it's just as good as taking a KO. If anything, though, you allow your opponent to not have as strong of a follow-up since they aren't able to play item cards. So a bit of an interesting route for Vinny. We'll see what he's cooking in the kitchen.
Still, though, I mean, one attachment of the grass energy at least heals the damage, but that doesn't do much for Sander other than getting rid of the damage. Still very much under this item lock here, as it is Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon that is getting ready to use that Demolish very, very soon. But does Sander have a way to get to Dunsparce without items? I don't think so. It's just a pass back.
Not at the moment, but has plenty of cards in hand. Lana's Aid can be used the following turn to grab back that Shuckle that was discarded early from Gwen, plus the energy card that was just discarded via retreating. So Sander, while he is under item lock, I think is okay to take his time in this spot.
Problem is, how much time do you take when you are down a game and there's 12 minutes essentially remaining here?
That could be the reason why Vinny is opting to use Badoo a little bit more. It does slow the game down, and Vinny might understand that he is never winning, or rather, he is never playing 3 games of this matchup, so he might as well make every action count.
Still, though, just bullying this Shuckle, and that's all that Vinny has been doing. That's all that Vinny's been doing this set, is really just either Shuckle is his favorite or his least favorite Pokemon here. And we did get to see Sander really utilize it as well as possible, you know, decreasing the amount of damage counters here, but with no energy acceleration like Crispin, there's no way to get the attacker online and to get the fermented juice online in the same turn, and that is really hurting Sander here.
This is super interesting from Vinny. One thing that has just stuck out is how much he's been using trade after basically hitting his benchmark each turn. Cards in deck, always an important thing to think about. Gotta hope that Vinny is just careful with these resources to not play around certain things. Comfey is in the deck here for Sander. Can use that aggressively to force each player to draw 3 cards with that Flower Shower attack.
Not exactly the Comfey that I know most players love to see.
Sure.
But it is going to be Lana's Aid used to get back now 2 Shuckles. What's better than 1 Shuckle, Ethan? 2.
Yeah, this is Comfey at home, essentially. You know, the Comfey you don't want to have to worry about versus this one that draws a couple of cards. Notably for your opponent, gotta always be careful of decking out. Just gonna read the Cornerstone Ogerpon, make sure that that shred does work. There is another energy on Meowth EX, so yet again in game number 2, Vinny going out of his way to potentially buy time with Badoo to just pick Meowth up and not have to worry about it later on.
I really don't see any issue with doing it either. I mean, you're up a game anyway. You understand that Sander loves to just keep Pokemon that are in the that don't really attack in the active. And what's really important here is the fact that that handheld fan hasn't been used quite yet. So if it were to go to Meowth, could use Tucktail, and if you are able to find a way to go into Zekrom, could still use Shred. But the Monkey Dory coming down, Vinny is probably signifying, you know what, when you attack next turn, I might be ready for it.
There's another resource committed to the Shuckle on the bench. Prism Energy, every resource matters in this matchup. We still haven't seen Sorosic be played over on Vinny's side. And as it stands, even lining up for a KO on the following turn, the 10 damage from Ichipollen combined with something like the Meowth, it would of course be played around thanks to that Shuckle can slowly heal off the Ichipollen damage every turn. And that brings up the question for Vinny, does he want to win this game by taking prizes, or does he just want to kind of do everything he can to slow things down and then worry about that prize trade later on?
We are on the same wavelength, Ethan, because I just looked at the prizes and none have been taken for this entire game. So while yes, Sander was able to get to Shuckle up and running, Vinny slowly starting to close the door, just going to be a evolution onto the bench to Dunsparce now, and just a pass back over. I'm wondering if Vinny is just totally okay with just using Badoo for the rest of the match and then just committing energy as the board state kind of continues going, or could very well still use Meowth's Tail. Wouldn't take a prize card on any of these Pokemon, but at least it's out of play.
Now the consideration becomes, what do you do? And it's just going to be Ichipollen yet again. Riveting gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. I know, you don't have to tell me. I understand it. This is just the way things are. See Shuckle continue to slowly heal, and here we go. Passing back and forth, just under 9 minutes remaining in the round. Is Sanders going to want to force a tie, not walk away with 0 match points? He's going to have to get aggressive at some point, and the question really becomes when. It may be soon, as Meowth will pick itself up with that tuck tail attack.
I think the big question for me, Ethan, is how many cards are left in Vinny's deck at this point? Like you had mentioned, that win condition of putting Comfey into the fray and then having each player draw 3 cards. That could very well deck Vinny out here. And that might actually be what Xander could be going for. But the question is, how do you refresh the hand into the deck if you are Vinny at this point? There's nothing like Iono anymore to be played. All of these cards in Vinny's hand are essentially going to stay there because Xander isn't going to use something like a special red card because he has none in deck, nor does he really want his opponents to really be able to refresh the hand at any point.
Vinny may have just made a critical error in this spot. He has benched Monkey Dory, a Pokemon that can be trapped by Sudowoodo with that impound attack. And now Sander, you see him playing a bit more quickly, understands that a win condition may have just arose. Just kind of considering what resources are there. There's the Sudowoodo. There's just 1 boss's orders in the deck. The question, though, is there another Prism Energy? We can see in the prize cards there's that Stone Energy as well, or Rocky Fighting, excuse me, and a Prism in the prizes. So may have to find a redeemable ticket to try and shuffle those back in if Sudowoodo can be used. It's going to come down to those resources and, more importantly, the time on the clock.
It's very scary here, but Sander can get set up once more. Those 3 cards off of runaway draw. At least Sander is going to be at least take a, no, not going to take a prize card because the second energy was committed to Shuckle here. So can at least get the 3 to Dunsparce and the 2 Dunsparce and 8 to Dunsparce back online here, but it is just going to be the pass back on over to Vinny. I mean, like you had mentioned, Ethan, a grave mistake from Vinny at this point to bench the Monkey Dory, but also there's kind of 2 attacks going on 2 different fronts here. There can't be too many cards left in the deck.
Yeah, we'll play Lily's Determination to shuffle the hand back in. And it feels like Sander may think it's a trap to go after Monkey Dory because you usually ask yourself, why is my opponent doing the thing that they're doing? He knows that Vinny is an experienced player and may feel that Monkey Dory coming down means there's some sort of way to pivot out of the active spot, and committing those resources could lead to easy prize cards.
I totally forgot about Lily's Determination, the best supporter that we have in game. So considering no, would not bench this Moltres. I mean, granted, the damage does actually go up because Quarterstone Mask Ogerpon is an EX Pokemon, so it would do 110 damage. Still, though, double Shuckle, that's going to be healing a ton of damage here. Still trying to decide what is being promoted at this point. And just another Itchy Pollen. No more items here, but at least double the 10 damage because, I mean, at least Cornerstone's weak.
Yeah, this play is still lining up pretty well. We see the handheld fan finally played onto the Cornerstone and trying to attack with that Demolish down the line. We're going to see action start for Vinny yet again. Does have the Moltres with a Fire Energy. First Monkey Dory, Dark Energy on the bench. Means that that Adrenabrain ability will come back online. And there is the Shred for 70 damage. Now the handheld fan can start to move energy cards around, and it will most likely go into the Badoo or that Monkey Dory.
And the thing is, it's Sander not really leaving damage counters on the other side either to be thrown back here. And as we talked about in the beginning of this match, this Monkey Dory is not going to be attacking either with a Mind Bend. Not the right energy to go along with here. So with 4.5 minutes remaining here, I mean, Vinny did at least refresh the deck at this point to get some cards back in, but now it's a matter of can this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon run Vinny out of resources to get to a tie?
We'd love to see how many bosses orders Vinny has played so far in this game. We know 1 is in the prize cards, and 1 was used earlier on. Actually, both have been used, and this is trouble for Vinny because he can only do a maximum of 10 damage every turn, and I think Sander understands that as long as there's no more bosses orders, he has checkmate on board.
No items, no or under item lock, no problem here. And now Sander can just play the waiting game. But the thing is, I mean, Vinny is still up a whole game. So if Vinny were to just continue doing what he's doing, it could very well be. And Sander just saying, you know what, go right ahead. I'm going to have to deck you out at some point.
No more Lily left because there are 2 in the prize cards for Vinny. There's the scrapper on the handheld fan. Moltres gets involved, uses that attack to deal some solid damage. 110 with Fighting Wings. But that damage can be healed off. Now all Sander needs to do is find an energy card to attack with Demolish, take a KO onto this Moltres, and limit the damage that Vinny can do each turn.
Big 6 cards here coming out from the Gwyn. Will he find one? And he will. This is massive.
Finds it, can grab that card, take a KO onto this Moltres, and from there, there's only going to be 10 residual damage each turn from Zoroark. While you can't move the energy cards, you're still going to be buying enough time to win this game because there are no more Lily left for Vinny.
At this point, Vinny, while yes, can reestablish this Moltres, like you said, Ethan, definitely does have the checkmate at this point, at least to bring us to a tie here. But does Vinny want to keep playing and running down the clock? Like you had mentioned, Lily's Determination no more inside of this deck. You have to wonder if at least one of those Lily's Determinations were left, this could be a very different result.
Every second counts at this point. Vinny is yet to promote a Pokemon, needs to do so quickly. And the question now becomes, can Sander pass enough times to win this game? There's only a few cards left in deck. It's going to really come down to the wire here. We've got just 2 minutes remaining.
So unfortunate to see that Black Belt's training as well coming into the hand.
And here we go. Turn as fast as possible. Heal 2 energies off, pass. And that's essentially all that's going to happen in this spot. Don't want to give extra damage to Monkey Dory. We'll see another evolution for good measure. But Sander, you've got to keep the pace going.
Boss's orders being eyed up as well.
Doesn't do anything in this spot. Every Pokemon in play can retreat. I guess it's just going to target Monkey Dory to take the KO with Demolish. Does get through the resistance, not like it would matter. But Sander, there's just 90 seconds left, and this is going to have to be a win via deck out. Sander cannot take enough prize cards in this amount of time.
But you have to wonder how many cards are technically left in Vinny's deck to do so. No trades have been used and can't be used. But Vinny just, honestly, what do you say, Ethan? About 10 cards left? I mean, that discard pile is massive at this point.
I don't think there's enough time. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but assuming Vinny takes at least 30 seconds on each turn, there's just no way he decks out. He's got more than 5 cards or so remaining in the deck. He can constantly force Sander to do actions each turn by healing with the Shuckle, and it looks like this is going to be good news for Vinny. There's the draw for turn. We're seeing the Dunsparce come into play. Is there a way to deck Vinny out? There is the Comfey. Let's not forget about that. Buddy Poffin. Are there 3 cards left in deck for Vinny? I'm unsure. It's just double checking. Make sure that that Pokemon is in play. So let's not count Sander out just yet, but needs to finish this turn. That is a huge piece in these next 30 seconds so we can get that extra crucial turn.
Is Sander going to be able to find the line that you had mentioned, Ethan? I mean, one of those Psychic Energy is committed to the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, and that's actually the Psychic Energy that he needs. So he needs to actually find a Prism Energy to follow suit here, but he's working really, really quickly. Triple Shuckle, Ethan.
But there's just 5 seconds remaining, and I'm not sure Sander is going to be able to play quick enough to win this game. We are officially in turns of time. So now the question becomes, how does Sander close things out with just 2 turns remaining, including this one?
And you're not essentially taking...
Sorry to interrupt
you.
Go ahead. There was a 2-minute time extension potentially added to this game, so we'll confirm exactly what's happening. But I did read that there was a time extension at some point. We'll have to check and see if the clock has been updated and if these players are turn 0 and turn 1.
That is really important going into the final 3 turns as well, because like you had mentioned, Ethan, it's about the deck out at this point here to bring Sander to 5-1-1 and guaranteeing himself into phase number 2 here. I think the players might be trying to figure out the
Okay, looks
board.
like time has been called now at this point, confirmed. So we're just going to see a pass. How many cards does Vinny have left in his deck? If it's more than 3 or 3 or more.
It's definitely more than 3.
Yeah, it looks like it's more than 3 cards. Sander can do all he can to heal off slowly, but there's not going to be a way for him to deck out, it seems, his opponent. So we'll see Sander go through the motions, do everything he can, but it seems that it's almost inevitable. He'll be unable to take all 4 prize cards and, more importantly, be unable to run Vinny out of cards. It were these last 5 minutes, Emily, it seems, that really made or break this game.
Well, finding 3 Shuckle with 3 energy on it to consistently use fermented juice, just not enough. There's the Comfey.
Yeah, you have to imagine that if Sander decided to use Comfey on the previous turn to mill his opponent of 3 cards and had some sort of way of bringing it back plus a psychic energy, that it would be a completely different game.
Is there a Prism in hand? I don't see it,
No.
Ethan.
But it's not like it matters. You know, Sander here is turn 2. This is his last turn to play the game. There's a Prism in the deck. And we saw a Prism come down onto Shuckle, I believe, the previous turn. So you've got to wonder, was that line available for Sander in this game? Coulda, shoulda, woulda, but it's not what ended up happening.
Let's see what happens with the Lily's determination. Is it 3 cards? It doesn't look like 3 cards from my view.
It has to be. If it was less than 3 cards, we would have seen something surely at this point.
He's still
we may still see Comfey come in and style. But
why not?
Styling does not win tournaments, unfortunately.
And neither does no energy here, so we'll be able to use fermented juice 3 times to heal a ton of damage. But I think Vinny has been able to get through using his End Zoroark deck to continue on in this tournament. 6-1 into phase number 2, thanks to End Zoroark and a punk helmet, because why not?
Little wink from Vinny. I see your style, my friend. Picks up the win. 6-1, taking down control. Deck that a lot of players definitely would feel a bit in tough water. Vinny is an experienced player. He knows how to handle these situations and does so with style.
Honestly, I mean, it's the Watchtower game 1 that really kind of put Vinny so far ahead. And you have to wonder, Ethan, I mean, it did so much work in game number 1, and then in game number 2, it was played so quickly, and unfortunately bumped so quickly, but that's the thing with control, Ethan. As long as you're ahead and you keep that pace of play going, you figure out every single one of your lines, you're unstoppable versus this archetype.
Let's look back at that set. It was definitely the most interesting of the weekend. 2 very different decks with very different strategies. Early on, Sander going for the Sylveon instead of the Cornerstone Ogerpon, not really knowing what his opponent is quite yet playing, and it was Shuckle City for Vinny. Wanted to make sure that anytime a Shuckle came down, it was put under pressure. Boss's orders after boss's orders after boss's orders, and importantly that turn, taking the Zerosix machinations off the prizes and leading his opponent to discard so many resources, and that Watchtower being able to stick.
I mean, Vinny didn't even use Zerosix in game number 2 either, I don't believe. Just really kind of had the ideal board, and while Sylveon's Safeguard was able to protect him versus Night Joker, wasn't able to protect him all the way through. Vinny with that game number 1 locked in hand, so it was just all about being able to maneuver through this weird kind of course of what control is. And the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, great idea, but unfortunately for Sander, just the wheels weren't moving far enough to take him to at least a tie.
Not much that could have been done. Sander fell to Vinny. He is now advancing to 6-1. Let's throw it down to the stage and hear from Vinny after that win.
Thank you so much, Ethan and Emily, for inviting us back onto the stage. We're here with Vinny, and wow, what a game. That was phenomenal. Did you have any idea that this is a style of deck that you might face in the event?
Yeah, this is a very cool deck. I remember I used to talk to Sander back when I was a senior. I got finals at AIC with his list. So he's a guy that helped me a lot in the past, and it's just very nice to be able to play against him in this stage in the World Championships. But yeah, he's a very different deck as always. We all know that Sander used to
played this deck, and now he's back playing Control. Just had it in a great time against him.
I love that. So you've actually practiced kind of with him and his decks before. That's such a great kinship that you have together, and I'm really pleased to hear that that's kind of a really friendly match between you guys as well. So, Zoroark, of course, a deck that you have been loving this season. Was it a surefire pick for the World Championships for you, or were there doubts?
Yeah, so I was a little bit scared because we have this new deck that is Excadrill. We also have these Clefairy Yogurpon decks that had a lot of success in Japan. So I had to make some changes to my Zoroark deck. As you can see, I added the Moltres, and it's been very helpful for me. I beat an Arboliva deck, which has Ogerpon. I also beat Excadrill last round, thanks to Moltres. So yeah, I've been playing Zoroark for almost a year now. I think maybe more than a year. But I really love this deck because I never played the same 60. It's a deck that I always make changes. It can adapt well to the meta. And yeah, that's what I did for this tournament. I added Moltres, and so far it has been a great tournament for me.
You're certainly high-flying with that Moltres, and weakness is coming in so clutch for you. Love to hear that. Have you got any shout-outs before we let you go and get ready for the next match?
Yeah, so I have a lot of friends in Brazil, family, but I want to thank one special person, which is my brother. I really wish he was here with me. I always love to play in tournaments, but with him is special. Hopefully he will be back soon. But yeah, special shout-out to my brother at home.
That's really sweet. Thank you so much for joining us. We wish you the best of luck in the remaining rounds and, of course, tomorrow. So glad you've got that in the bag, and thank you so much. We're going to toss it back to the casters now so we can get one more round in before the end of the day.
Thanks as always, Amy. What a round that was. We really saw two distinct, different archetypes battle it out and clash. Would love to, as always, bring Pablo in to really cover how that matchup played down. There was a lot of different things going on, a lot of moving pieces, but one thing was definitely for sure, that Zerosic came from out of nowhere 100% from that top row.
Yeah, not a very common tech card, but I mean, it helps against Alakazam, right, which is a bad matchup for Zoroark, so I'm sure Sander might have had an inkling, but sometimes with no exact deck list information, you have to make your bets on whether they're going to have a certain card or not. But yeah, that game one, of course, super long, and I will not lie, like my notes for this one are the longest they've been. I have so many clips here of the key moments, the key decisions, and I think with both players playing with inaccurate information, right? I don't think either player knew exactly what they were playing. You guys mentioned how that body start could lead to Dragapult, right? We are also in round 7, which I have an inkling Sander did have an idea that Vini was playing Zoroark at this point in time, but I think the biggest issue and the reason why we didn't really see that cornerstone is he simply didn't have access to it easily. The only way to search for the cornerstone is through that Lumiose City Stadium card, whereas the Eevee obviously can be found through Fan Rotom, and the Sylveon can be accessed through Pokepad, which we do have multiple copies. So maybe leading with Sylveon into Cornerstone could have been a game plan. I don't know if Sander ever saw the Cornerstone or had an opportunity to really put it down, and he fully committed to Sylveon, which I think to an extent it could have worked, but the Stadium really locked him down towards the end. Another key card in Vini's deck, aside from that Zerosic that you mentioned, Ethan, was this Tool Scrapper, right? Another tech card. The metagame, I think, leading into Worlds was really showing a big increase in use of Heroescape and how that extra 100 HP can really turn the tables for many decks. Dragapult with the extra HP, even Excadrill with the extra HP being out of range of Blaziken EX. So having that Tool Scrapper to get rid of those, get rid of handheld fans as well, any Balloons, all of those very, very useful, and Tool Scrapper being such a versatile card really made Sylveon so much less of a threat, and that's exactly what we saw towards the end of the game. Now, afterwards, the key turn. Yeah, Zerosic out of nowhere, humongous hand for Sander. I think this led to the time extension, right? Because
I mean, when you have a 20-card hand, you really have to think things through and really make plans. So Sander took his time, was able to get down to 3 cards, but we did see a very crucial discard at this stage, which was one of the stadium cards. Yeah, the Forest of Vitality was chosen to be discarded, not one of the cards kept in hand, and that led to that end game situation with the stadium being discarded. Sticking in play, the Rockets Watchtower, which obviously Vinny, being as talented as he is, he first played the Zorozic, made Xander make decisions based on the information that was on the table, and then Vinny played the secret box in order to react to the resources. He was very thorough. He checked Xander's discard pile, really analyzed and made predictions, I'm guessing, on which cards and which resources were likely available to Xander, and he made the call that that was the moment to play the Team Rocket's Watchtower with 2 stadiums down, potentially 3, I don't remember exactly, to shut down all of these Dunsparces for the rest of the game, and of course shut down the engine, and making it so that replacing the Shuckles over and over was going to be very, very difficult. And now, afterwards, what happens? I think in game 2, of course, time is playing against Xander, right? With the time rules, the only completed games count, and Xander's deck isn't really an attacking one. But he was able to get 2 energy onto a cornerstone. Beanie was actually knew that the time rules were in his favor, so he was bossing up things like Shuckle, which of course cannot easily retreat or cannot go back to the deck, such as the Dunsparce, in order to buy himself time, right? And I don't know if this is one of those situations where you have to either stick with your plan or adapt to the situation. And I want to point out how we saw this double Shuckle with energy, taking the time before fully committing to applying pressure with the Cornerstone, right? You have that defensive plan. You know Cornerstone can only be hit by 70 damage from the Shred, maybe a little bit more if you start damaging and Monkey Dory gets in on the action, but overall, I would have loved to see Xander be a little more aggressive, which he did, but it came down to the very last moments, and maybe it was a little too late. Of course, he had the Comfey idea in his mind, but with a little bit more pressure from the Cornerstone onto anything that was active, perhaps I would have forced Vinny to react, to trade more aggressively, and allowed him to deck Vinny out with the aggression, combined with the aggression of the Cornerstone. So many things at play. I love watching these control decks because they really push you to come up with new lines and really push you to the edge of your seat, literally maximizing every single resource that you have and making sure that you make everything count, as well as not leaving any liabilities in play that could get trapped and could leave you out of the game. So major props to both. I think they both played excellently, and Vinny really took advantage of the slow but steady aggression that he was able to pile on that first game.
Yeah, totally a different game depending on if you know your opponent's card counts and not knowing your opponent's card counts. And we even saw that with the Pseudo Udo, right? I feel like if you know your opponent's not playing pivoting outs, Xander plays that last turn completely differently.
For sure. Yeah. So deck knowledge, in Top COD, players get to see each other's deck list before the match. We are not at that stage yet. So all of that with both players being extremely good, they can make educated predictions or educated guesses on their opponent's resources available, but really trying to guess the exact 60 cards with both players playing very unique decks as well. Vinny's take on Zoroark is also very unique with those Fire Energies and the Moltres. So yeah, really interesting to watch this play out from a viewer's perspective for sure.
Appreciate your insight, Pablo. Thanks as always. As we get back into the Pokemon TCG action, we've got our 8th Swiss round coming up. We're going to have to take a quick break before we get to that, but you at home, don't you worry. While we wait, we've got a special interview with the Tabletop Village, plus an exclusive look at this year's Pokemon Center in San Francisco. Stay tuned.
Hello everyone, I'm back again and we've got some amazing guests. Can everybody tell me, who are you?
My name's Marco, and my favorite deck's Charizard.
Charizard, good choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, happy with that choice?
Yeah.
You gonna stick with it?
Yeah, because I used to play it a lot, so.
Amazing, and yourself?
My name is Edison, and my favorite deck's Goldengo.
Good choice, and one more.
My name's Gautam, and my favorite deck is also Goldengo.
Oh, wow. Okay. 1 Charizard, 2 Goldengo. How do you feel? You've got them beat in weakness, right?
Yeah. So, yeah.
That's a lot of fun. So, you guys are part of Tabletop Village, is that right?
Yeah.
What exactly is it?
Tabletop Village is like good for like testing, and it sells a bunch of cards, like if you need cards. So, yeah.
Amazing. What does it mean to be part of an amazing group like this?
It helps with testing for tournaments and finding cards you might need.
Incredible. So it's almost like a resource for you guys as well to help you get to the World Championships. Is that right?
Yeah, for sure. We can test as much as we want. Tournaments are great for practice, and they have all the cards that we need.
That's incredible news. If you guys had to pick one person out of the whole group to win the World Championship, who do you think's got it?
Me.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Dance break. Okay, who do you think is going to win the World Championship out of you and your friends?
Me.
Oh my gosh, are we going to have confidence all around? Who do you think's going to win?
Oh, him.
Hey! Well, I'm sure you've all practiced a bunch. Good luck this weekend. I'm going to be rooting for all of you, but at the end of the day, only one of you's got this. So, for one last time, let's have a big cheer. We all got here. Let's give everyone a huge congratulations in 3, 2, 1.
Congrats!
Oh, come on, guys. Can we do that one more time? Can we do a bit of energy?
Yeah.
Let's give a big congratulations to everyone who qualified.
Congratulations!
Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Pokemon Center here at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco. As you can see, we've got the World Championship side. We've got the Pokemon XP side. I hear it's absolutely insane in there. Let's go take a look. We got to get me popping out behind everything that we can. Let's take a shot of it. Oh! Hey, how's it going? Beautiful pieces. Bring it in close here. I want you to take a look at this for everyone at home. This is a fantastic piece. This is the beautiful Sableye we have right here. Without question, one of the finest we have. Beautiful, sparkly. We have the Eevee right next to it. And finally, the Jigglypuff. Very nice collection. The official mat, limit 1 per customer, but I count as 2 customers, so I will take 2. No? King Pikachu. We have now transitioned from the World Championships to the XP area. Space-themed, extremely cool. In my opinion, cooler than the World Championship area. I'm probably not supposed to say that. Let's do some pop-outs. Boom, pop-out. Okay, get a picture of me with the Umbreon. Here you get it. The World Championship playmat and bag, also limit 1. These are different though, so I can take them. Yes? Yes, I got a yes. Place is poppin'. Beautiful, special, elegant. One of them's going on a trip, one of them's blasting off, another one would be in a spaceship. I think I like Kirlia the best. I have been excited to see this the entire time. This is the item I've had my eye on more than anything else. This jacket right here. It's beautiful, it's special. I'm not exactly sure where I can wear it except everywhere, and I want it very badly. I will be back for it, because technically I'm not allowed to shop for this right now.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to the 2026 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships here in San Francisco, California. Of course, taking place alongside Pokemon XP for the first time ever this weekend as well. We've had 7 incredible Swiss rounds of trading card game action, and just one more remains this evening. One more chance for players to make it from Phase 1 into Phase 2 and keep that World Champion dream alive. I'm Chip Ritchie, joined here by the 2009 U.S. National Champion, Kyle Pukasukovic. Kyle, an amazing day, a wonderful weekend. How are you feeling heading into this last round?
Amazing. Can't believe we're already at the last round of the first day of competition here, Chip. It blew by. We've seen a lot of great matches here so far, a couple of one-sided ones along the way, but hoping to close things out with a great one. We do have some great players lined up for our final round that we're going to feature on the stream, but I think maybe some interesting results happening so far here at the World Championship.
That's right. Yeah, let's take a look at the standings as we head into this final Swiss round of the day. The players who are standing above the rest, only 2 undefeateds remain. Brent Tonneson up against Calvin Connor. They are facing off at table 1 this round. Brent from Australia, Cal from the US. Only one of them can claim that undefeated ranking heading into Phase 2.
Yeah, and I think a lot of very well-known names on this list. I think the top 3 or 2 of the top 3 we've featured on our stream so far with Brent and Henry. And we also have Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, who's had a very strong season. You can see down at number 8 there at a 6-1 record, as well as Alex Szymanski, someone who's had a lot of strong showings in a lot of tournaments, a former international champion, looking to make a deep run here. Look at number 16, a former world champion just 9 years ago, Diego Casiraga, looking to maybe become a 2-time world championship.
Yeah, no one else has ever done it besides Jason Klaczynski with his 3 world champion titles. Diego is keeping himself in that running to try to chase after those trophies that Jason holds so dearly. Diego, of course, won in 2017 in Anaheim, California with Gardevoir GX, a newly released card heading into that weekend, and he proved that time that it was the strongest deck in the room. But he's had tons of other successes at the World Championships as well. I know he had a top 8 finish back in, I believe, 2009, is that correct? Or 2007, actually, with a Vaporeon deck.
Yeah, I think Baynet EX.
Yes,
sounds
yeah.
about right. Yeah, Diego's been playing at the World Championships for many, many years. I competed against him in 2005 at the World Championships. I think he might be wearing the same hat that he wore almost more than 20 years ago. I'll have to check with him on that. But just a lovely guy, and he's still at it. You know, we talk about how Ross Cawthon is the only player to qualify for every World Championships for the TCG, but Diego's got to be pretty close. He's been going at it for a long time.
And he's been competing at a high level, it feels like, every year at the World Championships. We talk about him at this point in the event having a deep run. I remember at Hawaii Worlds a couple years ago, he had a decent little run with an Ancient Toolbox deck. Fell off in the last couple of rounds of Swiss, couldn't quite make it into cut, but had a really strong run at that event, and he's looking to go even farther here, 6-1, very much still in the running to make that happen.
Yeah, but I think always the fascinating part about the World Championships, yes, we have all these players who have a long, storied history, great results throughout their career. There's probably going to be someone from this list here that may not be a well-known name right now, but could make a deep run into the top 8 of the World Championships. We might even be looking at a world champion here and not even know it yet.
Certainly entirely possible. Diego's opponent this round up on the feature stage will be Keito Arai, coming from Japan, a player that we see very frequently in the western part of the world, competing in TPCI region events. We've seen him have success at regionals and international championships alike. He's still able to earn himself the invite here. He's also got, you know, plenty of top finishes at Champions Leagues over in Japan, someone who has had tons of success in the game. No surprise to see him continuing to do well.
Yeah, and we do have the Battle of the Undefeateds there between Brent and Cal Connor. 2-7-0 players. We saw Brent earlier with that Dragapult deck and continued his hot streak here through the first day of competition. And, you know, a lot of names we recognize here as well. Henry Chow, saw him earlier. And again, so many great players. Liam Halliburton, I think we also featured earlier in the day. So that's what you come to expect at the World Championships. But still, I would say a surprising mix of decks here at the top so far.
Yeah, and Liam's opponent there, Tianyi Rong from mainland China, 6-0-1. defeated Tord Reklev in Swiss round 6, tied Henry Chow in Swiss round 7, now finds himself up against Liam. That's quite the gauntlet to go through your last 3 rounds of a tournament.
Yeah, those are some of the top players in the Pokemon TCG. Of course, Liam was the #1 rated player in the North America region this season. I think #2 globally, only behind Tord Reklev. Well, I mean, the competition is as intense as it's ever been in the Pokemon TCG. You know, it's always a great time to jump into the Pokemon TCG. You know, if you're watching, maybe haven't tried playing before, it's always a great time to jump into the game. I'd say at the top of the competitions here, we're seeing a lot of players who just put in so much time and effort to hone their craft and get to where they are right now.
And many of those players putting in that time through the Pokemon trading card game live, just such a useful tool to have access to. I see players all the time posting online their current rankings on that ranked leaderboard, that race to 2,000 it seems, which is such a high number to get to. The amount of games it has to take to get to 2,000 is absolutely incredible, but many of the players on this list have done just that in preparation for this and many other events.
Yeah, and it's not just playing a lot of games, you have to win a lot of games,
Oh, yeah.
Chip. And every time you get up that high and you lose a game, you lose a lot of rating points, and then you got to grind your way back up. So yeah, it takes a lot of dedication, willpower, and skill as well to get yourself up that high on the Pokemon TCG Live ranked ladder.
Easy way to get started is through the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, able to be downloaded on computers, most mobile phones, tablets as well. Really easy to just jump right in. They load you up with tons of cards as well in order to get your journey started.
Absolutely. And, you know, as we kind of look through, you know, don't want to really talk about exactly what each player is using, but I think one big trend we've seen so far through the first 7 rounds of Swiss here at the World Championships, I think is a surprising amount of Alakazam rising to the top. I think we have several at the top tables here so far. I think everybody expected Dragapult EX to be here, and of course it is. It's still well represented. I think so far the standout deck has to be that Alakazam.
It's had a really strong showing so far this event, and still many more rounds for it to compete in. Those of you tuning in, let's not forget the ways you can earn rewards for watching the stream this weekend. In that Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, of course, 30 minutes gets you 6 booster packs. The Mega Zeraora EX playset for 45 minutes, 60 minutes to get all sorts of nice cosmetics. And if you get over to Pokemon XP for the panel, get yourself some more booster packs as well.
Yeah, make sure you get those Twitch drops. You can redeem those in your Pokemon TCG Live account and get all this cool stuff here if you watch for a good amount of time here. We're not asking for that much of your time, Chip, but you know, you get some cool stuff, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 60 minutes. Got to get that exclusive 2026 Worlds Crate in there. Look at all that cool stuff.
Another exciting event we've got as well is happening over in London. EDM Concert, Marshmallow and Alice in Wonderland, Pokemon Night Out, EDM Concert tickets available at the O2 November 10th, 2026. It's going to be an exciting time without a doubt.
Yeah, the one in LA sold out, but the one in London, tickets still available. Love the O2, great arena there in London. That's going to be happening in November. We've had a lot of day out events so far for Pokemon this year. Of course, part of that 30th celebration, so celebrating 30 years of Pokemon, and these EDM concerts are a celebration of the night out side of things. So if you're a fan of some music, hitting up a concert, Marshmallow, very well known.
Oh yeah,
go check it out.
Dialing it back in here to the World Championships. Puka, I do believe our players are getting set down on the stage. It's going to be Keito Arai up against Diego Casiraga. Both players, excellent records throughout the year. Excellent records thus far in this event as well, with really strong tournament finishes.
Yeah, speaking of Alakazam, Diego is one of the players bringing that to the World Championships. You know, Diego's not one to shy away from playing basically anything. Whatever he thinks is going to give him the best chance to win, he'll go with it. Usually going with off-meta things a lot of the times as well. Alakazam might fit here, but going up against you consider one of these big basic toolbox decks headlined by that Mega Kangaskhan EX and the Lily's Clefairy EX.
Certainly going to be an interesting match. No Dragapult here to close the day out for us. Going to be a couple of the other decks out there in the room. The basic toolbox from Kato, the Alakazam from Diego. Which one will prevail and move on to 7-1? Both of these players have already locked up a spot into Swiss Phase 2, so that's pretty nice to at least have in the back of your mind, but at the forefront should be the fact that getting another win here gets you that much closer to top cut, which is the ultimate goal for these trainers.
Yeah, two excellent players here at the World Championships, two championship caliber players. Of course, Diego, literally a former world champion, looking to make another deep run and add to his legacy. And the Pokemon TCG, of course, has that trademark hat that he's been just been known for decades at this point. It suits him well, Chip.
Yeah, I know Diego's got his family in attendance this weekend as well. A special moment as a father to have his children cheering him on. Seeing Dad up on the big stage has got to be a cool moment.
I do remember back when Diego won the World Championships 9 years ago. He was just about to have a baby. And now, all these years later, Chelsea's grown up quite a bit and can now watch his father play at the World Championships. What an awesome moment.
For Kato, he's going to be aiming to find a way to win. It does seem like this matchup may be difficult to navigate. Alakazam, single prize Pokemon, multi-prize Pokemon on the side of Kato. Many things can happen, of course, and we'll see what strategies he employs once he sees what Diego is playing.
Absolutely. I think, you look at this, the single prize decks tend to trade favorably into these big basic decks, but a whole lot of stuff can happen. There's so many options. There's this toolbox style of deck that Kato is playing. There are some, non-Pokemon EX in there as well to throw into the mix. It's a very aggressive style of deck. So anything can happen here, but gotta think when both players flip over their Pokemon, Diego's gonna be the happier one to see what this matchup is.
Prize cards going out for both of these players. Of course, drawing 7 in the opening hand, and now a bunch laid to the side, and a pretty big one in prizes right there for Diego. That Shaman, Flower Curtain, an ability that could protect his bench. That'll open up some Wellspring Mask Ogerpon plays on the side of Kato.
Yeah, this is a big card in the matchup. It's a way for this big basic deck to take multiple knockouts, and also a way to kind of slow the Alakazam deck down. If you're able to knock out 2 Pokemon at once, we'll see if that Shaman being in the prized cards makes a big difference in this one. But Chip, we are getting things kicked off. Round 8 here at the World Championships.
The final round of the day, and it will be Diego Casiraga kicking us off. Abra as his active Pokemon into the Buddy Poffin played right away, searching the deck for 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less, adding them to the bench. The starter for Kato is Mega Kangaskhan EX. So for Diego, can't quite key in onto what Kato is playing, as Kangaskhan is a popular Pokemon in many different archetypes, but have to imagine in this opening sequence, his setup will be pretty similar regardless.
Interestingly enough, a lot of decks that play Mega Kangaskhan do play ways to hit your bench. The Wellspring Mask Ogerpon could potentially be up against a Slowking deck. And in that situation, you'd be looking through your deck and going, oh no, where's Shaman? But I think, thankfully for Diego, this is not a Slowking deck. He's not in danger of getting Tri-Frosted on the second turn of the game. But I think going to be very happy to go first, have the Buddy Poffin. If he's got that telepathic psychic energy to get more basic Pokemon in play. It's really what you're after with this Alakazam deck. Get your basic Pokemon out as quickly as you can. You need to start evolving them up.
We see his A-Spec card being played right away on the first turn, Enriching Energy. Able to draw 4 cards from the top of his deck.
Such a powerful card. Drawing 4 cards just for playing an energy card. And of course, has a combination with that to Dunsparce, the runaway draw, to shuffle it back into your deck so that you can use it again later to draw more cards. 'Cause that's the name of the game with Alakazam, draw cards.
And right away for Kato, we do see that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon in hand and a Lily's Determination also. It's certainly possible for a turn 1 Torrential Pump. Believe's got some energy switch. Yeah, 4 energy switch in this list. He's going to draw himself 8 cards from this Lily's Determination, and he still has Mega Kangaskhan's run errands to utilize.
Of course, it is a big combo you need here, Chip, right? 2 Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, 2 Grass Energy, 2 Energy Switch. But if you pull that off, both of those Abra are going down.
It is a big opportunity here for Kato. It would be an impressive combination of cards. He's going to start off with these 8 and see what he has to work with. Bug Catching Set can piece some parts of that combo together. Actually, 2 Teal Mask already found here. He also does need Latios in order to move his Kangaskhan, but he's got a couple Ultra Ball to potentially do that. He's going to have a few cards to draw here. All he needs is a couple Energy Switch, and he can piece this together.
Ooh, this is going to be a very impactful moment to start off this first game. Do you see the, has all the energy and the 2 Ogerpon as well. And an Ultra Ball to find the Latias EX. Unfortunately, has no Energy Switch currently, but 2 cards from the run errand, 2 more cards from those Teal Dances. It can still happen.
It's certainly in the realm of possibility as Bug Catching Set yields Iron Leaves EX and a basic Grass Energy off of the top 7 cards from the deck. Diego giving it a good shuffle before the run errand of Kato, and do not see any Energy Switch there, so I think the possibility is dwindling quite a bit here, and now I don't think we're going to see that quite happen with that Area 0 Underdepths being drawn, but we'll still see Kato continue to fire through the deck here. A couple more Teal Dances, a couple of Area 0 Underdepths. Not really much else to work with here.
Yeah, you got to wonder, how aggressive does Kato want to be here? You can play the Iron Leaves EX and just go right in, get a turn 1 attack to get a knockout and try to pressure your opponent as much as possible. Try to get a read on, what the situation is. How strong do you think Diego's hand is? Do you want to take a turn off? I know this is a big decision. It's really tempting to go in for an attack.
The upside is really strong as you would jump ahead in the prize trade and force Diego to find answers and also take away part of the draw engine by KOing this Abra. But the downside, of course, is the fact that Diego could possibly respond and take a knockout, and 1-hit KO. This Iron Leaves removing all of the energy for play, but Kato is gonna give it a shot. Rapid Vernier, when the Iron Leaves comes down, is able to move all of those energy cards over to itself, pushes itself to the active spot, and Prism Edge on turn 1 of the game, 180 damage. Down goes Abra.
All right, Diego under a lot of pressure to start this off. Needs to find perhaps Rare Candy and Alakazam to fire back on this turn. Now, the nice thing about being the Alakazam player in this matchup is you do have a bit of time. Your Pokemon only give up 1 prize card when they're knocked out. Your opponents give up 2, sometimes even 3 prize cards. So you can really make up that gap sometimes. Go down a few prize cards, but come back in the end. So Diego doesn't necessarily need to get a knockout here, but if he does, he could be in a great spot here.
Telepathic Psychic Energy attached to the Abra allows Diego to search the deck for 2 basic Psychic Pokemon and put them onto the bench. Not able to get as much value, I think, as he would like here with one of his 4 Abra in the prize cards, one, of course, being knocked out in the discard pile. So he'll fetch out the Dedenne instead. Electromagnetic Sonar. Don't know if we're going to see that come into play. Perhaps just a little bit of thinning here. Does need to find that Rare Candy in order to piece together an attack this turn.
Yeah, it thins out the deck, but also if Diego uses the runaway draw and then does not find a Rare Candy, could just send up the Dedenne and decide, I'm going to take the turn off and put out a Pokemon that I don't mind getting knocked out. So big 3 cards here off the runaway draw.
He does find Rare Candy. There's no Alakazam in hand yet, but he does have Dawn as an available supporter option. So let's see what he chooses to promote here. Will he be able to get to enough cards in hand is the other question. He needs 11 cards in his hand for that powerful hand attack to take this 1-hit KO.
Seems like the pieces are there. There's so many cards in hand already. Have the Dawn to go search out basic Stage 1 and Stage 2 Pokemon. And this is going to be a huge turn for Diego. I think I saw the Genesect in hand as well. Could be very impactful here. Really going to make things tough for Kato to try to find a way to deal with this big Alakazam.
Off of the Dawn, we see Kato finding that Alakazam, finding Pheasantipede EX as well. Another way he can add more cards to his hand this turn with that flip the script ability, and also fetching out the Dunsparce, preparing for a future runaway draw with the rare candy available. He just needs to make sure that as he plays cards through the end of this turn sequence, he doesn't get below that 11 card mark. There we go, rare candy into that Alakazam. 3 cards found from the top with that Psychic Draw ability. Giving himself a count of the cards in hand. Does look like more than 11 there. How much can he afford to play down is the question.
Yeah, the big thing Diego wants to do here as well is play down the Genesect and put a Pokemon tool onto it. And that will nullify Kato's biggest weapon against this Alakazam deck, the Unfair Stamp, that ace-spec card that reduces your opponent's hand size to 2. Of course, Alakazam's attack is all about how many cards you've been able to draw and put into your hand. 2 damage counters for each card in your hand. Chip, which of the hands do you think is the powerful one?
I really feel like they're both powerful. Whichever one is being utilized in the given moment. And this is the tricky game here with Alakazam, just figuring out how much you can play while maintaining enough cards available in the hand. I think he does not want to put down this Pheasantipede if he doesn't have to, and that's perhaps what he's thinking through here. Pheasantipede, of course, being worth 2 prizes is a bit of a liability, and there is that tool card attached to Genesect, Ace Nullifier active. Kaito will not be able to play his Unfair Stamp and Puka. It's actually in his hand right now.
Yikes. You know, we had been seeing a lot more decks start to add Tool Scrapper, you know, not necessarily for situations like this, but it would come up in spots like this where you could discard the tool from Genesect and unlock your Unfair Stamp. I think we really didn't end up seeing a lot of players bring that to the World Championships. It was talked about a lot. There's a lot of talk about Hero's Cape, how important that card might be, but I haven't seen many players actually bring Tool Scrapper to this event, and these are the situations where it may have been big.
What a response from Diego. Kaito takes that turn 1 KO, but it is no problem. Rare candy into Alakazam. Powerful hands, takes the KO, and leaves Kaito with no board established, no energy cards into play. Now, of course, he can juice plenty of them out with the Teal Dance of Teal Mask Ogrepon EX, but he's going to need a lot of help here to even piece together any attacker at this point.
And unfortunately for Kaito, the only hand disruption in his entire deck is the Unfair Stamp. There's no way to get rid of Diego's massive hand at this point. There's no way to stop the next Alakazam from potentially coming out. As long as Diego just keeps churning through the deck, drawing more cards, he'll probably find another rare candy, another Alakazam, get things going. Like, the only silver lining so far is that there's only one other Abra in play for Diego. So there's still maybe a slimmer of hope if you can knock out this Alakazam. Maybe Diego doesn't get another Abra down the next turn. You knock out that one. Maybe that's where you can find an opening.
Yeah, there's also still no Shaman for Diego as it is in the prize card, so if Kaito can piece together some way to utilize that Wellspring Mask Ogrepon, he could find a way to piece together a multi-prize turn, perhaps KOing the Genesect as a part of that sequence. We're going to see Bug Catching Set utilized. Looking at the top 7, finds himself a pair of Grass Energy, and that'll allow him to continue to draw through the deck here. He has already used one of those Teal Dance. He has used Flip the Script, so tons of cards in the hand. Run Errand and one more Teal Dance still available on the board at the moment. But this is a situation as Alakazam you love to find yourself in. If your opponent's only way to disrupt your hand is Unfair Stamp, and you shut that off and take it away, I mean, what else can your opponent do? You're just going to draw so many cards every single turn and be free to do whatever you'd like.
Yeah, the one thing I think could be tricky still for Kaito is the Petrarunt in his deck. The regular non-EX Petrarunt It's actually a pretty annoying attack. It's 10 damage, but then your opponent's Pokemon is poisoned and then can't retreat. And of course, with that toxic subjugation ability, you end up putting 6 damage counters on a Pokemon during Pokemon checkup. And that means you can do something like Boss's Orders out the Genesect, hit it with the Poison Chain, and it potentially gets knocked out coming back into your turn. Can't retreat. And then, you can kind of steal a turn there. Your opponent won't be able to attack. If they don't play any switching cards, they won't be able to move out of the active spot. So that's, kind of a cheeky way you can steal a turn against these kinds of decks.
Yeah, effectively taking a multi-prize turn, right? Since your opponent won't be able to do anything. That's a pretty safe assumption based on the way most Alakazam decks are built. No real way to get out of a retreat lock option such as that. Kato playing that Terra Orb, searching out a Terra Pokemon and adding it to the hand will be that 3rd copy of Teal Mask Ogrepon EX.
You might be thinking the bench is looking a little full. That's where the Area 0 Underdepths will come into play and expand that bench to a size of 8. Wow, Kato's got so many cards in hand, and it feels like none of them are the ones he wants right now.
Yeah, he also just still doesn't even have Latios EX in play. Oh, there it is in the hand, so waiting to come down so this Kangaskhan can get a little bit of movement over to the bench. Does look like he has Ultra Ball. I don't think that Petrarunt is prized, so he's got Boss's Orders as well in hand, so he could go for that play you called out, Puka.
Does need an energy switch and then a way to use the attack, so like a Prism Energy.
Oh, I think that must be what he's missing is the Prism Energy. I do see the Energy and switch in hand, but I don't know if there is a Prism.
Oh no, what is the play here going to be then?
Maybe just a attachment to this Wellspring and Sob for a turn?
I guess you can Boss's Orders, the Dene, the Genesect, either one. Sob for a turn.
It doesn't feel great to Sob the Genesect, though, as it's got that Lucky Helmet as the tool card. It's just going to fuel Diego's future powerful hand attacks.
Sob kind of feels like what Kato's doing right now.
Fitting attack name, as it will be Genesect targeted, bringing it into the active position. And with that Lucky Helmet attached, as Kato attacks into it, Diego will draw 2 cards and then still gets to draw a card to start his turn.
Yeah, Lucky Helmet is one of those funny cards you do need to be a little careful with. It is mandatory to draw those cards. We're nowhere near this situation, but if you ever find yourself in a spot where you only have 2 cards left in your deck, your opponent can use that Lucky Helmet against you, go after that Pokemon, make you draw the last 2 cards, and effectively make you deck out. But
yeah,
I don't think that's happening.
I've seen it happen as a Festival lead because they attack twice into it, right? So you have to draw 4 cards. But yeah, I think we are quite a ways away as Diego still has a nice grip of cards available in the deck, and he's going into that deck now through the use of Dawn. Really just the card that it feels like gels this Alakazam deck all together, fetching out 3 Pokemon, 1 basic, 1 stage 1, and a stage 2. And he'll be free to try to draw even more cards here.
If there is a weakness of Diego's deck, it's that he does not play a way to switch his Pokemon out of the active spot. There's no switch or any of those kinds of cards. So when this Genesect gets sobbed, it's stuck. There is no way, you cannot retreat normally. So all he can do is kind of build up the rest of his board. This will give Kato time to kind of set up whatever plays he wants to do. I don't know if Diego's necessarily worried, though, because the longer this goes, eventually that Genesect's going to have to get knocked out. And when that happens, he'll just send up an Alakazam and do 500 damage or whatever.
And the other piece of that puzzle as well, Puka, Diego actually plays 2 Genesects. So when this Genesect goes down, he's got the 2nd copy in his hand and another tool card. So Kato can buy a bunch of turns, eventually knock this Pokemon out. Diego will just simply be able to respond with the bench of another one and an attachment of a tool.
And the Prism Energy drawn for turn, that could be huge. It opens up a couple different plays. Could still go for that Petrarunt play, but there's still no Shaman in play. I don't think the Torrential Pump is particularly powerful here. You can get 2 prize cards, but you're not getting rid of any really valuable Pokemon. So I think this might be where we see the Pecharunt. Does look very appealing to go for this play.
And Kato agrees, as that is found off the Ultra Ball, which puts down a Teal Mask and a Cyrano to the discard pile, and out comes that nice illustration rare. I believe that's a Elite Trainer Box promo, Puka, correct?
That is correct, Jim.
Bringing it out, and its attacks will do all the same. 10 damage. Your opponent's active cannot retreat, and it will be poisoned, and that ability boosting that poison damage.
If we remember back to the EUIC with Ryuki Okada, this card was a menace for a bit in the standard format. With a turn 1, you could potentially knock out your opponent's Pokemon through various ways to poison and enhance that poison. Saw that win a tournament, but this card kind of fell out of favor for a while and has really come back in recently as a way to disrupt in these kinds of situations again against these decks. It's good against stuff like Genesect. It's also strong against things like Shaman. You can set things up where the Shaman gets knocked out coming back into your turn, which then allows you to use Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon EX's Torrential Pump on the following turn. So it's a really unassuming looking card that opens up a lot of dynamic plays.
Yeah, there was a time where this card was simply utilized as a way to just, push into the active spot when your opponent's active is already poisoned. It wasn't even utilized as an attacker, but now we see it with 2 energy cards attached, thanks to the combination of Energy Switch and the attachment for turn, and a Lily's Determination being played as well. 6 fresh cards for Kato Arai to work with. He's still got some Teal Dances available should he find some basic grass energy. I actually don't see any in his hand, because he does play 10, quite a few, but none available right now. He'll retreat this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, and up comes the Pecharunt, ready to Poison Chain this Genesect. Diego will draw himself 2 cards from that Lucky Helmet still, but this Genesect is set up to be KO'd coming back into Kato's turn. Diego doesn't have a response to this.
Now, the one thing you can do is play up Boss's Orders. Bring up a Pokemon that does not have that toxic subjugation ability, then you'll only take the 1 poison damage counter, and Genesect would survive with 10 HP in that situation. So if Diego thinks that this is a real threat, he could expend a Boss's Orders simply to not let this Genesect get knocked out going back into Kato's turn, and that would put him in a pretty awkward situation.
He does have a couple boss in his hand. He also has an Enhanced Hammer, a way he could get an energy out of play. Don't think it's super consequential here, but you know what? It's in the deck. You may as well play it.
Yeah, I mean, that's very annoying.
And Diego will just pass, not wanting to give up a Boss's Orders here.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. We could see a spot where Diego, he kind of controls what happens here. Again, knowing that Kato's only hand disruption is probably Unfair Stamp, Diego can, when he wants to attack the next time, he can just bench the other Genesect and block the Unfair Stamp again. But we're going to see this kind of back and forth. It's going to be really annoying for Diego to try to chew through all of this stuff. I think the good thing for him is at some point, he can just Boss's Orders the Mega Kangaskhan EX, take 3 prize cards, and then he just needs to get 1 more somewhere else. So even with these annoying Pecharunt exchanges, Diego probably comes out favorably in the exchange, but it's not trivial. It's really annoying to deal with.
Kato's slowed the pace of this game down quite a bit as he tries to find a way to maneuver this situation. It does look like a retreat of the Pecharunt has happened here. Now into Mega Kangaskhan. He'll draw himself a couple of cards here, and I don't think he has a way to switch this Kangaskhan, does he? I guess the only way he could do it would be with the Rapid Vernier of Iron Leaves EX.
Yeah, and this could be a situation where, his bench is only got 1 spot left. This is a spot where, if you have that Qian Pao, I guess you could play it, discard the Area 0, get your big Pokemon out of play, and then play another Area 0, re-expand your bench. I don't think you can do all of that and get Mega Kangaskhan to the bench, though. I think that's the only stadium he plays. So that Mega Kangaskhan is going to be in play.
As it stands, though, he'll still be able to take a knockout this turn. He'll actually jump ahead in the prize trade. He'll go up to just 3 prize cards remaining. Diego's still having 4, but Diego only has to attack 2 more times to win the game.
That's right, yeah. Unless it's having to go through that Petrarunt, but I don't think that'll be the case.
Even then, Kangaskhan, right? Unless it comes out of play through that Chien-Pao. There is the Prism Edge, though. Takes down that Dunsparce. Kato jumps ahead here. 3 prize cards remaining for him. But Diego has an absolute book of cards in his hand to work with right now. That second Genesect in the hand should he want to use it. He's got Lana's Aid as his draw for turn as well to bring any Pokemon back that have been KO'd. Abras or the Genesect, anything to just add more cards to his hand. Diego, I have to imagine, is still feeling really good, but he's got to make sure he sequences everything correctly and puts himself in a position to close the game out on the next turn. He doesn't know for certain that Kaito does not have any other hand disruption.
The second Genesect comes down, this time with the air balloon on it. Diego saying not 1 Genesect, but 2. I'm really making sure my opponents never play unfair stamp against me.
It does look like we see Kaito. Yeah. Oh, yep. Sure enough, 2 Genesects. Sure.
Interesting.
Interesting indeed. It works out very nicely for Diego in this position as his Lana's Aid can be committed to getting other options back available to him. Doesn't have to worry about grabbing out the Genesect. He gets down a couple Dunsparce this turn and does take the KO with a powerful hand.
Yeah, and at this point, if you're Kaito, I mean, you're kind of back to square one, right? You're back to where you were a couple turns ago. Your main play is probably going to be go after Genesect. I mean, what else can you do? You can't disrupt Diego's hand. You can't knock out both Alakazam at the same time. Diego's probably got like 25 cards in his hand. What's the game plan here?
Well, it's going to start off with an Ultra Ball to check through the deck and see if he can find something to work with. Yeah, there's no Judge here, no special red card, no way to reset what Diego has available. He could sob or use the Petrarunt once again and put himself in a similar situation by bringing up the Genesect and taking a KO coming back into his turn effectively. And if he could piece together a 2 prize turn, he actually could do it that way, Puka, if Diego didn't have any ways to evolve those 2 Dunsparce.
Yeah, what are the odds of that?
There is a possibility.
Yeah.
Probably a pretty low one. There's a couple cards being drawn from the Kangaskhan or Fezandipity. Lots of cards now in the hand for Kaito, trying to rival what Diego has built up on the right side of the table. Don't think he'll quite get to that point, but still so many cards to work with. And here is that Chien-Pao you called out earlier. We'll remove some potential liabilities from the field in that Meowth, but I think all of these Pokemon will pretty easily be KO'd by an Alakazam. Just maybe resetting his bench a bit here. Perhaps another Area 0 will come into play.
Do you see a potential way out for Kaito at this point? I mean, it's pretty tough. I think Diego would kind of have to play into it, but it depends on how many Boss's Orders are left. But you can do the Boss's Orders on the Genesect this turn, try to get that knockout coming back into your turn. There's still the Dedenne, that's another awkward Pokemon that's stuck in play. I think the math works out very poorly for Kaito that Dedenne has 70 HP. That would get knocked out by the 10 damage from Petrarunt plus the 6 poison damage counters. So you can't trap that one quite the same way. If that had 80 HP, there would be a very clear path to victory. And now, 1 prize card at a time here. The poison chain coming into play once again.
Diego here needs to evolve both of these Dunsparce into the Dunsparce, which he has done just now. If he had not done that, it actually would have given Kaito an opening to win the game. KOing this Genesect, going back into his turn, and then a Torrential Pump from a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon would have taken 2 prize cards. But Diego, of course, very heads up. putting those two Dunsparce into play, now eliminating any sort of win condition for Kato. And this is also the turn where we could perhaps see that boss's orders come into play that you called out. But no, Diego, not going to be worried about it, just going to pass. And I think he's fine with this situation. Kato will take another prize card, effectively tying the game up. 2 prize cards to 2, but...
Unfair stamp. Oh, sorry, can't use that.
No, it does not quite work. He did actually take that 4th Prism Energy off of his prize cards here. So that was a piece of the puzzle he would have possibly needed.
I think Diego may be getting some information from this game. It's not unheard of for these decks to play special red card as well. This would be a card that would still potentially make you sweat. You might not be able to get enough cards back up in your hand to knock out something like a Mega Kangaskhan EX after a special red card, but Kato is not playing that card. Diego might have sussed that out by this point.
We'll see Kato put a Area 0 Underdepths into play, bumping that Battle Cage on Diego's end, and plays a Lily's Determination to send the hand into the deck, draw himself 6 cards.
I guess at this point, Kato's just hoping Diego doesn't have a boss's orders, because when you're playing Lily's Determination as your supporter card for the turn, that means you're not really doing much else.
We see a Teal Dance from that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. There is an energy switch and also the draw of a Prism Energy, so Torrential Pump potentially available, but we'll just go with that Pecharunt attack, Poison Chain, and Diego flashes the boss's orders, showing he's got game on the next turn, and he's going to win game 1. Diego Casiraga just 1 more game away from a 7-1 start at the World Championships.
Yeah, very technical game there, but you can see why it's so nice to play Alakazam in this current standard format. Yes, you can have your struggles against Dragapult. There's some decks you simply cannot deal with. Someone happens to be playing like the Rockets, Team Rockets Articuno, you're gonna have a bad time.
Very bad time.
But there are a lot of matchups where your opponent is mostly using big Pokemon EX and Mega Evolution Pokemon EX that give up 2 and 3 prize cards, and you have just a regular Pokemon for 1 energy that just knocks those out if you have enough cards in your hand. And sometimes you can afford to give up some prize cards here and there, because at the end, you're just going to take more than they are.
We've got Pablo standing by. I'm curious, Table Mod, if you've got any thoughts on that game 1.
I was a little worried when I saw that Chaymin being prized. The Wellspring Ogerpon could have wreaked havoc, but the slower nature, this is like, it's not a big focus on Wellspring Ogerpon for Kato, so I think the prize trade is just too powerful, and that double Genesect from Diego, I love seeing that. What's your biggest weakness? Unfair stamp. Don't even risk the Genesect being prized. I really, really love seeing that. So as long as Diego can set up, I think he has a major, major advantage in this matchup.
Certainly seems that way, Pablo. Appreciate those thoughts as always. As we close out this game number 1 and get ready for our game number 2. Players are currently setting up and getting those opening hands drawn, and we'll see if Kato's choosing to go first. Has he chosen to go second? What will he think is best as we see the fist bump, and it will be Diego going first. Kato wants to go second and wants to perhaps pull off a turn 1 attack again.
Absolutely, not just pull off a turn 1 attack, but maybe cross your fingers that your opponent has a weak opening turn, and maybe doesn't find a Buddy Poffin, stuff like that.
Speaking of which, with the Pokepad being played first before a Poffin, I do think that signals the likelihood that a Poffin is not available, and also a Dedenne in the active spot. Not a super useful card in this matchup. We saw it hit the board last game, more so than anything as a potential pivot on a turn where Diego thought he would have nothing better to send up should he have whiffed Rare Candy. But now he's forced to start with it in the active position, and we'll see if there is a Buddy Poffin. It doesn't look like it, but another Pokepad is available.
Check out those prize cards, Chip. The A-Spec card, the Enriching Energy is in there, plus 2 Dunsparce and 2 Dawn as well. A lot of these big consistency cards that help the Alakazam deck draw a lot of cards early in the game are in the prize cards. This could stifle Diego's early game.
That is certainly a big deal the way that his deck functions and works is finding those Pokemon, and his main way to find the Pokemon is the Dawn. Those are prized, and some of his main Pokemon are prized in the pair of the Dunsparce. He'll have to draw through the deck with his Alakazams should he like to piece a large hand size together quickly. Pair of Abra grabbed from those Pokepads. It does look like that Genesect is here in the opening hand. Also just already has that Lucky Helmet. I don't see an energy card, and that's actually a big deal here because that means that it will not be possible for Diego to attack next turn.
He does play Air Balloon, so there is a potential chance, but yeah, very unlikely. And with his current setup, very unlikely to even get enough cards in hand and be able to play all the cards you need to be able to do a big attack next turn. So yeah, I think pretty weak open
supporter for turn.
Yikes. This is a deck that with the right combination can still have an explosive turn. You know, the way it's built with those Teal Mask, Ogerpon, EX, and all those energy switch, you can pull off big attacks even without having to play stuff like Crispin. But this is a big 8 cards.
Yeah, I don't think that it's likely for an attack to happen here for Kaito. He does have the King Sun, so it is possible it would have to come through that Iron Leaves EX, and that's about the only way he could move this because he has to retreat into the Kangaskhan here to keep drawing with the run errand. He's got Ultra Ball in his hand to potentially find some of those Pokemon. He will use the run errand here.
You just need so much.
Draws a couple cards. The Grass Energy does provide some draw power, but seeming a little unlikely, so I almost wonder if he'll slow it down and just attach to, well, I guess there's nothing great to attach to. Kangaskhan? You don't really want to attack with this Pokemon when it can be KO'd by Alakazam so easily.
And I imagine Kaito still has to Ultra Ball for a Teal Mask, Ogerpon, EX, try to use Teal Dance and see what card he draws, see if it opens up any other plays for this turn. And that's your engine to get energy into place. You can switch it onto your other Pokemon. So, you know, it's a costly Ultra Ball here potentially. I think you gotta at least get this train moving, get some energy going.
And he will use the Ultra Ball, discarding both Lily's Determination and Lily's Clefairy EX, searching out any Pokemon from his deck that he would like. And as we look at the prize cards here, Puka, we actually see that it was not even possible that Iron Leaves EX is in the prize cards.
Yikes, that's a lot of Pokemon in the prize cards. I think it's still technically possible to do maybe an attack, maybe not with the cards he currently has in hand. A bug catching set maybe could have launched into a very lucky string of things here, but this is going to be...
Couple energy switch into attach to the active.
Yeah. But no, I don't think we're going to see much here, and that's got to be disappointing. You know, you really feel like you're under a lot of pressure to do something quickly against Alakazam. It's such a tough matchup already.
We're going to even see that Paldean Tauros hit the field with an energy attached to it. This card included in this deck as a tech for Crustle.
Yep.
Its Spirited Tackle attack deals 90 damage, and then if your opponent's active is a stage 1, it deals 90 more. A fire type, 1-hit KOs a Crustle, even with some HP boosting tools or growing grass energy available. But interesting to see it hit the field in this game, Kyle. I can't say I expected that.
Yeah, I don't know how much that's going to attack. I guess 90 damage knocks out a Dedenne. Then it really knocks out a Kadabra.
The Dunsparce.
Yeah, that too. But beyond that...
Genesect, weak to fire.
Oh, also true. Okay, hold on.
Perhaps more than anything, just having an energy in play to work with future energy switch. Maybe there's just nothing better for him to have attached to. There is a way where the Paldean Tauros gets weaved in. It is an odd prize card, right? So.
Yeah. Plus, your bench isn't always that precious like it is in some decks because of the Area 0 under depths expanding your bench to 8, the Qianpao to reset, re-expand. You do have a lot of wiggle room with what Pokemon you can play down with this deck.
Diego, fortunate to find himself a Dawn with 2 being prized. He's able to find himself out a bunch of Pokemon, a couple Kadabra being utilized, Psychic Draw, getting him a couple of more cards. Does find Buddy Buddy Poffin as one of those. Looks like he'll hold on to it, though, as he's got a Dunsparce in the hand as well as another Abra, able to put those down, but Has he missed out on an energy attachment yet again, Puka?
Yeah, looks like it. And Diego also opting not to go for Shaman in this matchup. So that Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon EX, still an option. If Diego decides that Shaman is not worth putting down here, it is scary to put down against the Pecharunt. It's a very easy target to, kind of lose ground in the prize race at some point. Might be saying, you know what, if my opponent manages to power up a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX in the next turn, so be it. They're only going to get 2 prize cards. That's still doable for me, and based on what Kato did in the last turn, doesn't seem very likely either.
The Buddy Poffin will be played to bring out another Dunsparce, and Diego simply passes now over to Kato. We'll see what he could piece together here. Starts off his sequence with a Teal Dance, attaching a basic Grass Energy to that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, drawing himself a card. Not a great hand here, once again, Puka.
Yeah, and I think trying to figure out, should I try to run Errand and see if I draw 2 miraculous cards here, or just accept that I'm going to have to play this Lily's Determination.
He's going for the run Errand.
Okay.
Gonna see what he can find from these 2. I don't know exactly what he was looking for, but I can't imagine the Area Zero Underdepths and Koraidon EX was it.
Some of the cards that you want to Ultra Ball away as quickly as possible in this matchup.
And that's exactly what we will see happen as that Koraidon hits the discard pile. He does have In's Plan in his hand, which is a very interesting card to see in the mix.
Yeah, I think unfortunately no Prism Energy to go with it though, so unable to power up that Torrential Pump. May need to be relying on finding a couple Energy Switch off of these 8 cards plus a Prism Energy.
He's going to go with that Lily's Determination, shuffle his hand into the deck. He'll get himself 8 cards still, just on turn 2. No prize cards taken quite yet. And if he could find a pair of Energy Switch and a Prism Energy, he would be able to take 2 prize cards here with that Torrential Pump. Honestly, though, even if he just gets an Energy onto a Wellspring Mask, he could sob the Dedenne for a turn, right?
Yeah, I think Diego would be pretty happy with that, though. No threat of anything happening. Diego's just going to get more time to set things up.
Oh, he's got a Prism Energy. He found another Teal Mask, but I don't see any Energy Switch in those 8 cards.
No, not at all. Could put down another Teal Mask, Ogerpon EX, Teal Dance, and draw into 1 Energy Switch, and then you could go in with the Paldean Tauros.
Hey, that's why that energy got on it on turn 1. We'll go with that Teal Dance, see what he draws. It looks like it is a Boss's Orders, though.
It's not going to help. Supporter card already been used for the turn. Just a really awkward situation.
He could attack with the Teal Mask Ogerpon and try to initiate the prize trade, but he's just going to attach to this Paldean Tauros yet again.
These are things I did not expect to see at the World Championships, Chip. 2 manual attachments to a Paldean Tauros.
And that the energies would be a Grass and Psychic energy as well. Alakazam used on Diego's end, able to draw quite a few cards with that Psychic Draw ability. 3 cards from the top, and see what else he can piece together. If he finds Air Balloon, he would be able to attack this turn. He does play 2 copies of the Air Balloon. He's going to play a Pokepad here to look for any non-rule box Pokemon added to the hand. The Dunsparce or Alakazam, both viable choices here. He's already got the energy card necessary in hand to fuel the powerful hands of Alakazam. That Air Balloon at the front of the deck here, wishing he could draw into it now.
Yeah, I think the good part for Diego is he's really in no rush. Again, you win this prize exchange. You can go down a prize card, no problem. You don't care that much if you miss an attack this turn even. Now you have multiple Alakazam set up. You can just slowly draw through your deck, set up the later stages of this game, and try to just make it so that You know, eventually, you're going to be trading 2-for-1 or 3-for-1 on prize cards. Every turn that goes by that Kato doesn't do something is probably advantageous for Diego.
I almost wonder if we're going to see Diego just attach an energy to the Dene at some point and start using electromagnetic sonar to get some resources back available. He's under no pressure right now.
Yep.
Does look like off Hilda, he's found himself Alakazam as well as a telepathic psychic energy. A Kadabra, and he'll use that psychic draw, just getting himself 2 cards here. And there's a couple telepathic energy. Let's see where this attachment for turn goes. Will it be onto an Alakazam, or will he start using sonar to get back some trainer cards?
Yeah, I guess we're going to see it. Probably no point in using Gnaw. Well, that is good for knocking out Badoo.
And now he'll be able to put back any trainer card from his discard pile into the hand. He's got some nice choices. Dawn, Hilda, Poképad, all viable options. And thinking through which one it will be, does look like Poképad is what he lands on. Now draw for turn on Kato's end. Finds Chin Pao. Not going to be helpful here. We'll see what he wants to piece together. Going to start off with the run errands. Draws himself 2 cards. Does look like a couple Prism energy now. So, I mean, he's powered up this Tauros over the course of a couple turns. He can attach and attack with it should he want to.
I mean, what else can you do? I guess you just got to go in, right? Play the ends plan. Move some energy up to the active.
And he's actually going to go in with that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX and try to take multiple prize cards here.
That Paldean Tauros, it's going to get in the mix at some point, Chip.
I mean, he could have taken the energies off of it and has intentionally chosen to leave them on that Pokemon. Torrential Pump is powered up here thanks to the use of that ends plan, moving those 2 energy cards off of that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, which has Teal danced for a couple of turns, and Torrential Pump will deal 100 damage to the active and shuffle those 3 energy cards back into the deck and get that boosted effect of taking out a Pokemon on the bench, dealing 120 damage to that Kadabra.
2 prize cards taken. I mean, that is a significant lead in the game right now. It's exactly what Kato needs to be doing here with this Torrential Pump. Now Diego's going to have to finally respond, and this is probably the turn where he needs to get Genesect and start to nullify that potential unfair stamp.
Poképad, which was brought back from that electromagnetic sonar, is utilized immediately to find out the Dunsparce. We know Diego's got a couple of energy cards in hand already. He'll start off with a runaway draw, sending this Dunsparce back into the deck after he draws these 3. And we actually see Eerie as a draw here, an interesting tech card in the Alakazam list. Not the first time we've seen this card in an Alakazam build.
Yeah, I mean, Diego's deck is very anti-unfair stamp and special red card. Now, the Eerie can go after either of those. Those are some of the biggest cards that are threats to Alakazam. And he's going to play it here.
And he does indeed choose to play the Eerie. I mean, if he'd ripped the unfair stamp, he'd have been able to not even have to go with the Genesect. But was that no item cards in the hand?
It's completely whiffed. There's 8 cards and no items.
Eerie played for no effect. But I think Diego's fine to see that. Of course, that means Kato doesn't have very many options available.
Yeah.
There's the telepathic psychic being attached to the active. Also that Abra placed onto the bench. There's a mandatory search and shuffle from that telepathic psychic, so he'll take a look through the deck here, though I don't think he's got any live targets available anymore.
Yeah, as long as you have an open bench spot, you do have to search your deck when you play that telepathic psychic energy onto a psychic Pokemon. If your bench is full, you don't do it though. But there is the Genesect. Even though the unfair stamp not currently in Kato's hand, Diego knows between the run errand from Mega Kangaskhan, a potential flip the script from Pheasantipity EX, could draw it, so better safe than sorry.
Diego does need to ensure that he ends this turn with 11 cards in his hand, so Powerful Hand can deal 220 damage, more than enough to take down Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. You see it so often from these Alakazam players, counting their cards multiple times over, and that's what he is able to do here. Takes the KO and ties this game up, and what a 2 cards to take for Diego off of his prize cards, the Dunsparce and that Enriching Energy.
I had exactly 11 cards for the Powerful Hand knockout there. expertly played. You know, you got to manage those resources wisely, set yourself up for following turns, but also keep enough to get a knockout. And now what will Kato do here? Seems like this is where maybe that Petra Runt needs to get back in the mix.
And he finds it right away from the run errand, just draws into it naturally, freeing up potential other plays with this Ultra Ball he's now utilizing.
I think
able to
somehow
search out that Pheasantipity EX.
Somehow still has never drawn an energy switch in this game. There's 4 in his deck.
Feels almost unbelievable. And none are prized as well. They're all available to him. He's just not able to have pieced one together. The way he moved energy last turn was with that ends plan. Down comes Pheasantipity, flip the script. We'll draw 3 cards as Diego did take a KO on the last turn. The energy switch still elude Kato.
Where is it, Chip?
Teal Dance will draw 1 card. Still no energy switch being found. He's got another Teal Dance available if he wants it, but he's used all of his other draw abilities so far. Here it is. Teal Dance draws 1 more, and it's a basic grass energy.
How on earth has he not drawn an energy switch yet? I guess he could play down 1 more Teal Mask Ogerpon EX and try to draw 1 more card. It's got to be there somewhere, right?
Kato asking for a count of Diego's hand. 11 plus the 2 he just took off the prize cards. 13 available. He does have a Prism Energy. Maybe if he could boss KO the Genesect and just maybe the other Genesect is prized, something like that. And we are going to see that Paldean Tauros powered up.
I can't believe it, Chip.
3 manual attachments to this Pokemon to get to this Spirited Tackle, and Boss's orders will bring up the Fire Weak Genesect.
These are things you just can't script. The Spirited Tackle knocking out a Genesect to get rid of that Ace Nullifier potentially. Kato trying to find any opportunity to steal one of these games from Diego, who just seems to have such a strong matchup against these big basic Pokemon EX.
And this
will it be enough?
A way for Kato to try to weave in this odd prize card as well and try to make things as difficult as possible for Diego. And is he actually going to be able to also clear the Mega Kangaskhan off of his bench here? That would be pretty good.
Yeah.
He does have the play available with that Chin Pow. It's Snow Sync ability, discarding a Stadium card in play. Diego could have responded to this play with a Boss's orders on that Kangaskhan, send himself down to just 1 prize card remaining, and now Diego's going to have to Boss's orders 2 times in a row to win this game.
Very true, but then he'll probably also need to put down another Genesect, which then can get trapped by the Petrarunt potentially. This is going to be a tricky game to close out.
Yeah, I actually wonder here if Diego could try to just establish his board in a way that he could withstand Unfair Stamp as opposed to putting Genesect out.
Yeah, that's certainly a possibility. Let's see what he can pull off. Looks like another Alakazam coming into play as well.
So that makes me think he's not going to go that route. I think having that Abra available to draw cards on the other end of an Unfair Stamp would have been really nice. He is going to bench that Genesect. Gets that Air Balloon down onto it. Ace Nullifier back active once again. There's that the Dunsparce being evolved. Another one as well.
So yeah, this is huge for Diego. I think one of the ways Kato could have potentially won this game was by trapping the Genesect, having it get knocked out, coming back into his turn, and then setting up some sort of, Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon double knockout, something like that. But, I mean, Diego has now evolved up. All these Pokemon, they're all out of range of that. He's doing whatever he can to limit his opponent's options.
It feels like Kato's win condition now is like multiple Boss's orders being in the last couple of prize cards here for Diego, which of course is a possibility. He doesn't know what Diego does or does not have available.
Big, powerful hand again, though.
Yeah, big, powerful hand here, taking that 1-hit KO. Down now to just 2 prize cards is Diego Casiraga. just one more KO away from moving to 7-1 at the World Championships. And Puka, there's also just under 2 minutes remaining on the clock.
Chip, is he still not drawn in Energy Switch?
There's yet another teal dance, and still no draw of the Energy Switch. Actually looks like he did draw into one to start off this turn, but it is still just the one. He's got a boss's orders. He's going to go after the Dunsparce here, and it does take a KO with the Spirited Tackle. And Diego flashes that boss's orders, signifying that he's got the game-winning play, more than enough cards in hand to take his final KO, and punch his ticket into Phase 2 with a 7-1 record.
Yeah, the powerful hand of Alakazam is gonna press Diego forward into Phase 2 of the World Championships here with a very strong record. If we talk about it a lot, we don't have a lot of former world champions still actively competing at the level of the World Championships. Diego is one of the few remaining who could make history this weekend and become a potential two-time world champion. Still a long way to go.
4 Swiss rounds of Phase 2 tomorrow before Top Cut is finalized. But that's not too many rounds, you know.
Yeah.
Effectively playing a league challenge to get into Top Cut of the World Championships. As we do see that opening sequence in game number 1, Kaito was the one to strike first in this set, but Diego had the perfect response. Rare Candy, Alakazam, powerful hand for the KO.
Yeah, the game slowed down a little bit after roaring start from Kaito. First turn knockout, weaved in a couple knockouts here and there, and had to slow things down with some sobbing, some petulant attacks here and there, but the prize lead was too much to overcome in that first game.
Then in game number 2, we saw some interesting lines. With that Paldean Tauros getting powered up, Kaito did get off an early torrential pump to take 2 prize cards. But Diego had already established his board very nicely at that point, was able to withstand the pump. Kaito, even though he was able to weave in this Paldean Tauros, was not quite enough, as Diego had back-to-back boss's orders to close out the game.
Did not think we'd see not one, but 2 spirited tackles in that game. Diego with a wink out to the crowd. Love to see it. What a character.
Absolutely. 7-1 here, an excellent start. Kaito, of course, still very much in it. 6-2 record, still can make it into Top Cut, though he will likely need to win every single one of his remaining Swiss rounds to do it.
Yeah, very possibly. Always hard to predict what record is going to make it into the Top Cut at these events, especially because, the field isn't as large at the World Championships compared to even like a regional or international championships, right? People have to qualify for this event. So, kind of what we're used to, the records qualifying at these events might be a little bit different.
We'll have to get an eye on that as we get closer in Phase 2 tomorrow. But what an incredible day it has been thus far. 8 amazing Swiss rounds. The stream's going to kick back up tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central Time. You're going to want to make sure to tune in, because we've got a lot of more exciting Pokemon action. We will be whittling down to our 2 finalists on the broadcast tomorrow.
Seems like we just started, Chip. Where do we go? Already 8 Swiss rounds down. We've already whittled down the field so much, but tomorrow is where the pressure is really going to ramp up. Some of the biggest matches these players have ever played in their lives will happen tomorrow. There's just so much on the line.
An opportunity to be etched into Pokemon trading card game history. Of course, if you're tuning into the streams this weekend, to any of our various streams happening for the World Championships and Pokemon XP, you're going to want to make sure you're taking advantage of the available drops. Lots of incredible rewards available across many different Pokemon titles, many different types of games, even Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket getting into the mix. Get yourself some of those Pack Hour glasses for just 30 minutes of watch time. Pokemon, twitch.tv/Pokemon TCG or twitch.tv/Pokemon XP during that TCG Pocket panel.
Yeah, great reminder that we do have the World Championships going on, but also Pokemon XP happening here in the Convention Center as well. And all of the area here in San Francisco taken over by Pokemon World and Pokemon XP. So much fun stuff going on this weekend.
It's been a great start to the event, Kyle, and we are just getting underway. Still 2 full days of Pokemon action to come. That'll be it for us tonight, but tune in tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss it.
Let the 2026 Pokemon World Championships begin!
Open up the gates. The World Championships are here. There is the boss's orders immediately flashed.
That Annihilate on top of the deck, and down goes Mega Excadrill. A 2-0 win.
That gives you 2 more, and that is too much. Henry Chow is going to take round 5. Finish it off. We got 4